Just from there, and then I'll put on like, and I can follow them up to there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race. It is for all the marbles here today. We're starting off corrected time. We've got the vehicles off the line at about 7:15, so it's all happening down there at Attrition. We had those awesome shots of the driver's brief. We actually had our top 3, 4, 5 teams all there right at the front of driver's briefing. Their cars are on the line, and I tell you what, there is nervous anticipation, excitement, all those catchwords. It's happening here in the Alice Springs Desert today. The sun sun is just starting to peak up. It is absolutely gorgeous here. It is a crispy 3 degrees at Alice Springs. I tell you what, it was definitely very chilly driving out here this morning. The sun is just about to rise in the Alice, and it's going to be a beautiful day of racing here. Again, the big story is obviously Bo Robertson on a silly charge. Absolutely amazing. He is calling the mail in first position. Billy Geddes with a awesome run down there in second position in the Brett Comiskey truck. Now, I'm pretty confident that Brett Comiskey is driving that truck home. That was always the plan. Pretty sure Billy Geddes is going to join us in the commentary box later for a chat, which is going to be awesome. And then James Cook is right there too. How crazy is it with Cook running with Danny Brown and those times so close in the pro class, in the pro buggy class, you know, with 3 rollovers? And what they did is they actually had to stop, so they had a rollover. Sorry, it wasn't 3 rollovers, but it was 3 rolls in 1 rollover, apparently. And, you know, then they had to stop and fix that vehicle and then still coming in the position. James Cook is going to be a hard charger here today. Going to be very exciting to see how that plays out. And then obviously Danny Brown, Andy Brown, and all of those sort of things. Now, guys, I am joined in the booth by none other than Josh. Mate, how excited are you with this amazing day that we are having here racing?
Oh, mate, I'm on the edge of my seat this morning. We're getting warmed up here in the comm box, and there's so many stories, and hopefully today we'll crown a new king of the desert. And that's the great thing about this event this year, with a couple of people out, but it's just brought the cream of the crop to the top.
Absolutely, and it's guys that have been racing here for a long time trying to chase that. But I think, you know, out of the top 10 currently, only 1 vehicle, which is Mark Burrows, the original king of the desert, the original automotive guy that beat the bikes. He is the guy now that is the only top 10er that has ever won this race before, which is absolutely crazy because, you know, last year, amidst the top, there was just an absolute splattering of previous kings. So absolutely amazing to see that. And then, you know, same with the bikes, like David Walsh, you know, going for that 5-time. He's a 4-time in a row too, king of the desert, because, you know, that's an interesting point. Like, he's been so dominant at the top. You know, we've had some great champions that have done it multiple times, but really they've been on and off and injuries and all those sort of things. David Walsh has basically had his hand on that trophy for a good, well, it's now 5 years. This is the 5th year. He'll make it 5 in a row, which is absolutely crazy. But again, there's all those hungry first-timers there. Yep. You know, these guys that just want that trophy once. They've been working towards it. I mean, Callum Norton's been racing this race for a lot of years now. Brodie Waters has put in a lot of effort. There's a lot of guys in that top list, you know, that list that really are hungry to knock David Walsh off the perch. Everyone wants to see David get the 5-time. I'm sure they're all mates, you know, when the helmet's off, but it's the same old story. You put that helmet on, I tell you what, it's go, go, go.
Yeah, no, it definitely all changes, and that's the great thing about this race. And like Lukey Hayes out of 5th, he had a stonking ride to get down there in the position he has. And from all reports yesterday, I heard that was the roughest any of those competitors have seen that track. So, yeah, they say it's comparable to 2019. I don't know how much that is true, but yeah, some of the top riders were saying it was one of the most grueling days they've had on the bike, which is really interesting to hear.
Yeah, and it was interesting, that interview with Gravo down there, and he's down safe and sound. He had a cracking run down there. And, you know, like, but those wide lines, he said that the track is really blown out. You know, it's rough everywhere, but, you know, the track now, the changes, the way that the vehicles push, the moves, absolutely amazing. And then the other thing that's amazing, and I mean, we're going to get underway here very shortly, but the other crazy thing is that this year is the first year on the live feed that we've had live in-cab. We've had, you know, down at Apatula, which we were lucky enough to have last year, but now we've got Mount Squires, we've got Bonduma checkpoints. There's so much going on. There's so much information now that it's absolutely amazing. So again, make sure you open a couple of browsers. You, like us, you got the live timing up. So this shows us right here, Josh, how good is that view of the sun coming up over Mount Squires? It's actually starting to get pretty bright down there, isn't it? It's much brighter here there than it is here.
Yeah, no, definitely is in the southern part of the Northern Territory this morning. It's great to see it, and as you can see there, one of the fuel stops, that's fuel stop number 3, so I believe that's one of our club ones there, so massive shout out to all those crews that have been manning our checkpoints over the weekend as we look at the start line. And Yeah, we've got some names there that we've seen before. It just depends on whether they can put it all together and whether the machinery decides it wants to play the game.
3 trucks off the line first too. How cool is that? Bo Robinson with Shane Hutt in the Mason 2-wheel drive trophy truck. Right behind him is going to be Brett Comiskey coming out of that in the 434, I'm sure that number is, in the Tisco trophy truck. And then Brent Smoothie right behind them in the 4-wheel drive Mason trophy truck. These Masons, wow, they're a beautiful bit of gear. Look at the carbon fibre and all the other bits. And Smoothie, when he took off in the prologue in that 4-wheel drive one, actually lifted a front tyre. It's crazy to think the way these things put down power. And I suppose the other note is that he has none other than David Walsh in the passenger seat of that car. Left-hand drive car, so Walsh is actually in the right-hand side of that trophy truck. I bet you'd be loving it if you got the option for a steer. I actually think that's Walshy walking away from us right there. So again, brilliant to see all these cars lined up now. Again, all the vehicles. We've heard some stories of a few teams that are going to be seated. I believe Kai Camilleri did repairs and got the car fixed, and they're going to be on their way home. So again, I imagine that that's going to be true of a few of the teams. So, but overall, the top, 15 or so, but it's 20 minutes, are all going to be on corrected time. Then we're going to start them off starting grids. The other big thing is obviously the Ford versus Chevy battle. At the moment, Chev has thrown the first 2 punches, but the war is not over. I'm sure Brett Lovells knows exactly how to make this work. He's been here before. He's run this race before. He knows to keep it clean, and he knows where he needs to be on the way home. I imagine that he's got a good game plan going.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Was just trying to find our start times, because there's a massive list of competitors making their way towards us this morning, and like you've got the Justin Montesalvo truck there, the Patriot Campers truck that was looking really, really strong yesterday with the drive through the pack. Like, they were way out of position, and to drive themselves into, I think, 7th on corrected time, they're going to be pushing hard.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. No question about that. Yeah, there's going to be a few teams there that are really moving along. And again, now we've got to understand that they're not in the mode where they've got to pass a lot. They've just got to work through the crowd or through their pack. So every time they see dust, they know that they're against a competitor that is for a position rather than a corrected time position down when they were racing on day 1 on their way down to Apatula. So you're right, mate. I do think it's going to be very interesting how that all plays out. Again, the helicopter takes off live down at Finke. I think that's one of the unique things here about Finke. There's birds in the sky. There's 1,000 horsepower trophy trucks tearing up the red centre. There's campers everywhere. Again, we've heard great reports. Everyone's been staying back that 30 metres from the track. Everything we saw looked amazing. The event officials are doing an awesome job and keeping the event running smoothly. So it is a good time here at the 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race. The 48th running, Josh.
Yeah, no, it's massive out here in the Red Centre this year. 48 years of running this great event, and the leaps and bounds it's come as we see a couple of Finke locals down there braving the cold. Yeah, no, it's going to be action-packed today, both in the cars and the bikes. And yeah, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're here on the King's birthday this year. It's a bit different saying the King's birthday. Very used to saying Queen's birthday long weekend, but unfortunately she passed away. So we've got the Kings now. And it sort of fits in nicely with our King of the Desert here. That will be crowning in a couple hours' time. So we're expecting our first vehicle around about 8:30ish, 8:40ish here in the Alice. So if you are here in Alice Springs and you're listening to us, and you want to watch that first car come into the start-finish line complex, make sure you're here by that time. And I can tell you, as soon as that first car leaves the Finke end, our crowd here in Alice Springs will start to build, because the anticipation builds to see who it is. That first glimpse, we look at the back gate, we say it every year, we lock our eyes to the back gate and we'll see who comes through that gate first.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, Josh, this year. Again, with the dust, particularly the first couple of cars. I know it gets a bit dusty later on, but, you know, is that dust going to lift the way that we have historically seen? Normally, we can see the dust coming for about, gee, I'm going to say even 12 or 13 kilometres where they go across those, you know, those big flats out there, those dusty flats. I wonder if this year we're going to be able to see that, or really, when they hit the, let's call it the spectator compound or the compound inside here, there is an iconic set of gates. They are normally shut, obviously. You can't pre-run that section or anything like that. And, you know, you can't come into the stadium area during the year. So, you know, those gates that are normally shut, you know, is that going to be the first bit basically onto that whoop section down the fence line? It is an iconic part of the Finke. I can tell you when you're riding or racing it in a vehicle, it's just a relief, although you've still got about 5 kilometres of racing to go. You can't breathe easy yet, but when you pop across that railway line or that old Garn railway line and make your way into the stadium area, I tell you what, it is a good feeling. And then when you take that checkered flag, that Northern Territory flag underneath the iconic Tatts Finke Desert Race start-finish banner here in Alice Springs, holy moly, the flood of emotion. The fact that you know you're going to be in Park for May,
yep.
Family, friends, cheering, high fives, hugs, tears for some. And I tell you what, I understand why, because it is absolutely iconic. Doesn't matter what position. Again, we're all about those kings. You know, we're all about those split times. We're all about that. But I'm telling you as well, I will high-five the dude that just gets the spike. This is a tough race. This is a difficult race. It's a motorbike race, to be honest with you. I know the car guys won't like that, but being a car guy myself, the motorbikes out here are the Iron Man of this. The fact that they're doing that in a, you know, with their bodies on the line just absolutely impresses the heck out of me. So I tell you what, it is awesome to see everyone come out. And again, the other great statement there is that it's a good integrating, you know, the bike guys get to see what the car guys do, the car guys see what the bike guys do. You know, we all become one big happy desert racing family, you would say.
Yeah, no, definitely, Dan. And if anyone was watching the live stream last year, they'll remember me running out of the com box for my mate when he came in. It was his first year. He'd actually made it down to Finke and back. It'd been years of trying. So that's the thing. There's so many different stories up and down this field that we really try to get out, because there's a couple of young guns smashing through the field today that are going for class honours or are going for places in classes, and that's another thing that we sort of tend to lose in the first and the second and our kings and those split times, is that each class is buying for position in the top 3. So yeah, for some of these races, yeah, they may not be at the top of their split, but they are at the top of their class and they're looking to push.
And it's interesting you say that, because even more than that as well, like as the class, is the fact that this is part of a national championship as well. So,
yep.
So some guys are here, and Walsh Finke is a standalone race that people do, and, you know, they don't give a damn about anything else. You know, they just want to win Finke. There's also guys that are here to collect championship points to try to get the #1 for the year. You know, so that's an interesting side note on that. You know, there's lots of these guys have their own quests going on here at Finke, their own plans, their own games. You know, like, you don't have to be the guy at the front. You want to be, you know, the first guy at, you know, in your class, and you want to make sure that you get those split points. And so it's going to be very important there for some of these guys that are on a strategic run. They want to finish. They want to get the points. Yeah,
no, definitely. And then we continue to talk about how this event works, is that we've got some competitors that unfortunately got timed out yesterday on the way to Finke that are just going to get back. They want to finish their day. They unfortunately got timed out on the way down to Finke. They got stopped at Bunduma, I do believe, or Rodinga. No, yeah, it would have been Bunduma. Got stopped at Bunduma, and then they're allowed to take a little cruise down the service road, and then they get reseeded into today. So they get another chance. But as we look at our screens this morning, the did not starts begin to come in. So, officially not starting this morning will be Tom Owen and Glenn Owen, 30. The 33 of Shannon Wrench and Ian Smocker. But we're going to go down to the Finke line to see what's going on.
Good morning and welcome to the Finke start-finish line. We are here. We've got the trucks lining up. Right behind me is Bo Robinson and his navigator, Shane Hutt. Now, they are in top spot heading back to Alice. It's all about the trip back today. They were just a minute 20 off Billy Geddes yesterday. So, crucial trip back to Alice. Right behind him, though, lining up, we do have Brent Smoothie. We can't quite see that Toby Price's winning truck yet from yesterday, but we'll just pop in here. We'll have a quick chat to Bo. Bo, you had some steering problems yesterday. Has that all been fixed overnight?
Yeah, look, we've done what we can. So yeah, we're good. The boys did a great job. They always do a good job, and yeah, it's just up to the racing gods.
And in terms of the trip back, how important is this, I mean, for every driver?
Yeah, look, we're good on time. It's not necessarily going to be a race back for us, but we just need to make sure we get back there and look after this thing. So we've been here before too many times, so we need to, yeah, as I say, hopefully the racing gods are with us.
And we've just seen Brett Comiskey's truck pulling behind you, Toby Price's winning truck from yesterday. Will you be watching out, make sure he doesn't catch up on you?
No.
You're too far ahead?
We're gone.
No, well, good luck. Go get it. All right, we'll just head out this way. We'll have a chat because we had a little bit of a driver change happen here. So Billy Geddes drove the truck down yesterday, but we have Brett here. Is it Brett? Yeah. How are you? How are you going this morning?
How are you?
Good. We're just for the coverage. How are you feeling this morning driving the truck back to Alice?
Yeah, look, Billy did an awesome job yesterday. We've only just purchased the truck off Toby Price, so it's keen to give it a run. Unfortunately, my truck 834 failed yesterday with an engine failure. So we'll see how we go. Not been in this thing before, so it's going to be a new experience for me. So I'm going to learn as I go. I'm in good company with Bo and Smoothie, so see where we end up down the other end.
Well, it's a pretty good truck. It did win last year, so it's got some grunt in it. So sure, if you give it the best, you'll make it.
I've been down here enough times, so we'll take it easy for a little bit and then start picking our pace up and we'll get into it.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. Have a good run down back to Alice. We'll just jump back here because we've got Smoothie and his co-driver, David Walsh. Now, Walshy is in a pretty strong mindset today because he's got to get down to Alice, but then also make it back here to Finke to race the bikes. How are you feeling this morning?
Oh, feeling good. We're pumped. We just want to get home.
And in terms of the truck, was there much you had to tidy up overnight?
No, we pretty well put fuel in it and ran a spanner across the top of it, and that was it.
And you've got to make sure you get Walshy in your navvy seat back safely. Is that a bit of a focus today?
They're warming up the chopper, and they'll be down here. The big fella's got 3-minute lead, so we'll be tag slapping on the way home, hopefully for his 5th title.
Perfect. Well, we might just head around. Would I just say a quick, if we can head around that way? Quick hi to Walshy.
Yeah, no, feeling really good. Just pumped to be back in this truck, go check out the track, and then, yeah, bring it home on the bike, hopefully.
Doing a run in the truck, does it give you a bit of a sense of what the track's like for you to come back and do it on the bike?
Oh, I mean, the track completely changes after what I see here, but it just helps this year with the puddles and things, just to check it out. But, yeah, it's been really good.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. Have a good run. We'll see you back here at the start-finish line in a few hours. Brilliant. Well, so nice to have a chat to these guys. We are just minutes away from day 2 race back to Alice. Until then, I'll head down to you guys.
Thank you very much. Great to get that insight, as you heard there. Unfortunately for Brett Comiskey, the 834 failed overnight with an engine drama, so there it did not start, but he is piloting the ex-Toby Price machine, as well as the side-by-side sport 6683 of Stuart Glover and Sophie Crummond. Unfortunately, they're out, as well as the 657 of Kane Jones and Justin Thompson in the side-by-side pro. Extreme two-wheel drive, Jake Williams, Kevin Williams, unfortunately they're out in the 437, and then the 132 also out of Jason Gibbons and Ashley Oaklander, unfortunately in the pro light. But that's another thing, like we forget about Mel Brandel. They had an awesome drive in that Pro Light machine. So they're definitely pushing for the Pro Light honours today.
Yeah, and outright positions, they're sitting in 9th currently on the way down, on their way down. So, you know, it's only going to take a few. We talk about that notorious Finke dropout rate. So, you know, I think that that's going to be one to watch. Keep a good eye on them because Mel Brandel is actually pushing really well. And that car knows its way around this Finke Desert Racetrack. It's done a lot of time here. It's actually won the Pro Light Championship a couple of times here, or the trophy honours here. So, you know, it's a good car. It's got plenty of experience. Those guys have done a lot of nice work to it. But again, Bo Robinson off the line first. Brett Smoothie and then Brent Smoothie and Brett Comiskey right there as well. Their splits are quite close. Then James Cook in the 10. Again, that wild man, you know, he's right in the mix as well, although he's got about 6 minutes behind Bo. That's, you know, but the split to Nick Cummins very tight as well. You know, we're only talking about 30 seconds, so Nick Cummins is going to be straight in the dust of James Cook and know that he wants to stay with him. I've heard, I followed Gene Towler on Instagram, and he put up a post that both cars last night were serviced and sorted, both of the Gets, so that's the Patriot truck as well, saying that it's good. And talking about that, you know, it's Danny Brown right there as well, starting off the line at 148, and then with a 148, I'm sorry. So, you know, he's about 7 minutes behind Bo, and then Justin Montesalvo in the 484 at a 150. So starting about 9 minutes behind Bo. Again, but you hear that interview, it's so interesting because we understand that Bo has been here before with Huddy. Like, this is a seasoned team, these pair. They've worked together a lot. They've got this car under control. You know, they've had a year of development. They haven't just done Finks. They've been racing. They've come off some great results. You know, they've been right up at the pointy end now for quite a while. And, you know, he has led Finke before. This is not new to him. It's not like it's a first time. It's crazy to think that Bo Robinson has been in front so many times and has been so competitive. Honestly, I would say that he's been the most dominant driver at Finke to have never actually won a King of the Desert. It is amazing.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're not too far away whatsoever now. The number 3, here we go, the 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race car section. Day number 2 is underway with Bo Robinson in the number 3 machine. And he's going to storm down to Alice Springs. Can they shake that monkey off their back and get their first King of the Desert crown here in the Alice? They've done so much. They've set up a workshop here so they can come. They don't measure their calendar by Christmas. They measure it by Finks. And how awesome is this in-car footage that OBR are putting out for us, ladies and gentlemen. Have one YouTube stream going of us and one YouTube stream going of the Robinson boys, watching them drive it home as they make their charge.
Yeah, absolutely amazing footage in cab there over the Finke jump. The iconic Finke jump heading the other way. And we will shout out Greg Gartner. Big shout out to you, mate. We miss you. Hope everything's going well. And we look forward to seeing you back next year because you would have loved this year's race. I'm telling you, big rough stuff. But right now it's all about Brett Comiskey in the 434 in this TSCO truck. Beautifully turned out, paddle shifted machine. Dugan's motor in it. They tell me it's still running the old 6-litre that it's had for a couple of years in it. That is super impressive. Shows you what a tough package that is. And again, it's been said, I know I was talking to Billy Geddes, and he said that the way that the truck is set up, very impressive. They hit a few things, and he said, oh, it's just amazing, that thing. So I'm sure the Masons are the same. All these new trophy trucks, absolutely amazing. Got the pace up early. Mate, interesting, that dust is lingering a little bit down there, I think, isn't it? Like, Brett now dealing with Bo's dust. Now, how many Bs have we got, mate? Because now it's Brent Smoothie. These guys are killing us, commentators, I'm telling you.
Yes.
The battles of the Bs.
They definitely are, but oh wow, I cannot wait to see what goes on here. But that's the great thing about this year, Dan, is we can look over to our left and we'll be able to have a look at Smoothie's in-car footage and see what is going on with the dust level. So that's the great thing about this race and the technology that's come along with it this year as well.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. The 847 about to get off the line, but as you said, if you've got a couple of browsers open, go to OBR 184 on their website. Do not leave our coverage, because obviously you want to be involved with all the action and our silky smooth voices, Josh. But yes, OBR 184 is the YouTube channel that has all the live in-cab. I would say, based on yesterday's, they do drop out down towards the Apatula end, but they do come good, about 150 or 160 up, so hopefully we get coverage from both them. And Mikey Zaka was also, I think that's the 51, it is, the 51 buggy. In 12th, he had a storming run coming from like 58th or something like that in qualifying, all the way through to 12th overall. So that is an amazing run, and I'm sure if you get the opportunity later, have a look back through the live feed that he did yesterday. I'm sure there's some wild man overtaking. That would be my hot tip.
Oh yeah, definitely, but what a killer it would be sitting on the line for this long currently at the moment for Smoothie and Walshy. They definitely be getting the nerves up, but here we go. They're about to get off the line. The 847, our third place getter yesterday. Let's see what they can do this morning.
It really would.
On a run.
Yeah, I was going to say, it really would feel like ours as they're off the line in that four-wheel drive Mason truck. Front sky high as all, let's just say, over 1,000 horsepower of Joe Gibbs 7-litre. So this is one of the 7-litre packages. Got the big motors in it. Again, that's a change in the Australian rules. Only recently we were limited to 6 litres. The wild man, Brent Smoothie, has just launched it off the finish line jump. We're going to see that more and more now. Again, Greg Gartner, Deadly Gregley, just was the first man that I ever saw that stepped up and just hucked that thing. And now we're starting to see it pretty regularly. Yeah,
what a wild ride James Cook had. All the videos that came out of yesterday. I don't know how that man is still all together there, but he is. He got it down there. It was an absolutely stunning drive to get to where he was, and without a couple of those moments, he would have been right up in the thick of it. Watch this number 10 car hopefully come through the field today. Another young gun looking to win their first King of the Desert Crown.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. When you think about the fact that he rolled over, then had to stop to do some repairs to get the car running properly again, like the fact that he is less than 6 minutes behind Bo is absolutely silly, or, you know, about 6 minutes behind Bo. So that's crazy to think how far up the order he could have pushed. But that's the name of the game. Yep. The reason that he was pushing so hard, rolled over, had to do those repairs. So, you know, I'm sure he'll learn from that and make the necessary changes on the way home. And again, Cook, one of our guns, he has actually won a national level championship race in a side-by-side, which is absolutely silly. That's correct. Against trophy trucks, against pro buggies, he won outright in a side-by-side up there at Charters Towers, you know, not this year, but the year before. And since making the step up to pro buggy, only getting faster and faster.
Sent shivers through the off-road community, because when and where would a side-by-side do that? But he did it, and that's the thing. This man can wheel anything he gets in. Absolutely. So we'll be watching this with our eyes intently on the screens this morning to make sure we keep over their splits.
Stuff it, I'm going to say it too, because the other interesting thing, there was a period not so long ago that if you didn't have a turbo pro buggy, you weren't in the game. Well, now there's no turbos in the top 5. That's interesting. Have a look at James Cook. Yep, he's going to hug it as well. This is the push that these guys have to do now. But again, so cool to see all these V8 cars in the top 5. Don't get me wrong, I love my turbo cars too. I'm just hinting at the interest that is, that the game truly changes regularly around here. Technology moves along. Again, these trophy trucks, this is in a four-wheel drive trophy truck, you know, and it's a full-size trophy truck too now. It's rough enough out here now that you need those full 40-inch tyres, all that suspension travel. Have a look at that. You're freezing cold. It's 3 or 4 degrees down there, doing 200 kilometres an hour odd, you know, in some sections. It is a wild ride. Have a look at that hit. Smoothie just sucking it up there. My goodness, this is amazing footage. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're as excited as we are.
As the West Line truck gets off the line, the 479.
Yep, Nick Cummins off the line there. That's the Brentford truck. Unfortunately, I saw some video of the Geyser with no front end on it, no panels on it. I'd say they had a rough run down, and that's okay. Sometimes Fink gets you, but it's a great run here for Nick Cummins in the Brentford, the 479. And right off the line behind him is Danny Brown. This is this battle on the down. Only less than 30 seconds between them, and I reckon the number 4 is going to be on a charge here today. The big Illumicraft. Interestingly, they have some panels off that car. Not sure what that's about. I wonder if they're trying to keep shops cool or something. The first of our turbo cars too, and what a turbo car it is. That thing makes some real motor. I'm very sure it's got a VR in it, which is the Nissan Skyline GDR style motor. Would have come out of a 35, R35. Turbocharged. It is wild and ready to go. Now again, what a run these guys in these Get trucks and vehicles are having. Gene would be very happy to have 2 in the top 10, because out of 7th, as we jump back to Smoothie, but out of 7th we have the 484 of Justin Montesalvo. Have a look at this. Starting to get up into the dust too, I think. So either that or it's just hanging down there. There doesn't appear to be much breeze. A bit hard to see whether the trees are shaking. The trees might be shaking out of fear of trophy trucks coming.
Oh, mate, I'd hate to be a tree today in the red centre on this leg back to Alice. Look at this footage, ladies and gentlemen. Brent Smoothie on the loud pedal. Wow. There is a little bit of dust hanging, but I reckon that's off the Comiskey machine. To be completely honest with you, Smoothie is pushing, and the 484 is about to get off the line. Justin Montesalvo, what a drive it was from the Patriot Campers boys yesterday. They were down in the field and came screaming through.
Yeah, they're another one that I think came out of somewhere near 50th, which is crazy in prologue to have run that far up the field. So they do deserve a big pat on the back. They talked about some of those changes that they've made with suspension and with that double spare tyre, as we get a great shot of that. And I'm sure those guys are coming along nicely in that Get truck, because again, it is a beautifully turned out, what the Americans would call 6100 style truck. More like the Geyser era of trophy truck, but it's still performing very well here in Australia. You can see it's a little bit smaller than the like of the Masons. And I suppose, Josh, just pointing it out, you can see the slight difference in attack too, can't you? Like, now that the dust is starting to hang around, you're struggling to see, you know, every other team so far has really attacked going over that Fink, and that's just those little split seconds that make the difference here between the experience of Bo. You know, like Bo is out in front. It would be amazing to see him at the moment, no doubt, because my goodness, he would be on a tear. Again, I really do believe he's one of the ones telling the truth. He's not worried about who's behind him. He knows he's in a position to drive his race. He knew exactly what he was doing on the way down. Now, Mark Burrows on the line now. Again, the only person in the top 10 to have been a previous King of the Desert. And he was the OG. He was the original vehicle that beat the motorbikes here. I believe it was about 2001. Turbo Jimco. And he's now back in a Monk. I don't think there'd be too many that he's missed. Mel Brandel right behind him too in the number 2. That is the first of our pro lights.
Yeah, what a drive from Mel. We can't say that enough, ladies and gentlemen. To put a vehicle of that caliber up in the sticky end of the position again. And like we said earlier, are they going for championship?
Many of them there are, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, coming back towards Mount quiet. You can hear he is absolutely clipping the limiter in top gear in that truck. That would be over 200 kilometres there. You see the service road on the right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will take the opportunity. This is why we say don't be the reason.
Yeah.
Look at the pace these guys are going and what's going on inside the truck. The fact that it can go wrong is real. So what we ask you is be 30 metres back. These vehicles have gotten so fast and so competitive now that you have to understand that we are doing the best to keep this great race going. But I'll get back to it. How amazing is this footage? Paddle shift, four-wheel drive, 30 inches of suspension travel, somewhere in the vicinity of over 1,000, 4 digits of horsepower out of a 7-litre V8.
So the 22 off the line, and Aaron James was off the line before him in the 93. He had a rollover and still got down to Fink and is now in a pretty commanding position to drive home as well. And the 22 is Brad Belcher.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. That is awesome assessment of that. The 93 of Aaron James, single seat, will be great to see as Mikey Zack is off the line in the 51.
Another one of those vehicles that was out of position yesterday, driven.
Yeah, again, I believe he started below 50th in qualifying, so a great run from them. An absolutely brilliant run. Another car with the Starlink dish on the roof that I believe that we're going to be able to see some live footage of Zaka in the big X-Wilson Jinko. Have a look. Wow, that's the commitment that we were talking about too. Hucking it off the finish line jump. The 52 of Royden Bailey. Another guy that got seeded due to the fact that he didn't actually make it all the way around qualifying. Did drive that vehicle back in. Holy moly, have a look at that standing dust now. You can see how slow Royden's having to go. Honestly, the camera pierces the dust better than your eyes do down there. That would be very difficult to understand. I think one of the notes is going to be that we will point out. Hey, now, I'm getting great texts. Isn't it interesting? Looking at this, Smoothie has a massive GPS, and Josh Curran picked up on this at home. Mate, you're meant to be working, but anyway, he's got his GPS off. That's because he's got a better than GPS sitting in the passenger seat right there with David Walsh. The GPS can't tell you what David Walsh tells you.
No, definitely not. And wow, look at the push these guys are on. I cannot wait to see this first split at Mount Squires. And because we are on corrected time, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to win the race, you've got to get past Bo Robinson to win. So these guys, if they want to get that crowd, that king of the desert, they need to push hard and need to push and make that time up. Oh, wow, this footage is amazing as we ride along with Brent Smoothie and David Walsh. The 847 is four-wheel drive. Mason truck. Absolutely insane. This thing was fresh off air freight last year. Came straight into this event. David Walsh was the passenger then as well. This is another story we'll need to watch. The 31 of Kent Battle gets off the line there. A very good racer as well. As he gets off.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's hard because poor old Kent, I think he's having a bit of a situation where he's like, he doesn't feel like he's driving that good this year.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I tell you what, you know, it's just such a tough year and this vehicle's going really well. Sometimes you can get inside your own head. It's got the right vehicle, the right driver, the right motor, and these guys are absolutely flying the North End to finish 14 when it's so rough and so difficult. I think things are settled down now out of qualifying. We'll get out of this first 20 or 30 kilometres and you'll see a real push here. And isn't it cool? There's a few elements all just right there. Royden Bailey, the Nortrans car, and now Percival Motorsports is off the line in the 919, one of those turbo elements, again built out of Australia. The Hades, absolutely brilliant. Unfortunately, not a great run for the Hades. I believe that they had some motor issues. Carl was right there in second on road, and unfortunately, I believe it was a head gasket issue that has taken them out. But that's what happens when you use all the boost on those little V6s trying to stay in front.
Definitely.
They are another pair of madmen, the Havies, that just have them whipped up all the way the 187. So the second of our pro lights off the line now with fault. And that's pretty awesome because I think that they're, you know, sitting down on the line there when we interviewed them, they didn't. Again, this is the hard bit. When you interview people, they always say, oh, we don't have, you know, big goals. We just want to get there and back. Well, I tell you what, they're doing much better than there and back when they're sitting second in class and well inside the top 20 right now for the Fogs.
Yeah, no, definitely. And this tank world machine, the 187. And again, who doesn't love race cars in the morning? What a lovely sound. Now this 842. It's going to be interesting to see how they go after a couple of issues yesterday.
Yeah, they're going to charge well. Unfortunately, they were running really well, and then they got a flat. And then after that, they lost a tyre. You can actually see on the top of the Simrad GPS there that they've actually got a tyre mark. That was a tyre off their vehicle that somehow got onto the roof. So there's actually some amazing footage on Daniel Hardman's Instagram, I think it is, or Facebook. You can go along and follow him, the navigator in that 842. So unfortunately, they did spend a bit of time on the side of the road, and that is why they're unseasonably, let's say, out of position after amazing qualifying position that they were in.
Yeah, no, definitely. As we go back to the screens of Smoothie and David Walsh, they're on the absolute push this morning. They're trying to catch up to Bo Robinson. We shouldn't be too far away at all from that first Mount Squires checkpoint either.
Absolutely, mate. We are looking at all the checkpoints, waiting to see B-Rob come through there. And again, we haven't seen a pass on Brent Comiskey yet, have we? So there is dust lingering, but it is lingering this morning more. So it'll be interesting to know what the splits are. But at the moment, a great hold from the 434. Smoothie having a fantastic run as well, having a real crack. So a bunch of good operators up the front here. But what I'm fascinated in, mate, where is James Cook? Where is Nick Cummins? Because those guys have been driving in dust all day. Honestly, Smoothie, again, pushing the pace awesomely, but hasn't had to really deal with dust from his position. He's been up in these top three on road basically the whole day.
Yeah, definitely has. And it's great to see, like, that's the thing. They're all going to be pushing there. They're all hungry. Again, 9 of the top 10 haven't won this race before. One person has. They started out at 9, so it will be a push to get up there. But that's the thing. We've seen crazier things happen here at Finke before.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, again, we've seen guys come from 13 to first with Hayden Bentley, so whilst that may be unseasonable, it has happened before. Andy Brown off the line now with Dan Hardman in the passenger seat. And again, next on the line, we're going to have the 1, 2, 3 of Matthew Burrows as well, the third of our pro lights. I think they're going to be right there. So with the 842 now off the line, 900. Again, you can see just checking up for that big drop there. Probably a good sign of the difference between a big trophy truck and these pro buggies. Buggy's probably a little bit more designed for weaving in and out of the trees, fast, high-speed forestry roads, those sort of things. These trucks, they live in the rough, as we are getting to experience firsthand here. These guys do that pace for a Sensi 450 kilometres. Absolutely amazing. As Matthew Burrows in the 1, 2, 3. The little pro light. So no turbos on that car, a V6.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting some updates. It looks like the 479 might be stopped on the rally safe data at the moment. So that's Nick Cummins. So that's not good. I hope he hasn't had a tyre or some sort of issue or rollover. We saw a number of rollovers.
Yeah. Well, we just how rough. Harry Breckett in the pro light yesterday, the 149. If you have a look on Facebook at their footage, oh my Lord, what a moment that was.
That's more than a moment. That was definitely very bad. It was a big rollover, and it was a pirouette roll, which is always extremely scary. Now those guys posted that, so I'm assuming, mate, they're good.
Yes,
they're safe. I was going to say, I assumed that
Yep.
based on the fact that you don't tend to post hurt images on Facebook. Yeah, there is a post of that on Facebook, so we do give them a big shout out, and they seem to be in good spirits. They said, well, there's always next year.
Yes.
That's a good racing attitude there from those guys. The 149.
Well, they stepped it up. They were in side-by-sides in the past years, and they decided to wick it up and chuck it in the pro light. But unfortunately, they're this year, and I think Harry pretty much told me he ran out of talent, just was pushing way through, trying to get up in position.
It happens. It does happen to the best of us.
Sometimes you do run out of talent.
Absolutely. Now, McNiven, the first of our side-by-sides off the line too, which is absolutely amazing because inside the top 20, because our current top 20 position is 431, the Loose Cannon trophy truck of Brett Taylor.
He is going to be so proud of himself being all the way up there. In the past couple of years, he's been saying to me that he's angry with the way he's driven the thing, or something's happened down the track and they've never been in a position like this. So go Brett Taylor. He's been contesting the AORC championship this year as well, which is great to see. And, you know, unfortunately, at that last event, the co-driver, Peter, they had an incident where there was an overflow bottle that, you know, had a mishap and he got some burns, but he healed up and was back in the car this weekend. And, you know, between these two guys, there's something like 40 starts here at Finke.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And I think that's going to be a real mover and changer here from coming out of that top 20 position. Now, interestingly, the 1010, this would be the first of our sports lights as well, Paul Tinga.
Yeah, definitely, but it looks like we're looking at Mount Squires because it mustn't be too far away from seeing the number 3 machine of Bo Robinson. Then we expect Brett Comiskey in the 4-3-4 behind him. Then Smoothie. So we're all just sort of waiting at the moment, but it looks like we've got Smoothie back up on the live stream as we look back down at that iconic start-finish line down at Finke with the honey out. I made it to Finke bonnet. We leave it there every year for all our competitors to get a photo with.
And everyone does. The first time I was the same. The first time I ever made it down on a bike and back, there's a photo of me with that bonnet. It was iconic. It's one of those things that's been there for so long. As the truck just ran straight through there. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that, but that's what 200 k's an hour in the Mount Squires looks like.
Yeah, no, definitely. That was absolutely amazing. So at 7:40.
And I suppose the other note is that right behind him is going to be Brett Comiskey, and right behind him is going to be Brent Smoothie. So we're going to see some action here at Mount Squires very shortly. But the 1010 is off the line. And another interesting note in that sports light, which proves how amazing that battle is, right behind them is Rod Visser in the 1057. So the first and second are also right beside each other on road. So Rod Visser would absolutely be looking for the back of that duster for 1010.
Yeah, and well, you've got young Shane Greening in the 1008. I know he's a little bit further down in the field. He's third in class, and what a drive it was for him to get that thing down there yesterday. And for him to go from a pro buggy, swap it out, and be third in class in a position, absolutely amazing for the young Alice local.
Now, interestingly, they've slipped Kai Camilleri in here, which isn't on my list, but that's right. So Kai, just to explain, is out of position because he didn't make it the way down. They had some sort of issue. It obviously wasn't very serious, but Kai very, very fast, came out of the top 15 in prologue. So keep a good eye there because they're going to pass a lot of cars on the way home.
Yeah, definitely. They'll be on the push.
But not for a position outright at Finke, obviously. They, you know, if you don't do the way down, you can't get the trophy at the end of the night. So let's run back to Mount Squires and see Bo fly through. That's how quick it is. So they've gone down through Mount Squires. It's a 7:40, so about, what's that make it, 25 minutes Yeah, 25 minutes on the way home for Bo Robinson. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's licking the stamp and sending it all right, ladies and gentlemen. We love to see it. The Robinson boys are known for it as well. It's absolutely awesome to see. But we shouldn't be too far away from the 434, making its way into Mount Squires. That's Brett Comiskey in that machine. So if you were following along yesterday and you saw Billy Geddes in that machine, he's handed the keys over. He's back here in Alice. He got the Bunduma Rattler back here last night, and he will be waiting for the Comiskey machine here at the start-finish line this morning. Hopefully we'll get a chat with him as well. But boy, oh boy, are we having a good time here at the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. The dust is up as the 96 gets ready to leave the line, and it's foot flat. That co-driver saying go, go, go. That's Joel Gladatta off the line in the 96, and they start their run home. Smoothie still pushing really hard out there. Got his live stream to my left. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Brett Comiskey is through Mount Squires. He went through at 7:43.37. So around about a 3-minute gap. So Bo's definitely, there you go, on the big screen. The Toby Price machine, the 651, the next of our side-by-sides will get off the line. Second in class is Greg Campbell. And these guys have contested championships before. So they're another team to watch here today as they make their run back. So it's all happening here this morning as the dust continues to look like it is going to be an issue now as we continue vehicles through. And there you go, Brett Smoothie now is through Mount Squires at 7:44, so he's definitely caught up a little bit there. Definitely has, because they left, 3-4 minutes after the Comiskey machine did. But we're looking, there we go. So we are looking at the Squires position there. And Smoothie is on the kill. The 36 gets off the line. And that's Brad Close. They'll be looking to push today. So, joined up here in the box with myself and Dan, we've got the absolute wild man himself, Billy Geddes. It's great to have you back, man.
Hey, mate, how you doing?
Yeah, really good. How was that drive for you yesterday?
No, it was a good run, mate. It was a great honour to get in there in the Brett's truck and send it down. Al and I had an absolute ball. Yeah, the speed was good. The car handled really well. Yeah, so no, we had a good time, mate.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, it's awesome. We do have Bill in the box here, mate. Tell us a little bit, how did it feel to drive that truck? You know, it's interesting, you've been driving a lot of trucks lately, and, you know, the difference between these new trucks, the Masons, the Geysers, and everything else like that, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Like, it's so much technology has gone into the last, because, you know, what I guess I'm saying is 20 years ago, to come to a new car in 10 years, big gap. Now 10 to a brand new one. It's amazing to see what these vehicles do, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is good. The technology just gets better and better. You know, we're very lucky to be running with a few teams now, and all my guys, I'd like to have a big shout out to the guys in the States, to Robert Johnson and Whitney. And I get to race for those guys over there with the Texas boys prepping the car from Texas, and they're such a good bunch of people to be with, and you know, it's part of being a team and rolling, and to be here running with Brett, it's such a good opportunity, and I'm stoked to be able to get it down there in a good position for him to send it home.
Absolutely, because it should be noted, you're absolutely true. You only had about 20 kilometres in that truck before you prologued it. Amazing work, by the way. But then the flip side is you have driven a TSCO truck over in America, so it's not completely foreign to you, is it? It's not that truck, but it's not completely foreign.
No. And of course the guys from SDG there who said, pretty much Robert's trucks and that truck there that Brett got off Toby, they're all set up, so I can sort of trust them. And Al and I both know what they can sort of handle, and it's sort of just you keep giving them what they like, and if they keep enjoying it, keep giving it to them.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Bill, because how much does that come into it too? The confidence that you need as a driver and as a navigator. No, actually, I'll take it back. Al's a madman. He just says go, doesn't he?
Oh, mate,
has he ever said slow down?
Oh, yes. There's different levels of fast.
Yes,
so,
gotcha.
Yeah,
but never slow down.
No. We had a cracking run down there. I was really on point with it. It's we get to pre-run this in slower cars, so what we're thinking is a slight corner can turn into a lot tighter when you're going 3 times the pace.
Absolutely. Hey, Tatnell off the line there as well, which is cool. Hayden Tatnell's been racing here for as long as I can remember, and the 481 now, one of those awesome trophy utes off the line too. Again, so cool to see such a range of vehicles in class, isn't it?
Yeah, I see a couple of them got down yesterday, and the old blue ute got down as well, the old Holden ute, so she got in yesterday, so that's awesome.
Brilliant to see. So again, we talk about these class battles. There's some amazing runs going on in Pro Light. Mel Brandle's up in 9th position overall in that little Pro Light, and on the way home, you can only think that it's going to get faster from there.
Yeah. Obviously these with the moisture in the track, these whoops are going to be pretty square edge when you come home. So the guys when they're full of fuel and their smaller trucks are going to have to think about that and just go a little bit easier on their drivetrain until they get down into the sandier stuff. So they should have a hell of a good time. Would be a beautiful day out there.
Bill, just while I'm pumping you for information, what do you think about attrition in, say, the top 10? Is that going to be a factor? All of these guys are sorted up. Like, the vehicles really now, 200 Ks is just a short sprint for them, isn't it?
Yeah, really. The carnage happens, every year here, getting to the 40K. If there's something not tight or something not quite right, you're going to know about it by the time you get to the off-road club. And generally from there on, unless you're making mistakes, it should hang together. It's going to be a rough ride for the first bit in that really wet stuff that's standing up pretty tall, but the rest of it should be business as usual for them, yeah.
Absolutely, mate. And now the other thing, I really am pumping you, but the other thing is, how is that, have you heard much about the Ford versus Chev battle? That's going on in production.
Yeah.
I know you're mates with Lounsey.
Yeah, great to see a good mate around Lounsey and Lara get down there. The guys did a great job. They run a smart race, and the guys from Ford obviously cracking hard. So, it's good to see that little bit of a battle going on between the two. I think it'll be whoever can keep the car. I think I told them to channel their inner Pickering.
Yes.
And keep the car in one piece, because they're really big bumps there. Like, they're San Felipe size bumps down there at the moment. Like, we went through, I think, some of the ones through Bundooma there yesterday, plus 180, and they were real bumps.
Yeah, it's amazing, because I don't know if you happen to catch it, because I know you were down the far end doing some work on the vehicle and whatnot, and enjoying that atmosphere. But Grabo, again, he's a legend, complete and utter legend, first off. But he looked a little frazzled, and he said, that was rough. He said, I've done that 14 times and it was rough.
Yeah.
For the legend Grabo to say that was rough, that's pretty crazy. And then the other thing that he mentioned, I don't know whether you mightn't have seen it in your position, because your track position was pretty awesome, but they said that the track had really widened up as well. Did you notice that?
Well, it is. It's got a lot wider, especially down the far end. And probably it's better for the race. You got a bit more room to get around people, and no, it is. To run the edge there, you've got your track will sneak a little wider. Some of the holes are getting big though. Through that 60K, there was a couple of good ones where swallow the whole car up and you'll jump back out of it.
That's amazing. So it's a cool perspective to have. Now, Josh, sorry mate, if you want to run through some of the guys off the line now, we've got the 653 off the line.
Yeah, no, we've had a few off the line. So Brad Close, Gary Turnbull, Hayden Tatnell, Cole Desbro, Mark Kramer off the line, as well as Troy Bescherman. they're all pushing really hard. And then James Cook came through at Mount Squires at 7:47. Then Nick Cummins only around about a minute behind him at 7:48. And then Danny Brown, 7:49. So those three are really in a pack and pushing to try and get up to Smoothie there.
Yeah, absolutely. But they do have, so James Cook obviously not struggling with dust now at the moment with about a 3-minute gap there. He should be pretty right, shouldn't he?
He had a wild ride going down yesterday.
So they said. So they said.
I had a good chat to him down the other end, and he said, yeah, he full end for ended like twice and got back on his wheels, and they went, are we all good?
Are we all good? Well, there's wild footage on Facebook of them hitting, about 35 down, and there's a big side one. So I would say that he was on the charge.
Yeah,
so
that's Al's got that one marked pretty good for me too. Like, don't end up on the road.
Yes, yes, that's right. That's the problem. It's a big crooked jump. But yeah, awesome to see that race happening. And again, that's Nick Cummins. We mentioned before that I thought that on the rally safe that he'd slowed down. Maybe his rally safe's not attached anymore. Might have thrown it out the side of the car.
Yeah, sometimes they can play up.
They do glitch a bit and give us some interesting information. But I tell you what, out of interest, again, a perspective from you, how good is that rally safe system? Like, did you enjoy using it, push to pass? We actually had some good, stuff, and I'll mention it. We saw some amazing footage because we actually got to see live you passing Brent Smoothie, which was awesome to see because the pace was crazy. And then it was amazing because we saw the flash and the push to pass. It was happening. So we realised.
Isn't that, technology great that we can sit here and watch the guys belt through the desert there?
Absolutely.
No, it was pretty cool. We were in behind him for a little while. But yeah, he gave us a little bit of room, and we were ready to go. We caught Danny a little bit by surprise and had to get there. That pass will be pretty cool too.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, Phil Lovett off the line too now. So unfortunately not in the full-size racer all-wheel drive. He's in the buggy at the moment, and the reason that it's in that class 8, is that it is a chassis car, so really is just a long side-by-side, but due to the Australian rules, that car makes its way into Class 8. Class 8 really is an interesting class now, isn't it? It's everything from a V8 Patrol to a, to a four-wheel drive trophy truck, to a four-wheel drive Illumicraft Pro buggy, to a modified side-by-side.
Yeah, you're nearly going to think that Class 8 is probably the one that's going to have some sort of division in there soon.
Yep.
To have the guys out there with patrols banging away up against all drive trophy trucks is probably not going to be the future really.
Long-term solution, no, absolutely. The 952 off the line too now, which is always cool. It's a Volkswagen. It's a very modified Volkswagen, but it's a very cool bit of gear.
Yeah, no, definitely is, boys. As we give you an update about Mount Squires 484, Justin Montesalvo is through at 7:52. Now, this one is the one I'm watching. Mark Burrows and Aaron James, only 7 seconds between them as we have a look at the checkpoint as these vehicles make their way through. And behind James and Burrows is Brad Belcher, and he's only another 40-something seconds away. So, wow, it is quick. And there you go. No, that would have been Bunduma, ladies and gentlemen, we were getting that footage from, because Bo Robinson's through there at 7:54.54. He is on a mission this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard him do the interview in car with Keziah, and just cool as a cucumber. He did mention he's been here before. He's been in this position. He should know where he's at, and that's going to be a good drive home for him. He's got Huddy in with him, no doubt, just calming him down. He's getting settled. But again, the 952 now. Nice run there. A lot of work done there by the SS Race Tech team, I believe.
Yeah, they're definitely pushing, and some more updates through Mount Squires. Behind Brad Belcher was Michael Zacher, and then behind him was Mel Brandel. So, wow, ladies and gents, all these vehicles, especially the 22, the 51, and the 2, are all split by absolutely nothing. They're all in each other's dust as the first Super 1650 gets off the line of Tim Weir and the 255. An excellent drive for them yesterday, and they're going to be looking to take out the Super 1650 honours today here at Finke. Super insane, though, about Bunduma. 54.54.
Thanks, mate.
As we continue to watch. And Billy, if I can rack your head a little, like with the drive back today, what do you think will be going through these top drivers' heads?
Well, Bowl he'll just run his program. He's had this program plenty of times, and it'll just be make sure the car's good, don't make mistakes, and keep it fast, because you can't go to sleep up the front either. Like that can bite you. But he'll get to a point here and just mellow out just a slight. The guys it'll be a well-deserved win for them if they can pull this off. But they've still got a little ways to go, and things can go wrong. And obviously Bretto's just going to run his pace and just try to get the thing in. He's getting his first experience in that truck. Yep. So this is good. Having a good field position like this too is going to be good for him to run a decent pace, because sometimes it's a bit easier up the front than battling with traffic all the time. So.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Well, sitting in those dust patches when you're really trying to get up on the back of people never is easy, and especially when you're trying to the 1088 as we look at Jordan Butcher. He's on the start line. We've got his on board. It's absolutely amazing, this technology we are getting here this year as we look in his side-by-side. It's just awesome to see. We're very lucky to be in the opportunity we are with everything that's going on. And they're just getting ready, sending the final texts to their friends and family saying, yep, this is the time we're getting off the line, and we'll see you back in Alice. You better have the red cordial ready for me, because I know a lot of these drivers will be waiting for it. Yes, the shuckers come out for us. They know they're on the big screen. Hope you're having a good time. And as the anticipation rises, ladies and gentlemen, here at the start-finish line at the Alice End, we're all getting ready to see who we will crown as the 2024 oh wow, I'm out of it this morning. Tatts Finke Desert Race King of the Desert. There we go. I got it out in the end. Mount Squires this morning, Kent Battle through there as well as Ron and Bailey, so they're doing well.
Yeah, good move there. So those two element cars are having a good run. I'd say they've shaken off whatever happened on the way down, and they're on the move again, so that's a good run.
Well, we can update you a little bit on what happened to Kent. He lost 4 core packs all down one side going down, so the car was misfiring. He said it was weird, it was making good power once he was into it, but yeah, mid-throttle it was losing all one bang.
Yes, absolutely. That's interesting. So that would be why he was frustrated with it, because he probably knows how good a run he could have had. Yeah,
and they did have a good run. All the element cars, obviously, probably my pick of the buggies through the bumps here.
Yeah, they are a good-looking car, aren't they? And it's good the support that you get from the 80s too. They're guys that know how to go fast themselves, so it's always good to have that going on,
Yeah, when you get the whole package,
Wow. Big update through Bunduma, ladies and gentlemen. Brent Smoothie through at 7:59.38 and only 10 seconds behind him is the 434 of Brett Comiskey. Yes. He is on the push.
Well, I hate to say it, either dust isn't an issue or has he got around him already? No, surely not. That's Bunduma, so that's got to be the checkpoint. Yeah. Gee, so dust isn't an issue really at all for those top couple of cars.
No, there's not much dust, though.
Yeah, we're talking about 10 or 15 seconds through Bunduma, and that's the dust gap. There you go. So moving there, Smoothie. Boy, Elon's got to work on that Starlink. He can't keep up with a trophy truck, can he? We had some really good footage going down, and once we get back to Alice, it gets a bit more crisp, I think. So, yeah, which is crazy when you think it's satellite stuff. But the 199 here, Josh?
Yeah, Rory Taylor had an awesome drive down to Finke with Cam McDonald in the Navi seat. Yeah, looking good in the Pro Line as well. A nice sounding vehicle. But yeah, they're just going to try and get it home today, as Dad pushes in the 431 this morning. He's done really well to get in the position he is in. Old Brettles. I'm going to get in trouble for saying that. The 6144 is off the line. Another one of our side-by-side competitors. As yes, it's still just that top 3 through Bunduma. And then we had Ben Falk in the 187. He went through at Mount Squires. The first of our Maverick machines, the new side-by-sides by Can-Am. Very interesting front clip design with the arms, but obviously it's working here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. crazy to think that's the new look that we're going for.
Well,
how long until a trophy truck ends up like that?
They definitely ended up with a lot of people raised their eyebrows when they saw them, and I tell you, they're definitely working, aren't they?
They do, yeah. Everyone over in America that says that they've driven one said that they're unreal.
Yeah.
Apparently they've got really good anti-dive, anti-caster camber, situations going on there. But yeah, it's a unique look. That's for sure.
Basically, when you think about it, there's going to be zero feedback.
Yep.
Like, you don't really even need power steering. If you get that dead right, you should have no push.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. So another one of our side-by-sides off the line, and I think this is going to be a great run here. Now, you were talking about before Mikey Zackers through Mel Brandle. There is some great names. Bit of a gap there now at the front, though, through Bonduma, isn't there? It hasn't come through for a little while.
Yeah, we're waiting on James Cook, the number 10. We're really hoping that he's still on a big push through the desert as the 6199 makes its way across the line. But still crazy to think how close all these competitors are. As you can see down at the Finke end, it's getting a little bit dusty, but there you go, right on cue as we say it. James Cook is through 8:02.59, so there is definitely a gap that's opened up there.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. So that's a good run there.
6104 off the line now, and they're side by side making the push.
Yeah, so also interesting, we're looking at the splits. So yeah, Brent Smoothie was through Bonduma before. Sorry, I got that wrong. So Brent Smoothie is in front.
Yes, yeah.
By a couple of seconds, and then James Cook is right there as well. So James Cook 4 minutes back from the 434 truck at the moment. A little over 4. Yeah, about 4:11 if my math's correct.
Yeah, no.
So still a bit of a gap there, and then Nick Cummins as well. So interestingly, I thought they were closer coming through. Yeah, well, they were. They're 47, 48. Oh, no, there was about a minute and a half. Boy, these minutes, when you're waiting for them, they tick away quick, don't they? It feels like forever.
Yeah.
It feels like forever with the helmet on, I'm sure. So the 10:18 off the line now. Sam Bentley having a great run. Hannah Bentley's truck got down as well, so that's good, 4:18.
Yeah, they come through. All the panels on it look good. The little ex-Corey truck, geyser truck had a few panels missing.
Early too. Early.
Yeah.
So on the way down, we were talking about that. Unfortunately, for the other Commons truck, they were a bit down the list, but I'd say that they've done a bit of work on it down the track as well.
Yeah, they lost a few panels there, and but yeah, he got back through and got through in time, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, brilliant. So that's excellent. And it really does just makes for a fun ride home, doesn't it? Just fix everything up and go through. We've all had a year where we've been out of position on the way home, and sometimes it gives the best stories, Bill.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The Alice Springs number 2 car had to do a few repairs, had a broken front end.
Yes.
So Bernie Gwynn had his homemade gear out fixing it last night.
I think I saw a little video of that somewhere. Yeah, absolutely.
Great job.
No, that's awesome. How good is it? It's now multi-generations of Gwynn's racing. It's so good.
He's riding with his daughter at the helm, yeah.
So good. And she's not inexperienced. They've done some speedway stuff and bits and pieces, so it's not like it's her first time behind a wheel. She's steering good.
That's right, mate. That's right.
Yeah, no, awesome to see. Well, we had Nick Commins come through while we're having that chat there. 8:04.27, so again, a little bit of a gap opening up. We'll wait for Danny Brown to come through, and then Justin Montesalvo and his big truck. He's been pushing really well out there. And a few updates through Mount Squires as well, ladies and gentlemen. We had Fork go through there, as I said earlier, and now I do believe...
Andy Brown?
We've got Andy Brown through there, so good push from them in the 8:42. And how awesome has it been to see that thing go this weekend, as well as Matthew Barrows now through Mount Squires. And now the 4:18, there we go, Hannah on the line. Yeah,
it's a great looking truck, isn't it? Those races, very unique and very dominant at one point in time over in America. There was a time where if Dale Dondale put on a helmet, you were racing for second in qualifying.
That's
Maybe
right.
not the whole race, but definitely in qualifying.
No, he's not afraid to try some different things, and a lot of them work out. Brett's got an all-wheel drive a racer over in the States with a big block in it. So yeah, it's a nice looking car and goes well. So yeah, no, it's and I think that all the Marson and all the Talbot Cox, all those buggies are all racers, aren't they?
Yeah, and they run very well. There's some really nice racing cars around, particularly in that North Queensland, like you're saying. There's a couple of them. I actually think Joey Bulmer has a really nice 7-litre black all-carbon racer as well. So, yeah, there's some nice cars getting around in that Queensland scene and all tied to the racer. So, hey, the 672 off the line, and that's Jordan Butcher. And again, we saw that in-cab before. So awesome that they've got the Starlink going for us. Hopefully, oh, well, with in-cab and out-of-cab. So we've got the live feed going there. And I think this is good. It's good for perspective too, because, you know, it probably numbs you a little bit having a look at the speeds of the trophy trucks. You know, this will show much more what it's like doing it at that pace and, you know, with a limited suspension. You know, these guys are going to get fairly beat up, aren't they?
No, that's right. Yeah. And that's quite a modified side-by-side as well too. So
absolutely.
And it's actually very surprising how quick the side-by-sides do go through the bumps.
Absolutely. And I think the other amazing thing is that they, like, even though their peak speed might be 130, 140 or whatever that number may be, they get there very quickly. Like, they're doing it instantly, aren't they?
That's right. They, you know, that then puts back on like Zalowski and the Fords going through, and how they have to really look after the car.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, if they overdrive those cars, they're all going to be broken on the track.
And I think a good point, you're talking about how well they go through the rough. You know, a 2.5-inch shock on a Patrol was a big shock not so long ago. Well, these things came with factory 3.0 coilovers, and now they're going up to 3.5-inch carriers, you know, bypass shocks and bits and pieces. So, you know, that just shows how hard they're pushing the suspension, isn't it? Like,
That's right.
Trying to dissipate all that heat. You cannot get away with a small 2.5-inch shock. So, you know, again, round these big whoops. Bill, this is another side. It's great to be able to see this instant cab. Isn't it crazy? Because I don't think you realise until you come to think that you can actually form whoops 2 metres up a berm.
Yes.
I'd never seen that before I came to think.
Yeah. And sometimes it does pay to cut in too. That's generally a cardinal rule in a truck to run the outside line. But these new trucks steer a lot better than the old ones do. And you know, you've got to make a decision. Sometimes you can cut in and run that inside line, and so get checked up a little bit earlier and run that inside line, and they run it strong.
Bill, just while we're looking here too, because you're a motorbike rider as well, you know, we all tried our hand at motorbike riding. I think I've realised I'm no good at it after seeing these guys. But anyway, long story short is, like, the other thing is, how are those tyre runs? Like, you imagine coming across there on your, you know, KTM 450 and that, you're holding on for dear life, aren't you? That's rough terrain to be riding a dirt bike in.
Mate, so just near the off-road club on this side, there's some sandy whoops through there and very wheel tracky, so that you've got whoops, but every one of them is a wheel track. And, oh man, I wouldn't like to be, my hips are screaming at me just looking at them.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and it's just crazy because the other thing we were talking about with the motorbikes versus the cars, and, you know, it's the same with the Polaris. Like, these average speeds are amazing because, you know, like with a truck you can do, say, 200, or a buggy you can do 200 k's an hour on the fast stuff, right? Well, if a motorbike never does better than 180, something like that, like, to keep those average speeds that they're doing is truly amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's yeah, even in the trucks, I firmly believe it's average speed. Like, everyone gets too caught up about top speed. Like, it's great to have it, but if you're pulling an average speed a lot better than everyone else, you're going to win the race.
Absolutely, mate. Yep, it is all about that combined. Hey, we see it often, like if you're off the track or, you know, running out on the track and you're losing those split seconds, that's where the likes of, we see it and we talk about it, like the likes of Shannon Wrench, he almost looks like he's going, I hate this word, but, you know, he's almost slow, and then you realise he's 2 minutes faster. How did that happen? He's smooth. That's what he is. Everything's neat.
That's right, and you know, like Toby, like that's when he's running, like it nearly looks boring when he's doing it. And so I was trying to channel my inner Toby yesterday, but Wild Bill come out a couple of times, I will admit.
Well, that's good, mate. And Wild Bill was working for you, so that works. So, and same with Bo. Like, how much do you think that experience plays in now for these guys? You know, again, we talk about he's been in this exact position before.
Oh, well, as a team, they're just such a professional team. You know, like they've got the same faces in there for a very long time. They've had more than their fair share of bad luck. They've made, you know, mistakes. They've corrected them. They analyse you know, the setbacks and put them in the knowledge kit. And you know, I think he's definitely going to be hard to roll on this one.
Yep, absolutely, mate. Hey, now, bit sad for us, but number 4, Danny Brown, starting to slip down that order. I'd say he's stopped or out, unfortunately,
Oh, no.
number 4. So he came out of, I believe, right behind James Cook or
Yep.
right behind Nick Cummins, one of those positions.
Yep.
And yeah, unfortunately now starting to slip down the order. So I'd say there's some sort of issue there. Michael Zacher is through Bonduma now, and so is Brad Belcher. Good to see Brad Belcher having a go. He's like the 22, like bought that Jimco not so long ago, and I tell you what, he's having a dead set crack in the top 10 of Fink for a fresh face.
Yeah, that's the old. What buggy's that one?
Oh, I don't want to. I think it's an old, like, is it a Hendricks or something like that?
I
It's
think
the
so.
old PWR.
Yeah, I think so. I think so, yeah.
If we asked the Robinson boys, they've definitely owned it. I'm
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
about
I'm
that.
sure they've owned it,
So,
yeah.
you know, like, it'd be interesting to have a conversation. But there was an era there where the Robinsons had so many of them that I really wasn't sure. And same with your mate Comiskey, mate. Like, I don't know if there's a trophy truck here that he hasn't owned.
Oh, yeah, there's a list. They were rolling past the other day, and I'm like, yep, that one. But, you know, it's so good for the sport, and that's why, you know, I just love rolling with Brett because, you know, he's just so enthusiastic. He loves the sport. He truly lives and breathes it. Just watching come through the side of sides, have a pro buggy for a brief while, and then now to see him in the trucks, it's an honour to be able to do this.
Well, I
stuff with him,
suppose,
yeah.
Bill, we all know that he's not right in the head because he came from racing quad bikes.
That's right.
You know that you're not right in the head if you do that.
100%.
But yeah, no, he is a legend. And again, he's a legend of the sport for, like, you could tell more stories than anyone. But like you said, I was actually telling that story about the year that, you know, like you were having those motor issues out here. And, you know, Brett, what do we got to do? I'll make it happen. I'll buy you a motor. Where can we fly? He was ready to fly one in from America. You know,
That's right.
he's that kind of guy that he just wants to see racing and be involved. And he's just got a smile on his dial. He's such a legend.
And he just puts that much more back into the sport, like and Fink, like we're all realising that you can't just keep taking from a sport. You got to start giving back, and that's one thing that Brett definitely does.
Absolutely, that's so good.
The 1008 off the line, Shane Greening. And just while we were having that chat, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the update on Bunduma. So after Nick Commons was just onto Salvo, he was 4 minutes away from him. Then Mark Burrows was behind him. Then you had Aaron James and Michael Zacher, and they were 30-odd seconds between them. And then you had Brad Belcher only like 17 seconds behind him. So it really is a push right in that little pack there. Brad Belcher there, and then you had Mel Brandel in the number 2 in the Pro Light, pushing very, very well up in the pack. Kemp Battle behind them, and then Rodden Bailey also through Bunduma. So it's all starting to happen, and we shouldn't be too far away from Rodinga popping up on our timing screens as well.
The 585 of Michael Shipton off the line there too. Royden Bailey, mate, he's another one that's warmed into the sport very well with some great results at the Don River, great results at Fink a couple of times, and all of those cars out of South Australia really they're a bit screw loose.
Yeah. Well, it's an off-road mecca down there. I'm hoping to get down to Loveday once we get Hellboy back together and run a bit of dust down that country again. I think that's going to be the spirit once we get it back together. Is try to do a few races other than just coming out to Fink. We changed that much in the car. We're kind of glad that we weren't hitting these bumps out here untested. So we need to get some R&D back into that little truck and keep sending them.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, seat time and comfort, that's a big thing, isn't it? And, again, like you said, if you're always just tweaking and adjusting, that's always a good thing. Now, the better beer, that'll be Ashley Foote off the line. Danny Foote not in that car, but Danny Foote with a great ride down. So we've got a great girls battle going in that Class 9. I believe Danny's actually currently in second place, isn't she?
Yes.
So,
and there you go, ladies and gentlemen, right on cue at 15. Oh no, I don't know how I'm going to do the timing on this one, but Bo Robinson is through Rodinga, ladies and gentlemen.
well, basically an hour to Rodinga because, the 32 is definitely wrong. It is 8:15, so it is basically taking them 30 minutes and 20-odd seconds to get to Rodinga. That's a stonking run.
That's a stonking run, yeah.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what the average speed is there. And now we wait a couple of minutes now back to Brent Smoothie, or do we, to see whether he's put the loud pedal back on, and it'll be interesting to see whether the 434, of Brett has come past Smoothie as well, because at the moment all the live streams are in sort of a pause mechanism. So we're waiting to see them pop back up so we can give you an update on those front runners. But yeah, not too far away from that as the Haken boys get off the line. They were the awesome fellas that scrutineering night with the coloured beards that had a chat with Rihanna, and they get off the line in the 86. So they don't want to be last weekend, but they're just looking to get there and back, which is always awesome. A lot of people are. So going to be very, very interesting indeed as we continue to watch our start-finish line section there. But yeah, definitely interesting to see when Smoothie comes through that Rodinga checkpoint.
Well, Lee Wells is messaging me. I hope he's, well, not right, not wrong. I don't know. But giving me accurate information. He messaged me, said Denny B's definitely stopped. So that's Denny Brown. And he looks like Smoothie has stopped on the tracker.
Cool.
So.
Yep, I'll try and pull that up.
So that's no worries.
Wow, we're all... There's so much going on, ladies and gentlemen. All the info's coming to us now as we speak. And I'll try and give you an update there now. Oh, no, it does. I don't think it's moved in 25 minutes, ladies and gents. So, oh, wow. It's all going on.
Yeah, sorry for going quiet in the feed there. There's a lot going on here.
There's a lot going on in my head.
Yeah, 668 now, so the 668 is past. Yeah, so that's wild. So we really are now looking with split eyes to the Rodinga because obviously the flip side of that is, Bill, you have some real investment in this, the 434. Like
I'm struggling to give a
real answer because
a real fair answer there. But you know, like that's bummer for Smoothie. Like he was so good to us yesterday when we went around him and gave us a good plug in the media when we went round. It was good of him to do that. He was driving strong. So yeah, hopefully they're all okay and can get back going again.
Yes, the 606 off the line now as well. So Thomas Stevens, again James Hagan off the line. Richard Hakoon in the 86 had left as well. So all off the line now. So a great race from all of those teams. And again, the battle's just starting for these guys. They've got about a 3-hour run home for some of these teams. We haven't even seen the Class 7 champions are still coming. So Craig Lowndes is going to be off the line in 73rd position. Again, can't say that enough. That's exactly where they should be. Like, as in, that's a good position. They're going to work through. You know, they've now settled down, haven't they? And they're actually into a position where they're going to have some clear track. They're not fighting the dust. You know, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, and all he's got to do is keep Lovell behind him.
Oh, it was a good battle going down yesterday because they set out a pace and the Raptor got around them, but the back of the car was coming off the ground and you know, we all chatted about it before he went down and said, if you start lifting your back wheels, you're going to break it. And he definitely kept it nice and steady. And yeah, sure enough, they broke the back shocks out of the Raptor. And
there you go. Because we actually commented coming over the jump. I said, man, it looks pogoing in the back.
That's exactly what happened. They pogoed bad and they just cruised back around him at a bit slower pace.
Yes.
So smart racing there by a very experienced driver. One of the legends of the sport.
Absolutely. But interestingly, only 4 cars behind Brad Lovell will be off the line. So, you know, it's going to be nice and close there off the grid, isn't it?
Wow, okay, so through our ears, ladies and gentlemen, we get word that the 847 is stopped on the side of the track and both driver and navigator are out of the vehicle. So it's opened it up, ladies and gentlemen. What a position it puts Brett Comiskey in the 434 and James Cook as well. If he can keep that hard charging run going, does that mean he is now on one of the podium positions? That's awesome for the number 10.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Nick Cummins too, that's another one. Like, hungry for the first. We're talking, Bill, out of the top 10 that started this morning, only one person, which is Mark Burrows, has ever won the chair like a thing before. So, you know, how many people would be hungry for those positions?
Oh, it's, you know, but that's what this race is doing now. Like, the trucks are definitely getting more of a foothold. But don't worry, there's still plenty of fast sections there where those buggies can unleash, and they sure do that. So Brett needs to really watch his mirrors and make sure sure that the buggies don't get on him on some of these flats.
Well, especially a killer like James Cook. And then the other interesting part that I love talking about, because I love all of them, and interestingly, V8s are right back now, you know, like it was for a while there. Oh, yeah, so here we are. We're just down with a live shot. This is inside Smoothie's car, so, yeah, unfortunately, I'd say that it is no race day for them. They've finished, so.
So there you go. The 434 is through Rodinga. Brett Comiskey is through Rodinga, and we're just going to try and do some calculations up here in the box, and we'll bring that to you very shortly, just because our timing has been a bit messed up here. So we're just trying to find out what the gap would be. It's looking like 5 to 6 minutes there.
Well, no, it was 1.5 minutes off the line.
Oh, no,
so
yeah, that's right,
yeah,
sorry.
but remembering that they started all on corrected time, so that's right, isn't it? So
yep.
They've had a run down. So, yeah, what we see the checkered flag here is what's going to be the corrected time. So, overall, that's a fantastic run. What a run for them. Yeah, going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out. And then I suppose we're looking very intently towards where James Cook and everyone is, the single-seater trophy truck.
David Bird, he is an absolute wild man when it comes to driving, and he has been out at the, look at the mud drawing on the side of that thing. I know Nina Kells must have got her name on the side of that thing. He's an Alice local, and he loves his racing out here, Billy.
Is that a modified pro truck of some sort, or it's got a very pro truck body, doesn't it?
I believe it is. He's such a character and such a good bloke. You know, just says what he thinks, and he's out here campaigning, and he sends that car hard.
Yeah, no, he definitely does. He's always one to watch. We love watching him here up in the box, and I love watching him at our local events because he always puts on a show. The 682, now off the line, another one of our side-by-side competitors making their run back to Alice Springs as we intently watch the Rodinga checkpoint.
Yeah, still cars going off the line. Pretty wild when you think about it like that. And then there's other people that are halfway home.
Yeah, you know, it is. There's actually, I've got a funny story from Craig on qualifying. They pulled up and they lost their fire extinguisher at the back, and he's like, how did that happen? So they replayed the video because it's still got the camera on the back of the cab.
Yep.
And they hit a bump, and the tailgate come undone, and the fire extinguisher jumped. Then they hit another bump, and it shut again.
That's amazing, isn't it?
So they put a barrel bolt in there to keep it shut.
Make sure she stays up. Maybe they were going for the fast airflow out the back of the tailgate.
Maybe that might be a new modification.
Yes,
put in the Chevys.
yes, absolutely.
There you go,
and then
ladies.
just auto shut it.
Sorry, boys. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The number 10 is through Rodinga.
So 2 minute gap there, a bit over 2 minute gap. So that's still pretty solid there. I think he's opened it back up in the rough. It's a good thing. The 69 off the line now as well.
Yeah, no, the number 10 definitely on a push, ladies and gentlemen, now that the smoothie machine is parked off to the side of the track. It opens it up for a couple of other competitors.
That's a strong drive by James.
Yeah, very good, especially considering that he's probably toned it down a bit, would you think, or you don't think that's possible? No, Bill's shaking his head. He's like, no, he doesn't have toned it down in him. Well, I just
looked into his eyes yesterday.
He's got killer in him?
Elevator music, mate.
Yes, well, they make the best off-road races, honestly. So McNamara off the line there, that was that 69 there. And yeah, absolutely, mate. Sometimes, well, it's funny. We're up here with Jeremy from the Dirt Bike Burrito. He's fantastic information, and he was talking about the difference between the top 20 riders, you know, like, and even the top 10. He goes, the ability to look at them and they just shark eye over. He said he was talking to Walshy, and Walshy goes, I don't really know what I do. I just go that fast down the track. And that's amazing. They're dealing with stuff rather than thinking about stuff, aren't they? Like, and that's probably what a good off-road racer does. They guide the truck and let it do its work.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people analyse the machines and that stuff, and they leave out that feeling movement with racing. Like, it's got to, you know, how does Toby do what he does? Well, there's obviously some sort of, you know, faith that it's going to work out for him, you know. So there's a centre line between having the right bit of kit, the right mental grasp on things, and just let it happen. You know, if you restrict yourself too much, you know, you're just never going to find that higher limit, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. That's right. As the 6183 is off the line as well. So again, some great vehicles running down now, making their way back
Yeah, Nick Commons through Rodinga now as well, 2 minutes behind James Cook in the 4.79. So he's really on the push as well. As the Chambers 2.69 gets off the line.
Yeah, Rick Chambers there on his way out and on his way home.
I believe another one of our Super 1650s, Dan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Class 2, yep, absolutely. And Brad Garrity's going to be right behind them in the 210 as well, so off the line pretty quick here.
Another interesting battle in the classes that we were talking about there. You've got Tim Weir pushing out front in the 255, and then you've got these two guys pushing through the pack to try and catch him.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, Super 1650, another one where it's really all about keeping the pace up and maintaining that, you know, the momentum, really.
Yeah, it's a good class too. I think they're to buy a chassis car like that, and you've got more of a quality machine for a longer period. So, you know, you could buy that one car and race it for half your life, and if you just keep giving it a bit of love and put it back together again, you know you can have a hell of a time racing it at a smaller budget. You know.
Absolutely, and the Sports Light's the same. The new 10 class, it's not new anymore. It's been around for a good couple of years. He's back and going. So Smoothie, we're running again. There you go. It just popped onto our screen. We didn't know that either.
How long was the stop, do you know?
No, not sure at all. But he hasn't come through Redingy yet, so we don't know if we'll give you too much information on that until we work out exactly what's going on. Don't want to give you false hope.
No, it looked like it was moving quite well, so it might have been a tyre.
Yes.
Tyre or tail shaft or something like that. Like
yep.
Some of these trucks now, we're running spare tail shafts on them. That can happen from time to time. You can lose a drive shaft.
Absolutely.
But yeah, for them to be back on point like that, you're nearly going to say it's something replaceable.
Absolutely, yeah, quick tyre change or something along those lines. So,
well, there you go, through Rodinga.
Yeah, so through Rodinga, but did drop about, really 10 minutes, hey?
Yeah.
He struggled last year in that same spot there up against the walls.
Yes.
So, yeah, he clipped a wall going down there last year. So, you know, hopefully, you know, maybe he's just tagged a tyre or something like that and got a change and got going again.
Bill, without too much information, can you give us some insight? Like, Smoothie had steering issues last year, didn't he? And Bo had steering issues this year. Is there something different in that setup, or are they running a rack or a swing system? Or
no, talking to Drury with Bo, they lost a fair bit of pressure in the pump, but the steering still was quite all right. So you know, he didn't have to full manhandle it. So it was working, but just not working quite as good as it should have been.
Yep.
And last year Smoothie did tag that wall pretty hard and peel a tyre in, bent a sector shaft in the steering box and a few other things.
And I was going to say, if you hit anything hard enough, it'll do it. So really, a pump's just a pump, isn't it? Like, you know, every now and then they just wear out, particularly at this RPM for this time.
Well, you know, race cars can just do things to you that no other vehicle can, and it makes no sense when and I know them boys wouldn't have an old anything on that car, but sometimes you just because.
Yep. Hey, we're talking about the old Cummins guys are here. Good old girl. So the 467. Again, a different roof number even on it, so she obviously might have had a real wild ride there early on.
Yeah, definitely had a real wild ride. He got out sideways into the bumps and they tipped it over a couple of times.
Right.
That little truck now has got an Albans in it, so they put a gearbox in that car now too. So,
very cool.
So it'll be a nimble little thing.
Yep, brilliant.
They're still, I
Cornick, you've done a bit of time in that truck, mate. Yeah, he's nodding his head. He's like, yep, I've been sitting in that seat.
We even run it at the 1,000 with Brett.
That's
so
right.
We put her up on pole,
Yeah, so good. So, yeah, it's done a few kilometres, that one. She's a good old girl.
Al's actually had a pretty rather large tumble in that car.
Ah, there you go.
He went over the handlebars.
Ah. Absolutely, there you go. So, no, it's very cool to see. And again, I suppose that's another good point. You can get an older race car, do a little bit of development to it, and it's still a very competitive truck out here.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And you know, you can get those things. Well, look at Greg Gardner, mate. Like, I did a hell of a jump over the finish line jump, and that's dedicated
just for him.
Just for my mate Greg Gardner.
Yeah.
And I know he would have tried to beat me, or probably would have.
Yeah, I did shout out. We do miss him. It'd be great to have him back next year because he's always one. And I tell you what, he's one that I'd be putting good money on, he would be pushing along at the front there this year.
Oh, 100%.
He's always amazing. Like when you talked about the podium last year, just the level of competition. But again, the first tin top or the first trophy truck to ever win at Finke too. He's the first guy to beat the buggies. So Greg Gartner, an absolute legend.
The number 1021, the single-seater, young Timmy Button. He's had a tough day. And, is that the deep well checkpoint? It is, ladies and gentlemen, at 8:31.22. Bo Robinson is not far away from Alice Springs whatsoever in the number 3, and he's pushing hard with a good gap.
Yeah, great drive from Bo. Bill, we were talking about before early on, he's got to be the most dominant driver at Finke that has never actually won a Finke, don't you think? Like, Bo's just absolutely, there's no talent like Bo Robinson here.
Well, even his brother Trav, but Bo's really been putting in the work. That's the part that you've got to take your hat off to them. They're putting in the work to get this win. They lost their dad last year. He was a legend of the sport and good friend of ours, and they're just doing him proud.
Absolutely, it's been a fantastic year for OBR. I did say I'd have a bit of a moment if Trav last year got the Australian Championship and Bo this year gets the win.
Yeah,
but we won't write that too early. But I tell you what a killer story that would be for the OBR team. Yeah. And have a look, Smoothie, full pace again.
Yeah, that thing's fixed. Whatever's going on there, it's
going.
Okay.
Yep. But again, so he'll be now on the push trying to get back up in the positions. He's behind Nick Commons. Got to go around that truck. That looks like the 6. Well, 602. I was going to add a 1 in there. I thought it was, 607. Yep, so a good drive there from the 607. He's got it wicked up.
Yeah, great to see those Polaris races out here. They're definitely a cool little bit of machinery as we intently watch the deep well checkpoint, just waiting for the 434 Brett Comiskey to come. And James Cook is also the next person we are looking for. But a big thank you to Billy Geddes for coming up into the box and having a chat with us. We really do appreciate it, and best of luck for this last little leg of the reg.
Thanks, mate.
No worries. Thanks for having a chat. So a massive thank you to Billy for coming up and having a chat. We really do wish them all the best. They had a stellar drive yesterday, and we really do hope the 434 makes it in for him.
I'm pretty sure now he hasn't got a microphone. I'm pretty sure he just saw the bar open over at the chicane lounge. And he's got his pass on. He's ready to go. So
the VIPs, eh?
live it. Well, boys, we'll see ya. Hopefully over there. The 6170 off the line now as well. Getting ready. So amazing to see some of these fantastic side-by-sides over here and getting off the line so solidly now. These positions are still all up in the air as far as I'm concerned. There's plenty of racing left to do. And again, plenty of classes. We've got the pro and the sport class in side-by-side too. So, it's a great battle up and down those lists, Josh.
Definitely is, but we're going to go down to the finish line here in Alice Springs to talk with Rihanna. Sorry, we are just having...
1 2 1 2.
Yes, good morning, boys, and good morning, everyone who is tuning in on the live stream. And, of course, everyone that is here on the ground in Alice Springs. There is certainly movement here at the start-finish line. I can see the banners are starting to get set up. The flags are starting to get ready. We're about 15 to 20 minutes away from seeing our first car cross the line, Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt. Providing nothing goes wrong in the next few minutes, we are going to have a first-time winner here for the cars section of the king of the desert. So, so exciting. It's been a fabulous couple of days heading to this moment, the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race, and people are starting to come to the finish line. So you know that we are just moments away from that first car crossing the line. It's been such an awesome day so far, and we've got plenty more action to come with the bikes starting around lunchtime. But boys, I need to give you guys a shout out. You have been non-stop speaking for the last 3 days. Dan Curran, Josh Graveling. We've got Josh Curran who's providing information from home. We've had Jeremy in the box as well, and thanks so much to Billy Geddes for helping out with commentary this morning. So it is not an easy job for you that you guys are doing, providing us information for close to 400 vehicles and drivers and navigators live in one of the most remote places in the country. So a huge shout out to you guys, and looking forward to what's going to happen in the next few minutes as we wait here anxiously for the first car to cross the line for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Guys, I'm excited.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Rihanna. Thank you for all your hard work this weekend. You've been running around getting all the scoops on all the drivers and riders. We really do appreciate it. And yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. We're excited as well, Rihanna, up in the box. We cannot wait to see who comes through that section first. And there you go, the 4-3-4. Billy Geddes is, he was up in the box. I've got Billy on my mind. Brett Comiskey is through deep well, ladies and gentlemen, and it's around about a 6-minute gap. So it looks like he's just backed off and is, trying to get it home and in that position. And that, what a drive it is from that group of people that are here this morning.
Yeah, protecting a solid position. Yeah, it's easy to be excited when we genuinely are excited. We love this stuff. So off-road racing, it's so good, it's exciting. And again, it's interesting because even I would think that Bo Robinson is running a solid pace that he just knows that he can do essentially forever in that Mason Trophy truck. So he's having a good commanding drive. James Cook, again, Billy said he had it, looked like he had a fire in his eye last night, so going to be great to see how that plays out. Nick Cummins and then Brent Smoothie obviously will be back on the gas. For want of a better word, he has nothing to lose here. I mean, I suppose he has the outright in the Class 8. You know, that position is always nice, but, you know, knowing Brent Smoothie and David Walsh, they're here for the win. So the 499 off the line there now. Again, one of our trophy utes. Again, there is a couple of these. A fantastic vehicle, a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, definitely a awesome vehicle, and this Mild Waters machine has had its fair share of moments this weekend. Saw a video of it yesterday again, and I don't think they've learned from their past experiences here at Finke, but they're having a good time doing it, so why not?
Yeah, they do a lot of racing too, which is pretty cool. You know, lots of different things going on, and they race overseas and with colds and everything.
Looks like the next of our vehicles.
So that would be James Cook, yeah, and as it say that, it comes through on our deep well timing. So currently about 2 minutes behind, 1 minute and 40 behind Brett. So that's a good run from Cook, and only about 60 Ks to go now to home. Some fast sections out here. I'd say Braddy's going to do us proud here for the Central Queensland boys, that truck. But again, don't want to put the mocker on anyone. We saw how good Smoothie was going. He was in a charging position. Unfortunately, one issue down there. Are we going to see him pick back up that Nick Cummins spot, that 479? That's the Brenthal Trophy truck. But again, always harder to get around, isn't it? You've got to deal with that dust. But I've heard Bill say that dust wasn't a terrible issue for those top, 10 sort of guys. They all had a pretty good run, but once you start getting down to the, 50, 60, 70 positions, so these guys, again, not starting on corrected time anymore. It's only the top 20 minutes that was corrected.
45, the Beavis machine. Unfortunately, they limped into Finke yesterday, so didn't have the run they wanted down, but they will get back in it today, and they will send it back home towards us here at the Alice line.
David Beavis, a legend, old motocross boy, has ridden this many times, run a Class 5 truck for a period of time there. And again, everyone's starting to, you tell, starting to amp up, get excited.
Well, there you go again. There's the 45 going really slow.
It's missing.
Yeah.
Gee, it's an
it is.
electrical issue.
Yeah.
Or motor issue, like.
Very lumpy. Yeah, that's unfortunate for the 45 as the 479 makes their way through deep well. So it's all starting to happen. Unfortunately, the 45 has to pull over only around about a K out, Fink.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that fixed. Should be plenty of assistance down there, nice and once they get 30 metres off the track.
Yeah.
But the 6159 off the line now as well. So great work there. Again, the 6159, which is Clint Broomhall. Again, Jack Middlewaters was off the line. Kristen Apostles was off the line. Paul Tuckley in the single seat. The 996, while we were chatting, was off the line. Some fantastic drivers there. Eddie Shivers came off the line. The 657 of Kane Jones also out and running now. The 617 of Tim Wadlow. So again, you can see that side-by-side battle is still really competitive between families, between mates, between positions. It's all going on. Now, one unfortunate, the 454 is coming up soon too. Still, gee, might be... You have to be close on the line, so that's 658. So Stuart Lang. I'm thinking that the 454 was meant to start off the line next. I'm hoping that he gets going. That's Michael Doolan. And the reason I say that is it's going to be one to watch because he is very fast. I believe I want to say he was top 10 last year with a stock LS3 in it, a 6.2 litre. It was a 6100 sealed motor car that they bought over from the States. And they've raced it here, and they've now got a Hendry 7-litre in it. It's got plenty of motor, so that'll be interesting to see them. I think they had some issues on the way down, limped in. So very out of position here for a top 10 guy.
And for any of our viewers or people here at the start-finish line waiting to hear about the Chev or the Ford, they have not left the line yet, ladies and gents. So that is the other battle that we'll be watching intently. But yeah, we've just got to wait a little bit longer for them to leave. But as soon as they are, we'll let you know. And they're quite literally, I think, starting behind each other. So that'll be very interesting as the next vehicle comes through. And that's Brent Smoothie, 3 minutes behind Nick Commons. And the 479 through deep well. So yeah, Smoothie a little bit off the pedal.
So I just got an update. Doolan had a major electrical issue and then lost a drive belt. And then a steering pump. So he had a rough run down, unfortunately, and that does happen. So the 455, big shout out to Ben for giving me that information. Good jump. And see, that's what you see. Like, he's back on top 10 pace here. So hopefully those guys can get that sorted.
There you go, the 788 on the line.
Yeah, and the Ford will be about 4 cars behind.
Oh, okay, sorry, Dan.
So, no, that's all right, but you're right, it's very close.
Yep.
So, Craig Lowndes, and, you know, then it'll be a gap to Chelsea Gwynn, Simon Brown, and then Brad Lovell. And we heard Billy talking about that before. Brad Lovell was the early leader in the Ford, but just pushing a little too hard, ended up having that shock issue. We talked about it. It's funny, you can pick it. It just looked really uneasy. And but they will have fixed that overnight.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The Ford Performance guys would have been working extremely hard to get that vehicle back under prep as Craig Lowndes makes his way in that Silverado. And like he said, he was conservative yesterday just because of that. You know, the Ford had its issue, and there was a great photo of the Ford Performance team that they put up last night of them jumping right next to that Chevrolet and passing them, but it didn't last very long. So the Chevrolet still has bragging rights at this point, but wow, an update through deep well as well. You've got Justin Montesalvo, and then right behind him is Mark Burrows in the 21 machine, pushing hard.
Did you pull... Sorry, mate, I think you might have that slot. Brent Smoothie has slipped in there.
No,
is what's happened. So Brent Smoothie's actually picked up a position there. So he picked up that track position and by a bit, minute and a half, where Smoothie's on a flyer. And then Justin Montesalvo, Mark Burrows is going to be the next through, is that correct?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's all changing up here.
It's all going on.
Yep, so Brent Smoothie has picked off a spot, and he's now... Again, he has got 3 minutes back to deep well.
Yeah.
I mean, Smoothie is flying, but so's Nick Cummins. We're now talking about the fastest of the fast.
Yeah. And there's that groom machine that Billy was talking about, the Alice Springs Tourist Park.
Yeah, Gwynny. So Chloe Gwynn's in there, the 244 with the legend Bernie Gwynn in the passenger seat doing those repairs, working on. I think they broke a front beam because it's an old beam car, and they got that fixed last night down the far end with a lot of help. So those guys are having a good run there too. So, you know, they're going to pick up a few positions on the way home too, because they're probably out of position considering that they had those broken bits. So Chloe's done a lot of speedway work, so it's awesome to see.
The 6190 making its way off the line now, and that's Simon Brown.
Absolutely. Simon with a nice solid run there. Again, it sounds funny, but that's exactly where you want to be running in a pack with cars your pace. Sometimes it's no good when you're nervously looking at your mirrors. Probably now he can buckle down and get into a groove and start picking off a few cars and make his way home in a solid position. Brad Lovell, no doubt, going to do the same, because we're talking about the 773, the Ford Performance Ranger Raptor. It's done a few kilometres. She's done a bit of work. Done Baja, won Finke here last year. They said that they lightened it up. I think they were pushing pretty hard on the way down. They physically picked off the Chev in the rough, but then unfortunately that led to a shock issue. So they had to essentially limp it back in, and the Chev did get back around them. So, you know, and again, we talk about it's so cool because it's the Australian car with an American driver. Now, I hate to say it, we were expecting Brad Lovell there.
Yeah, no, well, the King Chrome boys may be out of position, or
that might be a seeding, you're right.
Seeding, because I know I believe they actually stopped to help Timothy Button, the 1021 machine, because, you know, he's in a single seat and trying to get a wheel changed on that, and then unfortunately a wheel bearing let go. So that's why he got timed out to Bunduma, but he is already out there on the charge home. So good luck to young Timmy, and a massive shout out to the King Chrome boys for stopping and helping him. That is the lovely camaraderie we get here out at the Fink. And I'll give you an update here. Wow. Michael Zacher and Mark Burrows, there's literally nothing in that. Yeah, wow. Maybe 20 odd seconds between those two.
Well,
through deep well.
Michael Zacher's gone around Brad Belcher, Aaron James, Mel Brandle, and Mark Burrows. So Big Zach Dog is on the charge and now inside the top 10, which is pretty darn impressive.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, it looks like, as I'm looking over to the left, none of our live streams today from InCab, other than that awesome stuff we've got from Smoothie and that bit that we had from Jordan Butcher, and hopefully we get more of that later. But unfortunately, none of the live streams seem to have been keeping up. So the Ranger Raptor off the line now, the 773 of Brad Lovell. And again, it's the Australian vehicle, American driver versus the American vehicle with the Australian driver. Have a look, they're having a good hook in there, aren't they? Using that turbo power.
Suspension's definitely had some work done to it overnight, so it does look a lot better than it did yesterday. It was sort of bucking like a bull yesterday when it was coming through that section. Just, yeah, rear end really loose as the Honda Talon makes its way. As you can see, the OBR team are anxiously waiting on the start line. They're up on the big screen now. And that's always one of the hardest positions you can be in. And yeah, these guys have had probably 10+ race starts here at Fink before. And it's going to be very interesting to see whether they can put themselves on that top step this year. As the Honda Talon makes its way off the line, the 6634. Again, great to see a wide range of side-by-side vehicles. And wow, you can't half tell, it is getting very busy at the start-finish line. Our little media stage is absolutely packed as Brad Belcher goes through deep well, and then after him, Kent Battle goes through. He's on the push. That's great to see as the 6195 makes its way. Very interesting. We intently wait to see the action at the gate, that famous gate that come through into the stadium section. We expect to see the number 3 machine. But you never know what could happen until we call it, until we see it with our own 2 eyes. Still pumping cars out down at the Finke end.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? So we are talking about, and we talk about it every year, Bo Robinson's about to come back into the stadium, and we're still turning cars out 226 Ks down the track at the 646 off the line now. Again, we've got the splits up to 434. My goodness, it looks like the 10 is on the back door of the 434 now. But that is an awesome drive from Brett Comiskey to keep that all together. Again, he's only just got the car. He literally said he'd never been in it before. Well, not never been in it before, but never raced it before. So pretty impressive to come out with essentially no track time in that awesome trophy truck, the Tisco. But at the moment, the Mason in front and leading. We can see it ducking and weaving in through those corners. I'd say they're going through that section where you run across the whoops and then go back through it to the right through the fence. I know the section well. That distance, how good is that? So about 20 Ks out, maybe a little less, to be honest with you.
Yep, they'll be around about the off-road club.
Some people, I think they're a bit closer than the off-road club. Yeah,
yep.
That's what I reckon with that little turn and twist.
Speaking of the off-road club, the 544 Alice Locals, Ben and Nina get off the line, and as Billy was saying, how good is it to see that vehicle get down there to Finke, and hopefully we welcome them back into Alice, because that thing is such a unique machine.
Yeah, absolutely. The old Holdens. There used to be a lot. We've seen some stuff on the old historical pages of the old Monaros racing, and pretty crazy to think that the Monaros now are, you know, a 6-figure car. Not 6 zeros, but a 6-figure car.
Oh, yeah.
$100,000 worth. And, you know, an old Holden Ute now, especially in condition like that, obviously not chopped up, but you know, it's worth a few dollars now. So it's cool to see them out here racing and repping and enjoying and using, and it's great to see. So, and that classic VS was on the line as well in Class 5. So great to see that happen.
Mel Brandel through Deepwell now, as well as Rodden Bailey. Great to see those two through there.
Yeah, Royden's been having a great run there at the moment with that Element car. Again, another one. They're all battling right on the tip of that top 10. So Mel Brandel has gone back a couple of positions. So I believe he's just outside the top 10 at the moment. But again, still pushing hard, and 65, 70 kilometres to go. Anything really can happen. Well, there you go. Smoothie looking at the splits. He was the fastest overall by 5 seconds between Redinga and Deepwell. Wow. He's driving like a very angry teenager right now. So he actually run the fastest. So he's faster than Bo on track right at the moment. But we have this conversation. Yeah. Bo is driving smart. Why would you set record times right now when you're out in front? He knows exactly what he's doing. And there you go, Cook and Cummings also running the exact same split time between Redinga and Deepwell. They both ran exactly a 15:31 with a 3. Wow. So it is that tight at the moment that essentially Cook and Cummins are running the same time on track, and dust is not an issue as we saw in those in-cabs.
So it's still a battle for that that final podium paying position.
Absolutely, mate. It's wild. The 847 there as well. So 43410, 847 is moving on the tracker like a madman. So he's actually chasing up, because this is uncorrected. Are we going to see Smoothie try to come back? It is a big gap from there. Yeah, I think that he's got past Nick Cummins on our tracker.
Yeah, okay. It does look like it.
And that means that we're going to see, can he get up to the 10?
Wow. It's all to play for, ladies and gents.
Yeah, listen, this second and third, Bo's in a solid position. He's just driving. He's having a great run. We're cheering the OBR team home. Can't wait to see the number 3 come across the line as Jamie Knight takes off the line. That Luke Hall built truck, the Gundy boys, they put a lot of work into this, got a lot of motor in it. Unfortunately, had some dramas on the way down, but got it down. And they're going to be charging home. So I'm excited to call Jamie and the crew home. Again, it's a bit hard to work out off this tracker, but again, the 10 looks like it's starting to really move onto the back of the 434 now. Yeah, so Redinga to Deepwell too. Cook took another 30 seconds out of the gap. So Cook is definitely chasing that second spot on the podium. Currently sitting in third, but moving up on the 434. So the big Get Pro buggy, it is charging. Oh, this kills me. It looks like the 847 on the tracker isn't moving again at the moment, but I'm not really sure. The 484 is there as well. That's the Patriot entry, Justin Montesalvo. And it almost looks like now the 484 is going to get around the 847, but that can't be right, surely.
Yeah, no, it's really hard to... Let's see if we can...
The 547 off the line there, Josh as well. So we're talking about that VS Commodore with an LS.
Yep.
Mate, has she had a big bingle in the back of that VS? It's been over, hasn't it?
Oh, yep. So last year it did. I don't know whether it... Oh, no, it has.
I'm sure it didn't look like... It did not look like that in scrutiny.
No, the DeBrennies, they're going to be spewing. I haven't heard anything from their camp yet, so I really do hope they can get it home as the 76 series makes its way off the line, the 798.
Yeah, so Hank Parker is back in racing. Unfortunately, a TNF on the way down for them, so that's why they're sitting in this position, but running home, which is fantastic, getting points. So, but again, it is crazy. The number 3 is just outside the stadium here, ladies and gentlemen. On the tracker, we're very close. Bo's closer to the stadium than he is to Brett Comiskey, is what I'm telling you.
That's awesome to hear. Wow. And that's the thing. Bo's been on the podium 5 times before, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely amazing work from Bo. Again, we did mention about him being the most competitive car that has never won. I truly believe that with Bo. Again, Travis as well, absolute stonking competitor, but, you know, I think Bo's been more consistent at it. You know, like he moved into the trophy trucks, got very consistent at running through. Trav got the Australian Championship last year, which is just such an amazing story. You know, absolutely awesome work from Travis Robertson and Andrew Pinto to get that number 1 on the roof. They know they've been working for it. Wow, for a lot of years. You know, I remember seeing them at Gundawindi in 2008 and 2009, just charging. And even back then, he was taking it to the big boys. It was Shannon Wrench, Dave Fellows, and Travis Robinson were the killers back then. And, you know, Trav's still here having a good crack, as is Shannon. And we'd love to see maybe Dave Fellows could come back for that 50th. Imagine that.
That'd be awesome. The Jack Rhodes as well. That would be cool to see.
Absolutely.
So many names synonymous with this event. So as we intently watch that back area, we shouldn't be too far away whatsoever. And it's all going on. First podium for Bo was back in 2009. Ladies and gentlemen, they've always been up the pointy end, but they've never been able to put it on that top step. And you can tell we're all intently waiting. The nerves start to kick in here. And I can tell you, every single person here at the start-finish line here in Alice Springs, the finish line here today, is intently watching that screen or intently watching that back section of the stadium. The cameras are locked on. Our eyes are focused. And you get that eerie silence in the venue. We're all pumped up, we're all loud, running through those deep well checkpoint times, and now it just tends to settle. We wait in anticipation to see who will come through that famous gate first here at Alice Springs in the Red Centre.
Boy, how crazy is it? The hair is tingling right now because does that look like dust a little bit further out?
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. It does look like it. And we'll call it now. It is the number 3.
So that's coming in through that fence section. He's jumped the road or the rail crossing down there. And ladies and gentlemen, Bo Robinson is in the stadium area, making his way towards those famous whoops, the prologue track. He's done this before.
Yeah, get loud, Alice Springs. This is going to be very emotional for the OBR team. It's been a hard year for them, but they've done their father proud. Travis with the number 1 last year in the Australian Off-Road Championship. And now it looks like Bo is driving to a commanding lead and win here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race for the 48th running. Just look at that truck, that Mason.
Yeah.
He's done well.
It just works so well. Interesting too, the 2-wheel drive versus the 4-wheel drive debate ever raging. I know Bo really enjoys the way this 2-wheel drive handles, the way it performs, and I tell you what, this is showing why. He's got the 3 on the roof for a reason. It's absolutely amazing to watch this trophy truck, the big extreme 2-wheel drive, working in its natural habitat. So much stuff has happened down the track, but Bo has run the perfect race so far. He's kept it so clean and so consistent. Top qualifier, first on day 1, and now so close to spraying the champagne on day 2.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. After all the trials and tribulations, after 10 years of trying, the number 3 of Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt are going to take the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Put your hands together for the number 3 of Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt, your 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race King of the Desert in a time of 1 hour, 47 minutes and 36 seconds. The OBR team have finally won here at Finke. We're emotional up here in the box, and I know down there the OBR team will be as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that one's for their dad. Congratulations to OBR. What a story. AORC for Travis last year, and now they've gone on to win Finke. Dan, wow.
Yeah, mate, that is absolutely awesome. For years, they've been trying to get this one. Look at the emotion overflowing down there for Team OBR. I tell you what, that is a special moment. I feel like they're just going to take their time driving down to Park for May.
They are. I cannot wait to see the celebration. I can't wait to hear what they've got to say. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're here at the venue, you're going to see it. And also, later this evening at Lassiter's for the presentation, it is going to be a good night. Don't you worry about that with the OBR boys on the top step. It's going to be a party. Wow. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way to the front of Parc Fermé. Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt in the Mason Trophy truck.
Yeah, look at the high fives going down the track. That is a good feeling for Bo Robinson. Hutty, how absolutely amazing. These guys have been working hard for many years at this. Again, a number of amazing vehicles that they've had over the years. They've run Jimco Pro cars, Porters, trophy trucks. They were one of the originals to move over from a guy to a Geyser truck. Now in this Mason 2-wheel drive, this is a full-size carbon truck. Got all the motor, and I tell you what, this is simply amazing for Bo. I bet you it's just all flowing over.
Yeah, it won't. I don't think it will set in until they finally get that helmet off and Rihanna gets to chat with them. Oh, wow, this is going to be... It's emotional. The number 1 board goes up. And wow. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt in the number 3, your 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race, Kings of the Desert.
Yeah, just embraced by family there. Absolutely. Emotions overflowing. How good is that?
know it's awesome. And we shouldn't be too far away from the 4.34 of making its way in. And yes, there you go. It makes its way into the stadium. Brett Comiskey, what a drive from him to put it second on the podium, as well as Billy Geddes and his co-driver. They had a stonking run in prologue, and then Billy licked the stamp and sent it down to Fink. And now they've handed it over to Brett Comiskey. And it looks like they're going to come home for second here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race for 2024. It's run by the trucks this year, it looks like.
Yeah, it'll be Corey Cooper in the passenger seat of that truck. Great run there from the Tisco. Interesting, another two-wheel drive truck. V8, paddle shifted sequential box and all the good gear. But Brett Comiskey would have to be happy with that, boys. The 4.34 is in the stadium. What a run from them. Again, it's going to be another first-timer to the podium. Absolutely amazing. But again, Bo Robinson with the #1 position. Shane Hutt, the OBR team celebrating. But I tell you what, these boys are going to have a couple of roadies too.
Yeah.
Brett Comiskey, he knows how to party. The 4.34 now making its way through the S's. Only a handful of corners left to go. It's been a long drive.
It definitely has been. And here we go for the 4.34 for Comiskey Mining Services. What a story it's been. A couple of different drivers over the weekend, but this Tisco Tofi truck has done them well. Put your hands together for your second place getter, Brett Comiskey. In the Tisco truck.
Goodness. There is going to be a few sneaky black rats in that Queensland camp tonight, I can tell you. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on the roof of the Mason. To the victors go the spoils. Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt. Oh, we're going to see some champagne fly. It's going to be a great night here in the Alice tonight. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Your #1, Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt.
Great run from them, as well as the Comiskey Services crew. Billy, I know he'll be down there very, very excited. Brett will be excited. For pretty much the first drive in that truck in racing conditions, he has done an excellent job. Held off a hard charging pack.
Yeah, there absolutely has been a crazy pack there. James Cook was pushing hard. He had some real pressure from Smoothie, and unfortunately mechanical issues for Smoothie. So there's Billy. Look at the embrace there. The boys, the Queenslanders, the Central Queenslanders. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 4.34. And how good's that? The kids getting amongst it as well. Yeah. So good, the #1 plate. What a year, ladies and gentlemen. Bo Robinson and now Brett Comiskey. We're going to throw down to Rihanna now with Bo Robinson, our #1 place getter.
There's so much emotion down here at the finish line. There is tears in the eyes, and I don't think it's from the red dirt. Bo Robinson just soaking up every single second of this victory. Bo, I know you want to celebrate here. We just want to get a couple of words from you. Congratulations, Bo Robinson. You have done it. You have the #1 plate on your car.
Yeah, look, it's emotions are high. Yeah, it's good. Boys did a great job, Drew and all these boys. Yeah, it's good. Finally.
You say finally. You've got your mum, your brother, the whole family, all of your friends. They're here. You've been trying to take this #1 as long as you can remember. What does this mean?
I've been coming here my whole life. Actually, my mum was pregnant with me up here, so it means a lot. I just wish my dad was here, but it's good.
Tell me about your dad. Tell me what this means for your family.
No, it means a lot. It just means a lot. Really a lot.
Congratulations, Bo. Enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. They are on the line, Josh. OBR have had 8 podiums in total overall, dating all the way back to 1993 with their father. Again, Brian Robinson, a legend of the sport.
just that it's awesome. So happy for the Robinson boys to finally get on that top step. And as we look at the Comiskey crew getting out of their second place getter, big hugs.
Yeah, absolutely. The boys, they are pumped. How good is that? Comiskey drove a solid race. Billy put in such an amazing effort to qualify that car and get that through and then run it down as hard as he did, coming out of 6th to be 2nd on road. How good is that, ladies and gentlemen? I tell you what, we just flicked across, though, because there's another car, our 3rd place, James Cook. How crazy is this, man?
It's awesome. It really is, Dan. You've got a pro buggy. The bloke who was in side-by-side a year ago and did really, really well. He stepped up to that pro buggy. He had a stonking run down to Finke, and it was very, very eventful. They've patched the car up today, and they've lit the stamp and sent it as well. And they're coming through into the stadium section now for a 3rd place here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. You've got to be happy with that from James Cook.
What's crazy is Bo has stood on the podium 5 times here before. This will be the 6th time, and he's standing on the top spot. But between them, these guys beside him have never been on the podium before. You know, last year we saw like people that have been on the podium multiple times, multiple winners, and now this is a fresh bunch of hungry young animals, my friend, that are coming through the sport and challenging for position. It's so exciting to see the number 10.
Just hoping that roof number was a little bit bent from yesterday's excursion.
Gonna say, I think it's a layover from yesterday. I'm pretty confident they did do a bit to. Well, it looked much worse for Ware driving in yesterday, but James Cook having a cracking run. And I tell you what, it'll be exciting too. Gene Towler is in the building, so Get Performance, the guy that built this car all the way over in California, Southern California, is in the house. So big shout out to Eugene, but a big shout out to these Cooks Concreting Racing team. They are fresh faces to the pro buggy scene, but they're going to be around a long time. And again, ladies and gentlemen, get very excited for James Cook as he makes his way across the line. He's done a hard 446 kilometres to stand on the podium in his first run in a pro buggy.
What a run from James Cook and Mitch Arcto in that Get Performance Pro buggy. But we're going to go down to the finish line with Brett Comiskey and Rihanna.
Brett Comiskey, congratulations, your first ever podium here at Finke. What does this mean?
It means heaps. Like 8 years I've been coming here to be up this far. This guy here rode the wheels off going down there, so I just had to maintain. Smoothie got around me and I sort of lost a bit of an edge, and once I seen he had a flat tyre, I thought I've got a second chance. I went for it. Yeah, I went for it.
It hasn't been a smooth run for you guys, though. You had the issues in the other car. We've had to make the decision. Billy's in commentary for us, not in the car. I mean, what was behind all of that, and how'd you come to that decision?
Look, that was emotional because I seen how good he did. But, you know, we bought the car. It's our team car. I wanted to learn to get in something like this and do what we just did and do it with my friend here. It's even better.
You just said to me that was wild. I mean, just talk, put us in the drivers. What was it like out there?
This morning, like, the visors were fogged up, you couldn't see, and I was still copping Bose dust, so cracking the visor, I couldn't see. And you're doing warp speed over whoop, so crazy stuff, crazy stuff.
This is just so cool. You're here with your mates. Just enjoy, soak it up. Congratulations, Brett.
That's what it's all about, mateship. Thank you.
Yeah, and it looks like James Cook was having a little bit of a celebration there. He really was putting it on the bop.
Yeah, loves a little bit of limited bash, and I think that's because they've come in and see that they're 3rd on road. What a drive. Yeah, look at the emotions.
And the winner of the class too.
Yeah, and winner of class as well, so they get the 3rd place money plus the class honour monies. Brought to you by Method, so a massive thank you to them once again. And again, James Cook was on a stonking time, 1 hour 52:04, and every single one, well, not every single one, sorry, you've got Brett Comiskey, Billy Geddes and James Cook and his co-driver, all first-timers on the podium here at Finke.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. It's been a cracking run. so interesting to see how things change over the years. You know, there would have been a period there where these new four-wheel drive trophy trucks are taking over, which makes sense. They were running very, very hard, and you know, but now we've got two-wheel drive V8 trucks on the front, and you know, a V8 buggy on the podium. So you know, it's amazing to see the different variants, and James Cook just celebrating again. You can see these great shots from Parc Fermé, where we get to see this amazing overflowing of emotion. You really cannot describe the feeling of coming under that banner. You know, it doesn't matter how easy it seems or how good it is. I mean, and James Cook has had a tough weekend in the office. Holy moly, Mikey Zacca is in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what has happened, but Mikey Zacca has passed about 10 cars on road this morning, and that is a stonking run. He's going to stand just off the podium overall, but on the podium as a pro buggy in this new to him Wilson car. He's only had it about, I want to say 12 months or a bit over 12 months. I think he got it for Fink last year, and the guys have been constantly developing that, the 51, so a great run there from Mikey Zacca to bring it in.
What a drive from Mikey Zacca.
Yeah,
wow, he was way down the pack yesterday in like 50th he started out of. He's driven all the way today and on the bopper as well.
He started out at 12th this morning to be 4th on road. So
these are the stories that happen here at Fink. The 51 from 12th to 4th here this morning. The 51 of Mikey Zacca making his way towards the line. It's all good now if it's not that clean. He makes it for 4th place at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, that is absolutely awesome from the Zacca crew in the 51. Hey, we're going to throw down again because I believe we've got our 3rd place getter, James Cook.
Congratulations, James Cook. You got the number 3 there in front of you. Firstly, I just need to know, how's the body?
It's bloody sore today, I tell you, coming down. Poor Mitch had to listen to me carrying on all the way down the track, but I just can't believe it. It's surreal. We got here this weekend, had cracked heads. We're running on Chemi World. The effort to get here has been huge. To get on the podium was what we wanted. And sometimes your goals and ambitions are different. But we got it done, and I can't thank the team enough. They just worked in the shed midnight, you know, family, friends who support me, and we're all up here, and hopefully we can enjoy a few beers tonight.
It's been a wild weekend for you. I mean, you rolled this 3 times, I think, yesterday. The body's just been bashed and bruised, but you're here. I mean, what does it mean to be on the podium here?
I'm pretty emotional, like the amount of work and money and time that we all put in, and you know, you put your body on the line out there, and when it pays off, it makes it all worth it.
Mitch, for you, sitting in the Navi seat, I mean, tell us from your point of view, what's it been like?
It was a bit of a wild ride all weekend, but we just had another rollover then. That's where we stopped, but the legs are a bit jiggly from tipping that back over, but I'm glad that's over. It was a bit of a wild ride the last 10 Ks.
What a ride. We love hearing these stories. Congratulations on your podium.
Thank you. Cheers.
Congratulations on your podium.
Thank you very much, Rihanna.
There you go.
I didn't
That's
want
insane.
to think it, but they did, and to still come home in 3rd with Zacca on an absolute flyer home.
Not 1, but 2 rollovers.
Yeah. And then you had Mark Burrows, in the background there, come across for 5th in this year's race.
Yeah,
So,
one of the most winning pro buggies ever in Australian history, Mark Burrows. An amazing run there to be in 5th. In our top 5, we got Bo Robinson. Then we got Brett Comiskey, James Cook, Mikey Zacca, and then Mark Burrows. Absolutely amazing. Some new young guns, some old hats, some absolute legends, all up and down. How exciting is that?
and you love these shots coming out of Parc Fermé. Oh my God, you're going to like this one. That's Kent Battle. What has happened between Deepwell and Alice Springs? That track must be so rough in that last 10 Ks, because look at Battle. He's up into 6th.
Yeah, that's simply amazing.
Wow. It's all happening.
Yeah, the 31, gee, you'd have to be happy with that. The Element car, they had a really tough prologue, a really tough run down. We heard Billy say that they had 4 coil packs, one side bank failed, and now to be here in 6th place. Absolutely insane.
So somewhere between Deep Well and Alice, we've lost the 479, the 847, and the 484 so far. Those were the vehicles we were expecting next in. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, we tell you every year, you don't decide what Fink is going to do to you. Fink decides what it will do. As Kent Battle comes home for a very good position in the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Big shout out to the 31 of Kent Battle and Adam Franklin from Rangewood. A brilliant run there in that Element Pro car as we go back down for some more interviews with Rhiannon.
Yeah, it's so good, just soaking up all of the celebrations, the camaraderie amongst all the competitors. Lots of man hugs happening down here. Michael Zacher, congratulations for coming in P4.
Thank you. One spot short.
Just tell me about your weekend. What's the ride been like?
It was pretty shit to start with, mind my language. We ran off the road in prologue. We ended up 61st to start yesterday. So we had to do a fair bit of mopping on the way down. There was a lot of cars to overtake, and then surprised us in 12th at the turnaround. And then Dylan and the boys did a friggin' amazing job on the prep, like to give me a car that finally stayed together. It's like, and it's all due to Dylan.
Dylan Blake, what does this mean for you guys? We know how much work goes in behind the scenes, and you're here, you're in position 4. It's awesome.
Oh, absolutely awesome. Yesterday was a crazy run down, and when we left town today, we just said look after the car and just see what happens and do the best we can. We got out of town and it was pretty good. He was just got into his groove, and yeah, as much as it might be me with the car, it was him with the steering wheel. So it was just a good team effort, and we just had a great time.
Huge congratulations to you both. Enjoy these celebrations. Soak it all up.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rihanna, for those interviews. And it is all changing up here. Royden Bailey through, and then Mel Brandle in the number 2, so the first of the pro lights.
Yeah, so a couple of those pro cars, which you'd expect big horsepower cars, have got around Mel Brandle there. Now, the other big thing is obviously no smoothing in yet. We were expecting him back in, so when I was worried about that tracker glitching and stopping, I'd say they were stopped, unfortunately. So David Walsh very close to the stadium anyway. You wouldn't need the helicopter to get back.
No, not at all. Someone should be able to run out in the ute and go and get him.
But as you said, Royden Bailey right there, so that's a great run. Simon Harriman and Toby Watley were the navigators, but I believe it's Simon Harriman in out of SA, Pinaroo, getting some fast cars coming out of South Australia. And Royden Bailey across the line in the 52, taking the checkered flag. They should be. I probably know that he might not be, but he should be very happy with that. And the first of our pro light vehicles, Mel Brandle now coming across the line with Liam Brandle in the passenger seat out of Little Hampton, South Australia. I said, what's these South Australia boys? They're all fast down there. They put something in the dust down there.
Class honours for the Brandle car, the number 2. That's awesome. The Burrows man, he's very happy. It's great to see his result and the drive he had, as well as hearing from the Kings and Mike's Fox shop, Mike's shop.
Interesting point too, that bunk built car was the first of the Australian cars home, and then it's a slew of Australian cars after that, which is interesting with the elements. So very cool, and a good race there with the pro cars. And again, the trophy trucks as well. Crazy. Hey, we say it every year, the top 10 is such a wild field.
Yeah.
Like, the trucks have been dominant here for a little bit. And you know, Bo Robinson and Billy and Brett Comiskey doing an awesome job of keeping those trucks on the top step. But after that, it is really any man's guess, because, you know, there is some hard charges. Imagine if James Cook and Mikey Zacher, you know, did a bit better in prologue, because they'll be doing it next year. You know, they'll be in those positions. This will be Andy Brown, I believe. So that's the four-wheel drive Illumicraft of Andy Brown, still well within the top 10.
Yep. Wow, we've had a slew of vehicles that have
Tell you the other thing, mate, I just realised this will be the first Class 8 car as well.
Yeah, so another Class
with Brett Smoothie being out, so this is the first Class 8 vehicle.
And what a point to prove, Dan, in that the buggy that is all-wheel drive.
Yep, brand new all-wheel drive Illumicraft. It's only been in Australia a few months. They have done a little bit of racing with it, but they did do some big changes. It'd be interesting to know whether they're, keen to come back and do some different changes here at Finke and have another crack. Unfortunately, Danny Brown came out of 4th on road this morning, I believe, but had those issues. We actually didn't see him come through. I think it was Bonduma was the last time we realised that he was gone, but hopefully no dramas there for Danny Brown. Big shout out to the Brown family for their racing. Do a big effort here. Cool to see the old cheese, Andy Brown, inside the stadium now. The 842, it'll feel good. Unfortunately, some dramas on the way down. Put them down the pack a little bit. They've had to work back their way back through. But a great run there.
Yeah, definitely for the 842. Extreme four-wheel drive class honours here this weekend at Finke for Andrew Brown and Danny Hardman from Coldstream in Victoria in their Illumicraft all-wheel drive.
Yeah,
what a drive.
I was going to say, that's got to be a feeling of a relief after their weekend. Again, we talk about 2 tyres on the way down, or 2 tyre issues, bearing issues on the way down. And to get all the way down there is an absolute champion effort. They got down not just in time in a competitive spot, and then to come home with a solid run. We've got some excited competitors, racers, drivers down there. It's been a fantastic effort down there.
Yeah, no, it definitely has been a really good time there from Andrew Brown, 1 hour 51:42.
And again, the Brandles there that we're looking at, they are the class champions in Pro Light. Absolutely awesome and well within the top 10, which makes it absolutely mad. Little V6 NA, no turbos on that thing.
Wow.
Wow, I tell you what.
Tank World Machine, the number 14, I do believe, if I wasn't mistaken. Falk. Wow, there's a whole bunch of people that have gone missing between Deepwell and Alice.
Yeah, but this is going to be our second Pro Light too. Yep. Ben Falk and Jonathan O'Connor out of Lochnavar, New South Wales. So awesome to see that. That Pro Light battle was there, wasn't it? They were really competing.
It's great to see so many new names in the top 10 this year. It really has opened up, and I'm glad we're getting their names out here, because it's great to see such an open field here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race for the 48th running. And yeah, second in class in Pro Light for the 187. You've got to be happy with that. You really have to be, because yeah, what a drive, getting past some really stout competitors here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Great drive from them. Again, I believe that vehicle is built in Australia as well. It's listed as a custom Fab 5. Sorry, 65. So great to see, even right at the end, pushing hard, the Folks getting out wide on those corners and sliding their way. Bit of fist pumping going on there. And again, when you see that Alice Springs side, you see the gap and you see the way back to the casino, you know you've done it.
Yeah, you get, oh, what is it? Probably 10K out of Alice, I'd say. And you start seeing that horizon come up on you, and you know that you're almost home. So you've just got to, you know, try and put the headlights on and get down there. But we're going to go back down to the finish line with Rihanna for some more interviews.
As Mel Brandle just put some nice cold water on his face. Congratulations, Mel, first in your class. You're here, it's done.
Thank you, yeah, what a race. Wow, that was rough out there. Yeah, we gave it our best, and Jesus, some big holes, and yeah, we got passed by some of these faster guys here, dusted us in a bit, but I couldn't be happier. Yeah, it's awesome.
Just tell me about the conditions in the track on the way home.
Oh, just rough, very sandy. So in the naturally aspirated V6, we're sort of a bit low on horsepower, so it sucks a lot of power out of the car. And yeah, then a bit hard to get on the whoops and stuff like that, so really have to be careful, otherwise yeah, we'll end up upside down.
But here we are, you're in the top 10 overall, you've taken out your class.
Wow, we got the top 10, right. We started 9th, and I seen a lot of cars go past us, and not that that was our goal. I mean, it's always a luxury, and be very proud to do that, but yeah, it must have been a few breakdown on the side. We saw a couple, but I was just looking for deep holes.
Congratulations, enjoy this.
Thank you very much, cheers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rihanna. We, again, are getting some awesome, awesome insight into all these runners in Parc Fermé, and it looks like we're not too far away from getting the champagne going very, very shortly here this morning. But that's the thing, we get to do it again tonight at the Lassiter's Centre of Entertainment for presentations, and that kicks off at around about 6:30 this evening, and awards will be sharply from 8 p.m. And I can't wait to hear even more stories about this great, great race today, especially from the car section. That's something that I'm really looking forward to talking to the teams about, because, you know, the riders, and especially Grabo saying how rough it was yesterday on him. I'd love to see how the cars took it, and obviously in this last 10Ks, there's some real rough stuff out there. So again, like the 187 of Ben Falk there, what a drive from them. Congratulations to the Tank World team. It's awesome to see. All the fans along the fence, hope you're having a good time. Getting to talk to the drivers. Young fella's very happy as we intently watch the back end. But yeah, we've got our top 10 into Alice Springs this morning. It's currently 9:32 local time here in the Alice.
Can you do that again? Back again. Do it.
We did it. 10 toes right. Yes! Yes. Mr. O'Connor, he's very happy. He'll be keen for a brew a little bit later on. Might have to get him a Guinness.
Yes, absolutely. That is awesome. That's good. Again, that flood of emotion that you see there is always exciting, always enthusiastic. It's a great thing to see. And you see the range of emotions too. Like, you know, you can see Bo, and again, totally understand it's just that flood with everything that's going on. You know, Brett and Billy are probably, they're elated, you know, they've made what, you know, the dream come true. They're standing on the podium. They're just one step off the top spot, and that was an absolutely amazing run. You know, Michael Zach obviously should be over the moon, but, you know, just one spot behind behind James Cook. James Cook on the podium, like absolutely amazing things going on.
I think it is.
It looks like it.
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together if you're an Alice local. The 431 is going to come in just outside the top 10. Brett Taylor Brettles.
Yeah.
What a man. See, he's pretty angry at me that I said he had a Toyota motor in it last year. The Chev is on song this year.
Absolutely.
And he's proved a point.
Yeah, unfortunately that
what a drive.
Toyota motor got removed from that a good few years ago.
Yes.
So, yep, went the, if you want to rev it, Chev it route. And again, a great run there.
Oh, I'm so happy for these guys. Wow.
And still charging, a great run there. You can see that truck really working through those big whoops. I tell you what, there's someone right behind him too. Just flicked through the dust there. It's possible it sort of had a, gee, I'm really going out on a limb here just so you know, but it had a bit of a Jimco line. I wonder if we've got a, because there's a few guys there, isn't there, that we're looking for. I was trying to think the 22 should have been right up there as well. I thought he was very close. So that's Brad Belcher, so we're looking for him. Who else is up there in a line? But it looked like a pro buggy, like a pro car.
And this is a legendary run for...
Oh, no, it's
the Burrows.
Was a Jimco, but yeah, that makes sense. Matthew Burrows did come out of those positions. So again, I feel like, whoa, getting a little bit loose there, Matthew Burrows. Now, just checking, that's actually for a podium spot in Pro Line, isn't it?
Yep, and it's also a podium position for Brett in the Extreme two-wheel drive. He'll sneak in the third here. What a run. Oh, I really cannot believe this. As a local boy, I'm going to get loud here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for third place in Extreme two-wheel drive. The Alice local, Brett Taylor.
Yeah, that's a great run there for Brett Taylor. They would have to be very happy with that. And
again, for Matthew Burrows as well, what a run for him in the 1-2-3 machine. Third in class for him.
Yeah, Jay Mitchell in the passenger seat out of Burren Beat Victoria, the MBR Jimco. Great run there. This car knows its way up and down the Fink track. And Matt's starting to become a very seasoned campaigner in this car in Pro Light. Fantastic run there. The 1, 2, 3 in for a podium position in class. Big shout out.
Yeah, massive congratulations to them coming home in 12th, Matthew Burrows and Jay Mitchell. And in the passenger seat with Brett Taylor this weekend was Peter Tries. So massive shout out to them once again.
Mate, again, I'm making early calls. I think that's Percival. It's definitely an element, in my opinion.
Yep.
Bit of blue, bit of white. I'm thinking it's Percival. Now, talking about cars that we don't know, what, 484?
Yeah.
So the Patriot Games car has stopped somewhere. The Smoothie car has stopped somewhere.
Running right on the edge.
The 22 of Belcher's stopped somewhere.
Does look like the Percival machine. I do believe it is. Just waiting for it to come into frame. Yep, there you go. So another great drive, and that's the first of our 9 class competitors.
Yeah, well, 9's just an extension.
Of the Pro, yep.
Yep,
Sorry, I do apologise, ladies and gents. Great to see these guys have a good run down from Finke. And the stories that will be told tonight. Wow.
Yeah, nice neat run there from Percival. They should be very happy with that, the 919.
And all of our top 10, even the 11 and 12th getters, are all under 2 hours. That's setting a standard. If you want to be in that top 10, maybe even top 15 this year, you would have had to do it in a time of quicker than 2 hours. But here we go, the 919 makes its way across the line for 6th in class. Got to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just, again, I don't want to analyse it now. He's home is what matters, but it just seemed like he was a bit gentle. Now, that's either being conservative for, you know, important reasons, or like, you know, just because he can, he knows where the position is. But wonder if he's seen a few cars on the side of the road and he's just gone, hey, let's just back off this turbo car a bit. I don't want to be caught with a head gasket or something this close to the end, because I would say that the first of our side-by-sides. But I'd say that in the last 40 kilometres, there is some cars littered on the side of the track.
Oh, yeah, I would say so. But what a drive this is, and this is going to be good enough for 14th, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, so yellow flag at deep well, so that obviously means that something's happened on track from what I would know. I'm not too familiar with the checkpoint.
Yeah, the interesting thing a yellow is that it is just a cautionary.
Yep.
So they're still racing. They just got to slow down and check up for something that has happened there. So not really sure what's going on there, but obviously still very impressive here. The Can-Am, the first of our side-by-sides.
Yeah.
The 604 McNiven.
What a drive from McNiven.
Yeah, and that is insane to think how fast that is now.
Jake Nicholson, the passenger in that one, and there you go, Can-Am Maverick X3. It's one of the older ones, but Can-Am Wrigley have been the pace setters out here at Finke.
Yeah,
when
they bought these X3s out, it really did change the game. They've, you know, stepped up a lot. The Polaris XP and, you know, other brands have done well, but, you know, the development time in these X3s, and now it's going to be interesting to see if that translates over to the new X3 or the new R or whatever it's called now. So, yeah, but absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together for Jeff McNiven, the Wild Man, and Jake Nicholson out of Arun, Queensland. Those guys have just top 20'd in the Can-Am. Absolutely amazing. We'll get you an exact spot when it all settles down, but that is a brilliant position for those guys to be in.
Class honours, and is that
your mate with the big wild shock towers?
There's no way.
Is it yellow and black, his car?
Oh, just having a look. We're trying to work it out. I don't want to upset any of my hard watching viewers on the live stream, because I know I've got a couple of them.
Because who should be through? Maybe Paul Tinga.
Yeah, this
10-10. That might be the 10-10 car.
It is the 10-10
So is that the first of our spotlights? So an amazing run there, because again, it is the first of our sports lights.
Yep.
So Tinga is in the house. Amazing to see as we're going to throw down to Rihanna for the presentation of the 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race.
The 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. In third place, James Cook and Mitch Orcote. And coming in second, Brett Comiskey, Corey Cooper, Billy Geddes and Alan Cornick. And taking out our 2024 King of the Desert. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a lifetime achievement for these guys. Make some noise for Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt. And presenting our winner's check from the lot by Tatts, it's Liz McPherson. The trophy is on its way, I assure you. Come.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Awesome.
Bo Robinson, I just want to ask a couple of questions about the weekend. We won't talk about the emotional stuff. Let's focus on the cars right now. The car, tell me about it.
Yeah, it's good. That's a machine. Obviously, yeah, it was good up here. It was good up here last year too, and obviously we had that problem last year, so we couldn't run with, couldn't make a fight out of it with Tobes. But boys have done a good job. It wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Drew and the rest of the boys, Azza and Jake and Bretto and everyone else has helped us. But no, it's been good, and as you can see, it's all in one piece, which is unusual. But yeah, and Huddy's obviously been amazing. We know around here pretty good, but he makes it all much better, and I just can't thank everyone enough.
Tell me about the trip out there. Put us punters in the driver's seat. Put us in the car. We want to know what exactly is it like.
Well, this was a good run actually. It was uneventful really. It was we won prologue and we had a clean air, and we were a little bit worried about how damp the track was, about people catching us, and we just ran our own race, and yeah, it's sort of a bit mature to say, but we'll sort of let the race come to us, and it all sort of worked out for the best, so it was good.
He's maturing over these years. Shane Hutt, I know this means just as much to you as what it means to Bo Robinson. You're sitting in the Navis seat. Your job is just as important. Congratulations to you.
Oh, thanks, but wouldn't be without him, obviously. And he was telling me the other day he was here in his mum's womb and he's only missed out on 99 and 21, so he's slogged it out, and he's the bloke that deserves it the most right here, right now. So proud of him, and he did a great job, and he's got the cup finally. He can stick his name on it and go into the history books.
You see the work that goes on behind the scenes, just how much passion this Robinson family puts into this Finke race. What does it mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot, and my brother's on the crew now, and there's been how many people in the 30 years, everybody's helped step up the out of bounds trophy truck team, and all those people have all helped develop to what is here now. So Drew, Jake, Aaron, Brett, they're all still coming back up the side road, so later on they'll get a taste of what we're tasting now, so it's good.
Bo, I know there's a few people that you'd like to thank and like to give a shout out to. You've put your life's work into winning this race. Who are those people?
Well, Mum and Dad probably to start with, and then obviously along come Trav. So unfortunate weekend for him. Our good luck's his bad luck. Oh, sorry, our good luck is his bad luck. But as everyone knows, he's fast out here. He's come closer than I have and more times. So that's a shame. And obviously he's a big part of my life and a big part of my racing life too. So that's good.
And where's the trophy going to sit? Where's this going to sit in your workship?
I don't know. I reckon this is going to go sit with me for a while, and we'll pass it around to the boys, I reckon, and might make a couple of replicas, and yeah, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our winners and podium winners for the 2024 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Of course, the most important part. Celebrate with your friends and family. Congratulations to everyone.
Yeah, well, the champagne showers, and Billy Go-Gettys is trying to be the first one to get it. There you go. A massive congratulations to all that team. A massive run for every single one of them. And a majority of that podium is for the first time.
Yeah, have a look at that.
Straight out the cup. You love to see it.
That has been a long time coming. Again, they've stood on the podium so many times. And now the victor is all theirs. It must be an amazing feeling for the whole family. As he mentioned, the whole team. There's still guys down the service road.
Yep.
You know, they're packing up the truck. They probably hadn't left by the time that, you know, he'd finished across the finish line. So amazing to see that. And again, you can just imagine the fist pumps in the truck. I'm sure they've got the Starlink going and all the action. And now they've got the 2-hour, 3-hour drive on the bitumen until they can get to the casino and they can get the celebration. So some exciting times there for a team that really has put in a huge effort. And again, great to see Comiskey Mining Services crew. You know, he's talking about how he came out. There were 16 of them or something in different varying racing capacities, buggies and Kai Camilleri and side-by-sides and all sorts of stuff. So for that team to have worked their way through, you know, really, Billy only came to Finke for the first time in 2010. And, you know, here he is standing on the podium. That is absolutely amazing work. They're another team that have put in the effort and they're working their way through. And then James Cook, the young gun, again, has been around racing his whole life. And now to taste the so close, because he's the top step of the pro class or the pro buggy class, but also third on that step of the overalls. That's got to be an amazing feeling.
It definitely does. As we were in that presentation, Paul Tigger, the first of our sports light drivers, he takes the class honours in the 1010 machine. Behind him was Brad Close in the 36, and then second in the 10 class, Rod Visser in the 1057 has come home. So only one more position left there. As the 96 makes its way across the line and gives us all a little bit of a toot. And that was Joel Galdaletta in the 96 machine. Great to see him through. As we continue to welcome everyone here at the Alice line. Through the roll and whoops there. And now we've currently got around about almost our top 20 in to Alice Springs, so 18 so far into Alice. But there's so many more stories playing out there. We've still got the Class 7 fight that we are really excited about. Craig Lowndes and Brad Lovell.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's going to be awesome to see them come in and see how that battle plays out.
As I see the next set of headlights off in the distance there. We'll see who it is. And I've just got to say, the Jeff McNiven time, ladies and gentlemen, the first of the side-by-sides, 2 hours and 2 minutes 49. So again, that close to almost being under the 2 hour mark. As we, continue to keep you all updated on vehicles coming through.
Yeah.
And what an exciting, podium that was.
Yeah, so much going on and so many different classes there, just looking up and down the list. Again, Andy Brown, the first of our Class 8s in. Jeff McNiven, the first of our side-by-side pros in. So, you know, there's some really great class battles happening within these outright positions as well. And honestly, anyone inside the top 20 was very fast this year. You know, we're all looking at, you know, the top 10's all sub 2 hours, which is absolutely crazy. Sub 156s for a lot of those guys. So, you know, it's an absolute flying run this year, considering how rough and tough the track has been. And, you know, we've still got plenty of cars out there. We're fascinated to see, because a lot of the cars came through the deep well checkpoint, but then have never come any further than that. We saw a few guys there. So, you know, what's happened out on track, that's always one of those things at Finke. We don't have a ton of eyes down the track. You know, like there's not a lot of information. We'll start hearing about that in an hour, hour and a half.
Yep.
Someone will tell us, you know, you get tagged in an Instagram post or something like that. It's absolutely amazing the way that it works. And the old Bush Telegraph out here. And then, you know, we have talked about how it's changed so much over the years. It used to be a piece of paper that got sent around. You know, over there at underneath near where the bar area is, you know, when you were a motorbike rider or your family was a motorbike rider, there was no big screen. You just listened to the ABC radio and a few of the great commentators past. Big shout out to Rusty Bell. He was a wild man. He's a bit of a legend. And, you know, like the fact that it used to be you just waited and hoped that you heard the name. Now we've got updated timing. We've got iPads. We've got details. We've got all that stuff. You can get as much information as we have at the tips of your fingers. The only thing that you can't get from wherever you are in the world, and again, if you are following along somewhere all over the world, big shout out to you. We hope you're having a great time. Lots of our American mates tune in. Yesterday it was about 19 countries listening from all over the place, which we super appreciate. We've crowned a desert king at the Finke. It just shows you how big the Finke is. But again, you know, back in the day, it used to be you post your entry in an envelope. That was 2010. We enveloped in. And, you know, absolutely amazing to see the change and the progression now.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. The 932 makes its way down into Finke now.
Into Finke?
Sorry, into Finke.
Into
Wow.
Finke?
No, I apologise. Into Alice.
We knew what you meant, Joshy. They've come a long way from Finke.
Yes, no, they have. And again, a great drive from the 932.
Really
Such a
is.
unique looking vehicle. I love it. I might have to hit these guys up to see if I can get plans or whatever it is. I want something that looks like that. I love the old VW bug, and I'd love to race one here in Finke one day.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And to see it go through those whoops with that full suspension travel on display too. Very cool. It's a great shot with these bypass shocks. So if you're joining us and you're from a motorbike background, like, gives you a good indication of some of the adjustability of these. These guys can essentially get an Allen key and a half-inch spanner and adjust all their tubes and their links, and that's the way that it works in different shock zones. So again, there's a lot of information out there. Stay with us, stay with the Finke, but you know, after you're done, maybe you can have a look at the way bypass shocks work at that, because some of these race cars are absolutely engineering marvels. You know, the way that they gain caster and camber through the A-arm stroke. You know, there's a lot of work gone into these cars, and they're making it look good here with the 952.
No, yeah, definitely are. It's been a stout vehicle all weekend, and they've driven through the pack both days. Put your hands together for the 932 of Mark Kramer and Jay Janikowski from Forestfield and WA in the Race Tech Hustler.
The red really stands out too, doesn't it? Pops on that car, looks fantastic.
And there you go, the Campbell machine. Greg Campbell, the 651, making their way in. Second in class here for the side-by-side pro team. Great to see that new Maverick out there, the 651.
Yeah, they've done really, really good job in what is essentially a, you know, production car. Admittedly, they have a ton of horsepower now. I tell you the other one we're watching out for. We're watching out for Jamie too, to keep a good eye on how he charged really hard on the way down. So hopefully we get a good look at that in the side-by-side class, the pro class. So the 651 still nice and high up on those berms, having a fantastic run. And yeah, I was talking about Jamie Harrison there. Jeremy Kempston in the passenger seat out of Clontarf. That's our paraplegic rider.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for second in class in the side-by-side pro. Greg Campbell, Lachlan Campbell and Tori Campbell from Anna Grove in New South Wales.
And that was great because Lockie drove it last year and had a fantastic run, and I, you know, probably was the old car obviously, but you know, now Greg Campbell having a fantastic run. It's a great family that races together. They build all sorts of things. They had some really fast sports lights or Super 1650s out in the day, and some pro light vehicles, and it's just really cool to see those guys out here racing and having a great time. They build all their own cages and performance parts. So Greg Campbell Motorsport, a great family that races together.
Lovely scenes still in Parc Fermé. Bo and his family there. Oh, you love it. How good is that? You just...
I tell you what,
I
future
can't
Fink
wipe the
racing.
smile off my face.
And holding the trophy. What a visceral memory. It will be etched in there forever with the OBR. We'll have the next generation of OBRs. They too have been coming out to Fink from the start, so absolutely cool. That's Turnbull in now, I think, looking at that car. And it was cool. We saw Brad Close come in that Jimco Hammerhead, so if you're following along.
As he comes over those rolling whoops there in that back section.
Yeah, that Aussie spec Jimco, really nicely turned out vehicle. Interestingly, I reckon, because he was quite up the list, I reckon he's got some shock or some suspension issues there. Because he looks like he's avoiding the center of that track. And yeah, I'd say that he's just limping at home now. So unfortunate for Turnbull.
It's insane, the attrition rate this year.
Yeah. And it doesn't look like he's got any flats or anything, so I'd say maybe it is mechanical, like motor related, or...
Because that's... So this is the top 20 coming in. This is for 21st. And please don't take this in any bad way. I'm not saying anything to the
Listen,
whatever
Josh says now, he's saying it off his own accord.
To be in the top 21, there's obviously some issues down on track, like as in like everyone is hitting something maybe back there, or it's just it's been that rough on the gear this year. It's insane because that's to the top 20. And
well, it's hard
we're
though.
not seeing very many, but yes,
I do understand what you're saying.
They're all down track.
And it depends where it happens. Like this may have happened only just a couple of kilometres out, and he's lipped in because there was the year again that Hayden Bentley won outright with essentially a CV that had come loose and was falling out of that thing. He much like this idled through. It was the slowest run around prologue that I've ever seen, and finished and still won the event outright. It was just lucky he had enough time to keep you know, some cars at bay.
Something under, it looks like.
Hanging down, maybe.
Yeah.
So, but Turnbull through now, and a fantastic run for him. It's been a tough day, I'd say.
Wow. The Patriot Camper boys, they're going to be happy. Christian Montesalvo.
So unfortunately, they didn't make it down yesterday, am I right? They were sure in the interview that they said that they didn't make it down.
Yeah.
So this will be in a seeded position, so they're only getting Section 2. But the one thing that they're getting Australian Championship points, and then the other thing that they're getting is they're getting seat time.
Wow, so that
experience.
So that does still open up the 10 class for third spot then.
Yeah, I don't think that it counts officially. I'm pretty confident that they didn't make it down in time because they were held up at they couldn't get across the Fink.
Yeah, okay.
They were on that service road section. That's what it looked like from our tracker, and I'm pretty confident I heard Dad Justin talk about that at the finish line.
Yep.
Because they knew that they were all right. They knew that they just had a mechanical.
That's right, yeah.
So there wasn't anything too bad, but yeah, the 1088 would have been seeded this morning and come home on a charge. So that's a great run from the Montesalvo twins in their sports light.
As the 653 makes its way, and I believe that's for third in class in side-by-side, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just double check myself. Yep, for third in class. So great run from the 653. And in that this weekend is Troy Besham and Anthony Milsom from Dubbo in New South Wales in their X3. And the 932, didn't we?
No, I didn't put you. I'm sorry, but the one that we called before was actually the 952.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And the 932, I think you did call out the name for the 932, but it was the 925 of Adam Trayweller came in earlier, and this is Mark Kramer and Jay now coming through from Forestfield, West Australia. So
I do apologise, ladies and gents.
Nah, it happens up in the commentary box.
Wild in the pro.
Got to make sure they still get through in an ample time. The 653 now on. And again, we do apologise if we make any mistakes over the weekend, but there is a lot of numbers.
Yes.
There's a lot of pieces of paper. There's a lot of screens going on as the 932, that beautifully turned out Race Tech Hustler. The 6-litre V8 screaming all the way to the finish.
Yeah,
again, hopefully the SS Race Tech boys are listening along at home and giving us a cheer. Well, we're giving you a cheer. Great vehicle built out of, I believe they're out of WA now. They've moved from South Australia to WA. But the crew over there turning out some great machinery, as are all the Australians. Again, we love giving the Australian chassis builders a shout out. We love our big American chassis. They are the Lamborghinis. But it's always cool when you get to see a Falcon and Commodore compete, you know?
Yeah, no, definitely.
We're proud Aussies.
So we wait for our next group of competitors to make their way through. Sort of coming in bunches as we go through the day. Absolutely awesome. Just locked on those rolling whoops out the back there. Great to see all the team out at start-finish line here. Hope you're having a great time so far. As we look up on the big screen. There's all your timing for today's event. As we just patiently wait for the next vehicle to make its way into Alice Springs. A couple of cars I'm looking out for is the 1008 of Shane Greening, Julia Antonelli, or Jess Foley in the passenger seat today. Also looking out for the 1021 Timothy Button here in Alice. A heat still to come though, ladies and gents. Still a couple of places to be looking for, and as well as us up here in the commentary box, we are really looking forward to seeing that production four-wheel drive class come through. The 788 of Craig Lowndes and Dale Mascott, as well as the 773 Brad Lovell and Bayham Lovell. Great to have those two teams here this weekend through GM Special Vehicles and Ford Performance Vehicles, so great to have a good battle. But we're going to go back down into Parc Ferme and have a chat with a couple more of our drivers with Rihanna.
Yeah, I'm here with Jeff McNiven, who was our side-by-side prologue winner. You're back here in Alice Springs. Were you just telling me you're not feeling 100%? Tell me what's going on.
Oh no, just a bit crook. But we had a good run home. We just nearly the same time that we did down there, and the track seemed a lot rougher on the way home. So we didn't quite make up that 15 minutes that we needed to. I think we're at late 13, so now we're at the mercy of the judges. But I think that puts us second. Well, first now, and we'll see what happens with that 15 minutes later on. But
a few of the drivers have said the ride home was pretty rough. Just give us a bit more information of what it was like out there.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible. It was a lot rougher on the way home. We're only 45 seconds slower though, so and I actually felt like we were sort of just trying to take it a bit easier. I just wanted to get the car home, so it was a long day.
Cars here, everything run smoothly from that point of view?
Yeah, except for this smashed off mirror, and it's my side. I never smash off my side. It's always an Abbey, so yeah, I don't know what happened then. We're in the bushes there for a bit, so. But no, we had a good day. We had a pretty clean run home apart from that, so.
Congratulations on being back here. We'll see what happens with the results.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, that's awesome to talk to McNiven there, and a champion there in the side-by-side class. Hey, Sam Bentley is in the house too, flying in that sports light. So very cool. That's a cool shot too of Brad close down in that corner. Shows you that hammerhead and just how big that is. Looks like another...
Is that AJ?
Might be AJ, possibly. Looked like a big car. Hey, the other note is that I was tagged again. I keep talking about this bush telegraph around here, and I was tagged in a video. So Patriot were flying along, and it looked like somewhere near the Tree of Knowledge they lost a tyre. It came off the back of that vehicle and passed them. So they did get off the track yet. AJ there, so Aaron James having a good run. We don't have to call his navigator. He doesn't have one, so... But again, Bentley with a flying run there in his little Class 10.
Yeah, should be good for Class Honours here this weekend in third position there. Sam Bentley, Ben Chivel in that machine from Lower Bourton SA in that race engineering buggy. as the 93 makes his way towards the line after a rollover in prologue. Got it down to Fink. He's just cruising it home.
Yeah, again, I'd say that AJ's had some sort of issue there. He's normally a he stood on the podium here. That's how much of a hard charger he is. And it wasn't so long ago. So I do think that probably he's now just in a position where he's realised he's got some sort of mechanical little gremlin. So he's just making his way back in, and definitely not what anyone would call full boost. But another finish in the bank. He's got another, and he's made it obviously well within time. Great run there for AJ in 93. I apologise if Tanner's in the car, but again, we haven't. I'm pretty sure Aaron James ran the way home. So a great steer there to make it through. And again, be interesting knowing what I know now about the Patriot, the 484, whether they get that car back together and get that tyre back on and running. Because it didn't look like it did any damage other than the tyre came off, but that could mean studs, couldn't it? Could have damaged the brake line on the way through. Like, they're probably working on it right now. You know, even recovering it enough to get it off the track. It wasn't on the track. I saw that it got off into the grass, but, you know, getting it to a position where you can work on it, because you don't really want to work on your truck in a big load of spin effects, you know. You'd hope to get it somewhere near the service road and then the ability to work on that car. So whether those guys come through soon. So Paul Tinga, great run there in his Class 10. Little side by side, but again, our classes are definitely amazing. We love watching those battles. We love watching all the classes. Again, Andrew Brown in now in his four-wheel drive Illumicraft, so that's pretty cool. Is he the only Class 8 in at the moment? See, that's amazing, isn't it?
I believe
we used
so.
to have an absolute war with Class 8 when all the V8 Patrols and Land Cruisers and 80 Series and all sorts of things were out here racing, and it's changed a bit over the years. We were talking with Bill before about how there might almost need to be a split between almost like a four-wheel drive pro class or something, because now that these four-wheel drive trophy trucks and Illumicrafts and pro buggies, like, it really is a different game when you've got a guy with a V8 Patrol racing against the guy with a, again, I hope I'm not too far wrong, but $1 million trophy truck. So.
Yeah, no, definitely. One with 1,000 horsepower and one maybe pushing 250 if it's lucky. 250?
Mate, LS has got to have 450.
I forget about those bad boys.
I was going to say, we're not in 308 Holden territory anymore, mate. 253s even. No, absolutely, mate. You're dead right. It's different to see how that all plays out, and again, how those classes. But again, everyone really here is probably just here for a finish now. You know, you've probably had a rough weekend in the office, and it's now Monday here in Northern Territory or in Australia, and we're having a great time. It's about lunchtime. You know, what time? We're starting to move along pretty well, and it's going to be interesting to see how our following. Because there's still classes, more competitors are coming in, and it's, you know, continuing down that path of who stands on top of the boxes in each class.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we're going to go back down to Parc Fermé with Rihanna with more of our competitors.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. I've got Robbie Gadaletta and Blair Jones. First time Fink races, and you're back, you're home. How do you feel?
Yeah, we feel good. It was a tough race. Oh, tough as anything. I don't even know what to say.
Tell me, just put us in the car. What's it like out there by yourselves?
It was really rough. First time in the car, first time doing Fink, and it was rough as anything. Yeah, brother Joel, he took it up there, and I was the one bringing it back. Rough as anything.
But this is the first time this car's raced as well, so how did the car handle?
Yeah, the car handle was good. Just got it out the States. Pretty good, really ripper. Saw the sky a few times, saw the dirt a few times. Yeah, got a bit worried, but we made it home. We made it home quickly, I reckon.
Tell me, just give us some background. Where are you guys from, and what's sort of been the preparation to get here?
We're from Port Pirie down South Australia. It was tough getting here with all the, driving here. That was tough. Long day, long drives, but yeah, we made it here. Come out, good position, I reckon, and yeah, good fun.
You're going to come back next year?
Yeah, that's the plan.
And the best part about it is you've got a sausage sizzle, you've got your family here, you've got your mates here, and you're here, you're ready to celebrate.
That's it, ready for a feed and a beer, I reckon, and a shower.
Absolutely. Congratulations, boys, on surviving Fink.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, so good, because what we're going to say is great to see those first-time Finkers. Brand new car out of the States. You know, they've bought a proven piece of equipment with a Jimco champion, and it's exciting to see those stories because, you know, we all started somewhere. They've got the Fink bug, you can tell.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's the great thing about the access we've got in Parc Ferme. We get to chat to all these drivers and riders once they get back into town, and so can the spectators as well. We set you up with a great access, and it's just awesome to hear the stories throughout the day. And yeah, I can't wait to hear some of the stories tonight even about how this track performs. And yeah, with listening to the top drivers, what's it going to be like on a motorbike? Because yeah, I think it's going to split up the pack a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And I mean, there's probably already a few tall stories happening over at the Chicane Club over there. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, again, the chat that happens down about the track, the different information, the fact that, you know, the guys that were in it to win it, and then all of a sudden, you know, there was some sort of mechanical issue, something, you know, Smoothie, man, he was charging. I have not yet heard what happened to Smoothie, you know, not once, but the first time we know, it was a tyre.
Yep.
They basically, Comiskey confirmed that they had a tyre change, and then he was running the fastest splits of the race, and then mechanical issues that had put him out permanently.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely unfortunate for Smoothie. Hopefully we'll be able to get word from one of the team members there as we welcome the next of our competitors into Alice Springs, the 622. Next of our side-by-sides. Looking very clean from these guys.
Yeah, good run there from the 622, as you said. And again, just looking through the list of a few of the cars that are in and out. Listen, we're going to go down and catch up with Rihanna for a bit more of a report of what's happening in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, guys, and I've got Greg and Tori Campbell that are back here. You've survived Fink, Greg, once again. We're just talking about how many times you've done it. You can't quite remember, but you're here with your daughter.
Yeah, it was definitely before kids. Since our first event up here, we used to run an old Porsche 911, and we won class here once upon a time with the wife and I, and we won with my son Lachlan in 2019. And I'm not sure where we've ended up here today, but seconds, we'll be happy with second.
Tell me about your run and your weekend.
I was nearly all over at about 45k mark. We were just discussing who was behind us when we speared off into the trees pretty hard. Probably the highest speed I've ever been into the trees, and I thought it was all over. I was taking my gear off, and Tori said, can't we go again? So we fired it up and backed out, and the car seemed okay, so we carried on.
So, Tori, you're the reason that you guys are here at the finish line. It's your first time at Fink. Tell me what it's been like for you.
Fast. I wasn't expecting it to be that fast, but that was really awesome. I loved it. Would do it again.
You're only 18 years old. You're just such a fresh face here at Fink. I mean, how special is this to be able to share this with your dad?
Great. I've been waiting for Lachlan to move out of the seat for years now, so it's really, really good to be able to finally get in the Navi seat with Dad.
Is there ever a time where you'll get in the driver's seat? Yes, there you go. Yes. It's on camera now, so you can't go back on that.
Yeah, I have a few spare cars at home, so we'll give Tori a drive one day. But she did really good on the navigation. We run a workshop here prior to the event, so we actually don't recce the course or anything, so we just fly completely blind. We don't have any navigation aids, or we didn't run notes or anything. We just drove what we saw and had fun.
And that's what it's all about, having fun, getting back here safely. Guys, congratulations on surviving Fink, and enjoy the celebrations with the family.
All right. Thank you.
So awesome to see that family racing together. As they mentioned, you know, father, son had been driving with the father as the navigator, now father, daughter, and instantly, hey, yeah, she's going to get a wheel. So that's so cool to see the Campbell family all having a race. And again, we talk about Bo on the, had the kids on the bonnet with the #1 trophy and the plate and the King of the Desert. You know, it is really a family affair here in off-road racing, and it's just so great that to see these brilliant, absolutely brilliant these absolutely brilliant images that we get down in Parc Fermé with all these families together. It's simply amazing.
Well, we just got some very upsetting news in our headset. Craig Lowndes, unfortunately, in the Silverado is out. They did not make it to Mount Squires. So that's opened it up massively for the Ford boys, and I'd say they'd be, as soon as they got past that vehicle, they would have gone, yep, let's hold it back a little and get the car there in one piece. They could go back to back in Class 7 as we look to see who's coming now, and it looks like that's one of those awesome trophy utes.
Yeah, one of the first of those Commodore-based utes. Again, not too much Commodore left in them. I like where he said, oh, yeah, it's you know, got the same motor as the body. I don't think there's a piece of Commodore in this thing, but it is very well done. They are very iconic, and they've done very well over the years. Muir's campaign won pretty hard for a long time there, and that's a great run out of the 481 that's now coming into the stadium area. Exciting to see, and again, I no doubt got plenty of support there. Again, that's Cole Desbro and Royce Hodge. And Taylor's right there as well, mate, on the tail.
The 199. It's great to see Rory Taylor in a good position in Pro Light as well. That'll be a pretty good finishing position for them. What's that? That'll be the 4th into Pro Light. So Rory Taylor and Cam McDonald obviously doing really well there as Cole Desbro makes their way across that final sweeping corner.
Yeah, great drive there from Desbro. Again, that's no corner there anymore. They're just going straight through that S chicane. And I tell you what, big shout out to everyone in that Class 4.
Oh, Rory Taylor getting the rear end squirrely in the 199. Put your hands together for the Alice logo. Yes, Cam McDonald's happy. Yes. That's the emotion you'll have to see. They are going to be so, so happy. Top 5 in class in Pro Light. Yes, go the Taylor boys this weekend.
Yeah, that's a fantastic run. There's no question about that in the loose cannon car. Those guys, 2 cars home. You can't get much more happy than that, and both in fantastic positions.
Wow, I think this is Tim Weir, so it would have been an absolute monster of a fight between 255 and the 199, but this is the first of our Super 1650s, so this is going to be a win for Tim Weir in Super 1650 for the young fella. That is absolutely amazing, but we're going to quickly go down back to Parc Fermé to talk with some of our competitors.
Yeah, I've got Lachlan Bailey and Nathan Shrasick just in. Survived Fink, Lachlan, but it hasn't been a smooth ride. Tell me about your run this morning.
Yeah, so about 20 k's out, we blew a belt, so we had to jump out and quickly change that. And from there, we just sort of got our way here because I didn't really want to blow another one, to be honest.
A bit of bushside mechanics.
Yeah.
And Nathan, how was the run for you?
It was pretty good. It was pretty rough in the end. We did a pretty good run. Didn't really catch anyone, but it was good, nice and easy. Yeah.
And overnight in Fink, did you have to do any repairs after day one?
No, just general maintenance and make sure the cars were good to go.
So you guys happy happy it's all over?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Congratulations on surviving Fink.
Thank you.
We'll grab a couple of our competitors who have literally just driven in. Car number 481. Big smile on your face.
Oh, what a run. How much fun can you have? That was fantastic. We just had a really fat time. We had a few little issues, but all good.
You've got a little bit of decoration happening in the car here. Tell me about your run.
We saw a fair bit of the scenery. We got off the track once or twice a little bit, but back on, and we made it home safe and sound, all good, very happy.
What about the car? Any issues mechanically?
This car is amazing. It's beautiful. We did have a tyre issue, which we had to stop, unfortunately. Buggered our run a little bit, but no, the car's fantastic. It's ready to go again. Clean that windscreen and fuel it up.
He wants to go back. Congratulations, guys, on surviving Fink.
Thanks, guys.
Go and enjoy those celebrations. Now, talk about celebrations. There was absolute pandemonium over here. The loose cannon has just come in. Where are we? I'm getting pointed to you, my good friend. That was a big celebration for you.
It was good, yes. Had a good run and we finished. That was the main thing.
How many times have you been here in Fink?
The first time, so.
And was it everything you hoped for and more?
It was a lot rougher than what I thought it was going to be, that's for sure. But
and is this all the family and everyone behind us?
the whole support crew, yes.
How much preparation goes into running here?
A lot. The boys, they put in a lot of effort to get both cars going, so. But yeah, it was a big few weeks beforehand, that's for sure.
Any issue with the car overnight?
No, it was actually surprisingly pretty good. Just a quick grease and clean up and off it went, so that was good.
Enjoy, congratulations, you've now survived Fink.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rihanna. I know the Taylor crew would be so happy. Rory and Cam, congratulations, guys. From me up here in the box, you've had an excellent drive as we continue to welcome home our side-by-side competitors, the 639, making their way in, Dan.
Yeah, awesome drive there from the 639. That's Jamie Harrison and Jeremy Kempston. So this is Harrison. These are the guys that we're talking about. A fantastic run from them. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Jamie Harrison. A few years ago, the Fink unfortunately bit very hard for him. He had a lot of time in recovery. He's now in a wheelchair and he's back at his first Fink racing a car. The guys from UTV Surgery did an awesome job modding that car up along with a whole heap of teams. And again, Jamie Harrison is home safe and sound. I'm sure that is a big smile on that dial, as well as Ryder in as well. Again, it's going to get fast here in a second because 6144 is also making their way in. So again, that's Justin Ryder in the 627 has just made their way in. And then the 6144, that is Craig Anderson, is making their way in as well. Again, so much great action happening here at the 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race. The 2025 and 2026 events are only getting bigger. This is the 48th, and I'm excited about the 50th. But I tell you what, the 49th is going to be just as good. So many people here, so many people planning to come back. The desert bites, sometimes you just got to prep harder and get sorted. Oh no, what's going on here? I dare say rear tyre, left-hand side, snaking through those whoops.
Obviously, have already used the spare, or they're that close to home, they don't care. Oh, really trying. It's pushing out towards the tree. They somehow keep it going. We'll follow these legends all the way in to the start-finish line. And if you're around the complex, ladies and gents, please put your massive hand together for these guys. This is the 6199 entry of Brett Johnson. They've had a hard day. Yep, no, they're too close to town. They do not want to stop and change the wheel now. So just going to send it all the way home. You'll love to see it. The 6199 of... Yeah, the 6199 of Brett Johnson. Unfortunately, I don't have his co-driver's name here in the book. But great to see these guys are just pushing it home. Well, maybe something else caught on the rear arms there. So very interesting as another one of our teams is waiting for the rest of their group. Yeah, they're really happy. Very, very happy they are. But put your hands together, Alice Springs, for the 6199 of Brett Johnson, who comes across the line. He's attempting, he's trying his hardest.
I tell you what, there's no tyre left by the end of that. Very, very difficult run there. But a great run for the 6199. And again, taking the checkered flag under that iconic Tatts Finke Desert Race banner. He's another one. That beer will taste a little bit colder and that banner looks a little sweeter, doesn't it?
Oh, it always does, yep. No, it definitely does. Great drive from them. As we have a look back out at the rolling whoops section. Great to see the crowd still out here at the start-finish line. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. The bar's flowing, the food's flowing. It is great to see here in the Red Centre. Having a great time. The 639 just making their way out of the vehicle. Big thumbs up. So they'll be happy with their finish. A little bit of a dent there on the roof.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see some of these stories because I think we're probably not even halfway through some of the chats that, you know, so that we understand some of the crazy things that happened out on track. You know, again, we're starting to see marks on roofs, trees in cars.
Yep.
You know, Greg Campbell, gentleman Greg, you know, so clean and clinical with his driving, known for it. And, you know, he said he had a big moment on the way down in the 40, ended up as far off the track, as fast as it's ever been. So, you know, to hear those sort of stories, and again, we go back to when Grabo interviewed, he really did look like he said, well, he goes, I've been doing this 14 years and that's as rough as I've seen it. It looked like it was tough. Don't get me wrong. Still looked like he killed it in a great position for his ride home. And, you know, we've still got those bikes coming home. It's going to be so exciting to see all those top 20s and all those charges. And obviously, much like Bo, David Walsh would want to have that position where, you know, he's run essentially dust-free 90% of the way down. You know, he was in front by, it was Deepwell, wasn't it? So, you know, he was in those positions and now he'd want to have a nice, clean run home. Jeremy did the analysts on it and said that, or the analytics, and said that, you know, any time that David Walsh has been 2 minutes in front off the start line on the day two, it really is very difficult to catch him. So I think that's going to be a point that we're going to be very interested in. Is it possible that someone can run up and catch up to David Walsh this year?
Yeah, no, definitely. And we're going to go back down to Parc Fermé and have a chat with some more of our competitors.
And we've got Brent Johnson and Sean Beck literally just stepping out of the car. Grab yourself a lolly, have a hug from the family, but you're here, you've survived. Congratulations.
Yeah, we survived. We got all the way, and about 5 k's out, the tyre popped and threw us straight in the puddle, but yeah, we just kept going. It was well and truly worth it.
Absolutely. I'll get my cameraman Will to take a shot of that of the car because you guys have had to roll in here with 3 tyres on the car.
Yeah, it was good fun. Just at the last 5-10 k's that's happened, so we just decided to fight through rather than get out and change it. And yeah, makes for a good show.
It absolutely makes for a good show. Tell me about your run down there.
No, a really good clean run, and then we met an old mate in front of us and we pushed to catch him again, and that's just as the tyre went, but no, it was a good chase. We had a couple of encounters on the way, but it was really good.
Now, there's a crew behind us that are all sort of in green tops. Are these all your family and friends?
No, that's where we're staying. They're Team Cosgrove. They've been putting us up for the week. They've done a really, really great job. All the boys are still out the road, coming back from Finke, chasing us, but I'd like to thank all them as well and everyone that's helped us.
That's what it's all about, camaraderie, friendship. Will we see you back here next year?
Definitely be back next year.
Awesome, great to hear. Congratulations, guys, on surviving Finke.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So the 628 on screen now. And again, amazing to see those awesome stories, families race there. The blokes that we're hanging out with, the blokes that we're staying with, the Cosgroves. And, you know, it's so great that there's that camaraderie and that racing that's happening. So absolutely brilliant to see that.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. As the 626 makes their way in, that's Daniel Challen, I do believe. As we still wait for a whole host of names that we were expecting into Alice here. But we'll continue to keep you updated as the info comes to us. As the 626 makes its way towards that iconic line, they can taste the red cordial already. And a big congratulations to them as they cross the line.
Oh, now, trophy truck with no front end on it. Is this a Cummins truck? It started the day with next to no panels on it, so I dare say that this is a geyser truck.
It's not the West line.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. I think his name's
Yes.
Cummins, isn't it? So great run there. So that's that. Now, we haven't seen the Brenthal trophy truck come in at all. So this is the geyser. So the West Lime truck. Wow, look at those exhausts and bits and pieces hanging out. You really get a full scene of what's underneath these vehicles, don't you? So it's absolutely amazing as we throw back down into Park for May for another chat with some of our fantastic competitors.
And we've got Glenn Brinkman and Scott Beckwith. Congratulations, guys. You have survived Fink.
Yes, good to go get that pin this year. Bit of a bugger last year, so we had to do a bit of redemption. But yeah, we had a few issues with the car, but yeah, it's good. I love coming back up. It's a much better track on the way up, so yeah, it was awesome.
Issues with the car yesterday and fixing last night or today?
We just had some fuel issues and then power steering went in the last 10 Ks. But yeah, we had a good run on the way back, so made up for yesterday.
Scott, you're sitting in the Navi seat. How was the run for you?
Really enjoyable. First time for me. I expected it to be quite a demanding challenge, and it certainly is and was. But great to sit next to Glenn, who is very respectful of how he drives the car and drives to get home, which we've done. So delighted to be here, and like Glenn, looking forward to a spike and a beer.
What was the reason for you wanting to get in that Navi seat for the first time here at Fink?
Oh, look, it's one of those things I've always thought I might do, but with the right person. And the right person hadn't asked me until Glenn came along. Glenn's the right person. I've known him for a long time. We've rallied together, and I know what he can do. So I was very pleased to get in the car and help him out.
Will we see you back here again?
Better ask the boss.
Glenn, you're going to be back.
See you next year.
Yeah, will do. Absolutely enjoy that beer and enjoy that celebration.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Now the first of our 585, the Class 5 Shipton is in the house as well. While again, Cummins made it through there. Just having a look, Nick Cummins in the... No, it might have been Andrew in the 4.67.
Yep.
Nick is still out on track somewhere and ran about a 2 hour and 1. So just if you followed along at home, Nick Cummins, a great run home there with about a 2 hour and 1. Few pops and bangs. I'd say she's got a little bit of she's going to need some love in the shed come after this race. But Shipton now going through with a fantastic run in that Class 5. Spraying the dirt. Still making the S. I think he's just doing a bit of speedway there, the SBH engineering boys. So a great run there from Shipton. They should be very, very pumped with that. And again, I'm sure I'm right in saying that that's the first of our Class 5s through. So Michael Shipton, Paul Sholton, 2 Wells South Australia with the Ford SBH Ranger. Got a 5.7 in that bad boy, and she's doing good things.
Is that the Bentley machine?
Oh, might be. Gee, you've called it. It does look like it's got some blue. No, it's the Mr. Diggett. Dual and no front end on that truck.
They've had another massive drive.
Absolutely, mate. They came from basically last place in that 455 truck. It's got next to no panels on that truck anymore. So it's had a good run there. Obviously a fast, strong motor. I'm interested to see how they went, because I would think that they might be on the mark for a sub 2 hour run. And I tell you what, they're still pushing. They're over the top of the berm there. So she's getting pretty deep in there. But that Brenthal truck, I was going to say, I was confident it was a Brenthal, but I thought it might be the West Lime truck. But Michael Doolan having an absolute cracker here, charging from what was essentially the very back of the pack. He started down with the Class 7, so he's like out of 60th or 70th off the line this morning. He's now having a solid run. Unfortunately, those issues on the way down really show you what, or the run back shows you what could have been if it wasn't for the issues on the way down. So these guys have top 10 here before without this big motor in it. How strong does that big 7-litre sound? So great run there from those guys. Michael Dolan should be very happy with that.
Matt Bray in the 6108 making their way in there side by side to the finish line. And you would have heard that Mr. Diggett machine. It was awesome to hear that car across the line. And the team now makes their way down to Parc Fermé to greet their driver. Gotta love the camaraderie around this event. Can see plenty of competitors all mixing it up and having a chat about what happened during the day and how hard it was to get down to Finke and then back this morning. Majority of them doing a pretty good time. And Michael Doolan, that was a stonker. Hour and 50 minutes 41. That's on par with some of the best times we've seen today. .6108 makes it across the line. It looks like the Ashley Foot machine makes its way towards the finish line.
Yeah, that's an awesome drive there from the Better Bear crew. The 638 having a good run. Just it seemed like it got off the gas. I almost gave it the commentator's curse, but I don't think there's any issues down there. But I tell you what, we're going to go back down into Park for May to hear some of these more amazing stories from up and down the grid, catching up with everyone.
And Anthony Cook all the way from Orange. Boys, you've survived Finke.
Yeah, we had a good day today. Yeah, we had a really good day. Not a lot better than yesterday, but we had a good run home. We got a little bit of dust in a few spots, but other than that, we had a really good, clean run and had a great day, didn't we, mate? Enjoyed it. Good fun.
Tell me about the car. I feel like it looks very Mad Max at the moment. I feel like there's possibly a few things missing.
Yeah, we lost a couple of panels on day one. Saw the sky and the dirt and then the sky again. But, mate, the thing just held together, went like a beast all weekend. My little mate here drove it like an absolute demon. It's a fantastic effort by him. Yeah, great effort by the team for the prep on the truck. It did not miss a beat mechanically. We just ran out of a little bit of talent on day one.
A lot of people saying how rough it was on the way home. Are you guys feeling the same?
Yeah, it was. It was really, really rough. We came up on a heap of Can-Ams in the dusty stuff and we were just wishing for... I didn't think we'd ever wish for it, but we were wishing for whoops, weren't we? So we could get past them. But it was really rough, really rough. But good, the truck was excellent in it, really.
We both had kids, so it didn't matter.
And will we see you back here again?
100%.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll see you here with Tim Labe.
Yeah, that's right.
Good on you. Thanks very much.
The 6149 across the line as well now. So that is Kyle Reid making his way back through. So again, if you're listening along for Kyle Reid and funny stories there for the Cummins crew, that is absolutely awesome. And it's great to see them all having a laugh, having a joke, having a great time. That is what the desert racing scene is all about. Obviously, we'd all love to stand on top of that podium box and spray some champagne, but every now and then, again, it's just about having a good time with your mates out here in the Red Centre, the desert, the weather. Everything has been absolutely perfect this year. I know they keep talking about how rough it is. I laugh. I'm not being smart. We say that almost every year. This is a rough track. I think we forget a little bit how rough it is every single year. It is crazy out here as the 477 makes its way in as well. Great to see them come in the extreme two-wheel drive. That's Jamie Henderson and Jacob Henderson, another family that are racing together with Colgan, making their way across the line right now. The 637 taking the checkered flag. Again, if you're following along all over Australia and further abroad, big shout out. We're wrapping up the automotive section. These are the cars that are all making it through. Have a look at that. Mr. Diggett, great footage there of those guys having a great run. So very happy that that's happened. Another one, oh, that looks like Hakoon in the 86. Jimco is in the stadium as well, along with the side-by-side. Wow, there is a lot of cars very close now. Again, as Jamie Henderson makes his way through, the 6168 is inside the stadium area as well. And again, the green and orange 86 Jimco of Hakoon is true as well. Hey, let's throw down again and catch some of the great emotion and fun down in the Park for May area.
Then
yeah, we pushed from the back of the pack and got all the way back up. Well, I think we've done pretty well. Like, I think we overtook a heap of cars and it was a lot of fun. But yeah, the truck performed great on the run back and it was faultless. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's all about the family when we get back here. There's a lot of emotions floating around.
I know just how much prep goes into this weekend. It's months, it's years to get here and make sure that you can make the start and then get to the finish.
It literally was, yeah. So it's the truck rolled up to Mackay in October last year and got a full new engine and gearbox package, and it's been great. So it's a long road to get here, that's for sure. So.
And what does it mean to have all these people behind you? They're all wearing the Mr. Diggett t-shirts. They're all high-fiving, hugging. What does it mean?
This is why we do it. Like, yes, Pete and I are sitting in the car, but at the end of the day, we do it. And we love this off-road racing because I get to do it with my family and my friends, and it is what the whole trip is about. So I love it.
Congratulations on making another Fink.
Thank you very much.
Another great story as Phil Lovett comes across the line in the 8.97, just cruising that thing along.
Hey, mate, something that can't be stressed enough. Michael Doolan just ran a 150 flat. So he charged on the way home. So that was an absolutely amazing run there with a 150. So the Mr. Diggett team have had a stonking run there. A 150 would have put him right up. So again, we can all talk about, well,
Fourth fastest today.
No. Is that right? He was really fast. There's a 147, a 149 from Michael Zacher and a 150 from Mr. Diggett. Brad Close ran well. Brad Close had a great run as well. Brett Taylor had a great run, 156. But yeah, 150 puts a really impressive run in fourth. Oh, Kent Battle. Kent Battle ran a 150 on the way home as well.
Yep.
Flaming killing it, Kent Battle. What a run. That is an excellent job there. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're having a little bit of a break up here in the commentary box. It's been an absolute pleasure, but let's throw over to some of our fantastic sponsors of this event that make it possible here for the Tatts Finke Desert Race 2024, the 48th running.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Steering CAT.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
As we continue to welcome these competitors back over the finish line here in Alice Springs for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. We're going to go down and speak to one of our very special competitors who had a moment around about 30k out of Alice.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I've got Jamie Harrison and Jeremy Kempston. Now, there's a lot of stories behind the fact that you're here at the finish line here, Jamie. I mean, you've been here on the bike 10 times. Yes. Unfortunately, had an accident that resulted in you being in the wheelchair, but you're here now, doing it in the car.
I am, yeah. Happy to be back. It's been 3 years in the making, you know. So a lot of stuff had to go on behind the scenes to get here, but I'm pumped that I got here and. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's sort of a little bit emotional for me, but I'm glad to be back. My dad helped out a lot with directions and that sort of thing. So, yeah, good to be here.
Tell me about the car and the modifications that are required to enable you to drive it.
Yeah, so we had to meet Cam's requirements about getting out of the car. So at the time I did it, you had to get out in 10 seconds. So we changed the roll cage so that I could get out. And we also had to modify hand control. So I just adapted car stuff that goes onto this, so I use both my hands for the brake and the accelerator.
You said it's 3 years in the making, but it's really a lifetime in the making for you. Just tell me, what does this mean now for you? You've crossed the finish line, you've done it after such a life-changing incident, you're back here.
Well, to be honest, I'm looking at the next big thing for me. Like, I want to come back and do it again, but I ride bikes back home, motorbikes, so immediately I'm thinking, why can't I do the double? Why can't I be the first paraplegic to do the double? So anyone out there that wants to help me, I'm up for it.
So that's a possibility. You could be back here in Finke on a bike and in a car.
I'll be back. It's not a possibility. I make stuff happen.
The determination, I absolutely love it. Jamie, congratulations on getting to the finish line. I just want to go over to Jeremy, who was in the navvy seat. It hasn't been smooth sailing, though, has it?
No, I had a bit of a oopsie about 30 k's out. As you can see, a bit of damage to the car. Went through a couple of trees, tore apart the front of the car, but we made it back here in one piece, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Just tell me, you're in the navvy alongside this guy who is just, the bravery is beyond words. What's it like for you?
He's an absolute animal of a driver. He can steer. Coming from a bike, it crosses straight over for him. So really comfortable with him. Smooth. It was smooth the whole race. So really happy with it.
Boys, congratulations once again. Jamie, I know it's been a workload to get here in terms of people that have helped you, sponsors, all that sort of stuff. I'm sure there's people you want to thank.
Oh, for sure. TJM jumped on board and helped me with it getting here. They help with trailer. I mean, when I camp and do things, I've got to account for amenities and camping, and it's very hard to be in a wheelchair. The guy that looks after my car is a guy called Steve. He works for UTV Surgery, and he's done an amazing job. This car went up there and back with very minimal overnight maintenance required. Airblast Australia, they came on board and helped us. Design Fab, they were instrumental about me getting here. They did so much behind the scenes and took a lot of the load off me. Dave and Jeremy both did so much that I'm eternally grateful for. Ace Materials Handling, they were great. Lock and Load, they helped. They locked the car down so I can travel all the way back to Brizzy. Black Diamond Powder Coating in Brizzy, thank you for all your work. Oh, there's so many. Corkhead Racing, a mate of mine. He drove at the. I literally had made a phone call to him, and he was driving within the hour from Brisbane to here to help me out. So Dave and Kathy, thank you very much. I love you guys for doing what you did. So, yeah, mate, that's it. Yeah.
Congratulations once again. You've made it back in the Can-Am. Congratulations.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Rihanna. Such a great story here in the Alice. And while we were having that conversation, James Hagan, Jack Mildwaters, David Bird, Ben McNamara, Ryan Brook, and the 1008 is probably one of the loudest support crews I've heard all day. Shane Greening made it home in the 1008, the Alice local. Congrats, young fella. So proud of you, man. So proud of you. And guess what? You beat that too slow 10:21. So great to see the camaraderie coming out. It was great to hear them across the line. Awesome drive from the 1008, from going from a pro car to the sports line, and they've done an excellent job today. As we continue to welcome our competitors across the line, the 606 making their way across the finish line now. And I'll just give Timmy's mum an update on Tim. I'll just have a look on the tracker to see where he is. So it's around about at the 150 mark. So he's done over halfway 2 hours. Because the 1008 still says it's quite a far away, so I'll try and get a reset on that one. But the 606 comes across the line. Great to see them over. That's Thomas Stevens in a time of 2 hours 35. Definitely good to see all these competitors continuing to make their way. But we are going to have a look at a very special story that we hand out, with an award that we hand out each year for one of our very special volunteers down at Finke.
To make the is usually done at scrutineering, but it is to name the 2024 Finke Heroes. Now we have two this year, Julie and Lance. They weren't prepared for this. I set this up as a little bit of a volunteer briefing, but Julie, and Lance, you've both been coming out here for 15 years. You first came out here doing radio. You fell in love with the race. What has made you keep coming back and being here at the Finke checkpoint every year?
I'm actually lost for words. Can you help?
Just the community spirit. Everyone here to help. Yeah, it makes it good. Yeah, it's nice to come down.
Well, you've been here every year. I've been here for the last 3 years as well. You make it an absolutely incredible atmosphere. Thank you so much. You flag off the competitors. Every competitor who leaves here, you can hear her cheering, literally excited to see them go, see them come in. Lance, you water the track so nobody's covered in dust here most of the time. An incredible effort to come out here every year and do this. You also bring the bikes back to make sure bikes make it back to their safety point. Thank you so much.
The reason we do actually come back year after year is because it's the closest that you can actually get to the race. So anyone who wants to volunteer out there, that's the reason why we do it. That's the reason why you should do it. Camping's great, you get to see them come past. But volunteering down this end, we always need more volunteering. Closest you can go without being one of those mad people that go up and down the track. How'd you keep that a secret?
We did a pretty good effort, didn't we?
We did, yes, well done. I didn't know.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Well deserved.
An awesome story. A massive congratulations to the Thompsons down there. Julie and Lance, I know they do a heap for our event, so a massive shout out to them. And Julie sneakily wearing that 1021 Finke Forget shirt, so plenty of representation out here for our local competitors as the 269, one of the Think Water and Chambers Engineering vehicles, makes their way across the stadium section. If I'm not mistaken, that is the... I don't want to get the name wrong, so I'll wait and... Yes, the Garrity car, the 210. Another one of our Super 1650 competitors. So this will be for a second in class, if I'm not mistaken, which is awesome for the 210 of Brad Garrity and Courtney Garrity here from Alice Springs in their tiny built GSXR4. I think both cars are in the section here. I think the Chambers vehicle is also there. There you go. So we got the Chambers and the Garrity machine. So the 269 comes across the line first. And I believe that's for second and third as Brad and Courtney Garrity make their way. But it looks like we've got some awesome action continuing to happen out on the prologue track. Coming back into the stadium section. But I think we're going to go down and talk to one of our first time finishers here at Finke. He's going to be very happy. He's with Rihanna.
Yeah, I've got Amy and Jack Mild Waters. Now, this race will throw anything at it. 6 attempts, 5 DNFs. Number 6 was a lucky one. You're back here in the finish line. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We couldn't be more stoked. We've had the perfect run mostly today. Yesterday, that was a bit iffy, babe.
Yeah.
Jack, I mean, what does this mean? You finally crossed that line. You've finally seen that checkered flag.
Yeah, it's a massive achievement for us, and it's just an incredible feeling. And I just have to say a massive thank you to all of our team partners, both past and present, that have helped us got to this right now. It's just insane.
It's just thrown everything at it, this race. It's thrown everything at you too, and you've continued to come back. Yesterday wasn't a smooth sailing. Tell me what happened.
It was just rear suspension fade in the end, and after a few kind of bucks and pogos, we just sort of pulled out and nursed her in. We figured better than being upside down on the side of the track is to get down there, fix our problem, come home.
How was the heart rate when you were just into the prologue, knowing that this is Actually, your year.
Honestly, it was pretty numb. Like, I wasn't focused on that. I was just more that I needed to execute the next couple of corners, and that was it. Take emotion out of it and let that sort itself out after the finish line.
So what's now? How do we celebrate? We've finally done it.
I'm going to get that damn pin.
Definitely. Go and get that railway pin we've earned and celebrate with all our amazing crew. And I'm sure we're going to have a million phone calls and messages. So
enjoy those celebrations. Congratulations, you finished Fink.
Thank you to everyone involved. It's incredible.
Yeah, congratulations to that team. Very emotional there for them, as the crowd is still here, packed in at the start-finish line. If you see yourself on the big screen, give us a wave for all the people who are also watching on the live stream. I hope you're having a great time. We have crowned a new King of the Desert this morning. If you're just joining us, Bo Robinson, your winner of the auto section. Brett Comiskey and his crew in second, and then the Cook car in third. An absolutely monstrous effort for all the top three drivers. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gents, because in around about an hour's time, the first of the bikes leave down from Fink and come back. David Walsh is the man to watch on the #1 bike, the reigning King of the Desert. He's also going for 5 wins. There we go again. We got the screen out, the big screen. If you see yourself out there, give us a wave. There's the Shane Greening young fella, and Timmy. Good on you, boys. 2 Alice locals. You've done very, very well. You've deserved those Milton mangoes. Yep, Shane's very happy. You get those red frogs, mate? No, 2 of my mates down there in Parc Ferme. They'll be very happy. Probably be a pretty interesting chat with either one of them. Congrats to Tim Weir and Shane Greening. Respectable drives from both of them. As we continue to welcome these vehicles back into the start-finish line complex, we've got the next of our trophy truck competitors, the Yokohama vehicle. Jamie in this one. It's just absolutely great to be continuing to see the caliber of vehicles that make their way into Alice Springs.
Yeah, the Gundy boys had a tough run here. This is an Australian-built trophy truck, so super cool to see that. And again, the guys out at Gundy, they'll be getting plenty of cheers here as Jamie Knight in the 439. He's actually the club president there. Patrick Buggy in the passenger seat. Again, the Chev Silverado. Yokohama Raceline Wheels, ARB Diesel Care. The boys. Bug Spot. 439. Tough run. Again, tough run down. And they've now had a stonking run home. All the panels on that truck. They've done Fink before. I believe they did it in the old C20 Chev. Again, the Bennett-built truck. Bernie Gwynn had it for a while. Billy Geddes had it for a while. Jamie's had it for a while. It's now gone to St. George. But the boys will be very happy now. They're turning the corner and bringing the Aussie-built trophy truck all the way home. Put your hands together for the Gundawindi locals, the 439. They're back in Alice Springs and they're probably ready to have a few sneaky drinks tonight at the celebration dinner. And again, big shout out to everyone now that has made their way through. Again, so amazing that the 449 of Mild Waters is in now. They would be very happy. They've had a few tough years racing. They have raced all over the place. That great interview with them down in Parc Ferme. What a time to be alive after a wild ride. We've all seen the video now of their prologue to be home safe and sound in Alice Springs after so many years of trying. They've got to be happy with that. I'm sure we're going to see them many, many more years racing here. So again, a nice 2 hours and 08 for Jamie Knight. sure it's Patrick Buggy in the passenger seat there, again out of Gundawindi. So those guys have been having an absolutely awesome run down there. And again, we're going to continue going up and down Park for May, and we're down with the 606 team to have a chat with Rihanna.
Yeah, I've got Tom and Hayley Stevens, one of our father-daughter combinations. Tom, your second time, you're here, you've survived Fink once again. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great now. I'm glad it's done. A few beers tonight and hopefully a full night's sleep. Won't be worrying about what I haven't done and what needs to be done.
Talk to me about the car. Any issues?
No, car went well. Oh, we did a steering rack yesterday. We changed that down in Fink last night. We've lost a bit of gear off the back, spare wheel and a few tools, but other than that, we're here and it's all good. No worries.
I'm sure someone will find them, collect them and send them back to your house. Hayley, first time at Fink. What was it like for you?
Very rough, but yeah, it was really fun and glad we finished, so yeah.
Tell me what it's like in the car. You're alongside your dad. I mean, you've got a couple of hours just to think about life. What's it like?
Yeah, it's loud. No, but it's really good. I really enjoy it, so I'll definitely be back.
And you'll be back next year?
Definitely.
Dad, we back next year?
I'll be back. Unfortunately, Hayley's out now and our youngest son, Toby's jumping in. So
you've gone through all the kids. I mean, just tell me, such a family event. You've got obviously plenty of support here behind you. How many people does it take to get here at Fink and cross the finish line?
Oh, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of hours and a lot of people, a lot of support. So, yeah, I'd like to thank everyone that's come up and supported us. The wife, obviously. Keep her happy and we'll keep doing it.
Sounds like a plan. Hey, enjoy the celebrations. Well done on finishing Fink.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, family that races together, always great. And again, great to see that Navi seat got such a hot ticket. So plenty of action happening there as Apostles make their way in on our screen on that side-by-side, making their final set of big whoops. So plenty going on. Again, just shouting out, unfortunately, our Class 7 battle, whilst still raging for Brett Lovell in the Raptor. Unfortunately, the big Chev of Lowndesy had an issue and went on the trailer. We were talking about that before, and unfortunately that, the big Chev just didn't make it this time. And that's a big shame because they were driving very smart to start off with. We heard Billy Geddes talking about how when they went initially, the Ford chewed through some shocks early on. They actually made a pass on Lowndesy on the way down. So the Raptor was faster on track initially until it broke some parts. The guys limped it down. And unfortunately on the way home, those big square edges, just a bit too much for the production four-wheel drive, and they've decided to put it on the trailer. So that was the Lowndes entry, the Chev entry. Apostles through now as well, so a great drive there out of the Can-Am. They will be very happy with that. Made it home nice and safe. Car looked good. Oh, and right behind them, I think that might be Mogford. So a great drive there. And yes, I think it's James Mogford through with a 2 with a 17, so 2:17 with a 58. And as we say that, the 6:58 is now in the building. That is Stuart Lang. So the 6:58. So the Patriot Campers twins are in now. The 1088 made it in. So, but unfortunately, the Montesalvo car, the trophy truck, lost a wheel. Not sure if they're still working on that. It looked like it was on the service road, the photo that I saw on the internet. But yes, there's plenty going on up and down the list here. And again, some of those outright times, average speeds, absolutely crazy. In excess of 120 k's an hour. 122 for Beau Robinson was the average speed here. Now, we will say 147. Now, he ran a 140 on the way down. So, Beau Robinson obviously just did exactly what he knew he had to do. 147 on the way back home. Where does that put us with David Walsh? This is the first year since about 2001, I believe, that a motorbike beat the vehicles in qualifying. So in prologue outright, David Walsh was the fastest. Not the fastest bike, the fastest. Hasn't been like that for a long time. Now, is it possible that David Walsh holds it right against the throttle stop, comes home and does the fastest time outright this weekend? We will be looking. Going to be very, very interesting.
Some great shots up on the big screen here in Alice Springs. Kids having a great time here at the start-finish line here in Alice Springs. Bit of a shout out to one of my little fans out there, Daniel Dawson Stainer. Great to have him here having a look at the vehicles come across the line. And what an event we've got. That iconic start-finish line banner here in Alice. We absolutely love it as we continue to welcome these vehicles across the line.
Josh, it sounds like I'm stitching up. I was just talking before about Bo Robinson, clearly, because he ran a 1:42 on the way down, is that correct? 1:47 on the way home, so combined time. What time did Dave run on the way down there, David Walsh? 1:47? Was he down in the 40s or in the 50s? 47?
Yeah, I think
so. If he ran a 1:42, which would be a tall ask on the way home, not necessarily possible. I'm getting the nod that it's possible. So that'll be very interesting to see how that plays out, because you imagine if it's the first year that the bike's beat, not just in prologue for a long time, because 2001 we were told was the last year that a bike won the prologue. And historically, this for the last few years, the cars have always run the fastest time. Again, since Mark Burrows in 2001, and it could be a year where we've got a bike race on our hands, not just for the outright bike, but for the outright, the real king of the desert.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, and if they're pushing all the way from Finke down to Alice, it'll be a very, very close battle as we continue to watch these shots. There's another one of our side-by-sides makes their way towards the finish line here in Alice. Having a great time here. Watching all these vehicles make their way back.
Crazy to think of the speed some of these vehicles are still doing. Josh is clicking through some data here, and like the sports lights are still doing 190 kilometres an hour out there. There's a little bit of chat going around, like that the Ford Raptor was still moving 200 odd kilometres an hour. Ooh. It was still cranking along. That's absolutely insane to think that through this conditions that, like a sports light or a production four-wheel drive and those sort of items. Like, I don't think a Land Cruiser can do 200 k's an hour, let alone do 200 in the rough. You'd be flat out doing it with a downhill tailwind, just saying.
Oh, yeah, you'd definitely be very, very scared of that one. But it looks like we're going to go back down to Parc Fermé, where Rihanna's with the Apostle team.
Yes, I've got Taylor and Kriston, the father-daughter duo from Perth. First time in Finke, and you've done it. You've crossed the finish line. Taylor, how do you feel?
Oh, we're so happy. You hope for it, but, anything can happen. It's a massive track and it's super tough. So we're super happy. I'm so proud of Dad. We had a big fight over who's driving, We always say, we're going to swap, but no, he definitely took this one home and couldn't have done it without him, couldn't have done it without my crew. Just super happy to finally get this under our belt. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, Kriston. Dad, you're in the driver's seat. Talk to me about the car mechanically. Was it all smooth sailing for you?
Yes. No, the car went well, so no problems. So it was good.
And just the run down there and then coming back this morning, is it everything you sort of dreamed and hoped for?
Yeah, definitely. We probably took it easy getting down there, but tried to push it a bit coming home just to have fun. But couple of close calls towards the end, but Taylor kept me in check.
What's it like, Taylor, as a daughter? You've got Dad driving, you're in the Navy, but you want to finish. I mean, what's it like for you?
Yeah, it's good. Always, you want your best time, but at the same time, you also want to finish. So we kind of both keep each other in check, you know, tell each other when we're pushing too much and tell each other when we need to speed up a bit. It's really good, yeah.
You were telling me the other night you've just finished exams, so that's why you couldn't get up here as early as what you would have liked. I mean, what is it like when you go back to school and say, what did you guys do on the weekend? Oh, I just raced Finke.
Yeah, a few of my friends knew I was coming over here. Yeah, I'm just kind of going to go back to school and just act like nothing happened, you know?
The biggest question we need to know, will you be back?
Definitely, yeah. Taylor.
100% next year.
Taylor's in the driver's seat next year, so...
Okay, it's on the official record. Taylor, you're driving. We look forward to seeing you back next year. Well done. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you.
Yeah, great chat and great shots here at Finke. The Chicane Club pumping at the moment. Everyone intensely watching the big screen in there. They've got a lovely little spot, so we love to see it.
Yeah, Tim Wadlow came in there as well, didn't they, while that conversation was happening down there. Stuart Lang also in. Yeah, James Mulford we called in. And again, that interview was with Kristen Apostles. So good to see that family, father and daughter. And again, the daughter getting a drive next year. What a awesome thing that is. I tell you what, John Curran, where's my dad? Where's my race car, mate? I tell you.
Oh, mate, I could say the same, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going to put that on my father.
Nah, I'm just kidding. JC's a legend. Everyone knows him. So, listen, it's a good time here. And again, it's great to see these families race together. It was great to see those boys in the Jimco Champion. Just trying to run up and remember their names. But again, it was awesome to see them run down there. And they've got that new champion out of the USA. So that's a well-sorted vehicle. Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out a bit more detail on that car and find out where it came from exactly. But awesome to see those families racing together, checking the place out, exploring the red centre, having a look. I tell you what, it just keeps bringing me back year after year.
Yeah, no, it's definitely God's country, as the majority of us people call it out here, who get to call this country home. So it's it's definitely great. And just while we've got a little bit of time, I'd like to once again thank all our awesome sponsors. Tatts for being the naming rights, having invested over $1 million since their partnership with us in 2000. Our platinum sponsors, the Northern Territory Government, TAB, Forex Gold, Alice Springs Town Council, Lassiter's, the Centre of Entertainment, Imparja, and Method Race Wheels. All our gold sponsors, Chubb, Exact Contracting, Adbury, Morton Brothers Contracting, and Remote Area Machinery Hire. Next time you need to go for a shop and get some stuff, make sure to keep these sponsors in mind. Our silver, Asprint, Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza, Desert Tech, Sportsnet Holidays, as well as our True Blue sponsors, Red Centre Technology Partners, Thrifty Car Rental, the Alice Springs Correctional Services, Centre Pest Management, the National Australia Bank, APJ, and Hastings Deering Cat. A massive shout out to all our sponsors throughout the weekend. Without you awesome people, we would not be able to make this event run. We're at the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race here in Alice Springs as the next one of our competitors makes their way towards us. And unfortunately, I believe that is the Bentley machine, and it's looking a lot worse for wear than it did this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of panels missing off that machine. Yeah, it does look like the Hannah Bentley machine. That thing looks like it's gone for a rollover. So hoping they're all good in that machine.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. That does look like she's had a bit of, well, maybe even just a run off the track. No back panels on it. Yeah, roof panel over. You're absolutely right. The more it gets close to us, the more it looks like he's had a little tip. Although no tubes look like they've had any stress or anything, so we'll see how it goes. So, but it's good to see Hannah Bentley back in. Hey, now, just another little announcement. Just an announcement here for all the cars and for the drivers. So at 11:30, I just got the word from Yoff, at 11:30, we're going to start moving cars out of Park for May. So again, that is about 10 minutes. So 11:30. So if you can start getting your pit crew, if the drivers have already celebrated, obviously no driving for you, but if you can get your people ready, and we're going to move them out of Park for May at 11:30, which is 10 minutes away. And if we can be ready to do that, that'll be excellent. Now, listen, we're going to throw down for some more stories down in Park for May. These awesome stories of the races.
Ben McNamara from South Australia, your first Fink, you've survived.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Great, thank you. Yeah, no, it's a bit of a thing I want to do for all my life. So, yeah, so it's the first run and I've finished, so we're wrapped.
Tell me about the car. How did it hold up? Was there issues or a nice smooth run?
No, we had a beautiful run down, but when we got down the end, we thought we lost air and we were stuck in 6th gear all the way, but we worked out what the problem was, but then we had to stay in 5th gear all of today. So, but that's fine. That's fast enough for me, and we're finished. So, no, we're wrapped. Yeah.
What's it like first time? I mean, just give us an understanding of the minute you leave here. I mean, you're on the track and you're ready to go.
Oh, yeah, no, I was as nervous as shit, actually. I've only been in this racing business for a couple of years, and I started in the Can-Am, and then we just had an Ursic engineering buggy. So this is only like 40 hours old, this buggy, so I didn't want to damage it. Luke spent a lot of time building it, so, and I can tell you what, it's a bloody beautiful car. So, no, it ran well,
Experience camping down at Fink overnight amongst all the competitors, what was that like?
That was great. Yeah, no, we had a crew from the Tumby come up and help there, so we had fuel down there. We teed up with the Tingers as well, so, yeah, no, we had a good big stew there and everything, and no, it was a good night, but we spent most of the time trying to work out the car, but anyway.
Will you be back?
Oh, yeah, no, definitely back. My daughter, she's been watching Townsville, the party and everything else, and she's coming up, and, yeah, I think we've got a whole new family following us next year, so it's going to be great.
Awesome. I love to hear the stories. Congratulations on surviving Fink. We look forward to seeing you next year.
Righto, thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, it's just continuing these awesome stories of people making their way in, and yeah, first timers finishing the event, and I think there's going to be a lot of people very happy tonight when they get their spike for finishing this great event.
Mate, awesome to hear. Yoff said those stats, 50% first timers, and we see that in Park for May when we're talking about that. So, 50% new starters every year. It's always had that attraction. A lot of guys that want to tick this one off the bucket list, and why not? Whether it be on motorbikes or automotive category, ticking this one off the list is definitely one that, man, I've got 3 spikes, and that's not there's lots of people that are better than me, but I've got those spikes sitting on my mantle, and even to this day, lots of people probably have no idea what they mean. No. But to me, they're absolutely the highlight of anything that I've done. It's amazing to say that, but it's also very true with respect to motorsport or riding or driving or anything. Those Fink spikes just mean so much because I think you work so hard for them, Josh. It's not just a weekend away racing, and whilst there's some amazing races that are away, this just seems to engulf everything that it is and everything that you're about for a good period of time.
Oh. The 611 putting on a show for everyone who's still in the stadium section, getting that rear end right around, and that is Brandon Hill in the 611. So not doing a bad job in the side-by-side as we continue to watch competitors make their way out of their vehicles and welcome family home. It's great to see all these shots, and it's awesome to be able to bring them to you as it looks like another one of our competitors makes its way through the back gate. They're coming through thick and fast now as the Hill machine makes its way to the finish line here at Alice Springs. They give us a wave, and they'll be pretty happy with their finish.
Awesome too, still blazed the last corner, made sure it all happened, got all the way across the finish line, and then, yeah, like you said, very happy competitors there as you almost do a ceremonial drive. You can actually enjoy the drive under the banner now here today.
Yeah, no, you definitely can, as I believe that is the number 996 making its way around now. That's Paul Tuck Lee.
Yeah, great run there from their single seat pro buggy.
And if I'm correct, I should be expecting the 1021 of Timothy Button in behind this machine, the Tuck Lee. Would be awesome to see him as he passes the line. Awesome to see that. But as we continue to hear from our awesome competitors, I believe we're going to run down back to Parc Fermé to talk to another couple of them.
And I've got Hannah Bentley and Cooper Johns, who have quite literally just arrived in Parc Fermé. Hannah's only one of 2 females that are actually in the driver's seat here at Finke, and they're just doing a bit of a debrief with the family, as it's been a fairly eventful arrival. Hannah, if you could just come over here, we want to have a chat to you. Firstly, congratulations. You have completed Finke.
Had to work for it, that's for sure, but I'm happy, yeah.
Just tell me, the car's looking a little bit second-hand. What's just happened as you arrived into Finke, into Alice?
Well, we had our bonnet fly off 10 k's leaving Finke, so we had a tab break yesterday, and then today it just flew off, and I was like, oh, well, but then got to deep well and just didn't put my foot into it enough in a berm and just tipped it on its lid. It was just all panels and that, but was enough to knock my confidence quite a bit. But yeah, just rolled it back and got the spike. So that's...
You got the spark. You will get that spark later this afternoon. Just talk to us about what that is like, just in that moment when you know that this is not going to end well for me.
Well, my first thing was hit the isolator, but I missed it. And then, God, until we landed actually on our roof, that was when I got it. But, yeah, so I was sort of thinking, shit, is this really happening? But it was very soft, and I've had a soft one before, so I just need to learn to put my foot into it a bit more, I think.
You must be so proud, though. There's only 2 females who are actually in the driver's seat here at Finke this weekend. That one of you is yourself. I mean, you must be so proud of that feat.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you've got your dad and your brother to look up to, I think you just want to follow in their footsteps. So it's just fun to get there and back. And my brother actually started 2 cars in front of me today, and I could not catch him. So the man was hooking, but yeah, I'm just glad to get here, and I'll just do it at my own pace, and yeah.
Congratulations, you've got that spark. You'll get that this afternoon. What are we going to do to celebrate?
Probably beers, I think. I finished uni on Thursday and now finished my first Finke because the past 3 times have been unsuccessful. And this one almost was, but at my own fault, so I'm just happy to be here.
Congratulations, Hannah. Go and enjoy those celebrations with your friends and family over there. Well done.
Great to hear from her there, and yeah, unfortunate, and that's the thing, just even not enough gas into a corner, and it can hurt the day. They were in a pretty good position this morning as we patiently wait for the next of our vehicles to come into the start-finish line section. I know I'm patiently waiting for this next car to come in. On the tracker, they're still looking pretty good.
Josh, we must be getting very close now to getting ready to send bikes off the line down at Apatula.
Yeah, I believe 12 o'clock.
Yeah, so 11:30 local time here at the moment, just about. So, yeah, the cars are going to come out. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in the house, in the stadium here, and you've got a driver with a car in Parc Fermé, it's going to be about, wow, just ticked over about 2 minutes now, but let's say three minutes until they're going to let you go from Parc Fermé. So please, if you've got one of those vehicles, make sure you've got a pit crew. It doesn't necessarily have to be your driver, I don't believe, as long as your pit crew is in a position to move the vehicle away and get it back to the, the pit area down there, down that bitumen area, all those trucks and everything down there, trailers, all the gear. So it's not going to be too long now until they head on off down to the pits, and Parc Fermé will be done, and then motorbikes off the line at 12 o'clock. So we're going to start clearing. There'll be sweeps on the track already. They'll be blocking some of the checkpoints. So Mount Squires would now be well and truly shut. Bonduma's getting close to shut. So, but then again, so for some of these sevens, you've got your tracker up there. some of our last cars still on track. Obviously, it's going to be the Lovell vehicle, a few side-by-sides. There's still a few limited classes, so, you know, they're getting nice and close to deep well.
I'd say a majority of them are through deep well.
Yeah, Kai Camilleri there, so he'll be out because he's very fast. Norm Parker, Hank, the tank, is through deep well. So we're looking pretty much, I imagine that I'm pretty fair in saying that the 798, the Cruiser, is probably the last on track at the moment in that position. So deep well through, and then Alice. So again, but that's, again, Class 7. So we saw Lowndesy, obviously, hate to say it, but just a mechanical failure has put him out. He was in a great position. You know, again, we're looking at Brad Lovell in the 773, and then the Land Cruiser is out there, the 798 of Hank Parker.
So yeah, we will give you an update for anyone who has just joined the live stream. Unfortunately, the 7-time Bathurst winner and 3-time Supercars champion Craig Lowndes is out of the event due to mechanical issues. They did not make it to Mount Squires, which is very, very unfortunate for them. So looks like Ford will get the bragging rights once again, but you never know, Toyota might pick the spot, but
wouldn't I have to eat my words?
Yes.
If that was, and I'm sure Hank would like to make me eat my words. So, I tell you what, I'd like that. That'd be good. The boys from St. George, absolute legends. So I'd be happy to eat my words, but would be good to see Hank have a nice run through there. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. Again, these Class 7s, we haven't even got one of them home yet. So, but that's exactly where they should be. That's the expected time frame for a production four-wheel drive. Again, you know, we saw some speeds up there before. We were talking about Craig Lowndes and Lovell. They were up in that, you know, we saw 170, 180, which is absolutely insane. You've got to understand there is some fast flowing road sections in there. However, once they get back down this way, pretty much from where they get across deep well there, it's rough going. It's some of the roughest terrain. So, you know, if they can average 40, 50 kilometres an hour. So, you know, we saw Bo come through, and whilst we're talking about him doing it in 15, 20 minutes to deep well, it's about 65 k's down. For the Ranger, it'll take about an hour to come from deep well.
Yeah, no, definitely. And again, riding that production class, you've pretty much got to have it, you add a cage and protect the driver and add safety equipment to the vehicle, and then, go racing. So it's very, very interesting. They're allowed to do very minute changes to the vehicle as we just look out to the gate, waiting for our next competitor to come through. Got the bit of a gap, but they are still tracking on our tracker. 216 Ks, it's saying they've done. So definitely shouldn't be too far away. Hopefully we see the 1021 of Timothy Button in shortly. I know him, his mum and his family will be out here waiting for him to cheer him on. That's the 1008 of Shane Greening and Julia Antonelli, the Grog Runners racing team here this weekend. As you look at some of the side-by-sides that made it through as well.
Yeah, and that beautiful Ursig machine, that 69, the Honey Badger, as they call it. Beautiful vehicle there, so good to see. Oh, again, a few of the vehicles firing up in Park for May. The 449 there as well, so good to see. The single-seat truck of Bird.
Yep, that was awesome. He had a good run, did David Bird, so he'll be very happy with that.
Filthy Phil Lovett's there as well, which is always awesome. We saw him limp in. So, again, great footage here of all of these vehicles that we're getting to see. The 86 is there as well. The boys from the Isa.
Yeah.
The green and orange beards from this Friday night scrutineering. They put on a great show, so that's entertaining. There's some good vehicles there, so that's very cool.
Here we go. It's a side-by-side.
Yeah, is it possibly Troy Daly, which is awesome because Daly had that double run, didn't he, a few years ago, and then, you know, went away to deal with some personal stuff to sort himself out, and he's back here and racing, so it's great to have him back racing Fink.
Maybe even Eden Evans.
Well, there was.
They're right there in that pack as well.
That's very true.
So, yeah, just trying to see.
Especially with those big glowing lights, hey? Right colour. It is a bit hard to pick these, and that is a Polaris, definitely. Well, it seems like, is there another car right behind them?
Behind it, yeah. Oh, that's a pull-off.
But you're right, that is a King Chrome car. So it's interesting.
Eden Evans.
They're out of the car.
Yeah. I wonder who's behind them. That's my question. Whoever it is, they've gained a spot and they'll be very happy as that machine. Oh, it's the 1021.
Made it past them.
Made it past them. So definitely not living up to the name in the book. The fast one's on a fast one, but it looks like one of those wheels. Oh.
Yeah, it does. That front left is what you're talking about.
It
looks like it's either very loose or low on tyre pressure or something, so he might just be nursing at home.
Yeah.
No, man, I reckon it's...
Yeah.
There's something going on with the upright there. Or
yeah, definitely has. But Timmy's done a great job in the single-seat machine. This is his first year in the single-seater. This kid drove a Brumby his first year. He was 16 years of age, him and his sister, 16 and 17 years of age. The young, Northern Territorian from Alice. It's great to see him out here. It's great to see him that he's going to hopefully make it around this last little section. I don't want to put the mockers on him because it is Timmy. It would not surprise me if he did that to me. But I commented on his Facebook post today, mate, I want to call you across the line. Last year I ran out of the commentary box and gave him a big wave as he came across. But ladies and gentlemen, here in Alice Springs, young kid Timmy Button, the 1021, giving us a show. You absolute legend. Timmy Button across the line.
Yeah.
Yes.
Plenty of fist pumping there as well, which is always awesome to see.
Good on you, Timmy. Does it in a time of 3 hours and 4 minutes 29.
Yeah, and shooting down Eden Evans still there on the side of the road. They're out. It looks like they're looking at the front left of that vehicle. A bit hard to see with that tree where it is. Looks like they're sliding back into the car. Really hoping that Eden Evans gets going again. That would be heartbreaking for them to be that close. And it is, we've seen it before. Shannon Wrench one year came in and broke a CV and an irreparable repair. Like it was irreparable on the last corner and didn't finish. And he was in first.
It was like 500 metres as well.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So, we've seen this before where you can literally see the Champagne or the Chicane Club on the corner there and you can't get the finish. Now, hopefully these guys, they're furiously working on this, so vehicle's off. I wonder if they're trying to reset some sort of electrical gremlin, because the car itself didn't look bad, did it?
No, not at all.
There was nothing untoward. It doesn't look like it's been through the trees. The wheels were all still on it, and they look like they're up. And again, there is a flurry of activity over on that right-hand side. Doesn't look like there's any smoke or steam or anything like that, so hopefully those guys can get that sorted and racing again, but they've got to see those seconds passing away.
Yeah. And it's always such a terrible feeling getting maybe a tyre change?
No, you know what is down on that side is on those Polarises, I wonder if it's over temp on a belt or something along those lines, those CVTs, particularly when they're pushed along in these tough conditions. It's funny because it's cold on the body, but I tell you what, the desert, it has plenty of temperature about it, so they're sliding the helmet back on there, so that's a good sign. And I do know that some of these teams, it's crazy. When they first came out, it was like a 20-minute procedure to put these belts on and off, and nowadays I believe it's a lot faster than that.
Yeah, as they climb back in. As we watch all our competitors make their way out of Parc Fermé.
Awesome that Visser was there, Rod Visser, the 1057.
Yeah, definitely was, Dan. That was a great drive from that sports light this morning.
The loose cannon Jimco truck there as well.
Yeah.
Got the crowd on the side there. Again, all the vehicles going out of Parc Fermé, literally just getting escorted back to their trucks and trailers. There's a big area up there. So not too much action happening down in Parc Fermé at the moment. It's been a little bit quiet since Timmy's come in, and we've sort of got a little bit of action happening here with the Evans car trying to get sorted and get started. Again, it looks like it's got all the lights on it again. Hopefully they get that vehicle running and you'll see a fast run through here. Eden Evans, an absolute talent in off-road. She's had some wild rides in these Polarises over the years here at Finke, but it's great to see them almost all the way. And here we go.
There
Give them a
we
cheer
go.
because they are moving again, and that will be very good. And again, no pressure from behind. So at this point, Josh, again, I'm not suggesting I'm in any of the Evanses' mind, but do you just take it easy and just make it home now?
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially when you're this close to home.
And you've had troubles just less than 2 kilometres from the finish line.
Yeah, no, definitely. And yeah, you've got to feel for these guys getting so close to Alice and then having something like that happen where they lose time. They were in a half-decent spot. Now they've just fallen down the pack a little bit more in the 6.36. Very unfortunate for Ian Edison. Yes.
Look, another year at Fink that no one's ever used the Max tracks.
Yeah.
Glad they've been carried there and back again.
It's great to see.
I'm never getting sponsored by them, am I?
No.
No, definitely not. Anyway, the King Chrome car, the 636 through now. Absolutely amazing. It's a nice clean run there. And unfortunately, again, not what you want to see, that stop so close to the end. They'll hold these cars up for park formation. Eden Evans, she won't even go into park formation. She'll just essentially head straight for the pits. No issues there. I'm sure she's ready for, again, a spa.
They're now happy.
A break. And yep, as tough as that is and as far down the order as they, because these are real, like, Eden Evans can steer. She is a competitor, so no doubt that is not the way she wanted to finish her thing. But that said, that feeling after you've done the work, after you've changed the belt, after you've done everything you could to get down there. Hey, look, the interesting, this poor old thing, the suspension is well and truly done. 450 kilometres. You can see that it's just pogo sticking through. Unfortunately, she is just toasted. But they don't have far to go now. And I bet you when you see this spectator area, it's not even an issue. You don't feel it, you don't know it.
Everything's numb by this point. They're just thinking about that red cordial.
The old red cordials, I love it. No, you're absolutely right. It's not long now until we celebrate at the Lassiter's Casino, the old casino spot. It is iconic. And then we get all the bike guys as well. That's part of the fun.
Yeah.
The chats.
Oh,
I know that many a tall story has been told in that second part because there's the presentation bit. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to chat, that's fine, but make sure you head outside because the presentation area is the presentation area where we give our riders, drivers their dues. It's so important to recognise how much effort's gone in. We do recognise all you guys. We're sorry if we didn't call everyone across the line, but we're trying to work with a large number of competitors. But I can tell you, from Josh and Mai's point, all of these guys are legends. We love everyone up and down the field. We love the guys that came in first. We love the guys that come in seventh. We love the guys that give us a DNF story about how they didn't make it down and their wild ride. So big shout out to absolutely everyone. That is so amazing, and it's a great run there. So we just had Eddie Shivers come through in the 677, and the 6169 is also in the house right now. That is James Mockford. No, James Mockford's been in for a long time. It's Raylan Burt.
Yep.
So a great drive there from the 6169.
And eagerly waiting the arrival of the 773, Brad Lovell.
Now, Josh, what's flapping off the back there? There's straps and bits and pieces hanging off the back of this thing everywhere.
Yeah,
the spare tyre's gone, I imagine.
The groom car, I do believe, there.
Oh, Gwynny? Chelsea Gwynn?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. This will be amazing. It is the Gwynn car coming back in now. They will be so happy. Bernie Gwynn in the passenger seat of that, I believe. Chelsea Gwynn. It's just a strap. There's nothing wrong there, mate. That tyre's still mounted well. The 244. Billy Geddes and the crew, I know you're going to be happy about this. There's some video floating around of the Gwynn crew, the Gwynn boys sorting it out, and it's so great to have Chelsea at the wheel now. She's done plenty of time down there in Speedway, and here she is.
Yeah, no, it's great to see
the Alice Springs Tourist Park vehicle make its way towards the finish line here. Class 2 this weekend.
Yeah, Gwynny, an absolute legend of the sport, both the Gwyn boys, and it's great to see the next generation. Chelsea now at the wheel. So this will be our third lady home, which is absolutely awesome. So Chelsea Gwyn, the 244.
As
racing all the way to the finish too, which is so good.
There
Josh,
it is.
What do we got coming in?
The Lovell machine for production 4-wheel drive honours once again. The Ford Performance team have got to be happy with this. It does look like it is pogoing a little bit, but that's all good now.
They're close. It doesn't matter. The boys are home. It's going to be...
How good does that Ranger Raptor look?
Absolutely amazing. And now they're not going to want to celebrate too soon, but they've been in this position. They know the feeling. They've done the Baja 1000. They've done the 2023 Fink. And now they're looking at the 2024 Class 7 champions here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. They've got to be excited.
Oh, who wouldn't be excited? The father and son team all the way from the United States driving an Australian-built Raptor. It's absolutely amazing, and they've done an excellent job with having some shock issues yesterday. There was an awesome photo of them taking over the Chev boys, but the Chev boys clipped them back. But the big American Chuck, the Chevy, didn't make it this time round. For production, 4-wheel drive honours, ladies and gentlemen, the Ford Performance team are going to be over the moon with this 2 years in a row. The Ford Ranger Raptor takes production 4-wheel drive. Brad Lovell and Bame Lovell cross the line. Absolutely amazing, Dan.
Now, Josh, I've got to do my commentator's duty here. That is provisionally at the moment, unofficial. We will find, because we do have Hank Parker out there, so it will be interesting, and these guys will be racing on corrected time. But you are right, Hank would have had to have passed and made some serious time up to make this happen. So, but yes, unofficially, that is absolutely amazing for Lovells. What a championship effort. Again, you said the winner of 2023, the winner of the Baja 1000 last year, and now the winner of the Tatts Finke Desert Race in 2024, the 48th running. Absolutely amazing.
Next of our side-by-sides making their way in now. The 6190, that's Simon Brown.
Yeah, so good. And again, not long now, about 15 minutes until the motorbikes take off down at Apatula and cross the Finke River. Going to be so amazing to see those vehicles, or those bikes, roar out of the stadium area there down at Apatula, because I tell you what, we've talked about it a couple of times now. David Walsh firmly got the hand on the prize. However, there is plenty of people, plenty of riders. They've regrouped, they've cooled down overnight, they've shook it off, and they're ready to go again, because it's going to be very interesting to see who can take it to David Walsh, the 4-time, potentially the 5-time if everything goes his way this weekend. They're halfway there. Times are going to be everything this weekend. It's going to be tight at the top.
Congratulations to the 6190 for making their way across the line. As the next of our vehicles makes their way in, all tyres.
Yeah, Simon Brown across there, which is absolutely awesome. So if you're cheering along for Simon Brown, I know you're going to be over the moon. They're home safe and sound. Again, no doubt they've got some stories to tell about this brutal 24 Finke track. The 48th running. Again, when a guy like Grabo tells you that it's that rough, you know it is that rough, as the 684 makes its way through now.
Franz
Chambera?
Yeah.
That's what we're running with, Franz Chambera. But a great run from Franz in the 684. Both Josh and I just needed a second there to make sure our eyes were correct with that last name. But a great run there. The uniquely turned out. It's very purple, that car.
Yeah. With the pizza sponsorship, I wonder if that's the same pizza sponsorship as the pizza truck that's here.
Oh, maybe. You reckon
that would be
come up?
awesome.
Yeah, it would be. Come up to sell a few pizzas at the spectator area and then go, wow, I've got to get involved in this.
Yep.
Oh,
that
and
might be funding.
getting wide right at the end.
Yes, as they make their way into that speedway corner and across the line, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, awesome run by France there. And big shout out to everyone following along at home.
It's one of those unique trophy utes, makes its way out of Parc Fermé.
So again, really, we're looking that we would think that there's about 6 cars left on track at the moment. They're probably getting chased by that little Jeep at the moment, I would say, that official sweep vehicle, pushing them down the road as we get this track cleared, ready for the motorbikes to start. So again, we do start closing checkpoints. Obviously, Deepwell would be a long time closed now, so pretty much anyone that's here is on their way already.
Yep.
Again, those numbers after Hank are pretty, as in I'm very confident. Nick Cummins is now out, Brett Smoothie is out, Justin Montesalvo must be out. They obviously didn't get that tyre fixed. The photo that we saw, it was on the side of the road, like on the service road with damaged bits, so unfortunately that's no good for those guys. Kai Camilleri too, Brad Belcher, both of those guys very, very fast. I'd say if they got their vehicle fixed within the 4-hour time limit, they would be back by now, because even if they finished at the split and got going again, they'd be very fast in front of the official sweep vehicle. So yeah, good battle in all the classes. Some amazing results here too. I'm absolutely blown away. You know, Mikey Zacher with that time is absolutely awesome. Kent Battle, like some of the overall day 2s, and again, I'm just talking about day 2. You know, Bo Robinson obviously ran the fastest time with that 1:47, but Mikey Zacher there with Dylan Blake in the passenger seat ran a 1:49. That's a very fast time. Kent Battle in the 31 with Adam Franklin in the passenger seat. They've been doing a lot together now. We're up in that North Queensland area and running the 1:50 with a 36, and Michael Doolan running a 1:50 with a 41. So just shows how fast that Extreme 2-wheel drive is. Essentially came off the back of the line today and ran the 4th fastest time back to Alice overall. So absolutely amazing. Obviously a big shout out to Brett Comiskey, did an awesome job, ran a very solid time. You heard him say about it getting, you know, he just got a little bit unnerved there when Smoothie come past him, but then he shook it off, got back to it, and when he saw Smoothie on the side of the road with a flat tyre, so that's an excellent run. Hey, that's that Honda Talent coming in now, so that's great to see.
Yeah, it looks like they may have blown the shocks on that bad boy as well. That looks very, very rear end bouncy or floaty.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everything, all the, you know, the bushes and everything is probably quite worn out by now. They're hearing every squeak, every bump, every creak, you know, everything that's going on in that Talent. All you're hearing is, we just got to get it home. It's a beautifully turned out machine. And again, I really should know a bit more information. If you know, throw it up in the live feed comments about Honda Talents, but I'm sure I heard it changing gears, so I assume it's got some type of sequential gearbox in that thing. It's super cool. I love the way it looks. Great looking vehicle. So
we have heard on the traps that Mr. Smoothie's navigator for this year, David Walsh, is back in Finke. So he will be leaving with a bit of a gap later on, in around about 7 minutes. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out. The bikes are not too far away from starting up. We're just finishing off the last couple of vehicles, and we'll have Jeremy up here joining us in the box once again. So awesome to have that inside as well. But not too far away from the bike starting here, just finishing over our last couple of vehicles.
yeah, absolutely, mate. So awesome to have that knowledge from Jeremy on board for the bikes, which will be brilliant. So the 6.6, is that the 6.634 of John White just through there? It was. And then the 6.49 looks like it's in the stadium area as well. So just keeping an eye on that. 6'4". It's hard to tell whether it's 6'4" or the 6'4".
Yeah.
Must be, oh no, because they're both beside each other
Yep.
too, so makes it very difficult. 6'4". There you go. So that is indeed Vaughan Hogan. So Hoag's out here having a good run in the bright yellow Can-Am.
So we're expecting 3 more vehicles. But with that chopper also landing, I don't know whether that means we're done for the auto section. It's not going to land though, so I've eaten my words here in the comm box. It always happens.
I'd like to think that Hank Parker will make it through. So
I'm hoping
he's
so
probably
as well.
exactly on time. So again, it's hard to tell, but
yeah, no, there's still a couple of Alice locals there that I'd like to see in. So Benjamin Oliver and Dennis DeBrenny.
And unfortunately, I must have called it wrong there before. Was the 6'4". Troy Daly is actually now going down the list, wasn't it? So hopefully Troy Daly comes in very shortly in the 6'4".
He went through at 10:25 at deep well, so I'd say he would have been here by now.
He should have been here by now, whether he's
So-
changing something or fixing something, but unfortunately maybe a mechanical issue there. But again, if you are following along at home, the 6'4" of Troy Daly slowly moving down the list.
All happening at Fink. So 4 cars in my ears I've just gotten left to come. And there we go. And all the bike riders and their crews are getting ready for that final leg back to Alice Springs.
Yeah, they
5 minutes.
They would have had their official chat by now. So down there on the dirt, actually on the racetrack, and they use that dais there to have a conversation with all the riders, talk about safety, talk about flags, anything that's been an issue over the last 24 hours. You know, really they just tell everyone to ride safe, don't they? It's a big key to making sure we want every one of these riders to make it home. And we're going to go down there, and it's just amazing. So let's go down and have a chat down at the Fink end.
Welcome back to the Fink start finish line. We are just minutes away from sending all these guys and girls back to town. Now this is a huge race. We have leading the way David Walsh, reigning king of the desert, followed by Callum Norton and Corey McMahon. Now for David Walsh, this is a huge race. This is his chance to equal 5th back-to-back title. Walshy, how are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good. Just looking forward to getting into.
And in terms of the trip down in the car, can you just give us a little bit of insight into what happened there?
We got a flat tyre and then about 35 k's left to go. The tyre just come off completely off the car, so not a good result. Smoothie was driving insanely, so yeah, disappointing.
Well, good to see you back here. How are you feeling like ahead of the ride? Are you in the right headspace?
Yeah, no, feeling good. Just looking forward to getting out there and getting it done.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. We'll come over here. We've got our third leaving the start line here, Corey McMahon. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Rested up overnight and got here pretty comfortably yesterday, so just looking to repeat that again today and hopefully have a smooth run home and see how close we can get to Cow.
And the bike's feeling good after everything had a look over last night?
Yeah, everything's all sweet. The boys checked over it last night and yeah, everything seems to be all in working order, so no reason why we can't make it back today, and as long as I put my best foot forward, I think we'll end up on the podium.
Brilliant. Well, it is such a tight competition with these boys. Callum, how are you feeling ahead of the race today?
Yeah, really good. Got a good rest up last night, and body feels good. Loose this morning, so just got to charge ahead today and see how we go.
And watching out for these boys as well. I mean, you're going to have Corey right behind you, Walshy right in front of you.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle with Corey for sure. Just going to have to, put the hammer down and do what we can. And obviously, David's been here before, and yeah, we've been in the same position last year. So it's just, yeah, we'll have a crack at it and see how we go.
Brilliant. Well, look forward to seeing you down the other end. We will be heading back to you guys for now. We are literally 2 minutes away from the race starting here in Fink.
Thank you very much, Kiaiza. It's awesome to be here with Jeremy up in the box. He's joined me, and don't worry, ladies and gents, we've got a sneaky third headset. We'll be able to get Dan back on in comms very shortly as well. But we're loving life up here in the box. We're about to get the bikes underway, Jeremy. It's going to be a very interesting day.
Absolutely.
But with that over 2 minute lead for David Walsh, it's going to be hard to beat him, eh?
Look, absolutely. We were talking about this the last couple of days anyway.
Yep.
David Walsh getting that 2 minute head start is definitely
what you want. Callum knows that. He's been in the same position last year, and he knows how hard he's going to have to push to make it up. For those who didn't know, that's kind of a 3-minute kind of catch-up for him. It's been really interesting to talk to the riders last night and this morning about how they're actually going to take it on this time. And you guys were saying before that it may be a faster trip home than the cars this year, and that is the case because these boys know this track so well, and they will actually find it is smoother at the start on the way home. The first 40, 60, 80 is incredibly rough. Talking to, unfortunately, a good friend of ours, Jack Menther, who had a massive crash. We'll talk to him a bit later on, but he said that track is so rough that he was blowing hands and feet off pegs. So to know that really showed exactly how fast but also how technical the track was going. So for him and Corey Hammond to have that battle until poor Jack had a bit of a come off, it really showed that when Grabo said it was the roughest track so far, he really did mean the roughest track.
Yes, no, very, very interesting. Less than a minute now, Jeremy, until we get the bike section underway.
You wouldn't want to be in Callum's or Corey's helmet, I tell you what, because they would have some laser focus. And David he knows what to do now. He's comfortable. He was in the exact same position as last year and the year before, so he knows what he's going to have to do. He knows where to push, and as we keep saying, every second on this track, he knows to grab a little bit more time, and he's off.
Well, here we go. The 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race bike section is away with the #1 reigning king of the desert, David Walsh, making his ride home.
He is just getting out. He just wants to come home now and just looking smooth. I mean, there was a few moves there, but that was smooth. Maybe if you keep that drive all the way through and you you got to love that sound. We also got to love that control. You can see him really come through there. He knows when to back that throttle up and then let it. As soon as that tyre hits the ground, he knows and he can feel it. So that is control, and that's beautiful. So David Walsh has left Finke at a 12:00:02. So as we had corrective timing yesterday, that's not the case today. When they get here back to Alice, that is the position that they will come. So it is exciting, and we're all just going to be watching this times now to see who comes at what. Mount Squires, Bunduma, Rondinga, Deepwell, then Alice. So it's exciting, and we've got a few people down the track this time as well, finally in some service, so we'll get some more updates as they come through.
Yeah, no, definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be very, very interesting to say the least.
So now we've got that split between David and Callum at 2 minutes. As I said, this right now would be tough for Callum to sit there and know that he's watching that dust cloud get smaller and smaller. It is hard for him, and he'll be really, really hungry.
Yeah, he's got a 2-minute 47-second gap.
Oh, that's a big gap. That's a. I mean, it doesn't sound that much, but I tell you what, he'll be pushing harder than he's probably ever pushed. After last year with a 2-minute gap, now 2:47, Callum's got something to prove.
Yeah, no, he definitely does, and it would feel like an eternity down there at Finke on the start line. The STE racing team, they've done awesomely. As you can already see, the #2 on that bike after last year. So
he wants that one.
Yep.
I tell you, he wants the one.
He'll be pushing very, very hard to get into the box seat.
I know yesterday he was saying that he snapped some steg pegs. So to snap both steg pegs is rough. It ended up he's snapping the bolts that held the steg pegs on. So that meant when he was riding, the steg peg would actually do a full circle backwards and forwards, hitting the back and the front of his shin. So that is a very rough way to ride, but also would have changed his riding style just so much, not having that reliability there.
No, definitely. It would have it would have been a bit hairy in a couple of situations there, but we should not be too far away from getting Callum Norton off the line whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen.
It's also great to see his bike looking so good.
Yeah, got all the sponsors on there. The STE crew have done very, very well. The #2, Callum Norton.
He's coming home.
Comes home. He is trying to chase the reigning king of the desert, the #1 of David Walsh.
You can really see how that track's dried up. It's really dusty compared to last time. A lot of the riders are saying the dust would just linger in the dirt. That is because that nice moist dirt didn't
So the #4 is off and chasing.
He wants to change that number too. Obviously, he's had 4 a couple of times on the 450, so now he's on the 500. He's going to be looking for a podium.
Then next off the line will be the #7, Corey Hammond.
back.
Whoa! On the bopper. If you're playing along at home, get ready because we're about to have some fun.
Corey's off-road experience came into his play there. He did not back off. A lot of guys probably would have tried to conserve it and put those tyres down sooner. No, Corey, he was going to the moon.
Absolutely amazing.
Oh, that was awesome.
Oh,
that's what we're here for.
Yeah. Awesome to see. So, patiently waiting now.
And it'll be great this year as well if Corey can get on the box. That's the Gas's first time on a box on a 500. So for its maiden year here out of the desert, Corey to be swinging off it. And Grabo not that far behind as well on the 500. Nope. It could be the year that Gas step up on the podium.
Yeah, it could be very interesting indeed by the time we make our way through these checkpoints and down into Alice Springs.
Corey Hammond, young kid as well. Absolute weapon of a rider.
And there we go, the number 7 is off and running. He starts his assault on the final 226 Ks back to Alice. Next off the grid, start grid number 5. Another one of the Alice favourites, the number 10 bike, Luke Hayes. Nice and control there for him.
It's so great to see them sending it off that big jump, especially now. They don't want to hold back. They're trying to get every bit they can. It definitely is interesting to see them. And these race lines, we're seeing them come out of Apachula, and that track is just so rough. We saw it yesterday. They were coming in over that crest and kind of getting bucked around, but we can really watch Lukey Hayes now absolutely flying, how smooth he is. He's almost doubling those looked out sections, and it is interesting to see. You can see that bike really moving around, but Lukey's not going to hold back.
Yeah, the Lords of Grogtown.
He's the mayor of Grogtown. I tell you what, Lukey Hayes, he's one of the boys I love so very much because he has a great style, big, strong fella, and such a long history out here as well. Oh, there's a car coming through now as well.
There you go. Nina and Ben across the line. They'll be very happy with that. Alice locals. And now.
This is where I'd be scared. If I was in that top 5, I tell you what, and there's Ben Grabham sitting behind you, he did look exhausted yesterday, but I mean, you have to remember he doesn't race full time anymore. He is more of a coach, a mentor, and also a great inspiration for a lot of the riders out here. So for him to still be well inside that top 10, and if he turns it on today, I tell you what, you're in trouble. And he's done it so many times before.
Yeah, there's a reason he's the 4-time king of the desert, isn't it?
Oh, and it's scary because, as we said before, sometimes all it takes is a bit of a look from you, and he'll be like, I'm going to beat you today.
Yeah.
And, you know, Jamalka was probably more for Brodie Waters to get him up out of his headspace. So for Grabo to come out and win it, it put him into a position where he's run every off-road event that Australia has on a motorcycle.
Yeah, no, and that's absolutely crazy to think about as well. Like,
do you want to mention his age again, mate? Is that where we're going to go?
No, I don't think we're going to go there today because otherwise I think all of us in the com box are going to get slapped up at the Lassiter's Hotel Casino tonight, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I tell you what, he'll come out of nowhere too. The little assassin, he'll get you.
No, and that's the thing. I watched Grabo start on the KTM and came out here and started dominating. So, no, it was great to see.
Well, I mean, let's talk earlier than that. Grabo was the Honda man. He was the Desert Edge guy. So, you know, he won it and then moved to the KTM. And it was funny because, again, just talking about a bit of that history, Jeremy, when that came out, they said, you're mad going to KTM. You will never win in the desert on this KTM. And look at now, you almost don't win unless you are on a KTM. And now he's moved to the Gas. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do there.
No, you're incredibly right. I think it is that once again to the moon. When he changed over to KTM, there was a lot of whispers, and it was really Todd and Jacob Smith who were continuing to fly that flag for Honda. But KTM were just so strong. They knew what they wanted to do. They had the money and the backing behind them. So when Grabo went over, it was very scary times for KTM to kind of put that trust into Grabo, but then for everyone else. And we've kind of seen that again this year with Gas coming out. Everyone usually says don't buy the first bike, but unfortunately Grabo's come out and showed them that first bike is something to kind of watch out for with Corey McMahon and Grabbo, it's a dangerous two-man team.
Yeah, they went very serious too, didn't they? They brought it in, and again, with all that, they brought the right people on, is what I'm trying to get at. Like it's the right team to have on board, and it's absolutely amazing. It's going to be exciting to see that race play out. And again, 4 times King of the Desert, and currently leading another 4-time King of the Desert. So, absolutely amazing. David Walsh, it's really anyone's race here.
Look, you're right, and we've had it before where David Walsh has come out and not finished. I mean, that was the year that Stokey won it, and it's a name that will always live on as a Desert King, because he had so much drive, so much passion, and even now, I was very fortunate to see Stokey's bike, and it brought a tear to my eye, because that bike is something special, and there are so many people, even in the comments, who are showing love for Stokey. So, for David not to win that year, but for Stokey to come through, is always going to be something special in Desert, and it was even better that it was captured in a movie as well. So
yeah, it was brilliant.
It was a great year, but you're right. David Walsh, didn't win that year because of a bike failure, and you don't want to.
He was leading. You're saying, yep, absolutely.
You don't want to put it out there. It is a new bike. We don't want to say too much.
Absolutely true. Yep. No, that's amazing. Although I suppose we can say the boys have done their homework. They've done their pre-running. He's ridden this pace. He knows a lot about it. So it's not like it's got it on the ship yesterday type of bike. They would know what they're doing.
I tell you what, there are a few bikes that were on trucks yesterday. I tell you what, seeing them, and there was probably a fair few bikes being rebuilt down the track last night, so they're almost brand new.
Yeah, it's funny. We told that story about Steve Hengefeld when he came over with Desert Edge Honda and he rode a 250. Thought that was the right choice. I don't think he thought it was the right choice at the end of that race, but man, he put it on the throttle stop pretty much off this line and never turned it off. They rebuilt that down the far end because, again, the rule is you can't change the motor out. Has to have the same engine number. So just for you guys following along, if you're wondering why not just slip a brand new motor in, you can't do that, unfortunately. So these guys are rebuilding them overnight, making sure, particularly with those small boards, that they're fresh, ready to go. I know that because they woke us up. They were riding up and down the service road about 4 o'clock in the morning trying to run the thing in.
I tell you what, there was a few bikes running up and down the service road yesterday morning because they were getting rebuilt as well. So prologue was very damaging to some of these bikes, and some of these bikes only have 6-7 hours on them because they haven't had much time on the track, or the rider hasn't had much time. So I know last night I was getting a lot of messages from bikes being together. David Curd was one of them. He had a big crash and he was putting his bike together last night and this morning. So hopefully he does well today.
Yeah, great footage from down at the Finke end. Just a little bit of a lull because there is a big gap between Grabham and Waters. And yeah, everyone down the Finke end's very happy, waiting to watch their competitors make their way past. Awesome to get these shots once again.
I know,
live down from Finke.
Throwing up the big munners down the track, that's sick.
Jeremy, just so while we've got a quick second before they get off the line, there was a few things that happened. Obviously, Liam Walsh was a big name to exit out of the race.
Yes, that was a big name. Very scary. I mean, it's always scary to see riders go out, but for him to be leading the race, it's kind of a big deal. So yeah, he came off. Jack Menther came off as well. Jack did go in yesterday with a busted foot from prologue and from the week running. So he was talking to him and Corey Hammond were having a great battle, but he just couldn't keep up, and the track was so incredibly rough that by the time he kind of got to the 70k mark, his foot just let go at the big whoops, and he kind of end-to-ended it, came off. I saw him this morning. He was busted. His arm was all cut up. His eye was bloodshot. He had a really big crash, but he actually ended up in the ICU with Liam Walsh as well. So they both were kind of sitting there side by side and talking to Liam. He was kind of saying the same thing. Like he was just pushing so hard, and David caught him, gave him a thumbs up and kept going, which is very famous for Walshy. There's some great footage of Walshy overtaking riders, giving them the thumb up at full noise, and then keep going, which I tell you what, that would make me put my helmet up. If I was actually trying and he did that, I would give up.
If I'm mid-race and he's trail riding, I'd give up. But yes, I understand exactly what you mean. Absolutely wild.
And then he did the same thing to Callum Norton. He called in and talked to the guys and said that, Walsh did the same thing to him, caught up. And that would be pretty disheartening for Callum. So I know today he's going to be pushing hard.
So here we go, Brodie Waters, and there's nothing between these next few competitors. There's like a couple of seconds and 30 seconds back to Jay Simster. And then Kent Collins after Jay Simster's only 2 seconds as the De Brenny car comes across the line in Alice Springs. That's the crazy thing about this event. We've got the top 5, 6, 7 riders out there now, and we're still welcoming home. There should only be one more car after this.
And so this is the first Brodie's done so well to wheel this bike all the way through. I heard he had a a big couple of moments through yesterday, and that bike really kind of held its own and pulled him through. So it'll be interesting to how well he's going to push today, but that is a big gap now that he's kind of leading it. And with his tail, it's going to really condense that little group up.
Yeah, no, definitely is. Next after this will be Campbell Hall. So that's really interesting to see. So, yeah, no, it's all happening here. The 298 will be the next off the line. The only person in the past to get 5 in a row. Randall Gregory. It's absolutely legendary, ladies and gentlemen. Will he do it? Will he be able to get that top spot? It's going to be hard to beat him as the next grid gets ready to go off the line.
Yeah, it's going to get very serious here in a second with a few coming through quickly. There was that, half-second split group before. One's going to go at the start of the green and one at the bottom of the green, basically. So, and it's interesting how that plays into the times too. Like now you've got someone right in front of you that you're hunting, that keeps you focused, it keeps you moving. Like sometimes you can get out there in the middle of nowhere and you sort of, I wouldn't say get off the rhythm, but you start thinking about something that you shouldn't be thinking about. And, you should be thinking about the back of the person in front of you, racing as hard as you possibly can.
Well, there's no more motivation than seeing a rider in front of you or have a riding next to you. And that said, talking to Jack, that was the issue that he was having with Corey Hammond because he didn't want to get into a battle so early. And so what can happen is these guys can get in a battle right at the start, push for the first 60, and it blows them out. Callum said yesterday that his arms blew out, which for me is a crazy thought because Callum's done so much time here that he would know how to manage that. But because he's pushing so hard and he knows who's behind him and then who gets in front of him, it then changes that mindset and you start getting into more of an attack mode. And so for him to say that his arms blew up, which is code for us saying you get arm pump, which pretty much means there's too much blood in your arms. They become these lead weights and you can't really do much. So for him to have that is a sign of kind of how he was racing and how aggressive he was racing as well.
Absolutely, and even an add-on to the track conditions.
That's correct. Yeah, I mean they do all they can. They rubber mount their handlebars to try and take some of that shock into it. They can put big, nice foam grips as well to try to lessen that grip ratio where you put your hands on it and not too much of a grip to kind of constrict the blood flow. But nothing's really going to take it away if that track is just trying to kill you.
So the 298 and the 30. These guys are literally only a second apart off the start line. You love to see it. And I think there was a 3-minute gap back from Kent Collins and Simster there. So Campbell Hall and Mitchell Outram.
That's right, and this is again an absolute awesome battle between the two of them. It's going to be great to see them both go off. Mitch is he's got a point to prove, and he's going to be pushing really hard.
Yeah, it's cool to see all these young, hungry competitors out here. Again, that's basically a drag race start right there. And again, he's going to know that he's right behind him. And he's going to want to keep that clean air out in front. Again, the mindset of these guys is racers. They want to win more than anything else. They work towards this. The Finke Desert Race has been on the bucket list. More so than that, they want to win it. They're hungry.
You can see there, he's kind of slowed down a little bit. You may have thought they may have fought the whole way, but that's not the case. We can see that dust just kind of skirting along, and what's happening with that sun, that dust is kind of blanketing over the track. You won't be able to see the whoops or the holes. So, and now with Bradley Greenfield on that case, he's a very, very smooth rider. It'd be really great to watch him absolutely skip across these bumps coming into it. John sending the valves all the way through the block.
Second of the CBS riders here this weekend.
Such a great team to be supporting locals. Him and Lukey Hayes to both be on CBS is awesome. So I hope they continue. And I know they're going off to do some rally riding at the end of the year as well. So it's great to see CBS get behind them.
Yeah, 2 Alice locals that will definitely be pushing to get up there. The Lords of Grobtown. They'll be waiting when they get back, won't they, Jeremy?
I tell you what, yeah, it seems to be the flavour of the month up here. So yeah, I can tell they're going to be after it.
So Tyler Radford will be next off the line, start grid number 13.
And one of the STU racing team as well. So teammates Callum Norton, great to see once again another great team supporting some amazing riders. And for those back home, they'll be like, oh, I'll tell you what, he's a bit of a big boy. They are the scariest riders because they know how to wheel better than anyone. It's always great to see them come out here because they can flog a bike better than any skinny little jockey, I tell you that.
Square edge? What's a square edge?
They're doing it with a red can in one hand and a green can in the other, mate.
Oh, you love to hear it and see it. The X77 will be next off the line. That's Jack Colbert. But the 293 will watch him make his way through that first river section.
That suspension, GDR suspension you should see on these bikes, it is absolutely amazing. Where you can see, even though that front tyre's skipping, that back tyre's just getting sucked to the earth, and that's exactly what we're looking for on these bikes. That's how you want it set up. You want to keep that back tire on that ground as fast as you can. You can see the ratio between the foot pegs and the rear sprocket if you're trying to play along at home and see how it actually works. That is something great to look on these bikes to see exactly how the suspension is set up for them.
Definitely as the X77 of Jack Colbert gets off the line. And I believe that will be the last of our competitors off singularly. The next grid will be grid number 15, bike number 18, Simon Growler. The 24 of Ray Cole, the 499 of Lewis Mildcard, and the X99
Right, now these are the good battles. This is where they're all going to be holding it on. As we heard there on that jump, you can hear people back it off a little bit earlier before, but Corey McMahon, he didn't back off the entire way and just sent it straight off the top. It's how comfortable you feel here, and as you can see, so many different lines are getting put up, and that dust is really starting to play. It is going to be interesting seeing them come down that part of the track. On the return home, that's 60, 80, and that's all whooped. 100 coming home is an incredible whooped out fast section of the track. That is where you do not want David Walsh to be in front of.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very, very interesting. Next off the start grid down at Fink, Ryan Cossins, James Heenan, Blair Outram, Thomas Kruger, and Reece James, the 582, 283, 233, 21 and the 19.
I tell you what, Blair will be chasing down his brother, I tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I was just thinking, how crazy is it that on corrected time, these boys, it shows how wild David Walsh is, that the 19 and 20 proves that these guys are serious competitors, and yet they're not starting on corrected time. It just shows you how wild Walsh is.
It does. It's scary, isn't it?
It's scary.
It's scary, and I think that's why... Oh, there's another truck that just come across for you.
There you go. The last of our Class 7s did make it in. Hank Parker, so big shout out there if you are listening to the cars. We'll get back to the bikes, but Hank Parker from St. George did make it in that Class 7.
Next off the start. So Josh Harris, Thomas Lindsay, Brandon Kuranis, Ben Benazzi, and Jake Cullen.
As you can see there, just in that shot alone, that we call that white out. You can't see anything. It is just a cloud of smoke, it's dust anyway, and the sun is going to play a big part of that too, because once that sun goes through that dust, it is completely whited out, and so it can be incredibly dangerous if you don't know the track, and that's why obviously David, who's in fresh air, doesn't have to worry about it, but the guys behind him, especially in this part of the pack, are really going to be focused.
Yeah, no, they definitely will be. Next off the grid, start grid number 18, Ethan Clewis, Declan Gibbons, Jesse Hansen, Liam Dinage, and Ollie Pitchford. I do apologise. All off grid number 18. They're next to leave. So 1 minute gaps here. At the moment, you see it screens towards the other side. So great to see Levi Stevens out pushing on that bike. A couple of them getting over that rock, just sticking out.
Yeah, absolutely. Those rocks, they may also look like sandworms, which sometimes can blow out, but if you hit it too hard and you find out it's rock, it really does boot you to the moon, and it's a scary feeling because your front can obviously take it. That front shock absorber has a bit more travel sometimes, so it can take that shock, but as soon as that rear hits it wants to boot you over to the moon, and this can be some scary times.
Next off the grid will be Jesse Moore, Brock Parker, Jackson Tyson Spears, Lee Stevens and Warren Strange. They'll all be off grid 19.
So I tell you what, we're looking now. David Walsh left at a 12.00.02, and then the latest competitor, he has left at 12.23.02. So, you know, with corrected time, that's 23 minutes. It's crazy to think that was the gap between just the riders going down and how far David was ahead.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, and you can just tell he lives in the desert and rides a bike pretty much for a living out here. This next start grid will be the 20. Jordan Stewart, Dusty Clem, Dylan Vivian, Dean Haraway and Jethro Hilton, all off start grid number 20.
I'm not too sure, but I think the 554 rider may have had a bit of excursion because the front of his helmet seems to be missing. He's lost the peak, so...
he's doing the Mike Metzger.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably not what you want
to hear.
Speed. No, it's for speed. That's exactly what it is. I tell you what, it's not for the sun, though. He's going to cop that all today. But, yeah, it looks like there's been a fair few bike repairs and probably body repairs that were done last night.
Yeah, a lot of ice baths to get the muscles reinvigorated for today.
A lot of bananas. Yeah, trying to get them cramps to go away.
Yeah, no, you've got to take your hats off to these top caliber riders because really they're putting their bodies through some really
big moment. See, that's what we're talking about. If you hit those big rocks in there, that puts you right up. That gets that suspension compressed too fast, boots you in the air, and I tell you what, when your rear tyres trying to overtake your head, you're having an absolutely bad day. So that was a great moment to be caught on camera, and I tell you what, hopefully he's not going to get in his head now and slow him down.
Grid 20 off the line. Jordan Stewart, Dusty Clem, Dylan Vivian, Dean Haraway, Jethro Hilton. All of start grid 20.
There would have been some mad valve bouncing in that one. I tell you what, he would have been twisting that throttle all the way around.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, and that's the thing. Like, look how white it gets in there.
It's not just the dust. It's also you're getting peppered as well, which is a term we say when you're getting absolutely sprayed with rocks. Oh, that whacker is absolutely flying. But yeah, it's all the rocks and dirt that's coming up as well. Being that close, they really start to hurt. You can really see in that shot alone, those shadows are showing that really square edge rock.
I was going to say, if you don't see that in that dust, wow, you're just going to instantly get sent to the moon, aren't you?
Absolutely, and that's exactly what it is. As we say, that front fork can take it in, or you've got your light on the front fork so it will skip over it, but that rear is going to take it all in, and that's what just shoots you back up.
Yeah, no, definitely. Very, very scary riding there. Grid number 21, Brad Wilkinson, Jerry Crow, Eli Eaglebrock. For everyone listening at home, Austin Shaw is off the line, and Jet Hicks all off start grid number 21. Watch that 493, young Alice local. I know there's a heap of them watching him.
It's a great shot here because you can see, even with that dust, you do really want to try and be as close as you can behind the other riders just to be in that spray.
There you go,
Beautiful.
First bike through Mount Squires. David Walsh at 12.26. That's 26 minutes, that's quick.
Yeah, 12.26.16. That is very quick for David Walsh to be coming through. That's a great time for him. He'll be very comfortable. He's even just looking at that footage just then, he was in a very great kind of style right there. Very relaxed. I'm guessing right now he's having a trail ride.
Gee, that's painful to hear. But you're right. You're absolutely right. He's in the zone at the moment. He has been for years. It's such a style that he's got.
So Walsh is only a minute off Bo's time to Mount Squires. Wow.
Tell you what, that's getting close, boys. You and the cars. I mean, you guys have to step it up somewhere.
Oh, what an absolute madman, ladies and gentlemen. We should not be too far away from Callum Norton going through there as well. And it'll be interesting to see if that 2-minute gap's still there or not.
Well, look, I think it was 2:47 the gap. 2:47. So that shouldn't be too much bigger. If he's able to keep this pace and Callum's on the same pace, it won't be that much bigger. As we keep saying, his time slowly creeps up through all the checkpoints. It's not just one checkpoint, he makes it up. And that's why David is so dangerous. He just knows how to get 1 second every inch of this track. So hopefully he's clawed his way back, old Callum, and he can see his dust a bit better, but we'll have to wait till he comes through.
So Luke Thompson off the grid, Blake Peterson, Xavier Oakley, Tate Prime and Thomas Winter. And the grid that just left then on screen, Luke Nixon, Bailey Wallace, Daniel Pickett, Devon Brown and Maddie Healy, the first of our female riders out there. Watch her. She is the one to beat in the women's class today.
Oh, I tell you what, she's the one to beat in all the classes too. I couldn't believe how far she had put that bike in at day one. Both her and Danny Foote. I mean, Danny Foote was only maybe 4 minutes, I think, behind.
Yep.
But the rumour I heard from that way is that she had a massive moment out there, so that's why she's kind of slowed down a little bit. But that doesn't take it away from Maddie being an absolute champion.
No, not at all.
And for both of these girls to be so high up in the top 100, I think they're, what, 55? Is that where they are? Like, that's absolutely amazing for these girls, and it's really showing that the boys, you know, tell you what, you better step up because these girls are coming in hard.
Oh, definitely, mate, definitely. And it's awesome to see. Next off the line, Cody Stevens, Billy Johnson, Brandon Rose, Dawn Blackburn, and there you go, Danny Foote. She was only a grid behind, and there you go, Callum Norton through.
Oh, there is his time. I told you. Look at that.
Dropped a little bit.
Yeah, 12:29.12. So Walsh coming through at a 12:26.16. Callum just come through Mount Squires, 12:29.12. As I said, it's those seconds that he catches you, and this is the fast part of the track for him because he knows how wide open it is, and he can hit those whoops like no one else. Once he gets into the tighter stuff, into the trees here from the 80 towards Alice, it's even worse.
Next off the grid, Lachlan Wilcott, Jacob Suttel, Talis Little, Will Debner, and Jason Gunther, all off the line.
And this is a big one. Corey McMahon's come through at a 12:29.45. He has caught Callum.
Wow.
That is really great to see.
He's pushing hard.
Absolutely. Callum Norton with a 12:29.12. Corey McMahon's come through 12:29.45. That's closed the gap up huge.
Yes, it has. It's all happening here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race for the 48th running of this great event. Wow, it's awesome to see. So that was the 12:30 grid. So grid number 25, Danny Foote in that one. Then the next one off the line will be Jaden Watkins, Daniel Briggs, Lachlan Morton, Kane McQuire, and Edward Hampton, all off grid number 26. As they make their way off that iconic finish line jump down the Finke, but it's the start line jump this time around. And wow, just look at all those rocks through there.
It's definitely getting exposed, isn't it? And you can see them from our perspective. It's great. We can see those shadows. We can see how square edged they've become. But I tell you what, in that dust, and when you're so focused, if you're not looking up high enough, you're not going to see them. And yeah, you're having an excursion. I tell you what, you're.
Imagine riding into a dust patch and not being able to see a thing like that. That's the thing that I just hate in like riverbeds and stuff like that.
Yeah,
those sections. Oh.
It takes a special kind of rider to be able to do that, not know where they're going as well.
Yep.
It's that confidence you have both in yourself and the bike that if there is something you're going to pull up or you're going to be able to pull the bike out.
Yep, so the next start grid will be start grid number 27, Elliot Webb, Tyler Corone, Ryan Woodhutter, Chris Adams, Mark Blake, all off the line.
Corey Hammond has just come through Mount Squires, throws at home, 12:31.41, so he's doing good, he's pushing as well. Has slipped a little bit from Corey, but not too much. It is still very early, but for Corey to come through, he is absolutely hammering it.
Yeah, no, that's great to see, Jeremy. We're watching very, very intently. We're loving it up here in the box at the moment. So start grid number 27 on the start grid at the moment. Not too far away from the next grid, which will be 28. And on that one is Ben Stevens, Jet Bryan, Adam Dutton, and Lee Pickett, as well as Alan Henderson, all off grid number 28.
Is that the father of Stevens there? Because that's a great story too, isn't it? Cody Stevens and then the 16-year-old brother and the dad. Like that, they're all animals on motorbikes.
Yep.
It's like a little breeding ground of motocrossers or desert races.
Yeah, no, you love to see it and hear it. And it's awesome to see families coming together and racing like that as well. As well as like coming off the bike earlier in the week, going to get surgery and still having broken bits in your body to jump it on a bike and still doing Finke. Like, what possesses you to do that?
Look, you know, you're right, and you'd be like, well, that's crazy. But I mean, these people who also put a lot of money and time into this as well. And once you get that focus to race Finke, really nothing's going to stop you. I mean, you could say that for Toby Price too. He went over and won Dakar with a dodgy wrist, you know, and it's the same thing. It was kind of, when these riders get out here, they have something to prove, but not only to themselves, but they also have so much backing. These riders kind of get it into their head that they don't want to let anyone down, not their family, their friends, their partners, their supporters, either financially or even just with parts. So when it comes to riding, sometimes you just push through all that kind of, all those head noise to actually really push it out.
Yeah, no, definitely. And next off the start line grid will be Callum Whitelaw, Reese Cole, Daniel Allen, Greg Jackson and Matthew Treadwell.
Hey boys, just getting some info back here. Now obviously there was that original time gap for Callum Norton for David Walsh, but 9 seconds slower to Mount Squires for Callum, so he's right on there.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, he's close. He's basically running the same pace as Walsh home at the moment. So.
That's right. We've had Lukey Hayes come through now too, 12:33.01. That's a great pace as well for him. We saw just before Matthew Treadwell heading out, which is a young kid as well. He's a definitely up and coming. Call him the Kardashian of the desert, a beautiful boy. But he had a bit of a rough run at prologue. He had some great footage of him having a massive crash in the prologue area. So Matthew Treadwell, it's great for him to be out here because it was a big one. He came out last year, snapped some steggies, and had a bit of a rough run down. So this year he's on a bigger bike. He's definitely stepped up a lot, and for him to be in the top 100, the same as another rider, Ben Stevens. We've talked about him before. The 290 bike, absolute legend in the Kalgoorlie off-road scene over there. It does so many amazing things over there. We talked to him at the start of the week, and he definitely feels that he knows the Kalgoorlie track so much better, and there's more turns there than there are here, and he doesn't understand why. But it's great to see these guys out here pushing.
Yeah, no, it's always good to see the young blood coming through the ranks. Next off the start grid will be Darcy Stevens, Sam Smith, Matthew Shanks, Aidan O'Callaghan and Ryan Conway, all off start grid number 30.
I never knew Sam Smith, the singer, was such a good motorbike rider.
Yeah.
Yep, he identifies as one, mate. And we're looking at the times, even for now. David Walsh left at a 12:00:02, right? And Lukey Hayes left at a 12:05:38. Now, when they've got through Mount Squires, David Walsh is set at 12:26:16, whereas Lukey Hayes comes through at a 12:33:01. That time, that's moved apart too.
Yep.
It shows that once David gets into that rhythm, once he gets that trail ride started, he's a dangerous man and he'll just keep pulling.
Yeah, it's just insane. Yeah, having the amount of track knowledge David does, he's just got to try and stay upright and get it home. Off the next start group will be Rise Pavlete, Ashley Stokes, Billy Walsh, Andy Brack and Josh Gillies.
That's great footage right now with the cameras on it. If you actually looked on that footage right there when the riders are leaving out, you'll see a little red flag on top of that hill. Watch that red flag just below it, because right there is a massive square edge rock. And riders who are hitting that they can't see because of the dust, that's sending them straight up and out. So that's a great example of what we're saying. When if you can't see where you're going and you hit those big rock square edge, it's going to send you straight up.
Yeah, no, it definitely will. And it's very iffy in those conditions. Like, you watch that, and even just in that little pack there, you'd have an issue seeing those edges, and trying to just keep those fast eyes working as well. Samuel Lachlan will be off the next start grid as well. Stephen Morfitt, Matt McDonald, Taylor Maurice, our reigning queen of the desert, will get off start grid number 32.
So there you go, you can see
Fraser,
it. That little red flag right below that, there's that little shade. You can just see it. If they're not coming in right, they're absolutely hidden and sending them up. So once again, they are everywhere, and they do get exposed throughout the race. They may not be there on the way down. They may not be there through the week, but once these cars, buggies, trucks, and everything else go through, these square edge, these rocks, these kind of moon booters turn up, and they're here to ruin your day.
They sure are. Hey, now Grabbo's gone through Mount Squires as well, isn't it, while we've been talking?
Yep.
So a good run. He's been there for a while, so he went through. So
and that's 10 minutes.
Yep.
So that's a 10-minute difference between David Walsh and Ben Grabham. So once we do that corrective time, that will be interesting. But I tell you what, that means that there's now a 10-minute gap between Grabbo and Walshy.
Yeah.
When they left, there was only a 7-minute gap.
Absolutely insane. Next off the grid, Liam Faulkner, Geordie McGrath, Todd Quick, John Harkness, and Emma Haylock. Next off the grid number 33. Just watching this footage as the competitors continue to make their way through the checkpoints and off the start line here at Finke as they race towards Alice Springs.
There's nothing better than the thunder of a whole bunch of 4-strokes going down the start. It's something special, and to be able to be there and watch them go off is another thing. I've never actually been lucky enough to watch them from that end leave, but when you're on this end and you're watching them go, it is something real special. And the thunder they go through and the tracks they leave and the dirt and the smell.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing, Jeremy.
Best thing about desert racing.
Yeah, next off the grid is Carl Johnson, then Kai Conway, Zach Meyer, Hamish McGrath, and Jason Williams will be next off the grid. Grid number 34. Something like 430 odd riders making their way back towards us today here at Finke. So, here in Alice. I do apologise. But great to see the calibre of riders making their way back to Alice. And for a majority of them, they're just trying to get that spot.
That's all they want to do. They just want to get there and back, and that's the biggest thing. You know, trying to get there and back. It's survival after a certain point racing. Yesterday they got there knowing that there was another whole day to get back with. This morning they can line up knowing I just got to do it in reverse. I've just got to get home. They may not have had anything left in the tank, I tell you what, when they went to bed, but this morning they'll be getting up going, all right, I'm going home. I've got to go to an after party. There's my name somewhere on a chair and I've got to be there.
Yeah, definitely. Cannot miss out on that lovely, lovely after party that we do have. Next off the line, Nathan Scott, Gabriel Walker, Andrew Parkinson, Benjamin Dixon, and Luke Cousins off the line. As we go to the next grid, which is Lindsay Cott, Dion Nagadu, Riley Dubox, Kevin Johnson, and Rise Brown. They're all off. Oh, sorry, no. Kevin Johnson was the last on that grid of 36. Rise will be off in grid number 37, the next one. On the big screen, if you're watching here in Alice or on the live stream at home. I hope you're having a great time so far, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute honour to be back up here in the box once again. We're having a great time here at the Alice Springs end as we continue to watch these bikes make their way towards us. We see whether David Walsh can go 5 times. King of the Desert.
I tell you what, he's on track too.
Yeah.
He is on track to do it, and what even makes it better is that he's doing it on an original bike for the last 4 years and then a new bike this year. That shows not only the talent that he is, but also the team they've got behind him. Apro and Carusi, 2 of the best in the business for bikes, have really got behind him this year and developed an amazing machine. And it shows now. I mean, to be able to get there with limited issues, get home, that shows what the bikes are nowadays. Straight out of the box too.
Yeah, awesome. It really is. Next off the grid, Rise Brown, Lincoln Villa, Ian Downey, Kane Roberts, and Amy Butler, all off grid number 37.
Another one of the great female competitors. We spoke about her yesterday. Her dad was down refueling her, and she had a bit of a great run, but you know, she's really been here so many times and she knows what to do. So to see her still being competitive and pushing is great.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Again, great footage we're getting from down at the Finke end. See that dust settling.
It's getting worse, isn't it? Like you can really see once that top layer of dirt goes and the bottom stuff coming up, all the moisture that was in it in the morning from the cars and the buggies to push it up, fluff that dirt up. Once those bikes go through, it's just bare, and that's also where it becomes pretty skatey for the back end of the riders because the nice grippy dirt can be pushed away in that.
Wow,
we just got Walshy.
He is absolutely flying.
He's got a 12:42.20 at Podium. Woo, that is good. That's exciting.
Yeah. Absolutely flying.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in his own world now.
Yep.
He's got nothing on the brain except getting home.
No, definitely. Levi Van Koornis is making his way out onto the grid. Graham King, Shane Karsten, Josh Oliver and Jake Oliver all off the line. Grid number 38.
Look, we've just had a bit of a change too. So we've got James Sinster back, Kent Collins and Brodie Waters all through Mount Squires. So that is a bit of a turn. It is interesting to see what would happen there, but they're so incredibly close. Doesn't really mean anything at this point in the race because we truly want to try and get Person to push through all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's amazing to think just how tight it is coming through Mount Squires now. But again, you sort of mentioning David Walsh is a Bonduma. Like, he's moving.
He is moving. And he's really moving.
Yep, absolutely. So, cool things to see. And I tell you what, just a little bit of Finke history, mate. I don't know if you know, but the only person to go 5 in a row so far is Randall Gregory, who did it in 91 to 95.
That's right.
And then, you know, in 96 he had an issue pre-running. And during those years, his biggest competitor slash, you know, teammate was the local Stephen Greenfield. So out there, David Walsh is attempting to go 5 and Bradley Greenfield's trying to stop it. What a story.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. When you start to look at consecutive wins as well, it is quite crazy because, you know, Grabo never went consecutively, so that's always something pretty special for him to try and be in the mix as well. And he said last year that, he said today, sorry, that it is kind of cool to be lining up with David Walsh and having that moment, you know, kind of mentor and student all lining up. So you're right. There has been those times where Greenie's snuck in and interrupted it, so maybe Bradley could do it this year.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing. Off the grid, Walter Giddens, Jay Smith, Lee, Leon Capone, Sean Foster and Warren Zerner, all off the line. And then the next grid is Ryan Duffy, Christopher Hood, Scott Risk, Trent Headland and Matt Easton. They'll all be off grid number 40.
Another fun fact for all, you know, we want to go through that is when Ben Grabham and Toby Price were running head-to-head. Toby had great consecutive years running through 2007, 8 and then 9 when then, I think that was it, and then Toby obviously stepped up.
Well,
we just got Bunduma coming in.
That looks like
beautiful.
Still.
Super fast.
3 minutes.
Yep, so he's come through at a 12:45.06. Okay, yep. That's
he's trying.
He's not letting that one go. I tell you what, he's closed the gap a little bit, but he's kind of kept it consistent too. So really now David is he won't know exactly where Callum is behind him, but I tell you what, Callum is not letting him forget. He'll be seeing dust on the horizon, not even that far in front of him, so he'll be chasing him down hard. A lot of riders have had that.
Wow.
Ooh, look at this.
That's big time, mate.
There we go. Corey McMahon, 12:45.39.
That's
Corey.
a lot of time.
Good boy. That was excellent to see. Corey is not letting it go down, winding him in, winding him in slowly. It's still a long race, but that is great to see Corey pushing. He'll have that 500 singing too. I know that boy. He will not be backing off. He'll be taking a fair few risks, and that's what it all comes down to, risk-reward for these riders. And I tell you what, that reward is looking mighty fine right now.
Oh, you love to see and hear it. It's absolutely amazing. Next off the grid, Doug Hayden, Arthur Radford, John Volti, Michael Bomtally, and Alistair Rodich, all off the line. Grid number 41. Waiting for Corey Hammond to come through Bunduma. Shouldn't be too much longer. But wow. What a setup. What a day.
That's fast. They're fast times. We're looking at 42 minutes from Finke to Bunduma, and if you haven't ridden that track or you don't really understand what that is, just know that's fast. That's a good pace. I'd be interested to see what the cars and the trucks did into comparison from Finke to Bunduma, and I know we can find that information somewhere, but we've just had Bradley come through. We've had a couple more guys come through Mount Squires as well. We've got Mitch Attrition coming through at a 12:46.12 and Bradley Greenfield coming through Mount Squires at a 12:46.55. So they are still pushing very hard. But without the corrective timing, the ones that come across the lines are the winners here.
39 minutes was the time for Bo Robinson to Bunduma. So only a couple of minutes off, Jeremy.
No, that's exactly it. It's still crazy. It's crazy, mate.
For it to be that close, that's the thing. We haven't seen a year where it's been this close in a while. So
no, not this close.
No, it's absolutely amazing to see. And like we go back to 01 when the Burrows machine finally beat that bike category. That was before I was born, mate. So that's how long it's been.
Look,
so,
and you're right, but
it's amazing.
It's also great to see the stats in regards to the top speed.
Yeah,
Cars' top speed are way bigger than the bikes, but the bikes are still able to keep that kind of very close proximity with time. Yeah. That also shows how rough this track is. This track may be rough for the bikes, but I tell you what, it also takes its tolls on the car. And to see how many cars broken down or didn't finish, it really shows
shows that this track is incredibly punishing, and maybe sometimes we could be saying it'd be better to do it on a bike than a car.
Oh, definitely, mate. Joshua Griggs off the line, Leo Bartlett off the line, John Filler off the line, Anthony Blakely off the line, Timothy Walker off the line, Judah Burney off the line, Kevin Butzman off the line, Ryan Brown off the line, Chris Daniel, Ryan Corsko and Nicholas Boyd all off the line. Absolutely amazing to hear and see. So cool. We're having a heap of fun here in the comm box. Got a little bit of paparazzi going on up here. It's absolutely amazing. We feel very special up here in the box, I can tell you that.
Luckily, we're wearing a good shirts today, boys, because I tell you what, it's there's a lot of sweat going on here because it is hard to keep up with everything going on. We've also just had Corey Hammond come through Bundooma as well, 12:48 flat. So, I mean, it's very close, but he's got a long way to go to be able to get up, and especially if he wants to get on that podium, Corey will be very hungry now. I just keep saying, if you can see that dust, game on, and that's how the boys will be pushing right now.
Yeah, definitely. Next off the grid, Frank Wilson, Nicholas Boyd, Aaron Berthelot, Luke Smith and Joshua McDonald, all off grid number 44. And after that will be grid number 45. Bailey Clare, Nicholas Thorley, Tate Nettle, Harry Dielbox and Samuel Currell. Far away from starting. Then return late home. Luke Hayes, I believe, no.
Yeah, Lukey Hayes has come through now, 12:49.42, so he is very close behind. He's definitely got a lot going on.
Yeah, it's cool, and again, we're back to all that stuff about, you know, there's still bikes going off the line and there's still bikes going through Bundooma, and, you know, we're going to see some bikes through Redinga very shortly here. It is absolutely amazing as these competitors fly. Good run there too. He got out early. That's a nice clean run off that start line.
Absolutely. We have Tyler Radford going through Mount Squires and Simon Gower now as well. Once again, these times aren't going to be corrected, so what they come through is how they're going to finish. That makes them even hungrier, because when you go down, you have it in the back of their head that if you keep pushing, you may be able to even not catch the guy in front, but you've definitely caught the roll in front, which kind of gives you that time correction. And now, without that time correction, they're going to push just to try and get as many overtakes as they can, so they know exactly where they're going to finish.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they all do count too, those split seconds, and as you were talking about on the way down, anytime you can make up, if you can do that consistently and just chip away at it, it's a big difference come the end of, you know, the 450 odd kilometres.
Absolutely, and that's why the track also gets so wide. This year I couldn't believe how wide it was when we do some pre-running. It seems to be a grow a metre every year, and that's also part of the riders really trying to find every inch of smooth track as they can. That always doesn't equate to the fastest line, because once that track does widen up, there are bushes and shrubs and tree sticks that poke out, and those tree sticks have been known to rip riders off their bikes, but also rip fuel lines out, which happened a few years ago with a few of the bikes. They got caught up in some trees, ripped fuel lines out, and that can be the end of a race. So it is a risk to go that far over into the scrub, but at the same time, the tracks and the whoops can be so much smoother there, for now anyway.
Which is insane to think about. Martin Convey off the line, John Belkin, Daniel Elmos, Sam Harmon and Will McPaul all off that grid, making their way through that section there. The next grid off the line, Daniel Crombie, Benjamin Lachlan, Scott Crossage, Liam Jenkins and Aidan McKenzie all off this next grid, so they will leave the line next on screen. Hope you're having a lovely time here at the Alice Springs side of things here for the Tatts Finke Desert Race. We're in the bike section of day 2. We're about to crown another King of the Desert here in the Red Centre, which is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, mate, we're in deep. I mean, they left the first bike leaving at 12 o'clock on the dot. We're now deep into it, almost an hour into it, and Walshy is absolutely flying, as we expected. But I tell you what, there must be something even more in his bike today, because to get those times to Mount Squires and Bundooma, he is on an absolute rocket ship.
He sure is, mate. Now, unfortunately, that's 2 years in a row he's navigated with Brendan Smoothie, and they've had mechanical issues, but that is what happens when you're at the top of the game there. They're just pushing so hard, but it'd be great, and I think it'll keep him hungry for keep coming back for more if you know, he's got to get that vehicle finish as well, doesn't he? Possibly the vehicle win. A win on the bikes and a win in the cars.
Yeah, that would be absolutely amazing, mate. It definitely would be. As we look to the next grid, the 202 of Zeke Norford off the line, Joe Allen, Russell Heffel, Darcy Poole and Brett Bell all off grid number 48. Then we go to grid number 49, which is up next. Not too far away from seeing that. Seeing all of our competitors making their way through. So we continue to call out the grids for you. Jacob Russell, Andrew Dunlop, Brad Nichols, Jamison Snelling and Jethro Duffy all off the line. So that's great to hear. As we just watch them go through the riverbed section here on the big screen. And the anticipation rises once again. The crowd starts to build here.
I tell you what, when once the riders go through deep roll, once we've named a few of them, the crowd will go absolutely crazy because we start looking down the line, we start looking down those whoops, down that fence line. We want to see that dust come in, and it's going to be a very anxious moment for all of us.
Ben Grabham through Bundooma now, 12:53.50, Jeremy. Not bad at all there from him.
Grabbo's, he's having a great time. I mean, he's pushed back a little bit now. He's about 11 minutes behind the pace. But tell you what, he would be just kind of having a bit more fun now. It's definitely going to be beating him around. And, you know, you guys want to keep talking about his age, but I think he's still a young buck at heart.
Hey, don't bring us we into this, mate.
Christopher Morgan off the line now. Tim Ricard, Paul Rook and Michael Kirkness, as well as Wayne Erickson, all off the line on grid number 50.
Hey, listen, I'm sure you're all over this, Jeremy, but I'm just getting some splits and information. Thank goodness got young Josh Curran. He is a buff down there, so big shout out there. But Walsh, he was just saying there were some questions going on the live feed about Toby Price and who is the fastest ever. But Walsh owns the fastest time ever. It's a 3-hour 35:45 on motorbikes, so that means that he would be, if he did that, he'd be very close to fast, if not faster than the bikes if he did it this year, which he backed up with in 2023, which was only 3 seconds slower. So if he's fast this year, he might set it, and it's 11 minutes faster than the previous record. It's true GOAT stuff, isn't it? 11 minutes faster than Toby's fastest time.
Look, we're taking a few things into account. We're taking the track change from when Toby was doing it to when he's doing it. The track hasn't changed very much, but you could put that into perspective. The time that he came out and said the fastest track was straight after COVID. The track was a highway, and that's where guys will say that, you know, that track will never be as fast or smooth as it was because it had a couple of years off. It had a lot of grading, the dirt, and obviously, as we keep saying, the sand out here is alive. If anybody knows how the sand moves, and it just wipes out those whoops. It lost a good 40k section of whoops, which were renowned for breaking bikes. 2019 was the roughest, but then when they came back, it was an absolute highway. And you know, we spoke to a few riders, say like Sam Davies, Jacob Smith, things like that. When they came out, they didn't have a bike that was ready for something that was so incredibly fast. So never take it away that David Walsh has the fastest time out here at all. Don't take that away.
Impressive.
But there's always going to be those purists out there who argue.
And it's just interesting too, but I'm just saying, like, obviously it shows just how impressive he is on a bike and how he's running and, you know, backing it up. It's not just a once-off. He did it again pretty much the year after.
Absolutely.
So, and we're going to see again how he goes this year.
Absolutely, you're right. You know, maybe once off, yep, bit of a fluke, but to have it then backed up again, it is absolutely crazy. And the times will maybe get a little bit slower because that track is so rough. It takes a lot of the power out of the bike when you're hitting it. But at the same time, because Walsh knows the track more and more and more, he definitely has a little something hiding in him that he knows how to pull it out. And that's where this race just gets so exciting, and that's why we don't want Walsh to give up. You know, there's always those rumours about him retiring. We don't want that because we know he can squeeze a little bit more time out of this track.
Yeah, and maybe go on for a couple of more years, Dan.
Absolutely. Just to back that conversation up as well, did he run a 48 on the way down? So if he does a 48 on the way home, he will do a 3-hour 36.
Absolutely. That's why, as I said, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but yet we were having a look at it last night. We had a look at his times last year as well, and it's interesting to even look at the splits on the way home. I'm just kind of looking back at what he did last year, and he is on point to have the same kind of run.
Insane.
That's crazy.
Completely insane.
Well, we keep talking about these new bikes, new chassis. It does take a lot of R&D. So for him to be so comfortable and doing it, I mean, we've just talked about how Callum Norton snapped both steg pegs, and you know, we went into steg pegs and how they're designed. They take a lot of stress onto the chassis of the bike nowadays because they don't get mounted to the subframe like they used to. So for him to snap 2 chassis mount bolts, that is quite worrying for a team, because that can also then equate to a bit more chassis movement, a little bit more engine movement. Now, for us casual riders, we will never know what a chassis movement feels like, but when you start bolting things to the chassis, it does stiffen the bike up, which can make the entire bike feel different.
That's amazing, hey.
It's
but
crazy.
They can feel the difference of things bolted onto their motorbikes. Look, like you said, I'm just holding on for dear life, mate.
Look, like even when it comes to engine mounts, a lot of these guys, as we keep saying, go and have a look at some of these top boys' bikes. They leave engine mounts undone. They will elongate the hole on an engine mount so the engine can move more, flex more. We were very fortunate to be a part of shivers me timbers. We were part of Lukey Hayes' R&D to try and help develop some of the better engine mounts for them so they flex better. It's in a crazy world when we start talking about these top 20% of riders and how it actually works, but you know, they have those little tricks, and if you are able to sit down and just look at their bikes, you'll be able to start picking them up as well.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And like you said, all those little sneaky tricks and all the development, amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, they thermo wrap their radiator hoses, they insulate their fuel tanks, they put bump stops in the bottom of their shocks so they don't bottom them out when they, you know, hit something really high speed. They put extended fuel lines on and different breather lines on. There are so many different things that these bikes go through to get to where they are.
Yeah, that blew me away when you said that yesterday about the lining the fuel tank to keep the fuel cool, which again makes sense. Like, you know, if you're going for every last bit of horsepower, that's the level that these guys are going to now.
Absolutely. You know, a couple of degrees in your fuel can really change how it works. You also don't want to cook your fuel pump. So on these motorcycles, the fuel pump is inside the fuel tank. And unfortunately, it is a weakness for the KTMs. They are known for doing fuel pumps, and it happens quite a bit. So wrapping and thermo wrapping your fuel tank on the inside is very common for desert races.
Just catch you up with everyone off the line so far. Evan Padella, Dominic Bryan, Haley Miller, Aaron Hunter, Jackson Gould, Peter Ten Brink, Jason Griff, Peter Latham, Rowan Adams, Toby Morgan, Joshua Rikers, Raymond McCann, Adam Elfston, Nathan Kelly, Robert Sullivan, Sam Pulmer, Terry O'Brien, John Downey, Paul Elbone, Catherine Scoble, Matthew Lyle, Jack Knight, Keegan May, Dean Murphy, Clayton Snelling, all off the line. So ladies and gentlemen, just catching you up with all the grids that have left since we have been talking.
And that was great to see. 2 riders there that really stick out for me as well was Catherine Scoble, just an absolute legend here in the desert scene, 9-time Fink kind of runner. One thing, really pushing the female. She was running out here when there wasn't a female class like so many others.
Simster and Collins are through Bunduma, and they're 3 seconds apart.
Mate, that's quick. That's a quick split between those two. And then another rider, Josh Rikers, absolute legend of a bloke as well. Runs, as we were saying before, he was a part of the team that gave David Walsh a run through the Victorian High Country, an absolute legend of a bloke. Didn't actually prologue due to religious reasons, so he definitely stood away and did that, which is a massive thing, and so much respect for him to do that, because starting at the back of the pack is not fun, but to be able to push your way all the way up today, absolutely awesome.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. It's another one of those great stories, and there you go. Brody Orders has dropped back.
He has.
He goes through at 1:01.25. Wow, very interesting. Next off the grid, down at Fink, Christopher Jones, Ged Giddings, Mark Shedison, Robert Bartel, and Jet Williams, all off the grid down there, as well as Benjamin Denbrough, Michael McAllister, Adrian Copeland, Chloe Barton on the 982, and Julian Galdino off grid 57.
Very interesting.
It is interesting, and we could talk about Brody and how what's playing out right now. He is on the 450. We will talk about that because that is a bit of a smaller bike, as we keep saying, smaller stroke, revs a lot harder, doesn't have that pull to get like a 500 through this section. The first 100 heading out of Finke is incredibly fast. Big, open whoops. It can play into the 500s. It will be more interesting once they get through back 120 our way. It really starts to close up the gaps. It becomes a lot tighter, and then the 80 back here, through the trees, through the smaller whoops, bigger corners, that's where Brody will definitely start picking up his time and can start kind of clawing his way back up.
A lot of people on track now, all the way to Mount Squires.
We just had Danny Foote come through Mount Squires and Matty Healy. Interesting. So we actually have Danny Foote in front of Matty Healy. Danny Foote has pushed away all the way up, caught that 4-minute break, and now is in front of Matty Healy by 20 seconds.
Not a lot. They're riding essentially side by side. So that'd be cool.
That's amazing. As I said before, the kind of feedback I got, Danny had a bit of a moment which pushed her back, gave Matty that 4-minute break, but Matty's a very fast rider. It'll be interesting to see what happens now. So for Danny and Matty to be battling side by side, that's awesome. That'd be great footage to see them coming through.
Great that Class 9 battle is so close.
Oh, it's so good, isn't it? And I tell you what, if we look at the times, they're still even battling with some of the boys. If Danny Foote is at a 13:02.51, Devon Brown is 13:02.22, and Thomas Winter is 13:02.21. So they are in a very close battle, all of them. They should be swapping backwards and forwards, getting roosted, going through each other's dust. So Matty and Danny are pushing those boys like they've probably never been pushed before.
Awesome to see such a wide range of brands out there. We were talking about it yesterday as well. There really is a little bit of everything. Sherco, Gas, KTM. There is all sorts of brands out there racing around. Got the Yamahas, got the Hondas, the 250s, the two-strokes. We did talk about it. Unfortunately, no CR500 this weekend, which is absolutely crazy because it is a dominant, like it's been so long since we haven't had a CR500 here, so it's been crazy to see.
Absolutely, I think it's kind of missing from Finke. We were talking about it before, and even in the comments as you were saying that people are questioning why there's no CR. I mean, tell you what, if you want to step up and on a CR, you're more than welcome.
A lot of people talking at home, I can tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've just had it come in. David Walsh is through Rodinga at a 13:03.17. An hour and 3 minutes leaving Finke. He is already in Rodinga.
That's a cracking time. It will be interesting to see what they come in with. I say that because if they can get a quicker time than they did, again, it's possible. Imagine if he set a championship run now, like the fastest time ever in one of the rustiest. It's not real rusty down there.
One of the rustiest.
No, it's a new bike. It's definitely not rusty. It's rough, is what I meant.
Look, if he can set it the fastest time in the roughest track, it really shows that he is the greatest out here on this track. There have been so many winners out here, and there's been an amazing kind of history of Finke. But for David to continuously do this, also with the field that he did, so many eras have had amazing, amazing eras. Oh, there we go. Callum Norton has come through, 13:05.51.
And I suppose the other point that we will never take down because, whether we think it or not, it is like these CR500 times. They were supermen riding those things. But I guess, he's on the new bike with the new horsepower. It's always stepping up. You said the other day that the production bike has the horsepower.
There we go.
Wow.
Corey McMahon, coming through, 13:06.18. They're holding it. Callum Norton is holding that gap. He's not letting David out of his sight. But I tell you what, Corey is clawing his way through. There is absolutely no change between timing with these three riders. I tell you what, if David does have a quick sneaky look back, he's going to be able to obviously not see much from his dust, but he should be able to start hearing bikes. And Callum and Corey alone, they're going to be absolutely neck to neck all the way through now.
Jeremy, they'll know those splits at his fuel stop.
Potentially, yeah, if the boys are starling. I know I said the Simford boys will be out there. The KTM boys may have it as well, so they'll be able to see the splits. But it's how these pit stops are never going to be fast. If these pit crews know their times, the STE crew, oh, mate, they're going to be absolutely fueling them on the run.
Are we talking just over or just under 10 seconds?
It's going to depend on what their fuel situation and they've done, their prep. I'm pretty sure they're going to be running full to point, so they may not be very long, but at the same time, it also depends if he's had any moments. And the timing looks like they haven't had any moments. It's so consistent. It's going to, I tell you what, the pressure on these fuel boys are going to be absolutely high.
Yep, so step off the back of the bike, dump the fuel in via dry brake. New set of goggles, is that the move?
Look, they've got these wipes nowadays, and that's all about time. I'm pretty sure they'll probably change goggles, absolutely, because we're going to change goggles from tinted to clear, then back to tinted, because we're going from open into the trees, then back out. It's going to be a play into it, especially with the sun and the dust that Callum's going to be in. He may opt to go for clear goggles because of the dust. He will kind of signal that as he's coming through.
Amazing to think that 15 seconds, it's just absolute havoc, that information passed on, and then they're out and on the racetrack again.
But I didn't get to talk to them about exactly how they're doing it this year. Sometimes they like to run a lighter bike at the start to try and get that speed if they're not so confident through the whoops, because carrying that much fuel through the whoops can unsettle the bike, and if you're wanting to go at a race pace, it may be better to have it less. So he may not have made it the full 80, he may have done it at the 65 or 70. It will be interesting to see that once they come back of exactly how they've set up this pit stop. But I tell you what, when they come in, especially Corey, being so close, 3 minutes behind, he'll be seeing all the dust. He will be screaming at them to get him in and get him out as fast as possible.
Very, very interesting through Bunduma. The 18 of Simon Gower and 293 of Rudford have changed positions. So Gower was behind Rudford between Squires and Bunduma, and now at the Bunduma checkpoint, he's got in front.
5 second split too. Once again, these battles will just keep going.
Yeah.
They've now locked into a rider at their own capacity. Someone who rides exactly like them, the style they have. And so what happens, that means all these battles now are very fair. If you can latch onto a rider at the same level as you, you're going to battle them the whole way. The other problem is that rider next to you, he's not going to let you have it easy. He's going to be throwing you out wide. He's going to be trying to roost you to make sure that he sprays you as much as he can. And we've just had Corey Hammond come through Redinga as well, 13:09.21. About 6 minutes off the pace of Walshy, but he's definitely hanging in there. He's got a really nice, consistent time all the way through.
Yeah, no, definitely has. But that's the thing, David Walsh an hour and 3 to Redinga is absolutely insane.
Mate, that would be amazing. I tell you what, if you want to go down there and watch David come in, when his bike's sitting at the start line, go check out his rear tyre, because that thing will be absolutely cactus.
Yeah.
There have been many years where those bikes have come in and the bands are hanging out. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, they definitely are, as we continue to look at the checkpoint times and everything like that.
Which we've just got some great stats coming in. Callum Norton is actually 12 seconds faster than Walshy just through that section. And then, oh my goodness, if this is right, Corey McMahon is 18 seconds faster than Walshy.
Wow. But I suppose we've got to make the point, got to get around David.
He's got to get around Walshy, but that's great to see. So that means these boys have that hunger in them. They're not letting that old dog go easy.
No, they're not. Wow. That's insane to think about here up in the comms box. We're really pondering and trying to work out what these splits are going to be as they come into deep well as well. We continue to have riders go through Bunduma as well. Ray Cole through there, Jack Colbert, James Heenan, as well as Levi Stevens through there. So they'll all be happy.
And Lewis Monaghan is coming through as well. So he's the first of the 250s to come through.
They're a very close pack there as well. Only split by 2 seconds there, and then another 10 seconds. Wow.
Very close packs. As I said, once you get stuck in a pack, sometimes it's too hard to get out of it, because all it takes is for a bad slip, bad movement, and you can get around them and then keep fighting your way through. And once that dust and spray gets you, it really does slow you down. But then we got Lukey Hayes is through Redinga at a 13:11.24.
Good ride. Good ride from Lukey Hayes. Great to see him up there. Now we wait for Grabham's time to come through for us as we water
the start-finish line here. Well, the finish here today.
The finish,
in
yeah.
Alice.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the riders come through that apex on that kind of straightaway down here. There's been a fair few moments now caught on camera where they've kind of hit some of those logs and not logs, but holes. So it'd be interesting to see exactly how they're going to come in, especially a bit more fatigued.
And still grids off the start here. Again, we talked about this with the vehicles. Some people are through Redinga, some people are just starting this race.
Yeah, we just had Ryan Cousins and Tom Kruger through Munduma. That would be Ryan on the Sherco as well. So it's great to see that bike absolutely flying down the track.
Yeah, no, doing a great job at the moment.
Tell you what, we're all holding our breaths for Deepwell now, though, aren't we? It's going to be interesting how that split is and see if Corey can catch Callum and Callum can catch David, because it's getting close. I tell you what, if these boys could see the times, that would push them even harder, I tell you that.
Oh, definitely. That's the thing. And you never know with technology nowadays, and a couple of years down the track, whether we're going to have like an earpiece in the helmet and giving them times and, oh, yep, no, you're all good, you can come off here, and, oh, no, get back on it there. Like,
I tell you what, it's something that they wouldn't want us in their ears.
Yeah, no, exactly,
we probably wouldn't be the best sound from them. They'll probably want something else, but it would be interesting to hear what goes through their brain, especially the way David rides. He's so relaxed, you could probably have a full conversation with him about building a house, and he'd be able to kind of nut it all out while he's riding. He's that kind of racer, and as people have probably seen now on social media, there's plenty of footage of him overtaking other riders. Give him the thumbs up, give him a wave, give him the helicopter a wave while sixth gear wide open. So he's definitely a different breed of rider.
Oh yeah, definitely is. Definitely has the knowledge of the track growing up here in Alice. It's every kid's dream here when you ride motorbikes out here in the desert to jump on one.
I know, and it really is a kind of a community thing out here. I was very fortunate to talk to a couple of the police officers here on their Honda 300s and try to get them to G up and go out on the track, but they wouldn't. But it turns out they're all riders, and they've all raced the Finke or been on the Finke at some point. So it's great to see that even the police officers out here love the race and love being a part of the track as well.
Yeah, no, it's awesome, and they get out on their bikes as well and patrol up and down the service road and the old South Road. So, and that's great to see as well, is them helping us out and looking out for all our spectators out there over the weekend.
But also keeping this race going, because, you know, it does take just one person to ruin this entire race, and if we're not staying back from the track or if we're doing something silly, it's always going to ruin it for everybody. So it's great to see them flying up and down that service road on Honda 300s of all bikes and keeping everybody kind of entertained as well. So hopefully in a few years we'll see a copper on a bike racing out here in all their fluoro. Maybe they'll do some breath testing on Walsh. You never know. Probably not straight away, but maybe as soon as he steps off the bike, because I tell you what, he loves a beer straight away, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, massive shout out to the NT Police for supporting us this weekend. We really do thank you for your support with this great event, and without you guys we wouldn't be able to put roadblocks in place and stuff like that as well. So massive shout out to the NT government and NT Police for helping us out this weekend.
As I said, I was also trying to G them up and try and get a couple of them on the bike. So the two officers that were down here at the media station, I'll hold you to that race, I tell you that.
Oh, you love to hear it. As we continue to watch bikes leave down at Finke, our eyes are locked on our timing screen here in the commentary box. We are waiting for that deep well time to come through, as well as still Rodinga times, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting for Ben Graham to come through there. He shouldn't be too much longer, but he's definitely dropped back off Lukey Hayes. So whether he's just decided he wants to take class honours this weekend, he's happy where he is in the pack and he'll just cruise it on home. But you never know.
Right, so I've just had some information come through through Joel from Simford. We were talking for you about fuel stop. I've just got a video here that's come through. There'll be no goggle changes, a quick drink, but a lot of fuel. So that is an interesting fuel stop for him. That it shows, but it was quick. I tell you what, that movie was less than 9 seconds long, and it's David coming in, getting fuel, and heading straight out.
Yeah, no, definitely is. There we go. Ben Grabham through. Rodinga at 13:16:37. We absolutely love to hear it and see it. As we now wait. Oh, big mono off the start line there down at Fink. Almost coming a cropper there. Wouldn't want to be doing that early in the race. It's a long ride for a lot of these competitors. And I heard last night the last bike competitor made it over the finish line with like 30 seconds to go. So that was absolutely awesome to hear and see. As we continue, there we go. So there's a couple more through Bundooma now as well. Levi Stevens, Lewis Hogganen, Ryan Cossins, Thomas Kruger, Ollie Pitchford, Josh Harris, Jake Cobbin, Ben Benazzi, Liam Dinage, Blair Ottman, Thomas Lindsay, Lee Stevens, Brock Parker, Dusty Clem, Jesse Hansen, Brendan Cluis, Ethan Cluis, Reece James, Jesse Moore, and Jackson Tyson Spears, all through Bundooma. And if you are here at the track, ladies and gentlemen, in the start-finish line section, and you're looking for a particular rider and you haven't heard us call out their name, we do have screens under the shade, and you can check each class on where those riders are coming in from. So, and it's all color-coded and made to look very, very easy for you all down there. So if you're watching a particular rider, you can go down there and check it out as the next of our competitors continue to make their way through. So some more competitors off the start line. That looks like it may be one of our last grids off the start line down in Fink. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. 1:19:22, David Walsh through deep well. He is on song, ladies and gentlemen. Now the anticipation starts to build. He's only that last leg away from us now. And the nerves will start to build up here on the combox. The nerves down on the start-finish line. The finish line here in Alice will start to build. Got some fans out there having a look. It's great to see. Yeah, we cannot wait to see who comes through here first. And as an Alice local, I've got a little bit of bias. I'd love to see Walshy come over. But Norton as well, he's been an absolute machine on the bike, as well as Corey McMahon, Corey Hammond, Luke Hayes. That's the thing. There's so many good names up there. So many names that haven't been able to make it. So we look on the big screen, and that's the deep well checkpoint there. We're getting that live pictures through,
here if you need an end shot,
which is very cool to see. But yes, David Walsh through deep well.
Nice work, everyone.
Just waiting for Callum Norton now. So we're just going to have a look at the big screen now.
So this is what we were talking about before as a pit stop. So if you want to see what a top-ranking pit stop looks like, it comes in super fast. Oh, actually, before that, David Walsh is just through deep well.
That was absolutely amazing.
So that's it. He's on the final stretch now.
He was hooking.
13:19:22.
There's Callum Norton through.
Callum coming very close behind, 13:21:39. So that's even faster. He's really keeping that pace up. He's trying to close that gap as much as he can.
Yeah, you can't knock him for not trying, ladies and gentlemen, because he is on the bopper and he's holding onto that thing, trying to catch up to Walshy. But when you've got someone with that much experience, that many years out on this track, 10 plus years out here, Jeremy.
It's crazy, and also to have so many teammates ahead of him. Look at Corey McMahon's just come through as well at 13:22.07.
Blink and you'll miss it, ladies and gentlemen, because I literally had a quick look down and he was flying through the screen. Wow.
And that's 18 seconds faster than Walshy.
Again.
On the split again. Now, because Walshy had a really good first split, so he only clawed back in that last lot. He only got 3 seconds back, but he has put 18 seconds. So Callum has actually clawed back about 20 seconds is the split on the time.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
What a push. Wow.
And Corey 1 second slower than Callum.
Oof.
So that means that both of them have made time up on David.
They have. They're slowly clawing their way back, aren't they?
Absolutely amazing, though, because I guess the point there is that they still have to get past David on track. They started on corrective time. Really, we come back to Walshy could potentially be on a very, very fast trail ride. Like, he knows his position. He knows what he's doing. Walshy has control of this track.
So Kent Collins through Rodinga now at 13:23.08. And we'll wait for Jay Simster to make his way through on number 13. Keeping our eyes peeled on the deep well checkpoint.
I'll tell you what, there's still a big gap, though, between Grabo and Kent Collins and Simster.
Yeah.
They haven't caught that up yet. So this is what we were talking about before, the fuel stops. We wanted to see it. We have some good friends, Simford Racing, sitting up at that fuel stop. They managed to capture footage of Walshy come through. So here it is. This is what a fuel stop at race pace looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Giving him a time check, seeing exactly where they are, where everyone's sitting. That's it. That is a fuel stop. But as we saw, no goggle changes. There was a drink, but that is a protein kind of electrolyte mix that he'll kind of take into, or it could be water, depending on how he's feeling, and then fuel. But we saw that was a lot of fuel. That quick refuel really did suck it in. So thanks to Simford Racing boys setting that through. It was a great little insight, and hopefully we'll get a few more when they come down at the 80 and a few of the other riders.
Yeah, no, that's definitely awesome. A massive shout out to them for getting it sent up into the box and onto production so we could put that up on the big screen and out on the live stream to you all so you could all experience what actually happens here in a fuel stop at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. We're here for the 48th running.
So we just had Kent Collins come through, 13:23.08.
Wow.
Brody has stepped up again to 13:24.55. There's a battle. So we hopefully will see Jay Simster right in the mix as well to really keep that going.
Oh, we absolutely love this up here in the box. There is battles happening in all places on the track at the moment. And the top 10 is just, there's nothing in it.
They're battling. And also we can see down on the field, we've got Jack Mentha, who had a bit of an off yesterday. It's good to see him up and walking around. I know he was at the ER last night with Liam Walsh, so hopefully we can catch up with him and see exactly what's happened. But poor fella had a rough trot. He had a great lead up and he had a great run over at Baja. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what he's saying. So if you're down there, down by the big screens, you'll be watch the fella with the limp, and he'll be able to give you a bit of a story.
Yeah, no, definitely have a chat with him. Wish him all the best as well.
He's a very lucky boy, though. He took off yesterday knowing that foot could collapse at any moment. And what I've heard is he had a great battle with Corey Hammond. He'll obviously be able to tell us a bit more, but his eye doesn't look too good. He's a bit scratched up, but he's still a very pretty young man.
Yeah, no, he definitely would be. He's got to give himself credit where credit's due.
And there we go. As we said before, James Simster's come through at a 13:25.
Here we are. We're checking.
Very close.
Yeah, very close indeed.
And then Corey Hammond's come through deep well, 13:25. Oh, it is close. 6 minutes behind Walshy. But I tell you what, he's absolutely flying.
Yeah, waiting for Lukey Hayes now, the number 10 bike, to go through deep well. Awesome. But we're going to go down to Rihanna to speak with one of the riders.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. We've got Jack Mentha. Unfortunately, you're chatting to me, Jack, and you're not on the bike out there, yes, as you should have been yesterday. Just give us a bit of a rundown of what happened to you.
Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue earlier in the week with doing a bit of damage to the ankle. So we come in a little bit under the weather and didn't quite get down to the 65-kilometre mark and had a bit of a moment. As we just seen the footage firsthand, me sort of putting myself on my head, just couldn't weight that outside peg. And with the way the track is and how rough it's chopped up due to the weather, we, unfortunately done a bit more damage to that ankle and, look a bit further into that when we get home.
You just said you saw the footage. You just had a local cameraman come up and say, mate, I was on the camera there, saw some footage. Is that exactly how it went through in your mind?
Nah, I didn't, not one bit. A lot of sand and shit going everywhere, so like I said, seen it firsthand. It was what it felt like, that's for sure.
Just talk to us about the lead up here to Finke. You've been in Baja racing as well. That's unfortunately where you got the injury, so it's been a pretty busy period for you.
Yeah, it's been a busy start to the year, but we got plenty of bike time in and we had a bit of success over there racing the Baja, which was a good start to the year. Hopefully we're looking for it to set us up good here in Australia. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone that way, but that's the sport we play, so we will come back sort of better and stronger from it. But for now, it's just trying to look forward to the future and make sure we get ourselves right.
So where to now for you?
We've got a bit of a tight timeline with Hatter only a few weeks away. Like I said, we'll get back home and reassess and see what the damage is on like a serious term. Hopefully we can front up at Hatter, but if not, it's just to try and get the body as best we can leading into sort of the back half of the year with some pretty big races coming up in America.
We're really sad to see you on the sidelines. We hope you recover and repair very quickly and hopefully you make it for Hatter.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for that chat, and to Jack for having a chat with Rihanna as well. Great little insight. Wishing you all the best, and hopefully we'll get to see you on the bike again soon. So while we were in that interview, Luke Hayes went through deep well at 13:27.57. So bit of a gap opening up as you look out on the big screen, ladies and gents. We are anticipating the arrival of the reigning King of the Desert, and by all reports, and with the way this man is riding today, it looks like he will be the King of the Desert again. And for 5 consecutive years, ladies and gentlemen, to level with Randall Gregory, it would be massive, especially for a local as well. We've seen some wins in the past from locals back in the day where they went on a couple of runs. But to be this dominant in the desert for this long, it's absolutely amazing. And like we've said in comms all weekend, this man is a full-time builder. So, yeah, he rides a bike and yeah, he gets out in the desert, but his full-time job is what he does. And I'm just being shown some footage now between second and third.
We're going to put this.
It's very, very close.
We're going to put this up on the big screen, so we've just been sent it again from Simford. We'll hopefully show you crowd what is going on, because the battle between second and third, the fuel stops are absolutely tight. Corey McMahon coming in. We'll be able to explain it better when it's on the big screen, but it is absolutely tight out there.
Wow. It is very, very close out there. The teams are refueling and giving the riders a little bit of information, but they want to get it out. Here we go, ladies and gents. Look up on the big screen.
There we go, on the big screen. You can see how close they are right now on the big screen. We had Callum Norton just come through. Corey McMahon coming in here, getting fuel. There's some issue with his helmet, trying to get something out. They're battling whatever going on inside there. There could be a goggle change that didn't want to. He's taken some energy gel, no water, and then straight back out. That shows how fast and how dedicated he is. He knows he's on Callum Norton's tail. So once again, thanks to Callum Norton for, thanks for Simford for showing, but that is how close Callum and Corey are right now on the track.
Yeah, big thanks to the legends downstairs for helping us out. But we're going to go down to the finish line because Rihanna's with the Walshes.
I am with the Walshes. There's quite a few of you here ready to support David as he comes across the finish line. Kate, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I think I'm okay. It'd be nice to see him in the flesh once he comes across. But yeah, we're just all stoked and want to see him come home in one piece.
You've been here so many times now, standing on the finish line. You've been pregnant, not pregnant, ready to have a baby. How does it change every year?
Well, if this result is anything to go by, I think we've got a couple more years in us yet. So looks like we'll be in the same position next year. But we're just all so proud of him. It's his Christmas. He's very good at it and he just absolutely loves it. So
there has been a lot of questions about whether David will retire, not retire, but he seems to come back year on year. So that's some good news that you just dropped there.
Oh yes, it's the age-old question if he goes again or not. But yeah, while his body still can handle it, I think he's in it for the long haul, and it's good to keep the trophy in Alice Springs. So yeah, one for the locals.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Great to have you guys here. I'll let you sort of watch these last few minutes as he comes across the line. Thank you so much.
Thanks. See ya.
Massive family. A lot of them motorbike riders here as well. It's awesome to see the Walsh family. We really do hope he's the one who crosses the line first here in Alice Springs when we do see the bike come through that famous gate.
And I tell you what, all eyes are now on the horizon to see that that dust start to step up. We can't see it as of yet, and there's no chopper following this year, so we don't really get a good gauge of where they are. So it is all on the dust. Looking at the times, though, he's moving fast, and he could be on an absolute pearl of a run. It could be faster than the cars, which is the question at the moment. Is this the year that David Walsh is faster than the cars?
Yeah, no, it's very, very interesting indeed. So you've got Ben Grabham through Jeepwell, and I believe, does that mean Lukey's got in front of him? No. That was like
no,
that.
So no, Lukey Hayes is still in the same spot. He's holding off Grabbo. Grabbo, I guess, he may just be having another Sunday ride as well at that pace. It's something that he could do. But to know that Bradley Greenfield, Simon Gower and Tyler Radford are all through Redinga, and we've just had Ray Cole come through as well. So it's a really, really tight battle amongst all of them, but they're also seem to be able to keep on pace with a few seconds here and there gained or lost.
Yeah, no, definitely. We have a heap of action continuing to play, but we are going to go and have a look at what is happening down at the Chicane Lounge.
People who come to the Finke race want to be amongst it. They're camping down in Apachula or they're camping alongside the track. But if camping's not quite your thing, or you want to be here in Alice at the start-finish line, the Chicane Lounge is exactly where you need to be. Chelsea St Clair, just tell me a little bit about the lounge and what people can get in here.
Well, you can come in, you can have a comfortable seat, heating, good view of the start-finish line. We've got complimentary beer and wines, get breakfast and lunch and nibbles throughout the day. So yeah. Good place to be sitting and watching all the action on the big screen, but we're here in amongst it as well, so you can see the prologue circuit, you can see everything. Yeah, for sure. You get the widescreen here and live updates, so it's perfect. And you get to listen to the commentary as well. That's true. Thanks, Chelsea. You're welcome. Marie, enjoying yourself in the Chicane Lounge. Now, you've got family involved here at Finke and you're watching your grandsons just about to take off. How are you?
Oh, very excited and really stoked and proud.
Do you get nervous watching them?
I get really nervous, but I'm just so proud of them that I know that, they'll do so well.
And this is not your first time to Finke. You've been here for a few years. What?
But the thrill is just exciting every year.
And what do you love so much about it?
I just love getting up here into the desert, watching them do this enduro race. It's just incredible. And just, what they put themselves through. I just watch it and I'm just in awe.
We are as well. Thanks, Marie. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, I found a group of people who are having an absolute awesome time, Mariah and Shah. How are you involved here in Finke?
So both our partners, they race in a pro light here. Unfortunately, it hasn't been the finish that we wanted this year, but we're down here in the Chicane Lounge just having a cracker of a time.
Look, racing didn't go to plan, but here we are, Chicane Lounge. We've got the big screen, we've got alcohol, we've got food. What more could you want?
It's pretty good. Hanging out here, it's definitely, we've got the screen here, we've got everything going here. It's been a good time.
Now, is this first time at Finke, or have we been here before?
Yeah, it's our first time here. Yeah, we're from Kalgoorlie, so bit of a trek for us to get up here, like most people. But yeah, we're having a cracker of a time, and we kind of were like iffing and butting about maybe this being a one-time show up for Finke, but I think it's in their blood now, and yeah, they're talking about returning next year.
We've got to be back next year for sure.
Yeah, we've sent a few pictures to people back in Cal saying, you got to come up, you've got to like, look at this, it's awesome. So yeah, we'll be back next year for sure.
So look forward to seeing you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. If you're looking for a good time here at Finke, definitely get down to the Chicane Lounge because the staff and the volunteers and the committee here have put on an absolute awesome venue here for the Chicane Lounge.
Yeah.
Love to return.
Yeah, absolutely amazing to hear that story and how good the Chicane Lounge has become in the last couple of years. And it's all about time to get real serious. We're waiting to see that final picture of the bike coming through the gate and into the stadium section. We've got our Finke Grid ambassadors out there. They're ready to greet David and the rest of the top three when they come in.
Absolutely. We've had more riders come through Odinga as well, though.
Yep.
Levi Stevens, Lewis Monaghan, Ryan Costins, Tom Kruger and Ollie Pitchford. They've all come through very closely packed from a 13:36.01 to a 13:38.02. So that is another great pack fighting. We are looking at the distance. I can't tell right now if that is dust out there, but you can definitely see we are getting very close to when Walsh should be coming, or Callum.
Yeah, look,
it's so close. We saw that great footage from the boys. We've had so many riders and so many messages from all over the track saying that the battle between Callum and Corey is close. And if Callum can continue to hold Corey out, he's got it in the bag. But I tell you what, we are now getting into the very technical part of the race. The first 40, 60, 80, as we said yesterday, is a very technical part of the race, very demanding on both rider and bike. You are very fatigued coming into it. The sun and shadows also play a big part here, and so it can slow riders down. David is renowned for being incredibly fast through here. That's where he caught everyone yesterday. So hopefully, as long as he can hold off and Callum and Corey can keep battling, it is an absolute awesome race to the end.
Yeah, all our fans down along Parc Ferme and the start-finish line, they're all waiting. They're all anticipating who it's going to be. If you see yourself up on the big screen, give us a wave. It's awesome to have all you people out here to experience this awesome event and this awesome time in off-road racing.
Josh, we also have about 6.6 thousand people on the live feed from all over, so 19 different countries we're told, so pretty exciting too about that. And now that we've got some of these things, I was just saying to how amazing it is that, you know, the photos that come in, the live stream we did have on the trucks, unfortunately we do say can't have that on a bike yet. Once Elon sorts his antennas out, we'll get that sorted for you, but absolutely amazing. And to have everyone along, it is great. We're enjoying the race, and there's nothing like being here though.
Absolutely. No. It's sunshine, everyone's out having a smile, everyone a bit of laugh. It is great to get so much footage, and we are very fortunate that we get those kind of things and get sent to. So I'm very fortunate. So once again, thanks to the Simford boys for sorting it out. But we've had more come through Odinga. Jake Cobbin, Josh Harris, Ben Batinza and Liam Dinage. They've all come through. Once again, another tight pack, 13:38.46 to 13:39.31. It is a very, very close race for those boys.
Shout out to our IT department downstairs as well.
Absolutely.
They've been bringing us all the timing today, and they're the ones that wrap their heads around entries and getting all their names into the system and navigators and all that sort of stuff. So a massive shout out to Dan. He's the man that gives us the timing up here in the comm box, so we know what we're talking about. Some very, very happy fans waiting to see who we will crown the king of the desert. We cannot wait to see. There's our amazing camera operators here this weekend. Global headquarters on board with us. Yep, a wave from them.
We just had Kent Collins come through outside that at Deepwell. He's come through at a 13:40.30. So he is also in his own little race right now. Hopefully we can see him continue to push because he has made up some great time.
Yeah, no, definitely has. And, oh, it's looking so, so good. It's getting very, very interesting here at the finish line down in Alice. And I can tell you, me and Jeremy and Dan, we're all at the edge of our seats. We cannot wait to see
Absolutely.
who is going to be coming in first.
More riders come through. Dingo, Thomas Livesey, Lee Stevens, Jesse Hansen. They've all come through. Once again, another tight battle going on there. 13:44.02 to a 13:14.51. It's absolutely nail to nail in there. They will be having an absolutely great time.
Yeah, no, definitely. And even the old service road, access road, is absolutely packed.
Oh, there we go. Brody Waters is through deep well at a 13:42. That's great to see. Ethan Keenhouse has come through. He was one of the riders that we were talking about before in that Sinford team who are able to get us some great footage. So hopefully those boys can send us some footage of those fuel stops, because even though they're not at the top of the pack like Corey and Callum and David, those fuel stops will be very critical, because Ethan is right in the mix of a great tight battle.
As well as the Northern Territory Police enjoying their time here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Getting some awesome clips for their social media, I would say, from what I can see there.
As long as it's not a radar gun, we'll be totally fine.
Oh, David Walsh would definitely be pulled over at the end of the start-finish line, wouldn't he? Oh, we love to see it. But all eyes are peeled on that back fence, like they always are here at Alice. Oh, we're patiently waiting. There you go. Everyone's eyes are set out that way.
We've got Blair Attrim, Declan Gibbons, and then Brandon Keenhouse come through as well. So another great battle going on out there. Brody Waters, obviously, as we said before, coming through deep well. That means he's on that final straight. He is pushing hard, though. That is incredible time for Brody. He'll be having a great time. Now we're getting, as I said before, into that tighter stuff. That 450, that motocross bike will really start stepping into its own.
Yeah, no, it's so very interesting here. Can't wait to see what the riders do as they make their way in.
It will be interesting to see how the riders come in as well. Usually at this point, especially coming through that last 40, there's trees, there's sticks hanging off the side. Go check out the riders' arms and shirts, because usually there's little rips and tears from where they've had very, very close contact with the trees, and it's always an exciting part to see exactly how ripped up and torn their jerseys end up.
Yeah, it looks like Jay Simster's through deep well now as well, Jeremy. That's a very good time from him.
Absolutely. He's come through at a 13:43.45. So he's about a minute and 3/4 behind Brody, but that's still a good pace, and he still could probably see him in the distance. So he'll be charging very hard to catch that.
Having a look down at the Chicane Lounge currently. We had that great story on it. You have the best seats in the house. You get food and beverage. It's an absolutely awesome experience. I know in the past I've been led into that lovely, lovely spot. And all our fans still out here. They're loving life, getting ready to see who comes through that back fence first. Anticipation building. Hello to all the fans. Great to see you.
It's very cool to see that shot down the fence line. That's one of the iconic things about Finke. You can get down that fence line and watch that whoop section, see straight through to where the grid is, or where they jump over the old Garden Railway line. It's beautiful. You can get up, set up on your top of your ute, have lunch, bit of a barbecue out there. You're well back from the track, and it's a top spot. So it is amazing to see that beautiful imagery.
We're just kind of looking at times now, trying to figure it out. We've had Maddie Healy go through Bunduma. She's had a great time at a 13:25, but currently Danny Foote hasn't come through. So hopefully all the best there. Those two are in a great tight battle, and hopefully that she's just maybe, gone a little on an excursion. But all the best for Danny. But it's still great to see Maddie absolutely flying through at a great time. 13:25.58 through Bunduma. That is absolutely cooking.
Yeah, definitely. Making a lot of them riders look a little bit bad, as well as we have Campbell Hall through deep well now at 13:45.46. So he's right on the back of Jay Simster. As well as Mitchell Outram.
So we just had Campbell Hall and Mitch Outram coming through deep well. They're sitting at a 13:45.46 and a 13:45.56, 10 seconds apart. They would have both been absolutely hammering through there.
Definitely not letting off whatsoever. Bradley Greenfield through at 13:46.20, so he's catching up to that pack as well. is young Greenfield.
That's close. That's another great little tight battle there between Campbell Hall, Mitch Archer and Bradley Greenfield. 13:45.46 to a 13:46.20. A nice tight group. They would be having a lot of fun between the two until we get to this part. They're really going to put that hammer down and try and take maybe questionable lines, because it's all about racing now and they know the home is soon.
Yeah, banging bars all the way down to Alice. Wouldn't you love to see that?
Oh, mate, get some drone footage above the top of them would be absolutely awesome. To hear the bikes get absolutely blasted down there, valves bouncing, tyres squealing, it would be an absolute honour to be kind of sitting above them watching them go.
Yeah, no, it definitely would be, as our cameras are definitely locked down to the fence. Can't see any dust off in the distance yet, so not saying he's right on our doorstep, but he should not be too far away
Absolutely
whatsoever.
not. He left at 12 o'clock on the dot, and we're looking at a 1:47 here at Alice. So that's an hour and 47 minutes, which is great pace for him. That's kind of where we were looking yesterday coming down. So it will be interesting to know exactly how far away he is.
Yeah, like you're saying, based on yesterday's rundown, we're thinking that he's pretty much just outside, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're hoping to as well, to get fast in the cars, but it may not be the year this year.
Still got plenty of years to go, Jeremy.
Oh, don't say that, mate.
That.
Don't you say that, mate. If David takes this one, he'll be looking at the cars next, you know.
Yeah. Oh no, I think if he does get that number one under his belt again, I think he might try and beat that record. He'll try and go 6 years consecutively. That would be awesome. But again, not trying to get ahead of myself here on the com box, because we haven't seen any of our top riders yet. So we're just wait. Oh no, there you go.
There we go.
He's words.
He's in. He's coming in.
It is the orange bike, the number one of David Walsh. We'll see how he does come in, the way he's riding, his style, Jeremy.
Yeah, look, it's he is in the distance. He is making it look good. He is coming in. But ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting the first pictures now of the first rider to Alice.
If you're here in the start-finish line complex, make sure to get to the fence, get to the Parc Fermé situation. He's an Alice local, so you've got to get loud for your local as he comes through the rolling whoops.
That's it. That fence line whoops, he'll be coming through. Absolute big smile on his face. That number one bike just absolutely flying.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely
what an achievement.
Yeah.
Oh, that is an awesome achievement, everyone. That is for him to come through, to fight off some of the best riders in Australia, to keep that consistency, even at the roughest time that the track has ever been. That is an amazing rider. So massive cheer for him as he comes through that stadium. That is an absolute awesome achievement for David Walsh.
Yeah, no. He's got to feel good about this now, and so will his family.
That jersey looking great too, that big gold number one on the back.
Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the number one. He is a local. He's been riding for over 10 years. He's had his tribulations through riding the bike. He has come off in past events, but he's jumped on this bike with KTM. He's been taught by Toby. He's been taught by Ben, and now he's not the apprentice anymore.
Absolutely.
He is the master. Ladies and gentlemen, to write his name into the history books today, to go 5 years consecutively, will be the number one bike of David Walsh. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 48th running King of the Desert on the bike for 5 years in a row.
Walsh,
David Walsh!
And Callum Norton's coming to the stadium too, so it was so close. What a race.
Wow.
What a race to see that, ladies and gentlemen. It was an amazing moment here at Motorcycle in desert racing.
Is pumped. We're pumped up in the commentary box.
Absolutely. Callum is coming in too. That's a massive achievement. He was so close.
Yeah.
He closed that gap so well, and he's ridden so hard. Yesterday, he didn't have that bike that he wanted, the way he wanted it with those stickers, but he's come in, and it's an amazing achievement for that big fella. He's so proud.
Definitely pushing hard now is Callum Norton. We cannot wait for him to come and cross the line. He goes second again, ladies and gentlemen. Does Mr. Norton. It's going to be absolutely amazing, but here we go. 2 years in a row for second, Callum Norton.
Wow, and here comes the number 4 bike. There's nothing between it, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, and Callum Norton did it in 1:48. David Walsh did it in 1:50, so Callum was absolutely hooking. Oh, you can't contain the excitement up in the box.
I can't believe it. Callum Norton got a faster time home, and it turned out to be 2 minutes. He made that 2 minutes up that we were talking about, so Callum had it. It would have been really interesting to see how that fella turned that bike out yesterday, but to see Corey McMahon come through in 3rd place, it just feels so good for the kid.
Yeah, no, definitely. Great to see that gas up there. The 500, the first time it's been out here at Fink. Last year he got 4th, did Corey. He was a little bit upset with that, but now he's got the redemption. He's ridden beautifully in day 1, beautifully in day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 4 bike will now stand on the podium. And what a day it's been here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Up the gas, there we go.
Gas, 501. Corey McMahon, put your hands together, Alice Springs. Wow, what a race it's been for the 48th running in the bike section. We've still got cars and still got bikes coming. Wow.
And he was a minute faster than Walsh as well. He came in at 1:49.14. So those two boys, they were pushing each other. But tell you what, that's crazy to think that they were actually faster than Walsh on the way home.
He rode that good. Me and him come into the field together. Oh, yeah.
Just hearing Callum coming through on the on the cameras there, it's absolutely awesome. It looks like they were all pushing each other this whole way. Walsh getting the hugs. Young fellas maybe even getting some goggles or some gloves. That's
Callum,
awesome to see.
He's a man of the people, Callum Norton, an absolute legend of a bloke. So congratulations, Callum, man. That is absolutely awesome.
On the bopper,
Corey.
Yes, Corey.
To the moon, brother. Send those valves out of here.
You don't need that engine tomorrow, I can tell you that. Absolutely amazing. He's got to be happy with himself there.
It's great to see them all here, nice and safe, but also looking at the times. We're slowly getting some more info in regards to the times and their overalls. Absolutely awesome. Massive achievement for everyone.
Yeah, it really, really is. So the overall time for David Walsh was 3 hours, 38 minutes and 12 seconds. Absolutely amazing. Only 47 seconds in it this year.
Absolutely. I mean, if we just see these top 3 riders, absolutely awesome. For Corey to actually finally get on the podium is a lot too. Corey's had a long history out here racing, always coming just outside the podium on a 450. So for Corey to step up on that 500 is something beautiful. To get Gasser on the podium too. They're maiden year out here. Gas have never had a 500 on the podium, and now they do. And it's so good to see. Corey is a young, hungry kid.
But it looks like we're going to go and talk with the king of the desert, who's with Rihanna in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. David Walsh, the local hero. You've done it. You've crossed the finish line, position 1, and you've equalled that record, the great Gregory Randall. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
It's pretty cool to match Randall Gregory. You know, he was an idol of mine growing up, someone that he was a hero of mine. I never thought I'd ever do this, so I knew these boys were going to be charging to come get me, but I knew I just had to cruise on the way home and just get through all the big stuff and really make sure I was safe. Because there's a lot of nasty stuff out there. But yeah, it was a good ride, and yeah, well done to the 2 boys on the podium with me.
Tell me about the track. What was it like coming home?
It wasn't too bad, but there was just a lot of square edges that came out through it. The whoops weren't too bad, but yeah, it had its sections and it was nasty. It always is, and that's Fink, and that's what makes it the best race in the country.
Coming into this weekend, there was a lot of chat about equalling that record. You're a local lad. Everyone is here to cheer your name. Did you feel that pressure on your shoulders as you're riding?
No, not at all. I mean, the thought did pop into my head every now and then. I just kept telling myself to shut up and look at the track so I didn't die. So yeah, I'm glad I'm home. I'm glad we're on top of the podium, and looking forward to celebrating with friends and family.
All of your friends and family are here, your wife, all of your kids. Every year we talk about, is this David's last run at Fink? What do we say now?
I don't know. It's a hard question to answer at the minute. Honestly, these boys are getting quicker and quicker.
Couple of checkpoints for you. You really were smashing down the times. Was there the strategy that you were after?
Yeah, look, to be honest, I didn't think I was going to be 3rd in prologue. I actually wanted to be a bit further back, but I'm glad I was, because the
So unfortunately just losing Walshy there with some technical difficulties. But Corey Hammond now in the stadium section, and Lukey A shouldn't be too far behind him as well.
Absolutely.
But what a ride from Corey.
No, absolutely. Corey coming in, he's had an absolutely awesome effort on that big bike too. So for him to step up and be putting it so close to the podium is something special for him. We're really excited to try charging next year. Is what I'm hoping to see.
Yep, still a top 5 finish is absolutely amazing.
Have you got it? Have you got it? Have you got it?
Here
Check
we
one.
go, Corey across the line in 4th. Absolutely amazing.
It's so great to see even just the top 3 boys all hanging together and talking, because, you know, this is a race, but this is the desert community and they're so close. So it's great to see that.
We're going to go back down to Parc Ferme with Rihanna.
Congratulations, Callum Norton, taking up P2 here at the Finke Desert Race. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's glad it's over. That was really tough.
So unfortunately there again, just the technical difficulties. There's a lot of people down there using some equipment. So I'd say there's a little bit of interruption between them all. But it looks like we'll be welcoming in the next of our Alice locals, the number 10 of Lukey Hayes for a 5th place. What an absolute ride from him and the CBS team. His teammate a little bit further down the field. But Lukey, once again, he knows how to ride and he knows how to get up on the pointy end of the field.
Absolutely. I mean, as we just said before, to see Corey Hammond come in 4th place, massive hats off to the kid. He's done a really great job all weekend to be so close as well. So massive congratulations to Corey getting that to that point. But then obviously big Lukey Hayes, Mayor of Grogtown, coming in. Yeah. He is one stylish fella, and so he's kind of always been in this spot. So it's good to see him staying consistent, especially he may not have the much bike time as everyone else does, and so to be able to continue to stay consistent. Plus he is on last year's model as well. Yep. So that's a bit of a behind the scenes stuff. He knows how to wheel, he knows how to have a good time for sure, but it is great to see him slowly coming in now, and it'd be interesting to see what the big fella says about the race.
Yeah, well, this name is synonymous with the Alice Springs locals, is the Hayes family name, and it's great to see Lukey riding that thing all the way back to Alice and just sending it like a madman. He is the mayor of Grogtown here in Alice Springs. It's great to see Lukey Hayes make his way towards the start-finish line here.
He'll put on a show too. Just send it all the way through that nice big turn. Look at him come.
Top 5 finish for Luke Hayes.
Oh.
He's got to be happy with that.
Lukey Hayes on that CBS KDM, absolutely awesome. Big round of applause for him, absolutely.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Next through the gate, we're expecting the number 9 of Ben Grabham.
It'd be a pretty special moment for him as well, as we said. Yeah. He got to line up with David Walsh yesterday, to see David then step up and take over his record and really put it up to the Finke Absolute Legend Challenge.
So we're going to go back down to Parc Ferme to have a chat with Rihanna.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Really apologise for the tech issues we're having down here. But Callum Norton, you were just saying the pressure that you were feeling from Corey McMahon behind you.
Yeah, that was brutal. Hats off to Corey. He rode amazing the whole way. It was honestly, I don't think it went over 30 seconds, and it got as close as sort of 2 or 3 seconds there at one stage. So that was tough. That's the hardest fought second place I've ever had for sure. So obviously David in another league of his own. So great to see him go 5 in a row, and I hope he comes back again next year to have a crack at the all-time 6 with Toby. So that'd be pretty cool. And yeah, we just got to go back to work, and me and Corey are still young, so hopefully we can keep plugging away and catch Walshy one day, but we never know. See how it happens.
Tell me about your body. How's it feeling?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Legs and shoulders, just the hands are a little beat up. I think that track was really square edge, and with the moisture this week, it was tough. So just hanging on for dear life there at the end, but no, it was great fun.
Congratulations once again. Enjoy these celebrations, Callum.
Thank you very much.
And we'll just pop over here to Corey McMahon. Corey, congratulations, third on the podium. Tell us about your run.
Yeah, it was after prologue. I was a little bit disappointed coming from back there. It was a missed opportunity not starting with these boys up front, but yeah, happy to be on the podium for the first time, and yeah, good first race on the 500.
The pressure from you to Callum, and you guys were swapping sort of times throughout the whole of the morning. You were just right on his tail.
Yeah, I was obviously just trying to race forward towards Cow because I knew Hamo was coming behind. So I was just keeping eyes forward, asking where he is at the pit stops. And yeah, just at the last pit stop, I had a bit of malfunction with a gel, got it on my hands and was in Cow's dust. And I just settled for third after not being comfortable.
And for you, your body?
Yeah, body's fine. We do so much training for this race. We do it there and back nearly every weekend. So going there and back in 2 days, it's not too bad. But yeah, just happy to be on the box.
Enjoy those celebrations with the friends and family.
Thank you.
Enjoy those celebrations with the friends and family.
Thank you very much, Rihanna.
There we go. There he is, big man, Lukey Hayes. Big cheer for you, my friend. It's great to see you here. So congratulations to you, buddy. Big cheer.
Yeah.
There we go. There he is.
The
big
Lord of Grogtown.
Mayor of Grogtown. There he is.
Love to hear it and see it. But we're going to go back down to the Parc Fermé to talk with Corey.
Yeah, I've got Corey Hammond here in Parc Fermé. Corey, congratulations coming into P4 there. How was the run?
Not too bad. I made it a bit hard for myself. I wanted to prologue a bit further up, so I chewed a fair bit of dust yesterday. Lost a bit of time, but Corey and Callum, they rode great. Coming back today, so I was sort of on my own out there. Didn't do anything too risky. Probably rode a little bit too cautious, but I'm yeah, improved on last year, so we'll just keep building from here.
Just give us a sense of what the track was like on the way home. A lot of people saying just how rough it was.
I think it was probably a little bit better on the way home, but definitely still rough. Yeah, I wasn't... Obviously, I had no dust the whole way home, so I didn't have too many moments, but yeah, not too bad a run, so...
Well done. Congratulations. P4 here at Finke this year.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
And we'll just move over to Luke Hayes. Luke, congratulations. P5, local lad here. Are you happy with your result?
Yeah, look, made a big improvement on last year. You know, we've pretty well halved the position, so super thankful for everyone who's backed me into this year, and we worked really hard. And yeah, like it was grueling out there, and the boys in front were on fire, and there were a couple of really top dogs sort of hunting me down the whole way home. So all in all, to be in the 5, I'm thankful. Yeah.
Tell me about the bike and how it handled for you.
The bike was immaculate, the CBS racing machine. It was awesome. We opted to go with last year's model just because we knew what we were in for. And yeah, really couldn't ask for much more. Honestly, the best bike I've ever ridden. So it's just up to me to really put it all together.
And for yourself, I mean, how's the body holding up?
The body feels good. This hand's a little bit beat. I sort of was a bit numb in this hand on the way home. I couldn't feel it, kept blowing it off the bars. But that happens when it's tough out there. So, we'll just have to keep working at it.
Hold that up to the camera. We need to see that.
Held together with super glue.
These boys are brave. Congratulations, Luke.
Thanks very much.
Congratulations, Luke.
Thank you very much once again, Rihanna, for getting us that insight. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The number 9 makes it number 6 this year, Ben Grabham.
He's entered the stadium, everyone. The legend that is Ben Grabham's come in. He's coming behind Lukey, so there's going to be a good conversation there when I get down to the pits. But that is an absolutely awesome kind of record for Grabbo to come through.
Yeah, and class honours once again. This man, he is an absolute machine. You love to see it. Ben Grabham, your masters.
And it's so great to see these 500 gases are now up here, really pushing the sport too. It's their maiden year, absolutely, and so for them both to be here, it's great, and on the podium as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ben Grabham in the Masters class. Puts it into 6th this year for the 2024 event. You gotta love it. What a ride from Ben Grabham.
I know, so many years out here. Yeah. I mean, I think that's 13 years for Ben Grabham riding. That's an amazing record for him, and to still be so high in the rankings as well. It's really special, and Grabbo will always kind of go down as one of the best desert races Australia has kind of provided.
Definitely, mate, definitely. It's awesome to see. As we have a look out the back section there.
So the next lot of competitors making their way down into Fink. Oh, sorry. Back into Alice.
No,
yeah,
that's it. Too much excitement going on up here, mate. We're trying to see times and everything like that. We've had so many riders still come through Deepwell as well. It's been great. We've got Jackson Tyson Spears come through, Blair Outram, Declan Gibbons, Brendan Keenhouse, Dusty Clem. They've all come through, as well as Austin Shaw. So there's still a lot of riders coming through Deepwell, which means there's a lot of riders coming home.
Yeah, definitely is. That's absolutely amazing. And there you go on the big screen. We see Grabo come in. Thumbs up from him. Be interesting to see what he's got to say about his ride home. Just waiting for the next of the updates to come through.
Well, he doesn't have a seat. So,
oh, wow.
Grabo, did you forget to put your seat on this morning, mate? What's going on there?
Oh, God. That is, that's been a big ride then for him. You've got great eyes, Jeremy. But we'll go back down to Parc Ferme with Rihanna and find out what happened there.
Ben Grabham just into Parc Ferme. You don't look like you've done any work at all. That looks all too easy for you.
Nah, it definitely wasn't easy. I knew the boys ahead of me had too much for me today, so I just had a cruisy run home and pretty stoked with 6 at the moment and can't complain, to be honest.
We spoke earlier in the weekend about just how much you have going on, let alone riding, but you've got so many riders here that you're mentoring and bikes that you're looking after, and how do you manage all of that?
Yeah, I think I learned over the weekend it's hard work. It definitely took its toll on me, but it's been a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward. We got 13 guys down there last night. Surprisingly, they had all their bikes intact, so we'll see how they go today.
For someone who's won this race 4 times, you've been here so many years, what does this race mean to you?
It's fun, to be honest. It's just super fun. It's hard work, but with all the crowd out there on the edge cheering you on and that, I look forward to come back for many more years yet.
Yeah, we hope so. Congratulations once again, Ben Grabham.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, great little insight there from Grabo, and I guess we'll have to wait to ask him tonight at Prezzo's to see what happened with that seat. But yeah, very, very interesting to see what is going. Yeah, what this year looks like, and in the end, that's our top 6 riders in so far. We've still got quite a few plates to give out.
Absolutely. Also quite funny that Corey McMahon last year finished day 1 without a seat because he took that back end off. This year, Grabo on the gas doesn't finish without a seat, so it may be a secret to gas making it across the track, and maybe it's a bit faster. If Grabo doesn't ride with a seat, maybe it's going to be a trend and no one will ride with a seat next year. So Grabo, it's so great to see him doing what he does, and you know, when he says something like it's just a trail ride and he's going to take it easy, it is a scary thought, because when that man can turn it on, he really does. So congratulations, Grabo, mate. You're a legend.
Yeah, no, he is. It's an absolute weapon of a man, he is, and yeah, just continuing to watch these bikes go through checkpoints and stuff like that here in the com box. So
that's
just
what we're
trying
doing
to
right
keep
now, trying to keep up with everything and seeing
updated.
who's coming through. We had Cody Stevens come through Deepwell. Reece James has come through Deepwell as well. Xavier Oakley.
Yeah, a bit of a pack there.
Yeah, everyone seems to be coming through.
Yeah.
There, we've got a 14.905 to a 14.945, so it is another great battle going on there. And as Corey was saying before, he kind of had no dust, so that also shows what kind of moisture is in the dirt. He was talking about the rain this week and how it kind of had been playing out, so it would be interesting down the track, and also how many greasy spots there were.
Yeah, no, definitely, and just having a look there. Where is it? David Walsh, average speed of 119 k an hour. Callum Norton was stonking 121 k an hour.
Absolutely.
And then Corey was right behind him on 120 as well. So that's just insane for average speed out in the desert. And yeah, if you were to come a crocker, it wouldn't have been a nice one, I can tell you that.
No, absolutely, and for Callum to say that it was the hardest second place fight, you know, it is crazy, because Corey was definitely on a mission. Him saying that he had gel in his hand definitely would have affected the grip on the bike. So, you know, I really hope they didn't play in too long on his race, because that would be quite devastating for him. So him and Callum having that battle all the way through, and Walshy, because you can really see that the average speed is a lot different.
Yeah, no, it is very, very interesting. And looking at the
where are we?
So with Callum Norton doing a 148.35, Corey McMahon doing a 149.14, David Walsh doing a 150.35.
Yeah.
So that really does show that the second and third were pushing so hard that their times were actually faster than David Walsh coming back.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Yeah, they had to make up that time out on track. So
they did. They were really hanging it out there, and for Callum to be able to do that all the way for the entire trip as well, because people have to remember that this is a very long track to be able to do that, and to be able to keep that average speed at 121.5 k's, absolutely machine.
And yeah, I think about to a couple of years back when KTM had Toby and David as teammates, and just how Toby used to do those runs on him, where he'd just get out by 1 or 2 minutes as well. It's insane to think, with all that time on the bike in those past years, did David really learn that little secret to playing out in the desert?
As you said, you know, last year Walsh was able to get that 2 minute head start and keep pulling it all the way through and keep it consistent. This year, it really showed that Callum had stepped up so much that 2 minute gap that Walsh started with had closed up. I mean, he really set a blistering time on the way home, a 148.35. That is a crazy speed to come home on. A lot of times you'd think that these riders would be putting more in on the day one, but Callum absolutely blew that away and put an absolute stonker time on the way home.
Around about a minute slower than Bo Robinson.
Hang on, let's say that again. So
Callum Norton was only a minute slower.
Callum Norton was 1 minute slower than the fastest car home.
Wow.
Callum.
What a wild man.
Wow. Well done, Callum. That is absolutely awesome, mate. To be 1 minute behind the fastest car. Callum Norton, you legend.
So we look to see who is going to be next into the stadium section. Just waiting for that number. It's the 16. Kent Collins.
What a great run. Absolutely awesome run from Kent to come through. And there's Brodie Waters just behind him.
So Kent's definitely done better than he did last year, from going from 16th up to around about 7th, I believe that is, and it looks like Brodie Waters is going to slot himself back into that 8th spot.
Yeah, but he'll have that class win on the 450.
Yep, exactly.
So Brodie will be very happy about that.
Yeah, awesome to hear, awesome to hear. As Kent Collins makes his way across the line, congratulations to him. Still in the top 10, a great, great time.
Yeah, 2 hours, absolutely nothing to sneeze at. Kent Collins, great ride on the number 16.
And here comes the number 8, Brodie Waters. He's going to stick at the same spot he did last year on the Honda. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the number 8 of Brodie Waters. Crossing the line there, putting the hand down. Looks like it's been a big ride for him today. Next we expect in the number 13, Jay Simpster. We'll keep our eyes peeled on that back gate. So having a look at that iconic finish line banner here at Finke. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go down to the podium for the bikes with Rihanna.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's now time for the podium presentation for our 2024 Tatts Finke King of the Desert Race. And coming in 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage, Corey McMahon. And taking out P2, keep the applause going for Callum Norton. And keep that applause going for our local legend, now equaling 5 times in history, the King of the Desert for 2024, David Walsh. presenting the check and the trophy from the lot by Tatts is Liz McPherson. David, I just want to bring you forward just for a second. 5 times in a row. What does Fink mean to you?
Fink's like Chris. It's me. I'm a local, so grew up young camping, watching the race, and never thought I'd be lucky enough to win it. And now 5 times in a row. So yeah, I'm truly honoured. And yeah, it's thanks to everyone for the support, thanks to the town, and thanks to the volunteers that make this event happen every year.
Year on year, you come here just hoping to get that crown once again. At the start of the weekend, were you thinking that, yep, this is possible again?
No, I honestly thought these boys had my number this year. I was a bit concerned. And then Prologue, my cousin, obviously went out and did a blister in times. I was like, oh, righto, we've been riding together all year. He might have my number here. But yeah, then once I sort of just put my head down and went hard in that first 70 and caught the boys, and yeah, just relaxed a bit then and just cruised into Fink.
What's it like coming in to the Prologue track knowing that you're going to be 5 times a winner?
Yeah, look, it was pretty special. Yeah, made sure I didn't crash in the Prologue loop, looked like an idiot, but it was, yeah, pretty cool just to come on in again and, yeah, see the crowd here. So, yeah, it's just an amazing feeling.
This race is not possible without the support of crew, family, friends, everyone. Just tell us who's helped you get here and who do you need to thank?
Yeah, look, firstly, my wife. She obviously does a fair bit for me, same as the rest of my family. And then obviously the team, HMG, KTM, Australia team. And then I've got the Motley crew with Mick Carusi, Cruising Motorsports, Daniel Alpro Motorsports, and Blizzard's Kitchen. So Blizzard, thank you very much. But yeah, there's plenty of other people that I need to thank, and we'll do that tonight at presentation.
And what does the celebration look like for David Walsh and his family after equaling the record?
Yeah, it looks like a sore head tomorrow.
We love it. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your King of the Desert for 2024, David Walsh.
Yeah, no.
And now it's time for the champagne.
Yep, no, champagne showers in the Alice. You love to see it as we welcome our next competitor back in. As the boys shake them up and get them out. I believe that's the number 13. Yes, so Jay Simster, sorry, he didn't have a front plate on, so it looks like he had a bit of a moment out there on track. And right behind him is the number 15 of Bradley Greenfield, the second of the CBS riders, the co-mayor of Grogtown. Put your hands together for Greenfield. And now they're going to come in thick and fast because there was a group of them hanging together real close. Great position there, though. Stephen Greenfield did really well. What a ride there from him. Put some intent so far, though, I do believe, as the 298 makes its way across. Campbell Hall. So he'll be happy with that. As well as the number 30, Mitchell Outram. These guys were legitimately in a pack all day, fighting tooth and nail. Awesome to see that. Like, these guys were hooking, ladies and gentlemen. The top 6 riders, all under 2 hours. You love to see it. Mitchell doing in a time there of 2 hours, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. And hearing a little bit of bopper through the headset. As, yeah, these competitors make their way in. Oh, definitely had an off there. Hopefully, Jay Simster's all good. Bradley Greenfield coming in behind him. Big congrats to him. As well as then the 30, the Mitchell Outram. Yes, throwing up the shuckers as young Bradley. Campbell Hall behind Bradley there, the 298, and then Mitchell Outram behind him. So great effort from all these riders. Oh, and the camaraderie, and you hear and these stories, we'll hear more of them tonight. Looks like Bradley had a real good run and must have got past some of these guys. So. Awesome insight.
Yeah, very cool to see. There is still plenty of racing happening. Looking up and down our classes, we're still looking for the first of our 2 strokes home, obviously. Different classes, the first of our 250s. Also, the first class 9, which is our ladies. Looks like Maddie Healy's having a good run through Deepwell at 2:17 p.m. So on the way home with a very, very respectable position.
Yeah, she's done really well. And we were waiting to see if we could get an update on the 999 because I know people were asking about her. But it looks like we're going to go back down to Parc Fermé to have another chat with Rihanna and some of the riders.
We've got Bradley Greenfield just into Parc Fermé. Congratulations, Bradley. Finished another Fink.
Yeah, another one done. That's 6 for 6 now, so happy with that. First time in the top 10, so absolutely stoked. Yeah, rode like a bit of a dipstick yesterday, so I had to turn it around today and pushed really hard and passed a couple guys in the last 30, 40 Ks in the dust. So, no, I'm happy. I felt like I had a good gritty ride, and normally I'm not like that, so I felt really good.
Talk to us about the bike and how it held up.
Yeah, unreal. That track was so brutal. I mean, everyone will say it. It's shocking. It's rough. It's not fun, but you got to push through and do the best you can. And I think we did. So.
Anyone you'd like to thank? I'm sure there's plenty of friends and family that have helped you get here.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much everyone's standing next to me. This is our little team, our little family, the CBS Racing team. GDR Suspension, Asprint, Zip Print, Mark Teakle, and then everyone else that helps us out every year. You know, it takes a village to get this happening, and yeah, we enjoy working with everyone.
A top 10 at Fink is no mean feat, so what does the celebration look like for Bradley?
Definitely going to be pretty lubricated tonight for sure.
Well, enjoy those celebrations, rest up, recover. We look forward to seeing you next year, hopefully. Campbell Hall, congratulations, a Fink done.
Thank you. It's brutal.
Tell me about your run.
Oh, I just tried to keep it smooth, but it was brutal. Yeah.
How did your bike hold up?
It was good. Would not have been it. GDR suspension was good. Yeah.
Last night at Fink Camp, was there much work that needed to be done?
Oh, just a service and an air filter.
And what does it look like for you now? What's next on the list?
I'll try and crack that top 10. Try to.
So we'll see you next year?
Yeah, you will do.
Really can't wait for it. Rest up, recover, enjoy those celebrations. One of our other riders who's just come in. Whoop. I've got a duck under here. Mitchell Attrition. Congratulations, a Fink done.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's our second Fink and loved it. Yeah, it was rough.
Tell me about the track.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that before, so... but I loved every minute of it. A bit dusty, but yeah, it was good fun.
And the bike, what were you riding and how did it hold up?
I was on a 450 this year. Yeah, it's good. It's a handful, stepping off the 300 last year, so... But I loved it. It's good.
No issues for you?
Nah, good run. A couple of close calls, but stayed off the ground, so...
Congratulations, you completed Fink.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, you completed Fink.
Thank you very much, Rihanna, once again, as we see the number 18 of Simon Gower charge towards the line. 18th last year, and it looks like he's going to pick up a couple more spots this year. All these riders, they've all improved from last year. It's great to see.
Yeah, very solid results overall. Yeah, about a few riders that are now inside the top 10. Some newer faces.
Yeah.
Some guys that have been doing it multiple years now. It's making me think Stephen Greenfield, the young fella, he's done 6 Finks.
Yep. No, definitely has, and you can definitely see the influence of his father on him, and yeah, it's great to see. Great to see him up in the pointy end of the field. This one should be Tyler Radford, we do believe, the 293.
And talking about a few sore heads on the podium, I thought there was already a few sore heads on the podium, so it's going to be a big night there at the casino. So
no, it's the number 24, Ray Cole, has got past. Those guys were fighting tooth and nail, though. So the 24 has gotten past the 2.93 at some stage. And another great run. Again, to come from 24th to around about a 10 spot improvement here. So if you're a rider in this top 20 this year, top 30 this year, you've got to be proud of yourself. You really do. So we're going to go back down to Parc Fermé to talk with some more of the riders.
Yeah, I've got Brodie Waters here, first in class and inside the top 10 outright. Brodie, you happy with your weekend?
Yeah, for sure. I'm happy. I just wanted to be the first 450 there and back, and I didn't prologue as that, so I was just glad that I got a good run down yesterday. I was a little bit cautious. I'm still a little bit scared after my accident last year, and I wimp out going down the track.
Do you feel like now that you've had a solid weekend that you can sort of get back to where you were?
I'd like to hope so. So I'd try to put my head down and get into Hatter and try to have a bit more of a go there and try to forget about it.
In terms of the bike, how did it hold up?
It was awesome. The CRF 450R was an awesome bike down the track, and yeah, I can't thank Honda enough for their help.
Congratulations once again on another fantastic result here at Finke, Brodie. We look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be back.
Jay, superstar, we sort of left you alone when you first came into Parc Fermé. You're inside the top 10, but you are looking a little worse for wear. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. I had a crash at about the 120, and I just kept skipping over the whoops, and I didn't think it was going to stop. So I got back up and tore the front plate off my bike, and had to jump start the thing to get it, or bump start it on the just service road to get it back going. So I pushed to try and get Brodie. I passed him in maybe the first 50 Ks. So I got into 7th, and then I crashed and then ended up wherever I ended up. So as long as I didn't get past after the crash, I was pretty happy with that. So yeah, I was really dry reaching in my helmet for the last 100 Ks. So
it's been certainly an eventful Finke for you. In terms of the bike before the incidents, is everything holding up okay?
Yeah, I lost my steering damper. I couldn't tell you where, it just started getting real loose. And yeah, so just as long as I made it back, that's all that I cared about in the end. So I'm here.
It's important you're here, you're safe. You might not be...
Thank you, cheers.
Thank you very much, Rihanna, for getting that insight once again, but it's all happening in the stadium section now. All run wide there. There's the number 21.
Tell you what, Josh, that just shows how much of a warrior these guys are. Out here, 2 big crashes, it sounds like, for Simster. So, and they're still racing right here for positions
James
inside.
Heenan on the 21. And I don't know who's behind him. It might be his teammate, actually.
The 19?
Yeah, I think so. Ryan Cossins. Wow, look at these 2 Sherco riders going at it.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is for position.
Yep. Oh, it's going to be a fight to the line between the 2 teammates here, ladies and gentlemen. But it looks like James Heenan's going to get the jump. We'll wait to see. He runs it out wide. Oh, no. Is it no? He does get him. Wow, what a race to the line for the 2 teammates there.
So good. And look at that, the teammates giving themselves the thumbs up. The 19 was riding the pony all the way home too. Absolutely awesome to see.
The X77 of Jack Colbert makes his way across the line. He'll be happy. Mono for his troubles.
It's been a little while since we've had a battle that close for a top 20 position, hasn't it? Been a few years.
Here's
so good to see.
X98 of Levi Stevens making his way in now on his bike, but we're going to go back down to Rihanna with some more bike riders.
Thanks, guys. I've got Ray Cole here. Hands are looking a little bit beaten up, but how are you?
They were not too bad. Bit sore in the lower back, but we pushed pretty hard on the way back. I struggled on the way down big time with the arms, so I really had to push as much as I could to try you know, I wanted to get third place in class, so hopefully I made it. I don't know if I did or not, but just there you go.
You're getting told by the crowd that you absolutely have. Tell me about the bike and how it held up.
Yeah, no, it was great. Good old Yamaha, didn't miss a beat, which is good, so I'm pretty happy with it.
So we'll see you back next year?
Oh, yeah, possibly.
Possibly. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again. And I've got Simon Gower alongside me here. Congrats, Simon. I think done.
Yeah, had a bit of a rough prologue and set my back a little bit, and then got going yesterday and then passed the field and then got into Rodinga and hit a big rock and popped my rear tyre. So had to just roll most of those 120 whoops till I got my fuel stop, changed the wheel over and got back on and tried to get what we could yesterday and then put on a bit of a charge to get back to 13th today. So pretty happy with the circumstances, so yeah.
Tell me about the friends and family that have helped you get here this weekend.
Oh yeah, you can't do it by yourself. There's a big crew. A bit scattered right now. There's that many people to thank. My girlfriend Casey, GDR Suspension, he's unreal. Plum Works, they help out heaps. GNS Transport, the list goes on. Red Senate, GNC Pastoral, Red Senate, Cattle. Fuck, I don't even know. But yeah, whole pile of people.
Congratulations on another successful Fink.
Thank you.
And we've got Tyler Radford standing in Parc Ferme. Fink is done.
Yeah, thank God.
How was it for you?
Yeah, it was pretty hard after that start yesterday as well, hitting the big hole, but yeah, got torn a few muscles in my arm, but glad to be home.
You riders are absolute warriors. Injuries just a blip on the radar. Just tell me what gets you through when you're just absolutely killing it.
Don't know. Not sure. It's just either stupidity or just love it that much. And yeah, so time to get ready for harder and yeah, go from there really.
And we'll look forward to seeing you next year, hopefully.
Oh, most definitely. I'm chasing that 10.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Rihanna, for having these awesome chats with our riders. Just while you were in that interview, we had Levi Stevens across the line on the X98, and the 499 of Lewis Mohugnan made his way across the line, as the 537 makes their way across the line. Ollie Pitchford, he'll be happy. The X99 making their way towards the line. That's Jake Cobbin. He's going to be very happy. All these riders within the top 30 this year, so an elite level of riding, no matter what. We talk about the top 20, the top 30, the top 10, they're all elite riders. Awesome to see the 514 making its way in as well. Liam Dinage.
Josh Levi Stevens, was that young 16-year-old, do we think? So pretty amazing to see that 16-year-old in the top 30, going to be a big future of desert racing right there, especially when your brother is Cody Stevens.
Oh, definitely, mate, definitely. So Liam Dinage across the line in 2 hours 11. You'll be pretty happy with that one. And again, like I said, within that top 30. So a plate has been secured. You'll love to hear it and see it. Here comes the 283. Thomas Kruger making his way. He'll drive himself into 24th. Sorry, rider's way. And the next of our competitors across the line is the 115.
The first of our two strokes too, I believe.
Yep, absolutely amazing. But we're going to go back down to Rihanna in Parc Ferme for a chat.
These two boys putting on an absolute show for us across the finish line. Ryan Cousins and James Heenan running. Just tell me what it was like in that last little bit of prologue.
Oh, that was the most fun I've ever had racing Fink. James and I left here together yesterday, got to Fink together, left Fink together, and we've come across the line together. Couldn't shake him.
James, just tell me, what's it like out there?
Yeah, the track's pretty brutal, but all the pre-running that me and Ryan have done together showed we're similar speed the whole way around it. So,
how special is it as a couple of blokes, couple of teammates, couple of mates, just getting to share this together?
Oh, it's great. Doesn't really get much better.
And will we see you boys back next year?
Yeah, I think so.
You're not convincing.
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll see you both back here next year. Congratulations on another Fink.
Thank you very much.
Awesome to hear about that. And there you go, the 6.99 across the line. Lee Stevens, the 23 across the line. That's Jesse Moore, if I'm not mistaken. But Lee Stevens is the second of our masters and in the top 30. You love to see it. That is absolutely amazing.
Well, it's super impressive, Josh, when who's our first master?
Yeah, Ben Grabham.
So, really, that's impressive to be the first, other than Grabbo, is pretty amazing work.
I believe the X51 making their way to the line now. Ben Bertnazzi.
Oh, one of our bikes up over the tops of the berm too. So again, you can't even relax for a second here inside the stadium.
Oh no, there's been an off. He's going to get back on it though. It's not a bad one, ladies and gents. The 292, I believe.
Just as I was saying, you cannot relax inside the stadium.
That's Thomas Livesey. So he's all good. He's back on the bike now, ladies and gents. But the X51 comes screaming towards us. Put your hands together for Ben Bernazzi. Still a top 30 finish, and it looks like his rear tyres. No, not too bad.
No, it does look like it's going down.
Oh,
I reckon it's flat. It was definitely walking there, so something wrong with the rear end of that bike. So a great effort there to make it all the way back.
And he's jumped back on the bike and made sure to get in front of the other bike place. The 292 makes its way across the line.
Yeah, he's looking healthy and happy, and again, he did beat the 207 across the line still. So happy with that, even with that little moment inside our stadium area.
So Thomas Livesey and Ethan Kleinhaus on the 207 and 292 round out our top 30 box here at the Alice End.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying the atmosphere here at Alice. Great to see all the spectators out cheering home their riders, seeing our amazing top three. Bit of champagne spraying there earlier. And I tell you what, it is a great time here. The weather has been very kind to us. The fact that we had that rain early in the week has settled the dust a lot, considering that there is next to no breeze.
Wow. The 701 of Brandon Kleinhaus. So whether that's Ethan's dad, is going to place just outside the top 30 in the seniors class.
That's amazing, and I also saw a 4 slip in there before Josh. So
that was the 495 there. That was
one of our 254 strokes.
That was Jesse Hansen. Lovely ride from him. So second in class so far, provisionally, I will say.
Amazing. And you know, all these boys are racing where we've got this KX coming in now, and you know, he's off the track racing. So the 541, that's a 454 stroke.
That's Dusty Clem on his Kawasaki.
They're still giving it their all, aren't they?
The 291 now making their way into the stadium section. That's Declan Gibbings. So top 30 into Alice Springs. We've crowned our new King of the Desert for this year. Well, not really new, 5-time consecutive King of the Desert.
But really pushed along this year.
Yep.
Josh, so great run by Norton.
That was definitely the storyline this year. It wasn't easy. It wasn't just a walk in the park for Walshy. He did a majority of his work yesterday out there, and without that absolutely stonking run yesterday, it would have been a lot harder today for him. So he set himself up well yesterday, and he's reaping the rewards today.
An amazing run by Corey as well, mate.
Yeah. Oh, you've got to look at Corey and Callum Norton, like, yeah, just hard charging, only a minute off each time, really. And each other was absolutely amazing to see.
The 291 now taking the checkered flag. Absolutely amazing to see that. As we throw back down towards our Park for May for a bit of a chat with more of our riders.
So, just across the line there was Jackson Tyson Spears, the 554. Sorry, Dan.
No, you're right, mate. I just knew you were looking it up. So the 554 was across the line. It was a great ride there. A charging ride, again, all the way to the end. And we have some great footage of these guys coming in through these sections. The stadium is always a great spot. It's one of the things that the Fink Committee did fantastically a few years ago is adjust. It was originally just two giant big sweepers that came straight in. That really wasn't a technical part of the racetrack in any way, shape or form. And as prologue advanced and things advanced, they made it. And this stadium area really, with the seating and everything now, with the chicane lounge.
Wow.
Amazing.
493, the young Austin Shaw from Alice Springs, for his first Fink, is going to be in the top 40. What a ride that is for young Austin Shaw. As Blair Outram makes his way towards us, and the crowd's happy about that. It's a good finish from him, and again, within the top 40, all these riders are absolutely amazing. You've got to take your hats off to them. Have a chat with them if you can. The stories that are told are absolutely amazing. But there you go, the 493, young Austin Shaw. I know there's a heap of people waiting for him to come across the line. Put your hands together for the young Alice Loco. What a run that is. Yes, on the bopper. Send it to the moon, Austin. What a ride. For his first time, that's absolutely insane. Hats off.
Yeah, brilliant ride on that little Class 4 bike too. The 252 stroke. It would have been holding on for dear life. Super impressive ride there, particularly for your first.
Looks like we're going to have a look at the replay of one of our riders. That was Jay. That was the 292, sorry. Big one there. But he gets back on it.
Oh. Yeah, got the old tank slapper going, didn't he? But luckily, up nice and quickly. No real dramas there. And again, it's so tough because we'd have had so many moments down the track for it to be right there on something that was really not that technical.
Yeah, the one place where the bloody cameras are at.
Yeah, we're lucky when we get the good shots, aren't we?
Yeah, no, massive shout out once again to all our crew out here this weekend. Without them, we would not be able to bring you this awesome live stream too. Yeah, just some of the stuff we are bringing to you. It's absolutely amazing this year. The 401, that's Blake Peterson, from what I can see there, as one of our riders goes very, very, very wide. That is the old sweeper. And that's the 259 crossing the line. That's Gary Crow. Decided to take the old sweeper as the 401 comes hurtling towards us. Matty Healy shouldn't be too much longer as well. But we're going to go back down to Parc Fermé to have a chat with Rihanna and the riders.
Yeah, we've got Tom Livesay here. Tom, you were pushing it all the way through to the checkered flag. Just tell me, the little off at the end there, what happened?
Yeah, I just missed the rear brake and went off the back of the berm, and she got a little bit wild coming back on the track, and yeah, sort of spun her out a bit. No good.
Tell me about the rest of your run here at Fink.
It was a really good run down. I got pretty clean down. I think I was 28th down, and then no idea on the way home, but I lost 6th gear at about the 80k mark. So just poor little bikes copped to hiding from there on back pretty much, but we're here.
This is your second year at Fink. I mean, is it better or worse when you know what's going to happen?
It's nice sort of knowing what's coming, but at the same time, this is so much worse this year. This is, the whoops are bigger, there's square edges, like it's much harder, that's for sure.
Will you come back for a third year?
We'll see about that. Well, probably, but we'll go to the cast tonight and we'll talk about that one, I reckon.
We'll let you digest what's happened today. Congratulations on another successful Fink.
Too easy, thank you.
And I just want to duck over here to this family because we've got father, son, and Nan as well here. Guys, just firstly introduce yourselves.
I'm Ethan Keenhouse.
Brandon Keenhouse.
And of course, you've got Nan Mum here. Cool family story that you guys are here this weekend.
Yep. Yeah, it's I've done a few of them, but it's Ethan's first one this week, so it's been awesome pre-running with him and racing today. It's been a special one for me. So yeah, he got back grouse. Like he's been awesome riding, so it's been good.
And you're both back here safe and sound with big smiles on your face. What was it like as a first-time rider?
That was wild as an understatement. Oh my God! Just happy to finish. You know, to do it with Dad's unreal. Yeah, have a few beers now, that's for sure.
What was sort of the moment where you thought, what am I doing out here?
Probably before I started prologue, I'd arm pump on the line, so it was about that point when I was like, oh God. yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Will we see you guys back again?
Yeah, I don't know, if he gets a bug, I'll follow him around, but yeah, it's his go now, so, but I think you do up here, you get the bug, so, yeah, I dare say we'll be back, so.
Thank you guys, enjoy celebrating tonight. You've got the whole family to celebrate, well done.
Thank you, cheers.
Thanks once again, Rihanna. Great to get the insight that we are getting. The 8.99 cross the line in that interview, the first of our veterans here this weekend, and in the top 50, so you've got to be happy with that, is Warren Strange. Brad Wilkinson made it in on the 22, and the 6.58 of Dean Haraway also made it across the line here at Alice Springs. So the riders continue to make their way into Alice. There's a nice steady flow of them all making their way, and as Jeremy explained to us before, they found their group of riders that they find the most similar and with the same riding styles, and they're slowly making their way back into Alice. Well, not slowly.
I was going to say slowly.
I apologise. Quickly back into Alice.
About 300 odd riders still out on
we
track.
Got another. No, it was going to be very close to this finish line again.
297 through now, as well as the X72, I believe that was.
Yeah, so 297 of Eli Engelbrecht and the X02 of Xavier Oakley, and it looked like Mr. Oakley had a moment out there because his front plate was off. The number 12 of Cody Stevens, I believe this is the man that hurt himself during the week and had to go interstate to get fixed up, and has done an excellent job to have the ride that he is having. So the number 12, Cody Stevens, makes his way towards the line. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. It's an impressive ride for a very hurt man, and he's done it into the top 50. You gotta love Fink. These are the stories that we continually love to bring you. The X55 of Tate Prime making his way into the stadium section now. We shouldn't be too far away at all from seeing our first of the Class 9s, first of our female riders here. Yeah, it's still around about 300 odd competitors out on track. The 455. And just a reminder to all the riders, ladies and gentlemen, that once you are finished and off the bike, if you could make your way to event info and sign off, please, so we don't think you're still out on track or that you haven't come in. Riders, please remember, once you are off the bike and you're done, please sign off at the Fink Information Centre. That would be great. It's quite wellly placed right on the right-hand side of the bar. So make sure to go and get your sign off so our officials aren't looking for you. .294, Luke Thompson making his way in. Doing quite well around this stadium section here.
which is great to see. Running it a little bit wide, but gets it across the line.
Yeah, beautiful ride there for the 294. Again, you mentioned it before, Josh, but over at the spectator area, underneath the big shed there, one, there is cold beers at the bar, I'm sold.
Yep.
Rum cans. But two, there's also all those live timing and everything along there. So you can see there's the screen set up. You can go and sneak over and look for your rider, different classes, different bits of information. So make sure you follow along. But that information is also on the Tatts Finke Desert Race website. So you can go along there and see all the times, see who's through checkpoints, all that information. So there is a lot going on the live feed and bits of information. Those sort of things are going on. So just make sure you go and have a look through, open another tab on the browser and cruise along and have a look for your races. There's also some tracking, is that correct, on rally safe style thing, or?
I believe that's only for the
vehicles.
There
you go. There you go. So anyway, well, I apologise about that. I know that they are tracking them, but there's no access to you guys for that. But so a good option there with the transponders, and make sure you keep up with all the times. So really good here to see all these riders having a good crack in here. I tell you what, throw on down now. We're going to go and have a chat with our prologue winner.
We've got Warren Strange and Brad Wilkinson. Warren, you're just saying the last one was 10 years ago. How are you feeling?
Pretty wrecked. It was pretty. I don't remember it being that rough. Yeah.
You've done a couple of these, so just give us a sense of how rough it was for you.
It was the roughest for me. I don't remember it being that rough before. But, you know, pushing 60, so I guess you can expect that.
In terms of your bike and everything, how did it all hold up?
It was amazing. Stephen Greenfield did the suspension, and that saved my life. Yeah, it was amazing.
And how's the body feeling now?
Absolutely wrecked. Yeah.
What's the story now? What do we do?
I think I've got a class win, but I don't know, probably 40th, something like that. That'll do.
Still a fantastic result. Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
And Brad, you're looking a little worse for wear. How was your weekend?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm all taped up. I had a surgery about 5.5 weeks ago, and but yeah, pretty happy just to be out there, to be honest. So good result. Made it.
You were just saying to me, I asked if you were mates, but you said you just met each other out on track. I mean, that's all part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We passed each other a couple of times. I was all good on the fast stuff, but as soon as we hit the whoops, I was slowing down and he just soldiered past me. So yeah, it's pretty brutal out there.
Considering how your body is, I mean, are you happy that you've completed it and you've survived, Finke?
Yeah, I'm stoked. I only decided a week ago that we were going to have a crack, and I thought top 100, so I think maybe top 50, which, yeah, pretty stoked. Second in class too, I think, so.
Congratulations to both of you. Go and rest up.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, that is awesome to see the action up and down Park for May. There's so many bikes down there, so many riders, so many families. Again, I'm sure there's so many cold beers as well now. I know we don't normally encourage it, but I tell you what, when you've done 450 hard, and I use the word hard in its purest form, everyone that has come through has talked about how brutal this race has been this year.
Absolutely, just was down there having a look at the bikes and look at the riders coming in. They seem incredibly exhausted, but at the same time, David Walsh, calm as a cucumber. So it does show him like the speed and level of kind of his racing and riding. It's great to see so many other riders come through before. So to Corey Hammond, and you know he's done this so many years now, and he started from back in the pack to now coming so close to the podium. He's very excited, and all these other riders had so many close battles throughout the weekend. It's great to see everyone finally at that finish line.
It sure is. It's a mix of all emotions, enthusiasm, elation. You know, there's even some welling up of, tears, and it is just one of those things where it is a heavy emotion and a feeling when you come under that banner at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. It's so good to see everyone through here.
And the further we get down the pack, the more just enthusiasm it is to finish the race. You know, these riders up here are really just trying to battle for places, but the further we get down, people are just battling to get through the entire weekend.
Yeah, and they're still moving. That's the thing I keep harping on about. Like, these guys are beyond better than average riders. There's a lot of people sitting on the couch probably think, oh, these guys aren't having it. No, they're having a good crack. These are good riders doing this event.
Absolutely, but we're also at that time of the day too where the riders are coming at 2.5 hours. I think the last rider that came in was at a 2:36.29, so that's a long day on the bike after a full weekend. You know, so that may be 5 hours of riding between now and yesterday, so that's a long time.
Have a look, still, wowzers.
Nice and wide.
Wide, racing in.
He's taking every part of that track to get in.
The 208. Wowzers. Making sure he gets every last little bit out of the oil consumption of that bike.
He also wanted to create a line on that track that people will remember him for.
So Jaden Watkins, was it? 208. But a great ride there. And the 922 there as well.
That's it. There she is. Maddie Healy coming through the line at a 2:30.31. Congratulations, Maddie. That is absolutely awesome. First girl, she is the new queen of the desert.
Brilliant ride there from Maddie. She should be pumped with that. I'm sure she's just feeling, again, what we just talked about, that flood of emotion.
Absolutely. She wasn't holding back as well. She came through across the line, absolutely killing it. That was Brendan Rose as well. Great effort, 2:29.50. So congratulations to you, mate. Another absolutely awesome run home.
The 754, I think that was. A little bit of mud on the plate of that one, but...
That's Jason Gunther. He's coming across at a 2:29.08. So that's an awesome time as well for him. These riders will be incredibly exhausted now.
Yeah, they've left it all on the track, haven't they? Used every little bit of last energy.
I tell you what, there's nothing like coming home to a bit of a crowd, everyone standing around to give him the cheers, give him the shuckers, so it kind of drives you to get across the line and give those valves a good bouncing.
Yep, no more kilometres needed. Turn it off, put it on the back of the ute, she's done. She's due for a rebuild.
That's it, push her off when you get home, maybe give her a wash and you can look at her in another 6 months.
I actually know a guy that has a motorbike that came to Fink, raced Fink, he put it in the back of the ute, it's under his house, it has not started yet. I think that was 2015.
Look,
it's a trophy now.
There's a fair few bikes like that kind of get wheeled off and they go, I'm never racing that again. But it's the joy of Fink. Something comes around every year and you get excited and it lines you back up again.
Wow, that's super impressive. So getting a few texts from young Joshua at home, and he was talking about Maddie being in 53rd overall. That is a stonking effort for the fastest 922, and a total time of 5 hours and 1 minute. 20 seconds faster on the way home than down yesterday. So what a cracking ride from Maddie.
She would have fought through prologue and fought through the dust. A lot of the riders were saying it was quite dusty yesterday and they kind of had to battle their way through, and the square edges were really sharp. That kind of caught a lot of them out and had a few big moments. So for Maddie to come back, she would have settled into yesterday, got a great position to start today, and then be really comfortable the way she would have ridden home. So massive achievement for Maddie. Congratulations.
Yeah, and you talked about it yesterday, how important it is that it now shuffles into that position. You're riding with the right speed. You know, you're not fighting that dust, are you?
No, well, that's exactly it. Once prologue doesn't always set the best times for you and your position and also the group of riding that you're going to be with. So it's always hard to try and set that into your race day.
So it's time now. Let's throw down with Rihanna and Maddie.
Maddie Healy back into Parc Fermé. Congratulations, first female into Parc Fermé and 53rd outright. I mean, that is a sensational result. Congratulations.
Thank you, yeah. Bike and my body and everything, went to plan. So got here, everything was unreal. Just want to say a massive thank you to my whole family, my auntie, my partner, my cousin, everyone that's come up and helped me. You know, they've all took off work and weeks off work and all the money spent up here, and my Elliott Brothers race team and just all the sponsors behind that, Tune-Tech Racing, VIPT Lifestyle, and yeah, just everyone else.
I'm impressed that you can remember anything when you just got straight off the bike. You're an absolute dominant in the motocross scene, but this is a whole different beast, endurance riding for you. I mean, you must be so proud to be here right now.
Yeah, bloody feels good. I'm stoked to be on the number one stop. I haven't felt like this for a long time, and yeah, it feels bloody great.
Just tell me, I mean, out there when you're, midway through this race, is it everything that you anticipated it would be?
Yeah, you're fighting demons in your head pretty much the whole time, but I pulled up pretty well last night, so yeah, I was ready to go this morning, and yeah.
Has this lit a fire in you to sort of come back again next year and defend this title?
Yeah, bloody oath, I'll be back.
Congratulations, Maddie. Enjoy this celebrations with your family.
Thank you so much.
How good is that? As the crowd cheers, they are very excited there, and as they should be. Absolutely brilliant.
It is good that she kind of was pointing out that there are a lot of demons in your head when you ride this. It's such a long race. You can get lost up in your emotions, and it's great for Maddie to come out and push so hard. She would have been surrounded by a lot of fast guys, so to show her own, hold her own as well, really shows that level of rider that Maddie is. So congratulations, Maddie. That's absolutely awesome. And to Elliott Bros Racing as well. They create an amazing team. So congratulations to them to be able to support such an amazing rider.
The 323, I would almost feel that that's the first of our 252 strokes. We did have one of our one-class bikes come through at 300 KTM. But yeah, very cool there.
That would be. So 323 is Billy Johnston. He has come through first in Class 3 at a 2:34.33. Absolutely awesome time for him.
And I'm loving, Jeremy, that they're still all going wide. It's still like it's prologue day, isn't it? These guys are hammering in here, going all the way to the finish line. We've seen some very wide lines here, and the 212 in as well. Big wheel stand for the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
You love to hear it, you love to see it. Just a call out to our people in the start-finish line area. We've got a young child in the information centre by the name of Nash. If you're looking for Nash, he's down at the information centre. So if anyone is unfortunately missing Nash, he's down at the information centre.
We've Red Bulled him right up, so we're sending him home, and you're going to not sleep at all tonight.
Covered in signatures, having a great time.
So leave him for a little... No, I'm kidding. Yes, I'm just joking. Come on down, and it happens to the best of us, I can tell you that. But just having a look through again, we were talking about that great two-stroke battle. So the first of our Class 3s, and again, the first of our Class 1s came through before. I believe that was Josh Harris on a KTM 300. So absolutely amazing for those two strokes to come through. Again, we talk about it, they were such a, like everyone was on a big 500 two-stroke back in the day. They have dropped off a little bit. We're now in the era of the four strokes. But it's always great when these classes have, just like that, the 398. So that's the first and second in the 252 strokes. Pretty amazing that those 250s hold on for that long. They must just be at like about 8,000 revs from start to finish.
I tell you what, you can baby at home, or you can give it a red hot shot, and those guys definitely gave it a red hot shot the whole way. And nice big wheel stand all the way across the finish.
234 across the line.
We have seen people come unstuck with the mono across the finish line just quietly here, I think.
Oh, yeah, they missed that rear brake, and it all goes to Gutser, but not this time. And this corner coming even into the end, the chicane, it's getting wider and wider, and they're starting to line up those white tyres out there. So we'll try and see how that ends up for the rest of the day for the riders who are really fatigued.
Zach Meyer and Dewan Blackburn across the line. Looks like the X66 in the stadium section. Edward Hampton. Looks like he just wants to get home. But also having a look back just in case someone is there as well. But for some of these riders, it's been a long day.
Absolutely, they're sitting down, just getting across the line now.
Yeah, a little bit of a mono there.
for Edward Hampton. Great to see
the quick spur of adrenaline.
Oh, look at this bike. This one's been on an excursion, all right. Who was that? That was Bailey Wallace, the 288. I'd love to have a chat with him. Wow, these guys are going wide. Might as well just open up that old section.
I was actually going to say, do you feel like a few of these old hats think they're still on the old track? They're just like, I swear it turns around here somewhere.
Yeah, just taking really wide. Stuck in a couple of ruts and they don't want to get out of it kind of thing.
I can understand that.
Great to see the amount of gases that are finishing here today, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
It's been awesome.
You know, Grabbo's put so much time into just his tour group and into coaching and put into those bikes. So once again, if you know you jump in on a Grabbo 500, that bike is going to get you all the way to the end.
The 498 making its way across the line. Awesome to see. As these riders continue to push, the 688 making their way across the line. Lee Piggott across the line.
He's done it in a great time as well, 2:35.07. That's great for Lee, so he'll be stoked on those times as well. And you know, he comes through looking quite fresh. These two are battling all the way to the end. Wow.
Photo finish on the line. Yeah, Rise Pervleet against Tallis Little there. As the 453 makes its way towards the line.
And were they both two-strokes as well? Two. How did they find each other on that track?
That's quite nice. They're sharing parts.
Yes.
Sharing oil, sorry, on the way home.
Yeah.
The 726 as well. Greg Jackson.
So pretty much all the bikes now we would expect through Deepwell, or?
Yeah, looking at that now, there are a few bikes that haven't made it through, a few potential dropouts, which is not good. We were looking at it before, a few DNFs from today. So it's not looking good. If you are looking for a few riders, a couple of DNFs that have come through. Brock Parker, Jason Williams, Alan Henderson, Matthew Shanks, and two riders that I'm a little worried for, Danny Foote and Matthew Treadwell. Hopefully they're okay. They made it through Mount Squires, but they haven't made it to Bundooma. So hopefully all these riders are okay. And if you do know any updates on these riders, send it through to us, and hopefully we can share it for the rest of us, because we are getting a few questions about where they are. So far they're the only riders that have officially DNF'd from today.
Yeah, no, can definitely know how these families are feeling. It's one of the worst feelings when you're waiting for someone to come home and they make it through a checkpoint but haven't been seen since
the
last one.
And Danny was so close with Maddie, those two. At one point I think Maddie even got in front of her, so Danny got in front of Maddie, sorry, so I hope that Danny is okay. It's great to see Maddie take the win, but all races we worry about, and we hope that they are okay.
Yeah, we want everyone home safe, don't we? But I suppose your point there that you were talking about before is we are still in the remote desert, so unfortunately we don't have all the updates.
Yeah.
There is a lot of times where a rider, just for some mechanical reason, you know, blown out spokes or whatever that case is, and they've just ended up pulling up at someone else's camp. They get a ride back. There is a sweep rider at the end that comes through and picks up all the broken motorcycles, and there is plenty of them.
Yeah.
So it is one of those things, as the 191, I think that was, just came across.
Elliot Webb across the line there, Dan.
And the 165 as well.
Yeah, great to see these Class 1s making their way through. That's Luke Nixon there.
On the 260.
And then on the 260 was... Just let me have that one updated.
And the 290 through as well. But again, I was just saying about down the track, there is a bit of a, you know, a mechanical situation that often happens with these bikes. We're talking about chains and bits and pieces, tyres, spokes. So, you know, often, and it takes a little while for communications update. They're just on the side having a good time. They probably already, you know, had a a sneaky gentleman Jack or something along those lines, and they're just chilling now until the sweep rider comes through and gives them an update. So.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the riders I was looking for yesterday was Sean Chatham, or Chica. He had a moment and his bike blew up. So people were looking for it, but somehow he managed to get on a ute on the way back to town, and before anyone knew who he was already on the way home. So it is kind of one of those things where they do happen and bikes do blow up, so it's great to finally find out where they are, and it's a massive relief.
Well, even some of the amazing stories, Jeremy, of the club teams, the guys that run under club rules, I know, and I'm sure there's millions of these stories of a guy that, you know, missed the club stop and then ended up having to go backwards and got lost and ended up finding fuel out of a lawnmower, or I don't know if it was a lawnmower, but a chainsaw, and got them going, and then ran out of fuel 10 Ks just short of Finke. So, you know, these sort of things can happen and you get very worried, but they're actually not hurt or injured or anything. They're just on a Finke mission.
Look, absolutely, and you hear it quite a bit too, where they do miss fuel stops because there's so much going on as well. In previous years, when it would be dusted out, you're so fatigued, there's so much going on, you are battling someone else, you can blow that fuel stop and have to backtrack. So it does happen, and you do hear stories of 10, 15 Ks down the track before they've realised, oh, hang on, I was supposed to go back, and they may write little notes on their bars to remember where their fuel stops actually are, just so they can remember exactly where to stop.
Absolutely, because it's not always that easy when with respect to the, you know, you've got your big Simford banners and that sort of thing. The pit stops are easy to miss if you're not well marked.
Absolutely, and you've probably not been there before as well. So just because you've been up and down the track doesn't mean that you actually know exactly where the pit stop may be, and it does take a bit of time to remember exactly where they are. There is the club fuel, and you may be able to say, okay, 10 Ks past that, but when you're racing and everything's going on, the dust and the roost from everyone else, you can miss it very easily.
Do a lot of the top teams use their pit stops continually, or do they change regularly?
That is a very controversial question. They do change a bit. They do change with the track as well, where the track's blowing out, where they can kind of seamlessly come on and in and out. We saw that footage, that great footage from Corey McMahon coming through. As you see, that was a bit of a corner they could cut through. There's a battle to the end though, isn't it? All the way. They do change the tracks, but at the same time, a lot of the top teams will know one spot. They'll have a marker about 10, 15 kilometres or even metres in front of where the pit stop is to kind of slow down the rider, so they know exactly where they need to pull in.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You'd want that familiarity for, you know, your riders, just that understanding, and again, even down to practicing pit stops. These guys obviously have a good strategy.
Absolutely, as you see, where they come in, they know exactly what to do. They put those bikes into those deep ruts, let the bikes sit there, get off the back of it, then the team will take over, put in the fuel, they'll do the gels, they'll do the water goggles if they need to. Unfortunately, that was one thing Corey did mention before. When he came off the bike and squeezed one of his energy gels, it went all over his hand. So that then caused a fair amount of whiskey throttles, which is not good when you want riding, and he does kind of equate that to a bit slower down the track. So these pit stops are very important, and as we said, those images we got back from the Simford boys, it was really cool to see exactly how those things play out and then how crucial they are with Callum and Corey both kind of banging bars a lot. Those pit stops are more important than ever.
414 across the line and sent them valves to the absolute atmosphere there. Callum Whitelaw through there, Ben Stevens as well, Bailey Wallace, Adam Dutton, Andy Brack, Gabriel Walker, Mark Blake, Daniel Allen, Ashley Stokes, Aidan O'Callaghan, Will Depler, and that's the last of them so far, the 414. Expecting Taylor Maurice in shortly.
So just had actually in that conversation there, just had some interesting comments, Brett Smith on our live feed talking about outside help. I think the guys that we're talking about, once you're riding around lost and looking for fuel out of a mower, you're not in competitive positions at that point. So I think the Finke committee are going to give you a spike at that point. They're just pretty much happy that you finished. You're down in the 3.5 hour mark at that point. You're not going for outrights. David Walsh isn't looking for fuel out of a chainsaw to run in his KTM, I'm sure of that.
No, and like a lot of these top teams as well will have secondary fuel, but they know they know the track so well, exactly where to come off. As we said, it may be 500 metres down the track, they'll have a marker that they can see coming through. And Oh, there we go. On the screen now, Taylor Maurice coming through. That is absolutely awesome for her. Whoa, she took that a bit
Very
wide.
high.
Whoa. She was trying to look back, and unfortunately, she got a little bit of a bop there. So luckily, she was able to hold on to that.
So yeah, the 5.63 comes storming towards us, as well as Taylor Maurice for the second position in the women's class. An absolute stonking ride to go from first in class last year, only to drop a spot this year and get in second. So Hamish McGrath was across the line there. But ladies and gentlemen, here in Alice Springs, put your hands together for Taylor Maurice as she makes her way towards the finish line. The 9.39 of Taylor Maurice, second place in Class 9 for 2024.
Ooh, that is a great run for her. She'll be very happy. I don't know if she knows what's going on because she wasn't up with Danny or Maddie, so she may not know exactly where she's finished, but that's a great run for her.
Yeah, she's got to be happy with that.
Interesting
Just
to have
consistency.
a chat with her. I noticed that, see, when she came across, it looked like she was looking at her wrist a little bit, so
yeah,
I hope that there's no issues there.
It is scary, and that does happen out there as well. You know, those body parts get caught up. I just actually took some photos of Lukey Hayes' hands. It was completely blown. It was, you know, all rubbed all the way down to the fingers, and you see a lot of the riders come in and they may be limping, holding parts of their body that probably weren't sore before. And as we've been told so many times, this is the roughest track out there for them, and those square edges will catch them out left, right, centre. So they will be very sore tonight.
Yeah, you had Scott Risk across the line after Taylor, as well as Samuel Lachlan and Sam Smith, and then Kai Conway as well. Great to see Smithy boy across the line.
Josh was just texted too. Taylor is 91st overall provisionally.
Wow.
And 5 hours 22. So great ride there, just 21 minutes behind. So should be very proud of that. It's an excellent ride there from Taylor.
Oh, you definitely should be.
Okay, I've just got an update for Matthew Treadwell and Danny Foote. They're both in the first aid, so hopefully that's okay, but at least they've been both found. So if you're looking for those two, they are in the first aid.
Oh no, the 255 or 225
is down.
Unfortunately, has gone down there in the stadium section. Very unfortunate for them. They'll jump back on. Yeah, man down.
That's what we're talking about before. But there are some slick sections in that hard pack. It's very slick, and we can see their back stepping out a few times.
Emma Haylock on the 987 will round out the female podium here at Finke. And all of them look like they're going to finish within the top 100. What a stonking ride. Bike sound a little bit off there, but I don't know whether that was just me.
Oh, I think she was just cleaning the carbon out of it.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
Just making sure she wasn't blocked up.
The 225. It's been a hard day for Kai Conway.
Yeah, to lay on the ground right at the end there is tough. But Jeremy, I think you're alluding to the fact that it's interesting because you've done so much on that natural track out there, and then even down to the fact that it's a man-made track in here. It has some different qualities and different properties, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're right. We talked about it the other day, trying to get through this kind of stadium section. It is a very graded but very heavily compacted dirt. It's very slick, and what happens is when they come in, oh, yeah, it's sending those valves to the moon. It is trying to spit fire out the exhaust. Nothing like packing coming out to go through a finish line. But you're right, they come through this section. They've been riding in some ruts. They've been riding in deep sand. There is a lot of hard pack out there which can catch you out. But once you come in here, you're exhausted, you're tired. There's a crowd. It always kind of, and so with that rule, once the camera comes out, the crashes usually happen. So when you're here in the stadium, you're trying to find your line, but you're also just trying to get through it. There's a lot of sitting down, drop shoulders, dropped elbows just to get through, and what can happen is you just come out of those corners, you take the corner inside, hit that hard pack, and it will slip you all the way around.
Yeah, awesome for Emma Haylock as well, 95th provisionally, total time of 5 hours 24 minutes, and the third woman into Alice, and only 2 minutes behind overall, so that's not bad whatsoever there.
We had the X19 come through, Fraser Delabosca came through at 2:42.55. Great time as well, so massive shout out. Sammy Davies gives you a big amount of love, mate, so congratulations on that one.
Yeah, Billy Walsh across the line, as well as John Harkness and Liam Faulkner all across the line here in Alice Springs. Sorry, not Liam Faulkner yet, only John Harkness. I do apologise, ladies and gents. If you're looking out for the 502, this might be him riding into the stadium section now. No, that was the X72 of Ryan Conway. The 792 of Josh Gillies making his way into the stadium section, another one of our Class 7 riders. Great to see how well they've been doing.
It's really good to see all the riders still coming in nice and confident. There's still speed. There's not many drop bikes yet. We've talked about a couple, but everyone still seems to be coming in, and the spirits would be very high right now. The smile would be getting bigger and bigger as the less corners there are in this race.
Hey Josh, sorry, I got a note before. That's actually Ryan Conroy. It's interesting that we've been said it. No, well, we've got that written as Conway, but he's a Brizzy boy and he's keen. So, and it's his first Finke out here, so it's an amazing thing.
Yeah, no, great to hear. And far out, we're having the time of our lives up here in the box, welcoming these legends home. The 792 making their way across the line.
So we've now got 3 of our fantastic Class 9 ladies home. So all inside the top 100 too?
Yep, all of them are inside the top 100, which is absolutely amazing. It's a stellar effort, I can tell you that. Because I can tell you, if I was to jump on any size of bike and get out of here, I would not make the top 100 to save my life. I don't even think I'd make it in the first 500 metres. So hats off to them all.
Yep, that first 500 metres is dangerous as well, mate, so don't worry. It's a tough race out there. As we saw yesterday when they were taking off, it was all over the shop.
So the next of our competitors makes their way across the line. Just yeah, give her a good pat. The 347 of Levi Van Penhuis. Across the line here in Ali Bring.
Still cracking too, aren't they, through this stadium area? Like, that really looks like they're still prologuing to me.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got that drive in them because they know where they are. They also want to know their times as well. So they may not be getting the position they want, but they could be just going for the time they're after as well, which is a big thing for them because they can look back on that and see exactly where they've made times up, especially through every checkpoint they go through, because that can then determine how they want to train next year.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And again, we talk about those class positions, particularly ones either age or motorcycle, limited classes and all those differences there. So, yeah, absolutely awesome, mate.
But we'll go down to the Parc Fermé with Rihanna to talk to Taylor.
Taylor Maurice, P2 for the female class, and just inside that 100 outright. But it hasn't been smooth sailing for you. How's the body?
Look, I'm really sore. I don't know, went full BMX style on the way down, looped out, my bike ended up meters ahead of me. There was not one thing that was straight on that bike, so crawled into Finke. Thankfully got taken care of very well at the other end, and then, last thing I wanted to do was swing a leg over the bike this morning, but I'm really glad that I did to make it home safely, so yeah.
We speak about the bravery of you riders. You're absolute warriors. You can barely move your hand. I saw you look down to your wrist as you crossed the finish line. Is that where the pain's coming from?
No, actually it's in my leg. When I looped out, I landed smack on my bum, corked my leg, and then managed to come down on both my elbows. I almost had to start charging people last night to have a look at my elbows. They looked so gross.
And the bike, obviously, were able to get it into a, position that you could come home.
Yeah, I was super lucky. Craig and Rowan got straight to work as soon as I got to Finke, and ended up with half Brody's spare bike on my bike because it was, bent bars, bent subframe. I've ruined my muffler, so yeah, I was lucky to make it home.
After last year, you've come back for the second year. I mean, how different is it? You sort of know what to expect, but then the level goes up again.
Yeah, definitely. I was feeling the pressure. I think like paying attention to my headspace on the way down and the way back helped a lot. But I still can't help but feel so much pride for all the women that raced today. It's just phenomenal.
Absolutely. You've taken the words right out of my mouth. You know, it's second for the women's outright, but you're inside that top 100. I mean, that is no mean feat.
Yeah, that was one of my goals this year, and yeah, I'm super stoked to have achieved it. Yeah.
Go and enjoy the celebrations with your friends and family and rest up and recover.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Rihanna. Great interview to talk to Taylor there. And yeah, absolutely amazing to hear from her. And a big moment down the other end, unfortunately, but massive shout out to the Waters team for helping her out and getting that bike back out on track. In that interview, though, Graham King came across the line, Benjamin Dixon, Liam Faulkner, Reese Brown, Nathan Scott, Geordie McGrath and Josh Oliver all over the line.
It'd be interesting to see exactly how the bike come in. So for Taylor to say that the bike's so bent up, she would have had a horrible day yesterday. So I feel for her. It's great to see her to get in that headspace so to be able to come home. Usually after a big ride, you can get really stuck in your own helmet and really doubt yourself. And I know a lot of riders out there really do battle with that kind of thing. If they have a moment, it takes them a fair amount of time to get back up and get going. So massive, massive hats off to Taylor Maurice for stepping up and then keep going. Put it inside the top 100, it's awesome. But we also have to remember she's on a bigger bike too, on that 450. So for her to have a come off can usually be a bit more scarier because she's going a lot faster, the bike's a lot heavier. So it would have been a hard day for her yesterday. So we had to get back up. Just hats off to Taylor. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, epic, epic ride. As the next of our competitors makes their way across the line, the 696 of Kevin Johnston.
Yeah, and the fist pump there under the banner. Well worth it. He's earned his keep today.
And you were saying just before, some of the riders coming in with sticks and all different types of things stuck in their shirts. We kind of harp on that these riders are trying to take every inch of the track as they can, and sometimes they go on a bit of excursions through the trees, which is kind of the last little part before we enter the stadium. And sometimes those excursions kind of have some hang-alongs.
Yeah, out wide again. We see that footage of them just straight line in all the corners. Still running, still tearing up the dirt here. Again, I love the fact that they're still in full kill mode as I think that was the 690 came across the line.
Yeah, Lincoln Via there. Kevin Johnson, Andrew Parkinson, and John Folty across the line.
Yeah, the 510's home as well, so great work, John.
Absolutely. Love to see all these competitors making their way. The X47 across the line now.
The big Yamaha.
The big Yamaha. X47 of Matt Easton. As the 735.
Oh, up high on those berms, just running through.
Very close there. And again, riding those berms nice and high. The 735 making their way towards us here at the start-finish line.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh my goodness.
A little.
Yeah, settle it down, settle it down. He's had enough now.
A little rock and roll there.
Oh God.
He was close a couple of times in the stadium area. You can only risk it so many times.
That was Leon Capone, so he definitely had a moment there. But we're going to go back down to Parc Ferme with Rihanna to talk to some more riders.
Will Depler, we met you at Prologue. I think you were just about to kick off. You're 17 years old and this is your first Finke, and I loved you because you had the pink bike and you had a pink outfit on as well. You've done Finke now. How was it?
Oh, it was brutal from like that 160 fuel stop. I can't thank the boys enough for helping us out, but from 160 to about the 100 mark, I was just praying to get through all that rough chop, but as soon as I knew where I was going, I was just holding this little 250 to the end, just wide open as long as I could. And I'm glad the body's held up all right the whole way through, and I'm pretty happy with the finish this year.
Absolutely. You should be stoked that you've completed Finke. Now tell me about the run down and overnight in the camp. I mean, did you have to do much to the bike?
We just changed like oil filter, air filter, changed the oil, but just checked over things, checked over bolts, and I think we were pretty sweet. And yeah, but
Take a few deep breaths. When we met, you were all in pink. You said you're bringing pink to Fink, but you've gone the beige for race day.
yeah, I know. Kept that pretty much camouflage, eh? But no, pretty much just bring the pink bike, which I was happy with. It was pretty hard not to try and concentrate on the pink, and I was getting confused on the way up, eh? Like, isn't this a red bike?
I know that you've got Dad over here in the pink polo shirt. You're just 17 years old. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that helped you get to this point.
Yeah, a lot of the boys from Yakandana helped up at the 160. They're up for a trip here, having a bit of fun. Some mates that I raced with back in Vic, helping us up at the 80 mark, and I can't thank the boys and the team enough for so much of this shit. Like, just this race is insane, but thanks to everyone for this amazing year.
Are you coming back?
Oh, bloody oath, but I definitely on a 500 though.
Well, we look forward to seeing you next year. Congratulations on finishing.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks again, Rihanna. It's great to hear the stories from Parc Ferme. The young bloke doing an absolutely stellar job to get that bike where it was. And back into Alice, a couple more through. Dion Nagaroon on the 552. Dylan Brown on his bike. Kyle Johnson and Kane Roberts, as well as Jack Oliver on his bike, all into Alice Springs as the 717 almost has a massive moment, that gas. Wonder if that's one of Grabbo's trailer and rides. Gives us the thumbs up, but that's John Pillar. He'll be happy with his time. 2 hours 45:30. Oh, another big moment. They're all having big moments in the stadium section. They just want to get home, Jeremy. They just want some red cordial.
They want to get in front of their guy in front as well, because as we said before, they're trying to just get back as soon as they can. No corrected time here. They just want to get back in front of the guy. And so what happens is usually because they're battling out there in the track, they come into the stadium and they go, okay, this is my last time I can push through. So it is always fun to see what happens in here. And we don't want any crashes, but I tell you what, they're still going to push, and every bit of energy is going to come out now.
The old Speedway helmet cloth on that rider's head. It's awesome to see, the old red cloth. Lindsay Cox and Christopher Hood across the line as the X94 makes its way. Luke Cousins across the line. Big support for this next rider. He's real happy. I'll give you the name. It's the 630. Todd Quick. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Well, they have. Some more valves bouncing to the moon. And if you've been playing the On the Bopper game today, I hope your head's okay and you're ready for work tomorrow. The 597 making its way.
Zero chance that that's a reality.
No.
They're legless is what the problem is.
No, I think that's going to be mine. Story tonight, but the 998 makes its way across the line. The next of our female competitors, Amy Butler. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Great to see her across the line. As the 710 makes its way into the stadium, that will be Ian Downey. And the 776 of Sean Fraser making his way towards the line. Pushing hard. And he's a finisher in class number 7. Does a nice big mono across the line. Far out. If the arms have been pumping for, what, 2 hours and 50 minutes and you've got to do that at the end, oh, you'd want to be careful.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's that missed foot on that rear brake. That's what can get you. And luckily, so far we haven't any of those moments. But, you know, the further we go down the pack, the longer they've been on that bike, it can happen.
Yeah, no.
And you don't want to be that rider.
No, you don't. The 710 making its way towards us. Catches a bit better of a line. But look at the ruts down in there now. Really got to find the line and hope it sticks.
So the 710 across the line too?
Yep, that was Ian Downey. Here's some angry bees off in the background there. The 598 making its way across the line. Stephen Morfitt, 2 hours 58:35.
Again, do a few little shout outs to the 750 getting a bit of a shout out on the internet. I think the 660 of Jake Oliver, third time lucky at Finke, they're saying, so hopefully come across the line and have a great run there on the 660 of Jake Oliver.
Yeah, Stephen Morfitt, Michael Bombtail, and Nicholas Boyd all across the line as well. And again, all in very respectable times. Currently into Alice is the top 135.
So there's still 200 riders out there battling.
Yeah.
That's the crazy bit when you see that.
And we're at the 3.5 hour mark as well of the race. So that is kind of when we're looking at very fatigued riders coming in.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's been a long day for all. Here in the red centre.
Actually, it's nice now that breeze just picking up a little bit, isn't it? And it's probably a good thing for our later riders. It's just sweeping that track clean a little bit. Again, we've got great views where we can see right down through the whoops. So dust, again, I wouldn't say it's not effective, but it's been better than other years. Because some years it has been horrible. Some years you couldn't see the corner. It's been that dusty, so, and just still, whereas the breeze. Amazing, Jeremy, even how much you notice on the bike, that breeze, you know, it's just blowing away, and it actually cools you off, even though you think that doing 60, the breeze is actually an ad, isn't it?
It does. It is a crazy way to look at it, and the breeze is lovely on for the dust and everything else, but it also can be quite refreshing. We are going to start travelling though into the sun. That's a bit of an issue for these riders coming into it. Not only the dust kind of plays an issue, but now you've got the sun slowly dropping down into your eyes, so there can be that kind of problems when you're coming in this late of the day.
Yeah, no, definitely can be. But we're going to go back down to Parc Fermé with Rihanna with another one of our lovely competitors.
And I've got Ryan Duffy, who's just arrived back into Parc Fermé. Ryan, just tell me about your run.
Don't know, just had to hang on. I was absolutely knackered the whole way.
First time here at Finke?
Yeah, first time. I don't reckon it'll be the last time, but... No.
So you haven't been turned off just yet. You were just saying that you'd come back on a different bike. What's the reason for that?
The whole time, I don't know what was happening with the fuel, but it wanted to cut out all the time. So it was a bit of a tough ride, but no, it was good fun.
And I'm sure there's plenty of friends and family that have supported you to get here that you would like to probably get a shout out to.
Yeah, Mum and Dad are here somewhere. I thought they'd be here, but they're not. Oh, there they are. And my little brother should be coming in any time now. So, and thanks to the 627 crew for accommodating us. Didn't know I'm coming here, but yeah, made some friends. It's good.
Awesome. It's what it's all about. Enjoy the celebrations. You finished Finke.
Thank you. Cheers.
And we'll come over here to bike 776. Sir, tell me your name.
Sean Fraser.
Sean, first time? You've been here before?
I've been here before. It's my fourth one.
Fourth one, and how was it?
I had fun, actually. It was awesome.
Bike held up okay?
Yeah, real good. Everything held up well.
And you held up okay?
Yeah, had a good last 100, so I was pretty happy with that.
What was it like down in the Finke end overnight? Did you have to do much?
Nah, just change the air filter and that's it.
You got plenty of friends and family that are here to help?
Yeah, these are all my family here. Oh, a couple of families.
Yep. And will we see you back again?
You never know.
Okay.
I reckon maybe one day.
We'll see ya. We'll see you in a few years then. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again for those insights on or in Parc Fermé.
The friends and family, Josh, the friends and family hanging off the fence do it for me. I just love that, and they're just as happy to see. And again, we can't say there's enough. David Walsh, we're all there cheering, but you know, when you've got your son, daughter, granddaughter in some cases, hanging off the fence, just cheering you home. I mean, that feeling, again, them handing you a cold beer at the end of a really, really tough weekend. It doesn't get much tougher than these weekends racing.
Absolutely, and also it's a relief for them as well, because most of the time, if they are running support for you, they're down that end of the track waiting for you or at the fuel, so they don't get to see you take off either day. You know, once those cars have left, the road gets closed. There's a small window where that road gets opened for people to cross over, but they've got to make that gaps. So a lot of the times the families don't even get to see their loved ones take off, and then when they finally get here, they're rushing to the screen to see live timing and just to make sure they get back. So it is a stressful period for your loved ones. So when they do see you, it's even more better.
Yeah, no, definitely is. And just a reminder to our bike riders here this afternoon who are in the venue, once you do get off the bike and you've got some water into you, make sure to head down to the event information stand and just sign off so our event officials aren't looking for you out on track or out in the middle of the start-finish line complex. As we continue to welcome riders back into Alice Springs. What a year for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. The storylines have been amazing.
Absolutely, so many great stories. As always for Finke, a lot of stories just to get here and then get home as well. As we heard just before, Taylor Marie's coming in telling us that her bike was bent like a banana, and so rebuilding it with Brodie spares is great. That's why it's great to be on a team sometime to have that support around you.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and this is just the start of the stories. Tonight we hear the rest of them at the Lassiter's Centre of Entertainment. I think that kicks off around about 6:30. And then
he was not backing off. He had all the energy, didn't he?
No, he was getting ready for the awards at 8 o'clock tonight.
The 611, he's on his way through the gap, straight to the casino. That EXC, she's got the blinkers on, she's ready to go.
Blinkers and the trade plate, you got to love life, eh? As they make their way through the line.
786, that one.
786.
So good ride there. Again, plenty of people still cheering. Again, if you're listening to the live feed, waiting for your riders, we're going to be here as long as we can, cheering them all home. We love seeing these Iron men and women riding through.
And it's been a great scene to see so many women come through, as I said before. Maddie Healy absolutely smoking it through the boys and really keeping them on their toes this weekend. And then hopefully that means that in the coming years, these girls are going to creep up further and further and put themselves in the top 20, which hasn't been done in a while. So it'd be great to see this generation of rider really stick it to the boys.
Hey, just doing shout-outs and on topic, Katrina Fry has just called in on the live feed cheering the other girls on from the hospital bed. 2 fractures, my left eye socket from yesterday's stack, so it shows how tough it is, but good work on Taylor Maurice, able to get it back on it from her stack. Go the girls. So big shout out to Katrina Fry listening along. We wish you all the best.
Yeah, we definitely do. Daniel Crombie across the line, the 251. Great to see she's still in good spirits and still watching the race, so massive shout out to her from us up here in commentary. It's great to see all these riders. Got a message from one of the drivers who was out there, and just how hard this track is. That bloke did a nut and bolt on everything this morning. He said pretty much the whole front end was ready to fall off once he got back here. That's how rough it was this year. So, yeah, definitely rough conditions. Going to be interesting to hear all these stories that come out over the next couple of days and tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if you're down in the pits, I'd make sure you go and check out some of the bikes that are leaning up, because they're not there anymore. Damn. So because a fair few of those bikes had some very squared rims, so there was a lot of rocks out there, and so a lot of wheels are a little bit more dinged up. So if you want to start looking at bikes and looking how they've come back, start looking at rims and also their forks as well, because a fair few of them may have had a few off kind of track experiences, and so their forks are always the ones that get the big scrapes and guts out of them.
Those two just came through together, boys. How good was that action? Racing right until underneath the banner. Again, it doesn't matter if it's first or 100th. We're all racers at heart, aren't we?
Absolutely, and as we keep saying, these guys and girls may have been racing in a little pack all the way through, battling. So to know that they're coming through the finish line, they want to get in front.
It was so good too, that battle with those two Sherkos, wasn't it? Like side by side, they said that great interview, off the start line together, qualified together, did everything together and made it, and then they're literally going through the start finish together after 456 Ks.
Yeah, definitely. Timothy Walker across the line, Anthony Blakely across the line, Martin Convey, Johnny Belkin and Chris Daniel, as well as Walter Giddens, all across the line here in Alice.
Just giving that bike a big yeehaw.
The X35 making their way across. That's Aidan McKenzie.
It's great to see those YZs and WRs coming across because, you know, it is KDM country out here. So when these YZs are crossing the line, the owners are probably more ecstatic than the rest of us.
X67 across the line there as well, Joshua McDonald. And if I do believe it's the Joshua McDonald, I believe it is. I played hockey with him as a young buck, so awesome to see him back in Alice and riding the Finke Desert Race. As we continue to welcome home these awesome drivers. Yeah, the crowd loved that one. Who was that? That was Tim Ricard, the 633. Crowd very happy about that as the 546 makes it across the line. That was Harry Dielbox.
So we've still got riders coming through deep well. Christy Stevens has just come through. Caleb Day's gone through, and Brendan Caffrey. Brendan Caffrey, a great desert rider as well. I've been very fortunate to be on a desert crossing with him, so it's good to see him out there and still having a crack.
Yeah, it definitely is. The 480 making their way in. Pushing hard. That's Frank Wilson. And we've got a crew out for Frank. Awesome to hear. He's a Alice local, isn't he? Yes, he is. Thank you, crowd. I reckon I went to school with him at Walsh. So we'll welcome him across the line, ladies and gentlemen. Get loud, because you've been pretty loud, if I can hear you in comms. The 480, Frank Wilson. The 509 of Pierre Tenbrick.
Going straight for the water too there.
Yep.
He hasn't let go of those grips for the whole day, and he's like, this is my chance.
Look, as we said before yesterday, sometimes these riders don't get hydration between long sections of the track. We managed to spruce a pretty good company, and Soulstream is definitely one of them to for these riders who may want to go back and do it again. I'd recommend looking at Soulstream, getting the hands-free water delivery system, because as we saw before, he took his hands off finally to get a drink, and Soulstream can provide that without any hands off at all.
Amazing.
Jamison Snelling, sorry, across the line.
Was that the X20 just came through?
Yep.
Yep, brilliant. So the X20 across the line now, as well as it's going to be the 588 taking the checkered flag here under the iconic Tatts Finke Desert Race. 2024, boys. It's the 48th running. It's been a cracker.
And we've got two battling coming in as well.
X42 on the 202, bumping bars. One of them is Zeke Norford. The other, got to wait to see his number. But they're definitely fighting and battling it out in the stadium section here.
Using every bit of grip in that track.
So Sam Harmon versus Zeke Norford.
Oh, he's got the line. Is he going to pull it in?
And through now is going to be, I think that's the X28.
Yeah, Jethro Duffy through there.
So great run there. And the X42 right at the line.
Sam Harmon and Zeke Norford across the line as they battled through the stadium section.
Great use of the last bit of energy you have. That energy was used for him to walk to the cart. Now he's crawling all the way there.
He's getting carried. Someone else is helping him. You're absolutely right. And the over-under, it's so good. Even happening here, you know, they're trying to use those berm lines, running the inside ruts. It's cool to see all the way to the end. Again, I can tell you after 456 Ks on this track, I think I'd just be relaxing, just making it. But that's why I'm not a racer. These guys are.
Yeah, competitors still making their way, doing a great job today. The 274 making their way in now, and all these riders have been on the bike for around about 3 hours, so they're definitely feeling it, definitely got the arm pump up, and definitely want a cold beveragino once they get off the bike.
Still a great atmosphere on the fence here, the 274 coming across.
That was Nicholas Thorley. Congrats to him.
And the 685.
Trent Headland on the 685 comes through as well. That's always one of the best things about this event. People will always stick around until that last bike comes. 487 through now, Aaron Berthelot. Great ride from him, 3:01.55. But wheelie the whole way.
That's how you do it.
This man says. And he's across the line. That's Evan Padella. Looks like another one of those gases. Grabbo's got to be happy with his trail and trial this week as well, and as well as a top 10 finish.
Absolutely. I mean, he'll probably have to get these bikes off the riders, get them cleaned up and get them ready to take away, because Don River's not that far, as we were talking before with, say, Brodie Waters and Liam Walsh. I know Liam will be keen to get back there, depending on how bad that injury is. So hopefully we can see him back out there and getting ready for Don River. So it'd be great to see these bikes out there for Grabbo, and maybe even see Grabbo line up for it as well.
Yeah, well, Liam Walsh would be a 3-time, wouldn't he, up there? So that'd be great to see Liam Walsh healed up for that. But again, I think that it's early days to understand where he's going to be at this point.
Absolutely, and with Callum also on fire at the moment, really pushing through. He will be there, Brodie Waters will be there. It's, once again, a massive, massive race for these desert guys. So it will be interesting to know how it actually turns out this year.
Even interesting because Longy's up there now. He actually is based out of Townsville, I believe, or somewhere up in that area. It might be Cairns. So, you know, he's moved from South Australia up that way. So, you know, that's sort of his home race now. It wouldn't be too hard to imagine him just turning up on pretty much a borrowed bike, I imagine.
He did. He turned up to... I think it was the GNCC on a borrowed bike last year, and, you know, he still did really well. Not obviously where he wanted to be, but it was still great to see him out there.
Definitely cool to see that. Sam Carell, Daniel Almos, Wayne Erickson, all across the line here in Alice. The X68 making their way. Will McPaul.
Still plenty of bikes making their way into the stadium area. We're still seeing that whooped out section. They're working their way into the stadium, getting up on those berms, getting up on the pegs. Tried to stand up there for a second. I think the lower leg said, no, don't worry about that, young fella.
No, we're not doing that. The lower back is saying, not today, buddy. Good try, though.
Yeah, the inspiration was there.
Yeah.
But still charging again all the way across the line. The X68, a little half-hearted attempt at a mono there.
Once again, not only did the back say no, the arms like, not today, man. The arms have left chat. We're out of here, buddy. Like, let's just get to the trailer. What are you doing?
We were finished yesterday.
We still don't understand why you signed us up for this race.
The 626, the gas through there.
Good ride from Adam Eppelstone.
Oh, great. Yep, Adam Elfston. He's come through, which is great. He's a Tasmanian fellow we spoke about yesterday, so that's a great ride from him at a 2:56.07. So, work, Adam. That was great.
Luke Smith across the line as well.
That was the 634, wasn't it?
Yep.
And then I missed that one on the KDM.
They're coming in thick and fast, Dan. I don't blame you.
The 515, and I think that was the 654, nipping past the commentary box there.
Joe Allen on the 605, Tyson Goodchild on the 515, and yes, 654, Darcy Poole.
Just giving it the big yeehaw. He must have been battling the whole way, both the demons in his head and the bikes around him, so that was a big victory for him.
Yeah, the 235 Bailey Clare making his way around now, but it looks like he's lost the peak of his helmet, so might have had an excursion somewhere, unfortunately for him.
Oh, absolutely. We were saying before that it can be a very long
the tail
day.
of the bike's gone as well.
Is it really?
He's had a big one.
It's he's going for speed.
Yeah.
You know, he's going for the lightweight look. Oh, yes, that is. He's lost the back of his bike, so that could be for speed. We don't know.
Oh, got a head tank slapper there right at the end, the X22.
He took his hands off the bar.
Hands off the bar too early, but he made it through. That's all that matters.
Oh, he relaxed too early, let those hands off the bar, and the bike was not today.
778. Might need to crank that steering dampener up a bit.
Yeah, might have to. A very scary moment there on the end of that one.
You've made it so far and then just a big wipe out of the end. That's the last thing you want.
Yeah, no, definitely. As the competitors continue to make their way towards us here, you had Liam Jenkins and Dominic Bryan, as well as Scott Kroshich across the line in the 824. As Brad Nichols is across the line, as well as the X63. Or 763, I apologise. Brad Nichols there. The 672 making their way around the stadium section. Looks like Paul Rook, if I'm not mistaken. Having a good ride. Giving him a good wave to the crowd. The 672 will commentate him across the line. He's got one hand up. He's very, very happy about his finish here at Fink. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. What a ride for the 672. Be careful though, mate.
Yep.
Paul Rook across the line here at Fink, but we'll go down to our lovely host to have a chat about today's event.
Thanks so much, guys. And Keziah Dawn is back at the Alice Springs, and you've been down at Attrition. I just want to know, what was the vibe like down there?
Oh, Rihanna, you were missing out. It was incredible down there. And if you've got TikTok, there's a video currently going viral of a whole bunch of volunteers dancing at the start-finish line in between the cars and bikes today. But the whole atmosphere down there is incredible. You have to get...
We have to apologise for some of the tech issues that we have down here in Alice Springs, because you were just saying, just the vibe down at Fink is just like something else, and the camaraderie amongst all the competitors to ensure that everyone gets back here.
Absolutely. When people get into Fincan, there are a lot of sore bodies. There's a lot of bikes that need to be looked over. There's a lot of cars that need to be looked over. I remember one rider coming in saying somebody else's support crew helped him get his tyre ripped off so that he could ride all the way down to the rest of the way to Fink. I think it's about 100 Ks on the rim. So it just goes to show how everyone comes together to support you at the Fink end. But it's also about the volunteers, the community. Like Apachula have their sports weekend that coincides with this Fink weekend, and we really don't get to see that enough, how much these little kids are getting out, they're getting amongst it, they're watching these riders. It's just such a huge vibe down there. And we did have that little bit of a party vibe with dancing going on today. So much fun.
I know that we've had up to 15,000 people across the weekend tuning tuning into the live stream from all over the world. We've had people from 20 countries that have been tuning in across the weekend, and they have to give them a sense of just how remote we are and how difficult it is to get everything happening and get live pictures down at the Apachula end. And our volunteers and our officials are so incredible at what they do behind the scenes to ensure that this event can go ahead.
Absolutely. There is so much effort that goes in, and to be honest, I think you could probably speak to, this is probably the most organised, well put together Fink I have ever experienced. It's just been so great, and that only happens with the help of volunteers and all of the officials that volunteer their time to make this happen. And it just, we wouldn't be able to do it without them. And a message out there that all of the volunteers down at the Apachula end were also saying, if you want to be a volunteer next year, you should 100% be signing up to do it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And the pictures we were getting out of the Fink end, I think they're the best we've ever seen. And it just goes to show what we can do in such a remote desert area.
I have to give a quick shout out to all of our volunteers. We've had nearly 400 people that have helped make this event possible. Of course, everyone behind the scenes, all of our club president, Anthony Yoffa, Kelsey Bradford, and everyone else behind the scenes that ensures this event runs so smoothly. Dave Stewart, our clerk, of course, and of course our boys that are in commentary. We've had Dan Curran, Josh Graveling, Jeremy Cowling. Josh Curran is helping us behind the scenes with stats and facts from outside of the track. So a huge amount of effort goes into ensuring that you guys can enjoy this live stream all around the world, and of course here at the track. And huge shout out to Global Headquarters, Tiffany and Simon and the rest of the crew that ensure that you guys are getting the best possible pictures across the weekend. I mean, that's about it from us here. We've still got some riders that are coming through, and we will not miss them. We'll make sure the boys call them all across the line. But from Keziah and myself, thank you so much for joining us across the weekend. I cannot wait to be here next year.
Just one more thing before we do go. Don't forget the presentations aren't over. There's a massive awards night going on tonight as well, back at the casino at Lassiter's. Make sure you tune in for that. That's when we'll hear about all of the winners in every category, and of course the outright winners as well. And it's a time to celebrate what has been such a fabulous weekend.
Thank you very much, ladies. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I take my hat off to you up here in comms, because it's not an easy job doing what you guys do, getting all the inside scoops, talking to all the riders and drivers, and you guys are really the first person they see once they jump out of one of those vehicles. So a massive shout out to you girls. Thank you very much for coming on board once again. We really do appreciate it. We've just been having a ball up here in comms.
Yeah, Josh, that is a difficult job down there, because again, a lot of these riders don't want to see a microphone the second after they've gotten off the bike. Yeah, you know, you say, go and interview this person, go and interview that person. We're listening, guys. It's just sometimes they flat refuse. They need water. They need a break. They're not interested in talking to a microphone. So we appreciate all of those things, and we're trying to give everyone their time to shine. But, you know, those girls, they do have a tough job, and we appreciate them, as well as everyone behind the scenes. So.
And the last thing sometimes is when you're a rider, the last thing you want to do is to keep talking. You just want to start sucking in all the air in the room. So it is great that they're able to sit down and talk to the riders, but also it's great for the riders to be able to give them that time as well, because sometimes you're also not in a great headspace if it hasn't been the race that you've wanted. Sometimes you can be down on themselves. So to be able to change that mentality and still be so social and be able to share your story is great for them.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. We've had such a good year this year at Fink. The 48th running, the 934 making her way in.
That's Catherine Scoble, so she's coming on to her 9th completed at Fink. So massive congratulations to Catherine. That is absolutely awesome for her to come in. Her husband Sam, who's sitting on the couch, will be very pleased about it. So well done, Catherine. That's an amazing effort. Good on you.
Yeah, we had Hayley Miller come through as well on the 928, Jacob Russell, Benjamin Lachlan, Aaron Hunter, Peter Letham, Justin Simpson and Robert Sullivan, as well as Jason Griffin. As well as the 616 across the line, Andrew Dunlop. Great to see him flying across the finish line here in Alice.
It was interesting watching him come into the stadium. He was a little down, but I tell you what, when he started seeing the crowd, he started picking up and getting in there faster.
Nice mono.
Oh, that's Josh Rikers coming in on the back wheel. He's a great rider from Next Level. Awesome to see him out here. He's had a big weekend. As I said, he didn't do the prologue for his own belief reasons, which is great, and so that come through. But here it is, Catherine Scoble, absolutely awesome, from one of the original queens of the desert. Catherine has been here for so long, so a massive round of applause for her. It's so great to see her across the line.
Yeah, she was here well before the female class, so good on her. Great to see her back and we'll see if she comes back for that illustrious number 10.
Oh, let's hope so. She's had a great career. She's still stubborn on that 250 and she knows how to ride it, so it's great to see, and hopefully we can see her at the Kalgoorlie Desert Race later on this year.
X37 Jet Williams jetting towards us here at the finish line. Doesn't want to run it wide. Gets very, very close. As we look at those rolling whoops. Oh. The 677 getting wide. But right down and across the line.
Hanging off the tail there.
Dean Murphy, the 677.
We've talked about it before. I'll say it again. There is some crazy things. The pit crews down there that were still down at Apatula, you know, 10 o'clock when they were dropping the bikes, they've finished the services, they've rolled up the swags. They're still, it's about a 6-hour run around there if you've got a trailer. By the time you get on the dirt, then it's 4 hours up the bitumen. So, you know, some of these guys won't get back until 6 o'clock at night. Might be 5 o'clock. So, you know, bikes are home. It happens with the cars a fair bit too, where the cars come home in about 2 hours and the service truck goes the long way round. They won't be home until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Particularly one year we had to fix a trailer and weld up an axle and do a few things. It was a long time out there, and we're coming home at dark when the race car had been home at 9 a.m. So it's pretty interesting perspective to even think about all the pit crews, everyone involved. You know, again, we do talk about the riders and they are the super humans that are holding onto the throttle, but again, I know that even down to like all of them, the 507, everyone, you know, it doesn't matter if you're first or 300, you've got people to thank. You've got people that love you and care for you, and they're racing with you and they're pit crewing for you, and that's just an amazing thing. Like it said, it just keeps bringing in the whole family to Finke, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. The continual stories around this event is what I love. The 677 of Dean Murphy came across the line, and the 507 making their way towards the line now. That is Raymond McCann charging towards the finish line here on an older school Honda, and pushes through to the finish. He'll be happy with that. 3 hours, 10 minutes flat. Definitely a long day. But like I said earlier, a lot of these riders, they're just here to get that spike. And it's one of the most rewarding 3 hours that you'll have on a bike. So the 214 comes charging towards us here at the finish line.
Yeah, still up on the pegs. Great effort there from the 214.
Sam Palmer across the line there. The 519, I believe, making their way around the stadium section now. Looks like Brooklyn Blummer. The 519. Just got that one leg down there at the moment. But gets back on the loud pedal. And he looks very relieved to be coming under that iconic finish line. The 574 charging towards the line and sending his valves to the moon. Jared Blackman, as well as the X57, making their way. That should be Julian Galindo. He's made his way across the line. 738, it looks like, is making their way towards us now. And we'll give you his number once he comes in.
Yeah, an older CRF too. Pretty cool to see that. 450 again. Very dominant bike back in the day.
Still got a couple.
744, big tank.
Still got a
238 through as well.
Still Still got a couple out there through deep well. Last of our weekend warriors out there. But not too far away. Yeah, no, it's great to see. Again, a lot of these riders coming in at over the 3 hour mark, so got to have a heap of respect for them.
Yeah, it's been a tough day in the saddle. They did a tough day down yesterday, and now they're really working their way in. Again, all of these competitors coming into Park for May, signing out. They'll be loading onto their utes. No doubt they'll be enjoying a hug and a drink and some time with loved ones, with friends, with mates that have been with them with the journey. Because again, once we start getting to here, it really is about the journey. The position really doesn't matter. As long as you got that spike at the end. We talk to so many riders that they've done 3, 4, 5 finks and never actually gotten a spike. So to just be standing here on this hallowed ground is absolutely amazing, knowing that you've done what many can't. Spectacular work by everyone riding, because again, this is on many people's bucket list. Amazing the couple of years, Josh. 15 years ago, back in sleepy little Yeppoon. I'm telling old school stories here again, but anyway, that's what we're doing at this time of the afternoon. You know, you could talk to almost anyone, and unless you were a hardcore ADB motorbike magazine reader or something along those lines, you didn't know what the Fink Desert Race was. It was whispered among guys that were in the, you know, the real motorbike, I want to say enthusiasts. And the amazing bit now is I can talk to people from all walks of race. Doctors know what the Tatts Finke Desert Race is and want to come out and race. I think that the media that the guys have done here just spread the word. We've got that 50% new starters as the X51, I think it was, or 21 maybe.
Oh,
came
big
across
moment in the stadium section there. Sorry to cut you
no,
off,
you're
Dan.
right. Up over the berm.
Yeah, and looking to take that that long way back. Oh, he's had another moment there. This poor bloke is catching berms in every spot he doesn't want to. Across the line as well, ladies and gents, we had Michael McAllister and Clayton Snelling. So welcome them back into Alice as these two blokes fight their way towards the finish line and have a couple of big moments in the stadium section. They just want to get off and get home. It's probably going to be a fight to the line. It's great to see these two pushing themselves all the way home. Looks like the 490 of Bryce Sloan and the 252 of Stanley Crowe. The 421 is charging towards us here as well. And it looks like everyone's sort of got that line worked out now. It's nice and smooth. It's not as bad as it was earlier. Arthur Radford across the line on the 421. The 497, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, 197. That was Damien Jones. In the top 10 in Class 1. He'll be happy with that.
Absolutely, mate. And another one of our Class 9s coming in as well, which is awesome to see. I think it might have been the 919. 916 even.
916 maybe. Claire Smith. The 543. Which looks like Jack Knight, if I'm not mistaken, in the Class 5. Left at 1 o'clock today. He's had a pretty good ride. The 543 across the line. Jack Knight, 3 hours, 14 minutes. As more packs of riders make their way into the stadium section here. Again, a lot of these riders are all sort of riding in the mojo bit now. They're feeling good about themselves. But here we go. Another one of our Class 9 finishes. And what a ride it's been for the 916. Claire Smith. That'll still be good enough for the top 5, I do believe, for her. Oh no, she comes in 6th, so not bad at all. Still a top 10 finishing class. It's always good, especially when they had 20 riders out there that week, this weekend, sorry. But a great ride from the 916. Shout out to Claire Smith. if any of the Smiths are watching, wishing you all the best this weekend. No, it hasn't been the easiest. The 218 makes its way across the line. Benjamin Debono and the 982 of Chloe Barton. Another one of our female competitors in Class 9 making her way across the line. The 486 trying to find the wheel to lift it over. The 223 also coming across the line. So Matthew Gray and Christopher Jones, that was.
We're going to have some very sore boys walking around the presentations here tonight. A few battered and bruised bodies by the looks of the way they're coming across the finish line now. But again, they should be proud of the way that they've raced and competed here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, the 48th running. 2024, getting very excited for the upcoming 50th anniversary. I'll tell you what, if you've ever wanted to make your way out of the Red Centre, you listen along because you're obviously hardcore enthusiasts. If you're still listening along now, make sure you have a look, have a think about it, start training. I'll give you the hot tip. Fitness is key. Get yourself a good steering dampener, set of Stegs pegs, and some decent suspension. You don't need those motor mods. You're not that fast. Just make sure that you come on out and have a great time on the 50th anniversary with us. The 624. Wow, side panel off that Yami.
I'm surprised no one's actually held us to our word at coming back at the 50th on posties.
I don't remember what you're talking about, Josh. You can ride a postie bike down this track. I am not riding a postie bike down this track, I can tell you that.
Oh, God, yep. No, I don't think I would. Again, don't think I'd make it 500 metres. Oh, you got to love it. Again, these competitors still making their way through. A couple of them making a little mistakes in the stadium section, but you can tell some of these riders have been making mistakes for a while now, especially when you've been on the bike for that long.
Absolutely. I thought he was just going to go the long way around there. Oh, and he's blown the next berm as well. Oh, no. Oh. Starting to get a bit close. Oh, that might have been as close as we thought it was from where I was. But yes, funny. Blew one berm, blew the next one. It's all good, though.
She'll be right. The 609 comes flying towards us. Yeah, Dave Kurt across the line just before as well.
A lot of bikes still coming through the whoop sections as well. But yeah, that straight line, there is no S there anymore.
No.
They've made that as wide as they needed to. So the 609 in now, right behind him on a gas. I think it was the 587.
So you had Matthew McCann come through, and it was the 997 actually. Georgia Hanaran.
Oh, excellent run there.
Another one of our female competitors. The 712, yeah, giving us a shout out. Love that.
The double pistols. I do love it.
That was Matthew Powell.
I think he had his eye on that flag waver right there.
Gotta love it, eh? Gotta love it. More, wow, yep.
And a bit of Limmy bash down the park for May, so he has had a good ride. Again, interesting, you can see just how worn out these guys are starting to get now with 3.5 hours on the bike. Most of them would have had a lay on the dirt by this point.
Yeah.
It's just a reality of how tough this race is.
Camaraderie here. You're seeing riders congratulate themselves as they come into the stadium section because they can see that their mates are behind them. Oh, you got to love this race. Jacob Wilkinson, here you go. You've got a group of 3, and he's quite literally telling them to get in front. He's riding it out wide. He doesn't want to take the track. Wow. Oh, I love this event. I love it. I love coming back every year. The 526, Matthew Secret across the line. The 725, Matt Gray across the line.
Yeah, still riding together. That is great images there of 3, I would assume, great mates.
Yeah. Might be like the Sherco boys that have ridden together all weekend. As the 772 crosses the line, that's Adrian Copeland.
Yeah, and a little fist bump there. You know what this means to those guys. That's a very happy rider.
Ladies and gents, put your hands together. The 3 riders riding together. You got to love it. All these mates having a good time. Oh, high five mid-air. Yes. That's what Finke is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua Granger, John Downey, Paul Elbone and Keegan May all across the line.
Yeah, they're happy with that. Too tired to pull it up. It doesn't matter. They've done. And I tell you what, looks like the kids are on the run now.
Yep.
They're just happy to see the family running.
Someone's made it home. That's awesome.
Oh, and unfortunately in that time frame, we also had a bike drop. I didn't notice that before, but back up and riding again, so no big drama there. Just in those chicanes. Still charging by the looks of it from where we are.
Yeah, the X25 making its way across the line. That will be Dwight Haken. 686 making its way as well.
581?
Yep, couldn't get it up.
Whoa. Whoa. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
Oh,
the 581 doing a wheel stand. And the 686 in now.
Anthony.
Finance my bike. That's right. So, unfortunately, I think Jeremy, was the rule that as long as he finished, you had to buy his bike? No,
I think. Anthony Wackham there across the line. You love to hear it. You love to see it.
Yes, indeed. It is great to see these guys having a fantastic time there.
And the camaraderie in the crowd still going. They're still getting loud.
Still cheering for all their riders coming home.
719 making its way towards us. Tom Kilgariff is across the line. He's done it in a time of 3 hours 18 on 11. It's the 767 makes its way towards us. Some very, very happy.
There is. It's a great crowd here this year. Plenty of cheering going on. Again, if you haven't had the opportunity to enjoy the Red Centre, book yourself a motel room now, book a plane flight, get yourself sorted, drive. It's always an adventure. We talk about going across the Plenty or going across the Simpson. A lot of people make this into a 2-week holiday, have a real adventure out of it. There's great options to go down through Cooper Pedy. If you're over in WA, awesome options to go and have a look around. Come on down from up north in Darwin. We enjoy it. Hey, book a plane for overseas. Get your passport sorted. Come over to the Finke Desert Race. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've had such a great time here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. It's been awesome. Meg Pitchford across the line on the 973, so a great ride from her as well.
Yeah, getting a lot of our ladies home now, which is brilliant. No doubt, just as much as the boys, they'll be looking forward to getting a cold drink into them. It's been a long day. The 415 just getting a little bit, is that the 415? But the Suzuki looking like, yeah, 415, just getting high on the berm there. I think he's got the arms just there turned to jelly.
Yeah.
Elbows down, although, no, I've talked him into it. He stood straight up and got back into racing position, so good on him, still riding all the way home.
Yeah, his ears were burning, Dan. Can't be doing that. But it's a great, great outfit. Got the yellow goggles to match the yellow bike. Who doesn't love a Suzuki out here in the desert as well?
Yeah, nothing quite like a DRZ. No, just kidding, Suzuki fans. I know that's not a DRZ. I'm a fan of a DRZ. That's all I'm saying. The 415 across the line now. Great ride.
Lucas Eddy is home in 3 hours and 13 minutes and 27 seconds. Awesome work.
Little bit of a gap now. It's the first time in a long time that our stadium hasn't been packed with a couple of riders, Josh.
Yeah, no, definitely. So a little bit of a gap, but there you go again. They're not too far away at any given time.
Well, with about 50 or 60 riders still out there, the last 65 kilometres is indeed grueling. It's not an easy ride. Big, hard, square edges. And again, fatigue has more than just set in. I think it's taken over. The hands are like jelly about 60 out.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've had over 240 bikes in now, so.
That's an impressive stat, because did we start with about 360 riders? Am I right with thinking
like
about that?
Yep.
Unfortunately, just with a few things going on this year, we did have a few numbers down a little bit. We'd love to see more riders here again next year in a full field, but we understand it's been beautiful in Alice. There's been absolutely no issues whatsoever with anything going on. It's just been amazing, really. There's been lots of entertainment. The Thursday night street parade was brilliant. Such a good time here in Alice Springs. It's really been situation normal, hasn't it, Josh?
Oh yeah, it always turns on a great time of year, and we love partying here in the Alice, especially around Fink time. Everyone gets out and you know, gets around the event. All the locals. The 508 making its way across the line. Nicholas Panagolis. But yeah, no, this town really sets off, and it's one of the best weekends you'll ever have in anywhere in the country, let alone the world, when it comes to motor racing. Like, it's just, this event is something else, ladies and gents, and we say it every year. Without you getting to see exactly what goes on at this event, you won't experience it until you're actually out here. Darren Wade across, as well as Jalen Botinski. The X74 making their way towards us. That looks like it is Joel Paxton. And an update here. Unfortunately, Danny Foote has a broken leg, which is really unfortunate. We're wishing her a very speedy recovery and hope she is doing well.
Yeah, it's very difficult as the X74 comes through, and now the 289. So the 289 home.
Matthew Anderson.
But yeah, very difficult running at the front of the pack there, Danny Foote. And unfortunately, obviously, an accident ending her race weekend. Not the way we want to see it go out, but hopefully she'll be back and racing again. The 512 across the line now as well.
Jack Breer.
And the 494.
And the 494 was Adam Young.
Brilliant ride by all of those competitors. Again, still people lining the fence here, cheering them home. The 555, that is. The Chicane Club still serving the cold beverages too. So next year, if you want a great seat, remember to get involved in the Chicane Club. It's like a VIP area, and they treat you as such. So make sure you get the tickets to the Chicane Club.
That's why we were kicked out this year.
I've never been allowed in, and that's for good reason. They're very smart with that. The 859 across the line, as well as the 775. Yeah, the Curran boys' names just got scratched off on the first day.
Jason McMillan, Andrew Nicholson, and Terry Welch all across the line as well. I think that's the same as Bojangles, and wasn't it Josh the one who got it open?
Well, Josh got it open, that's right. He's invited to Bojangles, I heard.
The 996 making her way across the line. Kia Gilret, a lovely ride from her. She's got to be happy with that, 3 hours 23.
The big problem I see with Bojangles is it's going to get closed after OBR are there and David Walsh tonight. So probably it's been opened and now it's going to be shut again.
Yeah. Oh, you love to hear it. Yeah, ladies and gents, if you haven't experienced a Fink party before, tonight's the night, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Sporties after the, well, it'll be the casino, and maybe Sporties tomorrow night, I think.
Yeah. The 666, I believe that was. Yep, Justin Wright, both hands in the air. Very happy to finish Fink. Terry Welch across the line, Andrew Nicholson as well. So again, down to the pointy end of our riders coming through. And just a reminder to any riders who are out here at the moment, and you're off the bike, please make sure to sign off in front of event information. Repeat, sign off after you're off the bike in front of event information. The 248 makes it across the line, as well as, so you had Hayden Lillis-Jones and Cameron Griffiths. No, that's, yes. Cameron Griffiths, Miles Nichols as well. The 887 making their way across the line.
Yep, another one, fist pumping, very happy the 887 to be across the line here. Again, we've got that rush of bikes coming through again, Josh. That looks like the X69. So the X69 is across the line.
Toby Morgan, that is. Great to see him having a good run this year. 3 hours 34.07, not bad at all from him. Definitely great to see.
Again, I'm sure plenty of these teams standing up, getting on the chairs now. Their riders coming through. Amazing to see the 911 now making it through as well. So another one of our competitive female classes, 911. And so good. Have a look at that absolute feeling of joy as the 632 comes through. Huge shout out to the 632 and now the 808. Sorry, I missed that first number, but it's definitely the 08. And a big mono, big balance mono for the 269. I think he's been saving a bit of energy for the last 10 minutes to make that happen.
Definitely. Letitia Foster across the line, as well as Ryan Crombie, Roger Allwright, Brock Ritchie, and Jordan Glover-Smith all across the line here in Alice.
So Jordan Glover-Smith with the 527. Pulling the big mono at the end there as well. So a couple very keen riders here.
The 814 making its way. Anthony Lockett, he's done it again.
Tony Lockett, I tell you what, he'd have to have a few finishes here now. He's been doing this for quite a while.
No, definitely.
Great ride there for him too. Again, doing it with Grabbo's Trail and Track, so it's a nice way to do it. Probably gets on a plane tomorrow morning, fresh and clean. Now, there's that old classic YZ. So good to see that, ladies and gentlemen. The YZ 250 two-banger. I swear that's got to be like an 88, 89 model. Distinctive colours on that. And to have done the whole of Finke on that bike, what an effort.
That was Daniel Snelling, Dan, in 3 hours, 18 minutes. Not bad at all from him, I don't think.
And he's in the Masters class too, right?
Yep. Yep.
So a Masters class on a Masters bike, that is absolutely amazing.
The 820 making their way towards the line.
I thought he was getting ready for a mono there, but the 820, fist pump in the air. Congratulations, legend. Great to see, as is, I think that was the 538, Josh.
Oh, someone's gone down in the stadium section.
Yeah, that's no good at all, mate. Never a winning moment when you're in the stadium.
Oh, don't tell me he's trying to put his shoulder back in there.
Yeah, that looks definitely like a dislocated shoulder. He's going to struggle to get it up.
Oh, mate.
It's tough.
The 257.
That bike looks like it's had a rough day too. He's going to be in struggle to get that thing so, but that's the determination we have, I think. I was just down with all the riders and watching them all come in. They are all kind of feeling what this man is as well, but he is having a really bad day. So it's great to see him still struggling and pushing through to get to that finish line, because that's what the most important part is.
Jeremy, if you've ever seen me ride a dirt bike, I look like this pretty much all the time. So this is pretty much my style.
just held together with hopes and dreams.
No, he's doing great. It is amazing. And how good is our marshal over there as well? Has got him started again. Like you said, that shoulder just looking a little bit light there. It's definitely injured. He's shaking his head.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with
but
that
it
one.
is good. Listen.
Yeah, he's going to come in now. He's just got to make sure he gets through this front runner section.
Together.
Everybody give this guy everything you've got because he has made it all the way to the end. He is sore. He's definitely trying to get that shoulder in, if not elbow him. So make sure you give him all the love you can. Oh, come on, big fella. That's it. Mate. Get it in there.
The 257.
That's
absolutely
it,
amazing.
Well done.
Yeah, listen to the crowd.
Absolutely awesome. That is the best thing about this desert scene. It's so much love.
That was Colby Herft. Someone get that man a drink as soon as he's off the bike.
Maybe take him for a quick walk over to medical first. But
yep.
after that, get him a cold drink. I absolutely agree, team. And someone else came through right after that as well. But that is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, we got a replay right here. You can see what's happened. He's coming. He's hit that really slick stuff, as I said before. And what happens is if you just come in, you've dropped that front. You don't have the weight there. Your front slips out. Your shoulder falls on the floor, your hand, and that just pops it out. It happens to the best of us, and it's just fatigue. Just dropped him. Luckily, it wasn't a high side. He just slid out. So a high side is more when that bike starts swapping you. He managed to hold it all the way to the end.
That's a 9.54, and if I'm not mistaken, that is... Oh, where'd that go? I did have that.
9.54.
Benit Matisse making her way. Unfortunately, she's lost the front of her helmet, so again, another excursion.
Absolutely. I was just talking to Catherine Scoble down there who did a massive effort. She came in. She was explaining how bad how hard it was this year, but she looked really comfortable and confident coming in. She also was saying there was a fair amount of ambulances down the track, and I heard you guys talking about Danny Foot. She came across it, and it kind of was in a pretty rough section where the whoops start, and so she's come off there, but they were loading into ambulance, so I'm hoping all the best for her. Yep. And then I was talking to Anthony Wakeman as you were giving him a hard time because obviously I now have to buy a bike off him, but he was having issues, and it was a problem that we talked about last time. Train guides underneath that rear sprocket, he had worn his out, and so what happens? 3 derailments just in the way home, and that's what happens. You don't think of these things, but they wear out super fast out here.
Yeah, no, definitely. Again, a race of attrition this year as well. A lot of people out and machinery out.
The 615 over the line now, so a great ride there.
Daniel Figueiredo, 3 hours, 27 minutes, 47 seconds. Again, I do apologise over the weekend for the butchering of names and places around Oz. We are trying our hardest up here in the box. But the 785 makes his way across the line. And that there is Paul Murphy. Congrats to Paul.
Full backpack on there. I think he's got his camping gear with him.
Yeah, he probably took his swag down there with him. And I heard you boys talking about the DRs. I tell you what, if we raced DRs down there, we would have our swags and everything we needed on the back of them.
Nearly be able to put a 40-litre Engrel on the back of it.
Yeah, we would be the 40-litre Engrel. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Paul Murphy and Tom McKenzie across the 785 and the X18. Looks like another one of our female competitors making their way towards the line. That's Bronnie Chapman, the 989. She's done well, as well as, I believe that's a 7 bike. Or it might be Nicholas Cook on the 157.
Oh, no, not going to get up there.
No,
but
it was Nicholas Cook with the 157. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for Bronnie Chapman, 989. 3 hours, 27 minutes and 3 seconds. What a ride from her. Got to be happy with that.
Absolutely brilliant. Another one where it's easier to change instead of the mono, the fizz pump will do.
Yeah,
I'm pretty happy with that. I've made it the 456 kilometres. Let's run with that.
I was down at the timing board as well, just having a look at times, and there's a couple of riders there. One incredibly dirty. He was saying that his back is absolutely screaming. So it is a whole body kind of race here, and a lot of them are limping around. We're looking down now. We're looking at all the riders walk around. You can see them in their boots, in their gear, and some of them are a bit more sprightly than others.
The other point, Jeremy, they'll definitely feel it a lot tomorrow. At the moment, they're probably running on some you know, energy, some excitement, they got a little bit of boost in them, and, you know, tomorrow when they get out of bed, that's when we're really going to start feeling it, isn't it?
Oh, it depends on how hard they go tonight, mate. They may be able to get all the sugar into them to keep them going for a couple more days.
Yeah, well, ladies and gents, what an absolute honour it's been here once again for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race here for 2024. We had in the cars Bo Robinson, the first time in a long, the first time his King of the Desert crown is put on, and then David Walsh goes 5 years in a row and writes his name into the history books. It's been a great year with a heap of stories, Jeremy, both in cars and bikes, but the bikes has been awesome to watch this year.
Absolutely, be a year that we look back on, not only for Walsh's win, but also for second and third to be pushing so far and to be faster than Walshy back. It's going to be an exciting time to look back on, and also just a great feeling for Finke to go into the future. We got one more year before the 50th, so hopefully the riders will push it, and the 50th will be the big bang that we need.
Yeah, no, as we welcome the X63 home, he'll be the last of our competitors.
And once again, we thank everyone for coming. I guess if you want to, get a bit more information, we'll be interviewing a whole bunch of riders after this as well, and we'll have a whole bunch of interviews from those riders coming up in the next couple of weeks. So go follow the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast, because we'll have a lot more behind-the-scenes stuff for those who want to know how these riders are, and also all the inside stories coming up after Finke. We may even have a Liam Walsh interview, which is going to be very interesting, and definitely a David Walsh interview.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. It's been an absolute honour to be up here in the box with you this weekend. We really do thank you for all your insight this weekend. And yes, ladies and gents, make sure to follow the Dirt Bike Burrito broadcast. But alongside me in the box also has been Dan Curran. He's hiding out the back at the moment, but he's been absolutely amazing. He knows so much, and it's been awesome to work with him again up here in the comm box. My name's been Joshua Graveling. It's been an absolute honour to broadcast and commentate this year's event once again. Cannot thank the production crew enough next door to us, global headquarters. A big one. Don't go anywhere, because at 6 o'clock is the presentation at Lassiter's Hotel Casino. Awards from 8 p.m. and I believe that's live streamed as well. So I hope you have a good night, everyone. And we are signing off here from the 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Steering Cat.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.